A spacious room gleaming entirely in silver stretched out around him, so quiet it felt almost terrifying. Jiang Tao was awakened by a faint rustling sound beside him. Was it that big rat under the bed again? One day I'll catch you and present you to Tom. Roused into full wakefulness, Jiang Tao opened his bleary eyes and instinctively reached out his right hand, searching for his phone beside him. His palm brushed against the icy floor, clearing his mind a little. Had he rolled off the bed? Before Jiang Tao could make sense of his right hand suddenly touched something soft and springy. At the same instant, a woman's anxious thought flashed through the air: where's my husband? In a heartbeat, she realized what was happening. A sharp, piercing scream snapped Jiang Tao fully awake. Let go of me. He glanced around and saw that he was lying in a spacious silver room. Above, below, in front, behind, and to either side, strange metal dials were embedded into the walls. Not far away, a buzz-cut youth in jeans had just woken up as well and was getting to his feet, muttering under his breath. Standing nearby was a striking woman in a lavish blue and gold dress, her figure graceful and eye-catching, the cut of her gown impeccably tailored. Jiang Tao's gaze drifted upward, a flawless hand pressed against the front of her dress, guarding the pale fabric there, a slender neck like a swan, a high, elegant nose. Her alluring eyes held a trace of anger as she glared at Jiang Tao, retreating step by step until her back met the cold metal wall. The familiar nickname, Demimi, flickered through his mind. Wait, why did she look so familiar? Demimi. The last person in the room, a fresh-faced teenage girl in a blue school uniform with a youthful, innocent look, spoke up in surprise. Shen Sisi. Yes, it really was her. Jiang Tao's gaze, still disoriented, dropped toward the front of the woman's dress, his right hand unconsciously rubbing at the place he had just touched. Wait, how had he woken up here side by side with a famous star? Yang Mi noticed his small, awkward movements and shot him a sharp glare, then swept a wary look around the room, especially at Jiang Tao and the buzzcut youth. Is this some kind of show or a kidnapping? How did you drag me away from the Weibo night event? How much do you want to let me go? The buzzcut youth finally caught up with what was happening, excitement flickering in his eyes. It has to be some kind of television show, right? Tisk TSK. Who would have thought I'd end up in the same team as a top star? You're really lucky, you know. The buzzcut youth shot Jiang Tao a jealous glance. The youthful girl looked around the room as well, her eyes just as lost. As the four of them wrestled with their confusion, a clear, pleasant, mechanical female voice suddenly rang out. Welcome, players, to the Cube Tower. The population of Blue Star has exceeded 10 billion and resources are scarce. To ensure the continuation of the species, the National Destiny Survival game is now officially launched. Players will be selected at random from each nation according to its national fortune. Please listen carefully to the following rules. This may be a game, but it is not a joke. Rule 1. Cherish the teammates at your side. Each person will have one opportunity to select a new team. Rule 2. Each day you may open 10 doors. The rooms beyond may hold treasure chests or deadly traps. Rule 3. Every gain you achieve will be returned 100-fold to your homeland. Rule 4. When a player dies, 100 people closest to them will die along with them, and their nation's fortune will be weakened. Rule 5. When all players from a nation fall, level annihilation crisis will erupt for that country. Rule 6. The player's exploration will be broadcast worldwide. To protect privacy, some footage will be moderated. Each nation may send one message per day. Rule 7. At night, danger increases sharply. Players must remain inside their own shelters and upgrade them as quickly as possible. Rule 8. The first player or team to clear 100 rooms will grant their nation a full genetic upgrade. Their people will evolve into new humans and receive the favor of heaven. Rule 9. After 10 days, the first batch of players will return to Blue Star. For now, explore and discover the rest for yourselves. May you all enjoy the game. This wasn't a variety show at all, but something supernatural. Almost like being transported to another world. Jiang Tao, Mimi, the buzzcut youth, and the schoolgirl all stood there stunned. This has to be fake, right? Yang Mi's delicate face had gone pale, but she seemed unable to believe any of it. A translucent status panel appeared before them, proving this was no joke. Jiang Tao tapped the interface with his finger. Player Jiang Tao. Rank F, ordinary human. Age 19. Rooms cleared 0. Occupation unemployed. Equipment damaged, wooden cabin. Current status body intact, mildly dehydrated, estimated hunger in 4 hours. Gift warm reminder unique. Beneath it, a pale blue speech bubble was ringed by tiny glowing droplets. A newcomer lost in confusion is trying to understand the situation. You'd better accept reality, quickly search for supplies, and then stay alive. So that speech bubble was the warm reminder. Before Jiang Tao could fully digest it, the bottom row of icons on the panel drew his attention. World channel locked. Xia channel active 100 players. Regional channel active 100 players. Trade mall active. So 100,000 people had been drawn into this. Jiang Tao opened the Xia channel and was met with chaos. Within, countless players with half-height avatars and names were furiously sending messages. Have we crossed over? Is this a joke from some god? Heaven, please don't toy with me. I was in the restroom just now. Can someone bring me some? I'm just an ordinary person. How did I end up carrying national destiny? If I die, 100 of my relatives and friends will die with me. This is far too cruel. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. When I return after 10 days, I'll be a national hero. Most ordinary players were wailing, though a few optimistic and ambitious hearts were pounding with excitement. For some, it was the chance to soar. And among the participants, there were figures like Yang Mi and others of public renown. Most shocking of all, the founder of the Empire Penguin conglomerate and the famed replicator of a certain powerful eye technique had been drawn into the game as well. Xiaoma Gu, fellow compatriots, don't panic. Any employees of the Penguin Group here, bring your water and bread here for centralized management. It's a perfect chance to test the trade functions. When we return in 10 days, I'll reward each bottle of water with 1,000 penguin coins. Once we're back, you'll be promoted straight to level 15 upper management. To his surprise, several penguin employees had indeed been. They doubted the value of those promised penguin coins, but the post-game promotions made several hearts beat faster. Jiang Tao closed the chat channel and turned his gaze toward Mimi, smiling faintly. If forces beyond nature have brought even Xiaoma Gu here, it clearly isn't a show. Yang Mi's rosy lips moved silently, her face still pale. If we can just endure 10 days, we'll go home. And all of this is being broadcast right now. Realization dawned as she adjusted her dress, and her expression slowly regained a measure of composure. To Jiang Tao's surprise, he could see Yang Mi's personal status panel as well. Player Yang Mi. Rank F. Rooms cleared 0. Age 32. Occupation top-tier actress. Current status body intact, mildly dehydrated, lightly hungry. Without water and food, estimated death in 2 days. Affinity 50. Gift 3 lifetimes of fortune, apparently linked to a popular drama. She starred in a luck 100th, able to turn misfortune into blessing and favored in encounters with treasure chests and other uncertain events. At the bottom, another circle of glowing droplets surrounded a speech bubble. Warm reminder, she is in a fragile period, her inner defenses at their lowest, yet she feels no particular warmth toward you. Even in dire straits, she maintains professional discipline, constantly mindful of her image. She loves beauty and reputation. Our viewers across the entire country watching us right now. The buzzcut youth was visibly excited, even waving toward the ceiling. Can everyone see me? Jiang Tao glanced at him. The youth's name was Lu Mei. Along with his personal panel, there was another warm reminder. A hot-blooded and reckless youth currently in an abnormally excited state, eager to impress in front of the two women, especially the famous star. Affinity toward you 80. A raging competitive temperament, determined to shine above you. He intends to push you out of the team and would not hesitate to harm you in order to monopolize Mimi's attention. Lu Meng was that dangerous. Reading the warning, Jiang Tao could only give a tight, incredulous laugh. At the same moment, on Blue Star, hundreds of millions of people vanished in an instant, among them Yang Mi, Xiaoma Gu, and other public figures. A survival live room ignored geographic boundaries, appearing simultaneously on phones and computer screens, and within moments swept across the globe. The 9 rules were pinned to the right side of the live interface, always visible to viewers. From global platforms to Xia's microblogs and short video apps, the top trending topics were all about the National Destiny survival game. Nations trembled as the internet erupted into an unprecedented storm. OMG, this must be God's idea of a joke. This is beyond belief. My friend vanished right in front of me. Wait, if he dies in there, will I have to die too? This is insane. How did I not get chosen? If reality means endless overtime, I'd rather take my chances in the game. In recent years, with the population surpassing 10 billion and the economy stagnating, countless people had been living under crushing pressure. Now this survival game tied to everyone's fate exploded like a nuclear blast from the bottom up, shaking every layer of society. The live broadcast, infused with supernatural power, shattered all previous records for viewership. The blonde youth had been sliced into neat pieces like a steak. Quick, investigate all player records. From what we have compiled so far, there are already over 1 million players. If every one of them were to fall, even the most basic collateral deaths could easily exceed 100 million. The numbers shook the world. Government agencies in every country moved at once. When staff finally delivered the report to the highest level, the leaders fell into heavy silence. 1% of humanity might die. A chill like ice seeped into their hearts. And that does not even include whatever the so-called Slang national extinction crisis will be if a country's players are completely wiped out. In a temporary office building, the head of the Daxia Special Crisis Response Team reported to the leadership. For now, collect complete records on the 100,000 players who have disappeared. We must observe whether their families in reality are truly affected. Elder Lin fell silent after hearing the report. I heard that Xiao Ma was also selected. Yes, and several actors as well, the team leader replied. The team leader added, a famous figure in the Beijing Federation vanished while riding in a helicopter. Elder Lin continued, prepare supplies first. Stability must be our... This was only a fragment of Blue Star. Billions of viewers through different media chose their favorite squads or acquaintances to watch. Among them, the group with Jiang Tao and Yang Mi drew tens of millions of viewers. Yang Mi was chosen as well. She looks deeply frightened, and that outfit doesn't seem convenient for moving around. I just hope those 2 young men don't bully me. Please, are you only seeing her? The school uniform girl beside them has remarkable looks and poise as well. Some acquaintances of Yang Mi felt a wave of dizziness. Please hold on. If you fail, we might be dragged down with you. They silently weighed their past relationship with her. Inside the silver room, after the initial panic, the 4 introduced themselves. When things calmed, Yang Mi brushed a lock of hair aside with slender fingers and gave a radiant smile. I suppose I don't need to introduce myself, do I? I'm glad to be in a group with you. Let's endure these 10 days together and then go home. Each person had a chance to reselect their group. A thought flashed through Yang Mi's mind. Maybe redrawing the team would only be worse. At least I have a female companion now, she thought. That young man looks a bit impulsive, but probably not dangerous. It was the last young man who caught her attention. Sensing her gaze, Jiang Tao turned slightly and smiled. Jiang Tao, an ordinary graduate, he said. He had spoken first, leaving the short-haired youth somewhat displeased. The latter raised his brows and thumped his chest with confidence. Lu Meng, Mijia, don't be afraid. Just stay behind me. I'll make sure that in 10 days you get home safe and unharmed, maybe even more famous than before, he boasted. Yang Mi didn't seem to catch any hint of offense in his words. Her delicate oval face remained bright with a radiant smile. All right, I'll rely on you then, little brother, she replied lightly. The school uniform girl, though young, was calm rather than fanatically starstruck. She spoke softly. Shin just graduated from high school. In Jiang Tao's field of view, her status panel appeared. Player Shin, rank F, age 18, occupation student in a school-style uniform, talent infinite synthesis, affection 0. Gentle reminder, a top student who ranks first in her class, her outward appearance soft and sweet, yet beneath it lies a slightly mischievous streak. She felt slightly wary of him and uneasy about the unfamiliar environment, wishing she could stay unnoticed. Hearing Shin gentle voice, a flash of unhealthy intent crossed Lu Meng's eyes. He had not expected such luck. 2 beautiful women in his squad, one a celebrity with a mature charm, the other a youthful student in a school uniform. There was, however, one person he found an eyesore. Lu Meng shot Jiang Tao a hostile glance. Jiang Tao noticed, but gave no reaction, instead turning his attention to the walls on either side. The room rose 8 meters high. There were 6 passages in all, front, back, left, right, above, and below. As Jiang Tao looked from one to another, floating dialogue bubbles popped into view. If you don't want to end up like a stack of sliced cubes, the room ahead is lethal for newcomers, even though there is a black iron treasure chest inside. Friendly reminder, room difficulty progresses from easy, normal, hard, nightmare to hell. The room behind you is empty. Safe, but it wastes an opportunity. You might as well lie still here instead and save your strength. Danger lay ahead. Jiang Tao frowned as he looked toward the front. Sliced cubes. Could there be hidden blades and traps? He turned his gaze upward and downward. The normal difficulty room above holds a rotten wooden chest and several bottles of water and loaves of bread. Good supplies for the early stage. There's just one small problem. How will you climb 8 meters up? The room beneath you is easy difficulty. It holds half a pack of supplies, enough food and water for one person for 3 days, and most importantly, it's safe. And the sides. To your left is a giant wasp nest. The extraordinary honey inside could keep you alive for 10 days and even strengthen your body. Of course, only if you have proper protection. Friendly reminder, the giant wasps have mutated. They are far more ferocious than those on Blue Star, and they carry venom. The room to your right is so-so, a cavernous tunnel with basic supplies. Following that direction increases your chances of encountering magical beasts. While Jiang Tao was weighing his options, Lu Meng moved, as well, beckoning to Yang Mi and Shin. The entire nation is watching us, he said. You two stay behind me. Hey Jiang, go open that door in front and see what's inside. In an instant, Yang Mi turned her gaze toward Jiang Tao. She and Shin unconsciously edged closer together, stepping back behind Lu Meng. The two clearly wanted the comfort of knowing that the room ahead was hard difficulty. Jiang Tao naturally refused to walk into danger. I have a bad feeling about what's in front. I'll try another room, he said, shaking his head. Hearing this, Lu Meng's face darkened. At the very start, this was his chance to assert leadership. Was this young man already challenged? He started to curse, then abruptly remembered the live broadcast and forced himself to swallow the words. In my view, this young man is too cautious. I still prefer Lu Meng's drive and willingness to push forward, some viewers commented in the stream. Because of Yang Mi and the unfamiliar youthful girl, this particular stream rapidly became the second most watched broadcast in Daxia. Viewers there had already exceeded 100 million. The most watched stream was Xiao Ma's with 600 million viewers. He was currently the only player to overcome the drinking water crisis, with corporate staff having supplied him with resources. Lu Yuan's spiritual sense swept through the entire villa in an instant. He found no signs of life. The servants and guards of the Su family had clearly been frozen into ice sculptures at the Shin clear eyes flicked about, but no sign of decreased affection appeared above her. It remained at 0, which surprised Jiang Tao. Coward. Let me make this clear. Once we gather supplies, you won't get a single drop of water, Lu Meng said. His expression harsh, he stepped up to a metal wheel in front of the passage and gripped it with both arms, starting to turn. Come on. Yang Mi tightened her pale fists to cheer him on, her encouragement fueling his determination. With a roar of effort, he forced the passage open. As he released the wheel, the silver cap automatically slid aside. Ahead lay a room of similar design, lit by flickering red neon. The most striking feature was a metal chest in the center that looked anything but ordinary. A black iron chest, the highest grade we've seen so far. The sight of the very first room's treasure instantly ignited the hearts of countless viewers. Among all the players nationwide, only a handful had encountered even rotten wooden chests, much less a metal one. Even rotten wooden chests have yielded packets of instant noodles and bottles of water. With this, Yang Mi definitely won't go hungry tonight, some viewers joked. Partly because Xiao Ma had chosen a conservative approach, reselecting teammates and gathering for corporate employees to sit and plan in place, which made his stream feel dull. More viewers flocked to Jiang Tao's broadcast. Soon Jiang Tao's broadcast drew more than 600 million viewers, becoming Daxia's top stream. The four inside the room knew nothing of this. Inside the room, Lu Meng burst into laughter at the sight of the chest. Yang Mi leaned forward, her small head peeking out, unconsciously moistening her slightly dry lips. She could almost taste water. No one noticed Shen Sisi quietly slipping back into the corner to stand near Jiang Tao. "What's wrong?" Jiang Tao asked, glancing at her in surprise. Shen Sisi looked at him, keeping a safe distance, but said nothing. "You'd better stay away," Lu Meng called back. "I told you, none of the water will be yours." Before stepping into the room to open the chest, Lu Meng cast one more hard look at Jiang Tao, warning him. "You should go to another room. My team doesn't welcome you." Faced with being pushed out, Yang Mi remained silent. Her thoughts were entirely on the chest now. Under her gaze, and that of hundreds of millions of viewers, Lu Meng strode quickly toward the chest, eyes shining with excitement. Yang Mi took a careful step, extending one elegant. Jiang Tao watched it all with a cold, detached gaze. "You invite disaster by courting it." Sliced cubes, what did that mean exactly? A faint zizi reached his ears. He wondered if he had imagined it. The next instant, Lu Meng, still wearing a proud smile mid-stride, triggered a hidden mechanism. Invisible wires sliced through the air in a deadly lattice, and his body was destroyed in an instant. In this depiction, his death is implied only by a sudden empty space where he had been, without any gore or graphic detail. Something struck the silver floor with a sharp sound, leaving only an ominous stain. Yang Mi, closest to the scene, screamed. Her glamorous eyes overflowed with tears as she now saw the nearly invisible transparent wires stretched across the room. Her left foot now hovered only a few centimeters above the floor. The trap had been fully activated. Only now did the viewers grasp that the entire room was filled with a deadly web. Even the floor was covered. One wrong step would carve a person into dozens of pieces. "Everything is over. At least no one will dare make jokes about her feet anymore," one viewer murmured darkly. Any step wrong would mean certain death. The tension in the room, and across all of Blue Star, rose to a breaking point. In a moment of peril, Yang Mi's body suspended in midair in a manner defying the laws of physics. The audience's gaze turned upward. They soon realized that the timid youth was gripping the back of Demi Mi's outfit with one hand, preventing a tragic incident from occurring. Indeed, stars are light. Jiang Tao, with the ease of tossing a pillow, effortlessly lifted Yang Mi, once more carelessly flinging her aside. After all, her rare talent might prove useful. Bang! Woo! Yang Mi, having survived the calamity, was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, unable to stop her sobs. Just a moment ago she was a living person, and now she had become hundreds of pieces of flesh. She had never acted in such a dramatic TV series. "Sister Mi, are you okay?" Shen Sisi kindly approached and crouched down, taking out a tissue. Though she watched TV shows, she did not blindly idolize celebrities and held no particular admiration for Yang Mi. "Thank you." Yang Mi, her face pale, wiped away her tears. At this moment, hundreds of millions of viewers finally reacted. The bloody scene was broadcast live around the globe. "Holy crap. I was scared to death. That person just shattered into hundreds of pieces. Why wasn't there a mosaic? The ground is covered in blood. Ugh. Are you stupid? This involves supernatural forces. Of course there's no mosaic." At this moment, countless people were left vomiting on the spot. Even more fainted from shock. Only now did many realize this was not a game, but a matter of life and death. What sent shivers down everyone's spine was that in the next moment, a red notification slid across the live stream. "Warning. Player Lu Meng has tragically perished. Death penalty initiated. 100 people related to him have died together." Countless viewers trembled, their hearts chilled. Members of the Special Crisis Management Team had already been monitoring the relevant personnel. At the same moment Lu Meng met his demise, his relatives, including neighbors and classmates regardless of their location, perished in an instant. A chill surged from the crown of his head to his feet. The team leader trembled slightly as he reported the data to the elders. After reviewing, Elder Lin fell silent. "I understand. Proceed with the planned arrangements to handle the aftermath and quell public sentiment. Statistics on all players' relatives." "Yes." After the report, the team leader couldn't help but ask, "Is this a punishment from the gods for humanity?" Elder Lin remained silent for a moment before responding. "Every matter has two sides, or perhaps this is the beginning of a new evolution for humanity. It's just that the initial pain may be quite difficult to bear." More importantly, in just a few minutes, global leaders confirmed that the game rules were indeed real. Terrifying. Just now, hundreds of players were eliminated due to carelessness, and death incidents occurred everywhere. Whether it's the neighboring Sakura Island or the distant White Eagle Federation, the cause of death is cardiac arrest. The chat group went into a frenzy. Trending topics across major platforms were filled with death statistics, and the rules are real. Many viewers who previously felt detached and habitually scoffed at the live broadcast, even feeling lucky they were not chosen, now truly felt their hair stand on end. With so many global players, numerous individuals were familiar. "Haha, not a single acquaintance in there. You all can die, it has nothing to do with me." Many indifferent viewers sat back, leisurely watching television. After all, as long as they weren't affected, it was fine. Just as someone thought this way, the sofa What's going on? Before they could react, the building shook and concrete blocks came crashing down. Breaking news. Torrential rains and mudslides have erupted worldwide with the number of affected people unknown. A 5-person team from Sakura Island fell into a trap and was wiped out shortly after an 8.0 earthquake struck the region. As the news spread, everyone was horrified. This was not just about the fate of a few individuals, but the fate of nations and all of humanity. Only then did the crowd realize what national fortune meant. This must be a divine arrangement. The religious atmosphere in Western nations was intense. At noon, millions gathered in squares and churches to pray. Even charlatans emerged claiming this was a new great flood apocalypse. Those chosen as players were the Noah. Racists also asserted that this game was designed to select the strongest race. Those from Prussia even clamored to restore Aryan glory. Everyone, let's focus on us for now. The people from Sakura Island pleaded online. At such a critical moment, who would give up precious resources? At most, they would send a few paper cranes for comfort. Thank you. In the building, Yang Mi, having survived, expressed her gratitude softly. Favorability 50. Instantly redeeming herself from the previous offense and the poor child, having lived a pampered life, was truly scared out of her wits by this shock. Your impression of her has completely changed, as she is utterly flustered, deep down wishing for a male figure to rely on. Young man, your opportunity has arrived. Friendly reminder, clean yourself up first. The warm prompt was quite cheeky, but to me actually. Jiang Tao's gaze involuntarily shifted downward. She had just participated in a microblog gala, and was brought here wearing a glamorous gown. Suddenly Shin Sisi supported Yang Mi, blocking his line. Jiang Tao noticed that the JK girl was merely pale, and her favorability was still at 0. As a veteran in the entertainment industry, Yang Mi was highly perceptive. Could he have discovered something? A hint of blush flashed across Yang Mi's face. Ahem, that outfit of yours is not convenient for movement. You should change it. Jiang Tao withdrew his gaze, regretfully glancing at the room ahead where Lu Meng had met a tragic end along with the black iron treasure chest. The flesh chunks are evenly cut and still steaming, but consumption is not advised. Heavenly Father, young newbie, what are you staring at? That's a room you can challenge now. Anyone with a bit of common sense would choose a different. What should we do now? Yang Mi weakly stood beside Shin Sisi, while Jiang Tao did not respond, merely directing his gaze toward the turntable. The prompt indicated there was half a bag of supplies inside, and it was very safe. The most suitable for beginners. He turned it without hesitation, and you? The entrance below is open, and it's very hard to get in. An 8-meter fall could be fatal. Shin Sisi couldn't help but advise. Right, we can also check the left, right, and behind us. Yang Mi looked up at the towering ceiling, abandoning the idea of going up. The rules in this building are likely not simple physics. Jiang Tao would naturally not reveal his own talents. He reached out. He then discovered that inside was an invisible membrane of light. Through it, he could see that below was a room with a sci-fi style, unlike the current one, filled with green grass and soil resin. There were also some red nuts growing, and most importantly, a dilapidated wooden box was hanging from a vine. From above, the cave appeared to be 7 to 8 meters high. Falling down from there would surely be fatal. The reassuring dialogue box in Jiang Tao's view reappeared. Brave youth, hurry and create miracles. The first room, do not fear the heights, just peek inside. Caution. The room moves every 30 minutes, do not waste time. The room updates. Upon spotting this precious intelligence, Jiang Tao's spirit surged. He hesitated no longer. Amidst the two women's startled cries, he extended one leg downward. Shouting, I'll go first. If you wish to form a team, follow me. He left the rest unsaid. Disbelief naturally meant parting ways. There are clearly safer rooms. As Jiang Tao plummeted swiftly and vanished into the floor, the panel behind him slammed shut with a thunderous boom. Demimi panicked. How could two frail women survive in such perilous surroundings? Shin Sisi's elegant black eyes flickered with doubt, then hardened with resolve. Demimi's teammate proves astonishingly unmoved, even by beauty. Or is he simply reckless? This livestream now commands the nation's largest audience. Countless eyes watch intently. Sismi, let's follow him. Shin Sisi remained calmer than Yang Mi herself. Staying too long in that room stirs an ominous premonition. Without hesitation, she spun the floor panel and stepped down, plunging headfirst into the void. Don't leave me alone. Yang Mi's voice trembled with tears as, resigned to fate, she hurried after. Dizziness overwhelmed her. Yet as Shin Sisi descended, she gasped in astonishment. Her body inverted, emerging headfirst from a natural earthen shaft. Yang Mi poked out her delicate head, heedless of her million-yuan gown, now smudged with grime, gazing around in delighted awe. Are we safe? The cavern glowed with untamed vitality, far warmer and more alive than the sterile chamber. Especially striking were the crimson pulp berries hanging from the walls, making Yang Mi's parched throat instinctively constrict. She'd eaten little before the event. The emotional whiplash had left her ravenous. Suddenly her gaze froze. Jiang Tao had already pried open that rotten wooden chest. Congratulations. You've acquired mineral water 6, Odonglai giant bread, 20 spear 1. Not bad luck, he mused. Though he'd anticipated provisions, this bounty surpassed expectations. Especially the spear, over a meter long, a delightful surprise. Had Yang Mi opened it, the haul might have been greater, he thought, glancing sidelong at the approaching women. Yet the most valuable initial supplies would never be entrusted to another's hands. To survive 10 days in this treacherous tower, dominance must be asserted immediately. Just as he reached for a bottle of mineral water to soothe his throat, a line of text shimmered upon the open chest. Rare resources embody time-honored tradition. Dismantle them to obtain modest timber. Accumulate enough. Repair your humble log cabin. It can be dismantled. A spark ignited in Jiang Tao's mind. His hand dipped into his pocket. There rested a cubic object resembling a Lego brick. It was the game's starter shelter, the damaged log cabin. Rule 7 explicitly warned of nocturnal perils, mandating refuge within one's shelter. Through experimentation, Jiang Tao discovered he could store freshly gathered supplies, mineral water, giant bread, inside the cabin. Though still unrepaired, its current capacity stood at 100 kilograms. Many players will overlook this. Pressing his palm against the rotten chest, Jiang Tao willed inwardly dismantle. Instantly, radiant light enveloped it, and the chest dissolved. Congratulations. You've acquired Timber 5. To complete your log cabin, you require 15 more timber units and 1 primary energy core. Progress, it seemed, was swift. Yet where might such an energy core be found? Meanwhile, viewers watching the dismantling realization struck their foreheads. Of course, wood itself is a resource. Other players are squandering it. As China's top live stream, it drew overseas netizens who bypassed firewalls for intel. Now they grew anxious. Quick, alert our contestants. Isn't there a daily comment function? Even the state grew impatient. But the mechanism for deploying comments remained untapped. This young man appears unremarkable, yet possesses sharp intellect. Spectators watched Jiang Tao intently, curiosity kindling. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, seeing Jiang Tao guzzle mineral water, Yang Mi's swan-like throat rippled with involuntary longing. Shin Sisi blinked her large eyes, withdrew the cubic shelter from her pocket, and softly asked, "Is the mineral water stored inside this?" "Yes. The rules state nighttime brings danger, a shelter is paramount." With a sharp tear, he drained half the bottle, then ripped open a donglai giant bread and devoured it with relish. The sight made both women salivate. After 3 bites, he turned the spear over in his hands. Mankind's most primal weapon. Common quality, sufficient to fell ordinary beasts. "May I please have 1 bottle of mineral water?" Yang Mi took a quiet breath before speaking. "I know resources are scarce. I'm shameless, but this isn't merely about me. It concerns the 100 souls beside me, perhaps even graver consequences. Upon our return in 10 days, name your price, 10,000 yuan per bottle, or 100,000. Jiang Tao glanced at the 2 women, slightly dehydrated, unconsciously licking cracked lips, then casually retrieved 2 bottles from the cabin and dangled them before them. Their mouths flooded with saliva. "Compensation upon return is unnecessary. You know well, future promises hold no weight here. Money and power mean nothing. To drink water or eat bread is permitted, but only under absolute obedience to my commands. Tasks you're capable of performing yourself, digging soil, cooking meals, fall under this. A captain's orders are absolute." Many viewers' expressions twisted. He's in his prime, yet his thinking feels dangerously volatile. Demimi possesses integrity. Once when confronted with Manager Wang's veiled advances, she slapped him across the face on the spot. Her fans defended her, only to widen their eyes in shock at what followed. Yang Mi nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. "Naturally, teamwork demands mutual support. Thank you kindly." Truly a star, graceful in both dignity and humility. Jiang Tao, satisfied, tossed her a bottle. She caught it hastily. That once scorned 1 yuan purified water now moved her to tears as she twisted open the cap and drank deeply, gulping audibly. Thoroughly refreshing. "We may refuse unreasonable requests, correct?" Though equally parched, Shin Sisi crossed her arms. Jiang Tao understood precisely what JK pondered. "Rest assured, you won't be sent to your death. Her unique talent in infinite synthesis, could it forge superior gear?" Shin Sisi exhaled in relief. "Very well, I accept." After tossing her the water, Jiang Tao resumed scouring the cavern for usable resources. Crimson pulpberry, common cavern flora. Non-toxic. Slightly replenishes hydration and yields meager energy, but excessive consumption induces diarrhea. Jiang Tao treated them as fruit. Every scrap mattered. "Is this edible?" Having restored her strength, Yang Mi began assisting actively, much to his surprise. If poisonous, survival here would become dire. Shin Sisi plucked a berry, sniffed it delicately. "Testing, your little miss," appeared above her head in a speech bubble. Jiang Tao's expression turned odd as he studied the message hovering over Shin Sisi's head. Was JK deducing something? Desperate measures demand desperate remedies. Something to eat is always better than starvation. He cast her a peculiar glance, then redirected his attention upward and downward. The cavern's passageways posed difficulty. They required excavation. "Look up. Don't tell me you intend returning to that original chamber. How vicious. If you value your skin, avoid digging further downward. Beneath lies a bed of venomous barbed spikes." His gaze dropped, and cold sweat broke across his brow. Had he acted on instinct alone, disaster would have followed. He scanned left, right, front, and back. "Fortune favors you. Ahead looms a great boar. High-tier F-class mutated beast weighing 300 kilograms. Slay it, and food for 10 days is secured." provided you possess the courage. A gentle reminder achieving milestone feats, such as first kill, grants immense personal rewards and subtly enhances national fortune. Behind lies another standard chamber, filled solely with or fragments. Perhaps stone materials await collection. Leftward presents moderate difficulty. Concealed therein lies a bear trap and a roaming F-class gray wolf. Neutralize both hazards and a black iron treasure chest awaits. Rightward offers a simple chamber, similar to your current location, yielding modest supplies. Is it bad luck or good fortune? In the front and left rooms there are ferocious beasts. Especially ahead, if one succeeds in killing them, there will be national fortune rewards. However, looking at the mutated beast in the dialogue box weighing 300 kilograms, Jiang Tao felt it was better not to seek death. If he wants to play it safe, he could head back or to the left. A thought crossed Jiang Tao's mind. Though the game is called survival with hundreds of thousands of players drawn in, it certainly does not encourage players to cower and cling to life for 10 days. This is a game that concerns personal and national destiny. One step ahead, every step counts. Moreover, Jiang Tao was quite interested in the so-called milestone rewards. With this in mind, he made up his mind. These supplies should last us a few days, but I wonder if it will be dark in the building. After replenishing a bit of energy, Yang Mi sat down on a rock to rest. Shen Sisi was observing Jiang Tao as he assessed the environment. He threw out 2 wooden boards and pointed with his thumb at the wall covered in thorns to the left. Have the 2 beauties rested enough? It's time to contribute to the team. Could you please dig out the passage on the left? Oh, what? After hearing this, Yang Mi was a bit dumbfounded. She thought he was just joking, but was he really asking her to do the heavy lifting? Digging. Before becoming famous, she had a privileged background and had never done any hard labor. And she had to use this wooden board to dig. Just as Yang Mi hesitated, Shen Sisi picked up a wooden board, curiously examining the wall to the left. Is it this way? I really want to try digging in the game. After receiving Jiang Tao's confirmation, she gently picked up the board and dug. It was not as complicated as in reality. A clump of dirt fell directly down. Obtain soil X1. Shen Sisi turned to ask, soil is also a resource, should we collect it? Jiang Tao urged Yang Mi with his eyes and shook his head. The shelter isn't repaired, yet the capacity is limited. Seeing this, Yang Mi gritted her teeth and began digging as well. Soil 1-2. Who knew she would still have to rely on this man? While digging, Yang Mi felt wronged. Oh, she had never done such rough work. What annoyed her even more was that Jiang Tao was standing by with a spear, drinking water as a supervisor, conserving his energy. Calm down, calm down. The whole nation is watching you. The better you perform, the more popular you'll be when you return. Danger and opportunity. Thinking about this difficulty, she mused that she would never mention the 4 little flowers of the capital again. Only she would dominate the entertainment circle, even touching a high. With this in mind, Yang Mi dug even harder, moving faster than Shen Sisi by a third. This surprised the JK girl. Even though the digging was gamified, both beauties were still glistening with sweat, their stamina consumed considerably. No, Jiang Tao really doesn't cherish the delicate flowers. In the live broadcast room, the audience couldn't help but complain. When had they seen me in such a sorry state? More importantly, Jiang Tao's attitude. I would like to call you the true Sigma male. By the way, every room has a different way of opening. The underground cave is more troublesome to dig. I see others have already ventured into the 2nd and 3rd rooms. Our Lord Yamamoto has already discovered a black iron treasure chest and is currently strategizing. Tisk, in this unprecedented upheaval of a millennium, our island nation still has to be a step ahead of you. Don't let little Cherry catch up. Many viewers felt anxious and looked towards Xiao Ma Good, discovering he had finally led a team to explore. As the number of players dwindled, Yang Mi and Shen Sisi also dug through to that layer of light membrane. I can't see the other side. Sweat mixed with a bit of yellow dirt on Yang Mi's delicate face, making her look somewhat disheveled. Instinctively, she stretched out an arm to touch it, but was stopped by Jiang Tao. Wait, don't move. Yang Mi's arm froze in midair. Shen Sisi curiously looked over, noticing Jiang Tao's grave expression. After the underground cave was opened, more information appeared in Jiang Tao. A bear trap is hidden in front of the treasure chest. As long as one is not greedy, it will surely be discovered. That gray wolf is lying in the left corner of the room, pretending to be asleep. If you want to clear the level without injury, it's advisable to stab its abdomen or heart. There's a chance to kill it in one blow. He'll go in first. Once I confirm it's safe, he'll call you to follow. To his surprise, he would act as the vanguard. Yang Mi's slight resentment vanished, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay, be careful, big brother. Jiang Tao took a deep breath, carefully advancing with the spear. Passing through the invisible light curtain, what lay before him was a sci-fi room resembling the initial chamber. At first glance, Jiang Tao looked to the left corner of the room and charged forward without hesitation. That big gray wolf was significantly larger than an ordinary wolf dog and opened its eyes warily. Just as it began to howl, Jiang Tao had already thrust the spear fiercely into its belly. After striking, he wasted no time. He abandoned the spear and quickly retreated to the side. The enraged gray wolf is severely injured and expected to die in 30 seconds. Best to keep a distance. Its dying counterattack can be extremely terrifying. In the room lay a black iron treasure chest. Jiang Tao knew there were traps surrounding the chest, so he swiftly ran along the walls. Owl. The gray wolf had a large hole punctured in its abdomen, its inside severely injured. Filled with rage, it charged at Jiang Tao, only to find its movement sluggish due to the spear lodged in its body. With every millimeter of movement, it experienced excruciating pain. Blood kept pouring from its feet, splattering all over the ground. Jiang Tao, full of stamina, maintained a safe distance, and after more than 20 seconds the gray wolf let out a miserable howl and fell. Is it dead? A bit faster than expected. Jiang Tao focused his eyes. The dying gray wolf still has a breath left, wanting to take you down with it. Good grief. What a cunning gray wolf. Jiang Tao pulled out a piece of wood from the broken little hut and unceremoniously threw it at the gray wolf. The so-called dead gray wolf was startled, bending down and leaping up viciously, biting at the wooden board. After a series of bites, it finally bled out and collapsed. Jiang Tao, valuing his life, waited a full minute. You gray wolf with your tail up, if you were any slower you wouldn't taste good. Jiang Tao let out a sigh of relief. Though the entire ordeal lasted only a few minutes, it consumed quite a bit of energy. He approached the gray wolf, pulled out the bloody spear, squatted down, and touched the wolf's corpse, triggering the collectible prompt. Jiang Tao's heart stirred. Collect. In an instant, the gray wolf's body transformed into light. Obtain wolf pelt x1, wolf meat x100 portions, wolf claw x10, wolf fong shovel x1. The food crisis is resolved. Enough for one person for 10 days. However, with 2 female teammates, it becomes a bit tight. That wolf fong shovel is a weapon similar to an entrenching tool, serving multiple functions like digging, cutting, and chopping. Of course, the biggest surprise is that after killing the gray wolf, Jiang Tao felt a surge of life energy flowing from its body, warming him and sweeping away his previous fatigue. Experience 100. It seems that one can also level up in the survival game. Jiang Yi tightly clenched his fist, feeling the enhanced power within him. He had a premonition that the earlier rooms had relatively low danger levels and offered simple resources. As time passed, the difficulty would surely increase. If players didn't level up in time, they would be in danger. After resolving the immediate threat, Jiang Tao turned his gaze towards the iron chest. Bubbles re-emerged, marking a red arrow at one corner in front of the iron chest. Jiang Tao naturally would not fall for such a trap. He picked up a broken wooden board that had been gnawed on by a gray wolf and threw it towards the arrow. Bang! A bear trap sprang up, crushing the wooden board into powder. Bear trap, a common item, can be recycled, currently used 3 times. This isn't bad. Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly walked over to collect the bear trap. Looking at the black iron chest before him, Jiang Tao felt a hint of excitement. I wonder what it will yield. Suddenly he had a thought and chose not to open it for now, instead returning to the... In the first room, Yang Mi and Shin Sisi were sitting on a rock waiting. It's been 5 minutes, why hasn't he returned yet? Yang Mi felt a bit anxious. Water and food were with Jiang Tao, and if something happened to him, how would they manage to survive for 10 days with just the 2 of them? I should have given him some benefits to keep him hooked. Yang Mi felt a twinge of regret. But then she thought, didn't that guy already take advantage of her when he was unconscious? Don't worry, brother Jiang, should be fine, Shin Sisi reassured her, leaning in to secretly ask, Sister Yang, you must have awakened your talent too. Yeah, I got luck as my talent, though I can't tell how to use it. They were teammates, so Yang Mi didn't hold back. Brother Jiang's must be something like a sixth sense. Sixth sense? Can it predict danger? Yang Mi's heart stirred. If that were true, it would be akin to divine assistance in the building. In a fleeting thought, Yang Mi's mind raced with ideas, as she absolutely could not let go of this golden opportunity. By the way, how did this little girl... A glint of vigilance flashed in Yang Mi's peach blossom eyes. It's safe now, you can come over too. Just then a familiar voice rang out, and a shimmering light rippled like waves on a river as Jiang Tao pointed his hand. All right, thank you, Captain. Seeing him safe and sound, both women sighed in relief. Yang Mi elegantly stood up, displaying a lovely smile. I must say, as a top celebrity, her slender and shapely figure, sweet smile, and exquisite features were indeed pleasing to the eye. Although Shin Sisi's figure appeared somewhat youthful, her long fair legs beneath the pleated skirt and the youthful collagen in her face served as the best makeup. When the 2 girls reached the second room, they were slightly startled to see a pool of blood on the ground. Sister Yang, could you please open the chest? Jiang Tao pointed with his spear. Did he know her talent? Yang Mi, confused for a second, quickly responded okay. As she approached the iron chest and attempted to open it, a surge of black light erupted. Luck exploded. You have obtained 2 spears, 3 iron picks, 5 pieces of wood, and 1 black iron helmet. Suddenly they gained quite a few useful tools. The most precious item was naturally the pitch black helmet. Black iron helmet, quality black iron grade, offers good defense, immune to attacks from a grade elite creatures. It can withstand bullet shots and can be lowered to serve as a gas mask. When Jiang Tao's gaze fell on the helmet, he needed not to speak. Shin Sisi smiled as she picked it up, examined it a bit, and handed it to him. Brother Jiang Tao, here you go. You're the captain, so you... Jiang Tao didn't refuse. He directly took it and put it on his head. It's surprisingly thick and offers a sense of security. As for the other 2 spears, he didn't distribute them to the girls, but instead handed the bloodstained spear to Shin Sisi, asking, can you check if it can be synthesized? Indeed, he could see her talent. Shin Sisi took it and curiously asked, Captain, my talent is infinite synthesis, and the range is quite broad. What's yours? Is it reconnaissance type? Jiang Tao smiled, but said nothing. The little girl tacitly didn't pursue the topic further, but placed the 3 spears in order on the ground and pressed her hand on them. With a thought she exclaimed, "Synthesize." A white light enveloped the 3 spears simultaneously. Under the curious gazes of the 3, they synthesized into a longer yellow-brown spear. Upon seeing this, a warm prompt appeared again. A fine spear. If in the hands of a seasoned hunter it can pierce the hide of a wild, by fusing another fine spear, a black iron spear can be synthesized. It seems he still couldn't challenge that big wild boar. Jiang Tao sighed lightly. Safety must come first. He could only temporarily abandon the first kill reward. Others currently didn't know this information and likely wouldn't catch up soon. Their strength was. As for the other 3 iron picks, he chose not to synthesize, but to give one to each of the girls. At least they had handy tools. After some thought, Jiang Tao put away the wood and took out the wolf tooth shovel, handing it to Shinxisi. "Take this for self-defense. It can be used as a machete." All right. Shinxisi accepted it and swung it a couple of times, looking quite adept. She explained, "I used the entrenching tool during military training and even used it to cut vegetables. Too bad there are no vegetables here. I can't start a fire to cook. Otherwise I could showcase my culinary skills to you." "Who says there are none?" Jiang Tao took out a piece of wolf meat and laughed. "You girls are in for a treat tonight." "What kind of meat is this?" Yangmi asked curiously. "Wolf meat. A big gray wolf." Shinxisi's heart stirred, surprised. "Did you just hunt this?" Tisk, I see many people in the channel asking for water and food. We're even getting meat." "That's right. In the initial stages, many people are without food and water. If you were to buy it this time, wouldn't that maximize their profits?" Jiang Tao thought about the primary energy core needed to repair the wooden house. He took out his phone. It currently had 41 battery left, and it was 1 p.m. According to the rules, by evening it would surely get dark, and they would have to hide in the shelter. With this in mind, Jiang Tao no longer hesitated and took the opportunity while the 3 rested. He opened the chat panel. There were still many players begging, making promises about what they would do upon their return. "Everyone be careful of those rooms with that's a hard level. There must be traps." A kind-hearted player reminded. "I reached the 3rd room, and the game warned me it's also hard level. It turned out to be a vast desert, and I'm dying of thirst. It's upside down here. I can't even find where the exit is. Don't tell me it's buried under the sand. Is anyone looking for sand? I'm willing to trade a ton of fine sand for a bottle of water. Oh my, I ended up in a mineral area. There are plenty of stones, but no food. I was chased by a wolf dog, and the teleportation portal is hidden behind the rocks, leaving me in a dire situation. Is anyone looking for silver? I dug up a few. Will trade for food." Glancing around, he found that players had entered many peculiar rooms, with most supplies being niche. A group of top players had already begun to explore the 4th and 5th rooms. Of course, their death rate was also the highest. Among them, a player named Yang Wu was the most aggressive and was preparing to enter the 6th. He had become the focus of 100 players in the Great Xia. Yang Wu, in reality, "I'm just a nobody, but in this game I will defy the odds and become a hero." This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone can see from the rules that supernatural games can allow players and nations to, and regardless of the game, those who clear levels the fastest will definitely receive rewards. Haha, everyone wait for me to clear 100 rooms and bring you all back, activating the Yanhuang bloodline. Facing his pursuit of speed and strategy, many people advised him to be cautious. Even Brother Xiaoma chimed in, explaining earnestly, "Young man, I understand your feelings. But after research with my 4 teammates, the game rules state that we return to reality after 10 days and can only open 10 rooms a day. Indeed, it encourages us to reach our limits every day to accomplish our goals. But based on existing case analyses, the rooms will surely become more dangerous as we progress." Just now, a player encountered a great elite creature fiercer than a lion or tiger and gave a warning before dying. "You should be more cautious. After all, it's not just your..." Facing the advice from the crowd, Yang Wu waved his hand. "I know what I'm doing. Await for my good news." Everyone is quite motivated. After reading the chat records, Jiang Tao also felt a sense of urgency. He opened the trading channel, where food and water were the most frequently listed items, and the prices were the highest. Jiang Tao directly listed a piece of wolf meat and introduced it. "Freshly slaughtered big fat wolf. The meat is exquisite and firm. If you ration it, it can last through 10 days. Purchase requirement: primary energy core. Only that. A pursuit of the wild boar. Currently, there isn't much food on the trading platform, mostly low-quality bread, some even containing tree roots, and the prices are quite steep. Among them, the listing for wolf meat immediately attracted the attention of many. Another top-tier contender. Opening the profile, they've already ventured into 2 rooms. Their speed can only be described as mediocre. But to be able to hunt a gray wolf right now, tisk, that's impressive. Boss, aren't you going to keep the wolf meat for yourself? What is that energy core? They'll trade you a piece of gold for it, worth at least 100 once I return. The last player to speak, Yushan, was indeed someone deeply entrenched in the mining area. If it weren't for the essential beginner energy core, Jiang Tao would have made the trade. The gold will definitely come in handy later. But for now, fixing the little wooden house is the priority. You guys don't understand. This energy core is related to our shelter. It was faintly the top player of the Great Xia, Yang Wu, chiming in. And I was lucky enough to score 2, just enough to have some meat and replenish my stamina. He promptly contacted Jiang Tao. Hand over the money, and I'll hand over the goods. Ding, transaction successful. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Tao asked a couple more questions. Where did your friend get it from? Yang Wu chuckled. One was from a chest, and the other I found in a forest room along with a few beast bones nearby. I figured some mutated creatures must have died there to leave this behind. As long as I run fast enough, danger can't catch up and I can stay one step ahead. This was Yang Wu's principle of action, and no amount of persuasion from others would change his mind. Jiang Tao said no more and could only wish him luck. Closing the trading platform, Jiang Tao examined the beginner energy core. It resembled a glowing light bulb warm to the touch. After placing it in the little wooden house, Jiang Tao thought to himself, I still need about 10 more pieces of wood to finish the repairs. Let's go, we need to continue our journey. Thinking of others quickly progressing, Jiang Tao felt a bit of pressure. With sufficient food now, Yang Mi seemed a touch hesitant. This room is safe, we can stay here for 10 days. Shin Sisi shook her head. Since this is a survival game, how could they let us be at ease? I suspect the oxygen levels in each room are limited. Even in an underground environment, if the oxygen supply is sufficient, staying too long could likely lead to unforeseen incidents. Exactly, which is why even Xiao Ma Guo has taken the initiative. Jiang Tao turned his gaze towards Yang Mi. If Sister Mi wants to stay, that's fine too. Me? Alone? In the magic mansion? Yang Mi was momentarily speechless. She knew Xiao Ma Guo, the strongest financier who risked his life with a net worth of hundreds of billions. How could she do the same? She then revealed a sweet smile. I was just saying that we're a team after all. Even when we return, well, still be good friends. Hehe. Jiang Tao didn't respond, but instead turned his gaze around. The passage in this room resembled the initial room, easily accessible without much effort. Ahead there are 3 abandoned wooden houses where some emergency supplies can be found, which is quite decent. Though there's a black iron treasure chest on the left, it's in a swamp. If you're not afraid of hard work, you could wade through. Above is a quite large forest of ordinary difficulty, likely to contain some fruit. However, there are a few ferocious beasts hiding, making it a bit tricky to find a passage. Below is a rather mundane hardcore room, just a lonely walk. If you go back, you'll encounter that large wild boar again. Haha, has it caught a scent of something? It's rampaging through every room. If you don't want to become a meat pie, remember to run quickly and don't let it catch up. What a guy, seeing that high-level glass mutated wild boar again. With a boar chasing from behind, Jiang Tao quickly made up his mind and strode forward to open the passage door. Though the above looks good, it's too time-consuming. If we get blocked now, it could cause— Jiang Tao, be careful. Yang Mi and Shin Sisi shouted from behind. Passing through the light curtain, the 3 seemed to enter a field path, a fairly spacious area. At the end of the path, 3 wooden houses stood scattered. The abandoned wooden houses might still have a bit of living supplies left, posing no danger. It's already afternoon, let's speed up, we each take one house. Jiang Tao pointed to the 2 wooden houses on the left and right, and took the lead into the middle one. Alright. Yang Mi felt joyful, she also wanted to store some supplies. Shin Sisi moved towards the rightmost wooden house, gathering supplies. The wooden house was similar to a backpack. The 3 of them swept through like locusts, leaving not a single piece of iron behind, taking everything. While they were exploring, a loud bang suddenly came from the room they just left. A robust black wild boar, charged and brimming with murderous intent. It seemed to have caught the scent of blood, its eyes turning red as it continuously licked the bloodstains on the floor, rampaging around the room. After causing a commotion, it began searching for a new passage and ran around. What did you guys find? Jiang Tao asked upon coming out of the wooden house. Just as the prompt indicated, there were a few packs of instant noodles and some mineral water inside. Yang Mi smiled. Mine is about the same as yours, but I got a bunch of firewood, a water bucket, and a few packs of salt and spices as well. Truly lucky, the harvest is indeed greater. The 2 of them turned their gaze to Shin Sisi, who smiled mischievously. She spread her hands. Take a look at this. Jiang Tao focused his gaze and found it to be 2 flint stones. Although they seemed unremarkable, starting a fire in this environment is a significant challenge, especially— Let's dismantle this and hurry to the next room. Jiang Tao took the lead in disassembling the wooden house. Right, the building materials can be used to repair— Yang Mi realized suddenly. Congratulations, you have obtained wood X20. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy. We have enough— He immediately took out the cube from his pocket, curiously unfolding it. In an instant, a burst of white light shone before him. A common wooden house appeared, though the eaves and other areas were damaged. Is this your shelter? Yang Mi and Shin Sisi had never tried their own, curiously pushing open the creaking wooden door and stepping inside. They immediately saw strips of wolf meat hanging from the beams like cured ham. A few bottles of mineral water lay on the floor. The supplies they had gathered earlier were stored here. Repair. Jiang Tao clicked on the shelter interface. Instantly, 20 pieces of wood disappeared, and the dilapidated areas like the eaves and courtyard were visibly repaired. The most crucial part was the energy core, which when integrated into the wooden house caused it to emit a faint glow, providing a sense of security. Even the damaged doors and windows were repaired and secured. I still need a bit more wood and that energy core. I wonder how we will sleep at night. Yang Mi admired Jiang Tao's new house enviously, even had an— If you don't mind, we can squeeze in together at night, which would be safer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao instinctively replied. Shin Sisi pouted, showing her spoiled side. She curiously asked, after the repairs, what new functions does it have? They'll take a screenshot to show you. The 3 teamed up, and with a shared group chat interface, Jiang Tao uploaded the repaired wooden house. Jiang Tao's wooden house level simple shelter maximum load 1000 kilograms functions locked door can resist beasts below E-class elite. Without Jiang Tao's permission warning of danger consumes energy core generates a certain deterrent effect, must be replenished after use. Equipment wooden bed X2 wolf skin. The load capacity has increased tenfold like a portable villa. Yang Mi said enviously. She owned 10 single-family villas in reality that were 10 times more luxurious, yet felt that the little wooden house was more appealing. It reminds me a bit of the capsule house from Dragon Ball I watched as a child. Yang Mi said enviously. She owned 10 single-family villas in reality that were 10 times more luxurious, yet felt that the little wooden house was more appealing. It reminds I don't know if it's getting dark, but I feel a heaviness in my heart. Yang Mi took out a bottle of mineral water and took a small sip adding. The crisis looming right before him. In the next half day, a warm reminder will help. Jiang Tao skillfully avoided several difficult rooms. He scavenged plenty of water and food in the simple, ordinary difficulty. With Yang Mi, around numerous treasures were found in the chests. This is already the 7th room. In the room, Jiang Tao sat cross-legged on the sandy ground to rest. At this moment, he was clad in leather armor. Although it wasn't black iron level, it was still of fine quality, able to withstand the attacks of beasts and blades, while Yang Mi also wielded a slender sword. Despite her seemingly skillful swordsmanship, she had previously been frightened by a wildcat losing her composure, and it was Shin Sisi who had slain it with a wolf-toothed spade. Thus Jiang Tao couldn't help but tease Sister Mi, I saw you performing swordplay, wasn't your technique quite impressive? After their previous adventures the two had grown more familiar, earning Yang Mi a roll of her eyes. That was choreographed by a martial arts director, just for show. Shin Sisi peeked out curiously gossiping it was widely rumored online that you and Hu developed feelings for each other during filming, is that true? Hearing this Yang Mi's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. That was just the crew trying to hype things up for publicity. Also that's how it is. Then Sister Mi and your good friend in the drama sure didn't fall out over love, did they? As the topic shifted, Shin Sisi transformed into a curious child. Yang Mi's delicate face was briefly clouded with concern, and she chose not to elaborate. In Jiang Tao's line of sight, a familiar bubble frame popped up again. Poor Yang Mi reminisced about her once pure friendship, which had turned bitter for the sake of promoting the next truly explosive palace drama backstabbing her good friend. She thought of her own troubled romantic life. Currently engaged in a cold war with her husband. They had been separated for 2 years. In a dangerous environment, the suspension bridge effect activated, increasing her favorability by 10. Seeing the latest reminder, Jiang Tao was momentarily stunned. He then noticed that when Yang Mi looked at him, her enchanting peach blossom eyes were no way can this also be self-strategy. He secretly glanced down. After all the running, Yang Mi's $1 million dress was all that sudden flash of Snow White was enough to captivate any male creature. Especially that. A string of mysterious numbers appeared in Jiang Tao's line of sight. Damn, it's a big D. No wonder. Jiang Tao unconsciously squeezed with his right hand. Ahem, brother Jiang Tao, we should be rested enough. Ooh, shall we get moving? Seemingly sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shin Sisi with a flushed face brushed off the dust from her pleated skirt and stood up. All right. Jiang Tao quickly regained his composure, retracting his gaze. Unfortunately, he found himself locking eyes with Yang Mi's peach blossom gaze in midair. Men. She clearly noticed Jiang Tao's. Not angered, she took advantage of standing up to flaunt her curvaceous figure. Duong. Just like Jackie Chan. Jiang Tao's gaze was irresistibly drawn in by the force of gravity. No wonder she stands at the peak of popularity, as she truly has a talent. His gaze fell on the ground behind Yang Mi, and a new bubble frame appeared. Please be cautious. That crazed wild boar seemed to be in heat. Or had it reached the critical point of evolution? It was rampaging wildly, having entered the left room, causing havoc and searching for an escape route. Expected to arrive here in 10 minutes. Good grief, it's that mutated wild boar again. It had been chasing them all afternoon. Seeing Jiang Tao's expression suddenly serious, Yang Mi curiously asked, weren't they just fine a moment ago? Is there some danger? Shin Sisi felt a stir in her heart. Jiang Tao quickly extracted 3 long spears from the small wooden house. Fortunately, Sister Mi just opened the last one. Sisi, it's up to you to synthesize it into something fine. Okay, I'm on it. Shin Sisi seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, placing her hands on the 3 long spears. Synthesize. As a flash of white light illuminated the space, yet another fine spear appeared. Jiang Tao handed the one in his hand forward, asking Sisi, do you think we can merge the two? We'll give it a try? Sensing the difficulty ahead, Shin Sisi furrowed her brows slightly. She placed her small hands on the 2. A surge of black light radiated. This time the merging process took considerably longer, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Shin Sisi's delicate face. Does using a talent also consume stamina? Recalling Shin Sisi's previous care for her, Yang Mi took out the handkerchief she had brought along, worriedly wiping the beads of sweat from Shin Sisi's brow. To her surprise, as she approached, the black light suddenly burst forth, and Shin Sisi exclaimed it worked. Jiang Tao quickly looked at the black spear on the ground. If the previous 2 spears were merely ordinary tools, this black spear looked as if it was forged to slay countless beasts. Name black spear quality: black iron, fine effect, sharp, crafted from 100-fold refined iron, can easily pierce through armor. It can break the defenses of all class creatures targeted at E-class elite monsters minions. Bleeding, an unexpected skill, typically appears only once in 100 spears. When stabbing an enemy, it inflicts a wound that bleeds profusely. Could it be that Yang Mi's talent activated? Jiang Tao swung the new weapon, looking at Yang Mi in surprise. Her puzzled yet adorable head tilt indicated she didn't understand what Jiang Tao was staring at. It seemed that Yang Mi was not just a pretty vase, her actual role was even more significant than he had imagined. The prompt from the bubble frame urged Jiang Tao not to waste any time. The mutated wild boar is destroying the passage. It is expected to reach the battlefield in 6 minutes. A mutated wild boar is chasing us from behind. You two go ahead, and I'll cover the rear. Jiang Tao scanned the surroundings, and various reminders appeared. I know you're anxious, but don't rush, time is tight, so let's not dwell on that. Below is an ordinary room completely empty. Luck is on our side. To the right is an abandoned warehouse. If you have keen eyes, you might find a hidden black iron treasure chest inside. Luck is on our side. To the right is an abandoned warehouse. If you have keen eyes, you might find a hidden black iron treasure chest inside. Behind is nothing remarkable, only a scarce amount of resources. If there was time, it would naturally be wise to move forward and strategize well. But for now, Jiang Tao quickly opened the right passage, calling out, "It's safe inside, hurry in." Shouldn't we avoid it? Yang Mi and Shun Cici trusted Jiang Tao and entered the passage without hesitation. Having been chased for so long, we can't rest easy until we deal with it. Oh, we want sleep well tonight. Jiang Tao shook his head slightly. He didn't want the newly repaired wooden house to be destroyed by a wild boar. After the two women entered only 5 minutes, Jiang Tao quickly took out a trap and set it up at the exit of the left passage. "Hey Race, a little gift for you." After setting it up, only 3 minutes remained, and Jiang Tao entered the right room. Poof! Passing through the light curtain, he entered a dimly lit warehouse, where various tables and chairs seemed to be piled up. "Brother Jiang Tao, is it safe?" In the darkness, Yang Mi tightly held Shun Cici's small hand. "Not yet, let me take a look." Jiang Tao couldn't spare time to explore the new room, focusing intently on the left light curtain. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and he wondered if this was why the warehouse was so dark. The two women silently exchanged glances. "Strange, I haven't seen them for a while. What are they doing? Can't even see them clearly." In the real world, the live broadcast room, an audience member sent a comment asking. In fact, throughout the afternoon, there had been over 100 million viewers watching them navigate the challenges. Jiang Tao's team was a key focus of the country, being one of the fastest seed players. The live broadcast popularity had slightly dipped, yet it remained among the top 3 broadcasts. The other two were Xiao Ma's Penguin team, and the lone hero who had surged ahead on his own, drawing media attention both domestically and internationally, was Yang Wu, currently navigating the 9th room. Hee, there are 2 stunning beauties right in front of me, a mature woman and a young girl. Has Captain Jiang finally lost control? Food and color are instinctual. Some viewers wondered if they could catch some benefits. Don't say that, it's quite possible. Didn't you notice how Yang Mi looks at Jiang Tao with tender eyes, saying that I wonder if Yang Mi's husband Lu Xiao is watching? Just as the viewers speculated, Lu Xiao was also in the live broadcast room. A lonely woman, despite her troubled feelings, was already at the stage of divorce. But seeing his wife in an intimate setting with a stranger made Lu Xiao feel a green tinge above his head. No matter what, she must not die. Thinking about her failure, his entire family would be doomed. Lu Xiao was near tears. There were also serious audience members analyzing, perhaps the monster is being chased. Right, I just saw several players in the neighboring room staying back in the initial room, and then suddenly a ferocious tiger or lion burst in. It was tragic. The game rules do not allow players to linger too long in safe zones. This is a survival game. Under the curious gaze of the audience, Jiang Tao made his move. The formidable wild boar burst into the room with great momentum. The wild boar was furious. Already unstable, it began to struggle and bite desperately. This fit of rage lasted for a good 10 minutes. In the dim light, Yang Mi and Shun Cici's hands were soaked with sweat. Nervous about how things were going while also fearing to disturb Jiang Tao, they waited until a new prompt appeared in Jiang Tao's view. The wild boar's health had diminished significantly, its strength waning. In a weakened state, it was lying down. A friendly reminder: if you can hit its forehead, now you have a chance for a lethal strike. Of course, the wild boar still had some strength to resist, making this plan quite difficult. Aim for its abdomen where the lungs are located and thrust hard. A friendly reminder: it is larger than you think, and the spear must penetrate as deeply as possible to ensure a single deadly strike. If Jiang Tao did not have the black spear, he might have preferred to waste his 2 exploration chances rather than take the risk. But now with the weapon in hand, his murderous intent arose. "Wait for me to return." After saying this, Jiang Tao dashed into the light membrane without looking back. In the dangerous building, Jiang Tao was like a torch. Poof! He returned to the familiar room. Jiang Tao's first look was at the left corner where the trap was set. There lay a wild boar as robust as a bull, covered in black fur and drenched in blood. Its curved tusks measured nearly half a meter long, resembling a pair of swords that had plowed deep furrows into the ground. Upon seeing the stranger, the wild boar's crimson eyes quickly regained focus, struggling to rise. Hoo-hoo! The audience gasped, realizing Jiang Tao had come to hunt the wild boar. Wow, what a massive creature! This must be an aberrant beast. In reality, that's the king of pigs. Only an experienced hunter would dare to provoke it. Wait, what is he doing? The comments suddenly exploded. Even the observers from the official team were startled as the number of viewers surged. Suddenly, he jumped to become the #1 in the country. After an afternoon of slaying monsters, Jiang Tao's body had strengthened considerably, standing not far away armed with a spear. At the same time, prompts popped up in his view. The precarious trap was being dragged by the wild boar's brute force, its durability constantly depleting. Be careful, it may break. The severely injured aberrant wild boar was about to break through the level threshold. No wonder it was so irritable and unstable. The soft spot on its lower abdomen was its lung, unprotected by bones. A friendly reminder, as the name suggests, it marked a red target on the wild boar's abdomen. Hit it. Jiang Tao resembled an Olympic thrower, his back bending like a spring. He aimed fiercely at the red target and threw the black spear. Whoosh! The black spear did not betray his expectations, piercing through the wild boar's abdomen like a hot knife through butter, leaving a large hole before embedding itself in the ground. Alo! The wild boar let out a miserable cry, its eyes turning even redder. It crazily struggled to rise, snapping the trap's chain and rushing towards its tormentor, blood spilling everywhere. As for Jiang Tao, after hitting the target, he had already opened the passageway. He swiftly escaped back to the adjacent warehouse. Alo! The mortally wounded wild boar was filled with impotent rage. Its life force was so strong that it bled for 3 minutes before finally collapsing. In the warehouse, Shin carefully observed Jiang Tao's arm trembling slightly and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Tao, take a break first. Thank you. Jiang Tao stood before the light screen, took the bottle, opened it, and drank deeply. Luckily, he had set an ambush in advance and made a surprise attack utilizing the room's power to maneuver. Otherwise, if they had fought heat-in, all 3 of them would have fallen. Yami was about to inquire about the situation. Suddenly, a familiar yet dreaded female mechanical voice echoed in all 3 of their ears. No, it wasn't just them who heard it. Hundreds of players across the entire area, and even players from over 100 other countries simultaneously received this notification. Building announcement. Congratulations to the players Jiang Tao, Shin Sisi, and Yang Mi from Xia for successfully hunting the quasi-level elite monster, the wild boar. This is a milestone achievement, their first hunt, and they are rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Killing monsters grants experience. Congratulations to Jiang Tao for evolving into a high-tier level, being surpassing all humans in physical quality. Milestone reward personal to the player Jiang Tao's exclusive talent, Power of the Pig. National Fortune reward to Xia's physical constitution enhanced by 5, obtaining the first exclusive cultivation method, Gene Guidance. When the announcement sounded, all players were stunned. Most ordinary players had taken a conservative approach, only clearing 2 or lacking water and food. They were more focused on the wild boar meat. Maybe we can survive for 10 days on it. Many players' stomachs grumbled at the thought. Meanwhile, a few elite players had generally cleared 7 to 8 rooms. The most advanced were even preparing to rush into the 10th room. At this moment, in the 9th room, Yang Wu, who was resting, frowned. Jiang Tao, the one who traded wolf meat before. Could this kid be a special forces veteran? How fierce. He considered himself a prominent player in the building, feeling a bit sour. Jiang Tao, Yang Mi. In a Sifa-themed room, a bespectacled Xiao Ma muttered these names. Boss, it seems our speculation was correct. Achieving special accomplishments grants rewards. A programmer with thinning hair adjusted his glasses. Yes, heroes from all corners of the world are as common as fish in a river, but only those who survive until the end are the real winners. Xiao Ma pointed at the data analyzed on his notebook. According to the rules, the game pushes us to our limits every day to clear 10 rooms. I can deduce that the difficulty of the 10th room will greatly increase. Think of our families. Steady and sure. We just need to clear it before dark at 6 p.m. The 4 teammates nodded in agreement. They were originally employees of the Emperor Penguin Company, and with the promise of Xiao Ma's return, they naturally held him in high regard. This also significantly improved the team's efficiency. Should we remind Yang Wu? A teammate asked. Xiao Ma shut his notebook. Forget it, I've already spoken to him. The kid doesn't listen to advice. Oh, everyone has their own fate. Stimulated by Jiang Tao, Xiao Ma's previously dormant heart began to feel restless. Fame, wealth. He had long possessed those, but this unprecedented superhuman power and the temptation of longevity left him breathless. Isn't this what he once dreamed of possessing? But how should I cultivate the gene guidance technique? A thought flashed through Xiao Ma's mind. What a pity I didn't encounter that mutated beast, otherwise I wouldn't have to go hungry. The towering figure of a muscular giant stone-strong forest sat on a rock. He bore several new scars, yet his robust spirit instilled a profound sense of safety. Even his 4 teammates admired him. Recalling the helicopter crash before his transmigration, giant stone-strong forest felt a wave of relief in his heart. Fortunately, I was selected by the game, otherwise I would have been stuck in jail. As he was a superstar who often portrayed superheroes on the television screen, coupled with his fearless spirit displayed during adventures, he attracted audiences from various countries. Just as everyone speculated about who Jiang Tao was, another announcement rang out. Players, do not be disheartened. For every milestone achievement completed, such as the first kill of an A-level elite monster or a D-level extraordinary creature and being the first to evolve into an A-level human, you will receive personal and national rewards. This announcement ignited the passion of the crowd. They recalled Rule 8. The first person to clear 100 rooms would reward the entire nation with evolution. We cannot let the people of Daxia take all the glory. We will charge in too. Our hometown folks are watching us. This is both a danger and a tremendous opportunity. It feels just like the ancient times where multiple races competed in an extremely brutal manner. Whichever country takes the lead step by step will represent human civilization. It will be the new Homo sapiens of the era. All other countries are merely Neanderthal destined for elimination. Stimulated by Jiang Tao, many laid-back players became excited and began. The world's top individuals were most affected, gradually launching an assault towards the 10th room. The most sensational events naturally unfolded in reality. Every country had experienced punishments, but rewards were unprecedented at the start of the game. What does a 5 enhancement in physique mean? Countless patients and elderly in hospitals miraculously healed, able to stand up on their own and even walk briskly. Among them were several former leaders. Their influence was immense, swiftly conveying orders. Quickly protect Jiang Tao's family. Even athletes from Daxia conducted on-the-spot experiments in the 100-meter sprint, effortlessly breaking world records with a speed of 9 seconds. All human records in weightlifting and boxing were shattered by the people of Daxia today. Studios from Cherry Blossom Island and the White Eagle Federation secretly obtained the latest cells from the hospital. To their shock, they discovered that the vitality of these cells extended lifespan by several years. What further terrified countries was an article circulating in Jiang Tao's live broadcast titled Gene Guidance Technique. OMG, I'm convinced this is divine grace. Many foreigners who heard the news flooded the live stream, with the number of viewers surging in increments of hundreds of thousands. Within minutes, over 4 billion people had tuned in. They seemingly forgot their earlier references to it as a demon's punishment judgment day. Instead, they exclaimed miracle and eagerly began practicing the guidance technique. However, many were greatly disappointed. The cultivation method was limited solely to the people of Daxia. Meditation allows one to feel the source energy of the universe. Haha, isn't this just the ancient practice of Qigong? Dear foreigners, wait until I awaken my superpower to participate in the sports. Online, many Daxia netizens flaunted their cultivation results and feedback on their improved physiques. In no time, many foreigners were envious. The Sun newspaper even produced a video exclaiming, "A new era." Daxia became the first nation to take the plunge. Naturally, the center of the storm, Jiang Tao became the focus of all countries. His name skyrocketed to become the most trending term on the global internet. Moreover, experts from the cold nation sifted through ancient texts assertively claiming Jiang Tao's ancestral home is Hanqing, and he is a hero of our great cold demon. Online reactions were a mix of laughter and incredulity. Meanwhile, dark currents originating from across the ocean surged towards Jiang Tao's family, only to discover that his parents had long since passed away. In the globally watched live stream, Yang Mi and Shin Sisi were astonished to find their bodies warm and invigorated. Why do I feel this too? Yang Mi looked at her fair skin, noticing that some minor injuries had healed, making her even more delicate than before. Is it because I synthesized a... Shin Sisi blinked her clear bright eyes. The two of them walked out of the warehouse and were startled to see a massive wild boar. No wonder there are such substantial rewards. Shin Sisi noticed Jiang Tao standing in front of the wild boar, feeling the surge of his own strength. Is this an advanced level creature? Advanced human. His previously mild nearsightedness was completely healed, and the surging power within him compelled him to throw a punch at the wall. Bang! A stone slab shattered effortlessly. The force was no less than the destruction caused by the giant wild boar earlier. If even the people of Daxia have such a significant response, how much more so for the hero involved? Foreign viewers couldn't help but marvel. He is regarded as the strongest human currently. Only Jiang Tao himself understood that the power of an advanced level was not that formidable. A pig's strength, a new talent. Your body holds the brute force of a giant boar. When fully unleashed, you can split rocks and mountains. He would study these details more thoroughly tonight. Each room moved quickly, and time was running out. Jiang Tao first stowed the silver treasure chest. Then he quickly walked to the giant boar and waved to the two girls. Come collect together, we will have barbecue tonight. All right. Yang Mi no longer had her initial reservations and approached with a beaming smile. Gurgle Shin Sisi's little belly began to sing, her face slightly flushed as she trotted over. I didn't eat much earlier. It should be because the synthesis consumed a lot of energy. You can fill your stomach with this first, and I will reward you later. Jiang Tao smiled as he handed her a large bread. She was the biggest contributor in this battle. Jiang Tao pulled out the blood-stained black spear, its blood light fierce, and found it increasingly savage. With the cooperation of the three, the massive giant boar transformed into a series of white lights and vanished. You have collectively gained high energy wild boar meat x 5000, wild boar skin x1, wild boar bones x 100, mutated white fangs x2, basic energy core x1. The substantial supplies filled the small wooden house to the brim. Upon seeing the room full of wild boar meat, the two girls couldn't suppress their smiles. Food equals safety. While others were frantically fighting for a bottle of water, they had actually achieved freedom and pork. It was simply unbelievable. How could I have trusted that yellow-haired Lu Meng at first? Thinking back to the glory upon their return, Yang Mi couldn't help but throw a flirtatious glance at Jiang Tao. It's all thanks to you. And the wild boar meat was just the most trivial resource among them. The white fangs and boar bones were even more precious. Especially the energy core, which could repair another shelter or double its usage time. As for that animal trap, it was already scrapped, and he could only recover 5 iron pieces. Let's head back to the warehouse first. With his arms full of rewards, Jiang Tao led the 2 girls back to the warehouse, radiating confidence. With hints to guide him, he easily found the black iron treasure chest and handed it to Yang Mi. All right. Yang Mi smiled brightly as she opened it. I can't help with combat or exploration. I can only do some trivial tasks. Not at all, Sister Mi is being modest. Shin Sisi curiously watched her open the box. A flash of black light passed by. The 3 of them focused their gaze, and to their astonishment, there were 2 blueprints inside. Congratulations on your lucky explosion. You've received a double reward: 1 blueprint for a natural water dispenser and 1 blueprint for a black iron crossbow bolt. Yang Mi excitedly picked up the blueprints and handed them to Jiang Tao. If it were Jiang Tao opening them, he would most likely only receive 1. Blueprint for the natural water dispenser. Materials required: wood X10, or iron block X5, or silver block X1, primary energy core X1. Effect: can extract 100 liters of pure water daily with a usage duration of 10 years. Blueprint for black iron crossbow bolt. Materials: wood X20, O iron block X10, silver block X3, A any animal tendon X1. Crossbow bolt. Materials: wood X3, iron block X1. Effect: range 700 meters, can fire up to 5 shots in rapid succession. The crossbow bolts are of sufficient quality to breach the defenses of a rank elite monsters. These are all currently essential. Among them, the water dispenser alleviates the concerns of the 3. Who knows if they can find a water source, or will they end up like that unfortunate player trapped in a desert? A daily supply of 100 liters is equivalent to 200 pounds. The 3 have more than enough, and they could even indulge in bathing and sell water to others. After all, high-quality non-toxic water is currently one of a kind, and the crossbow bolts will significantly enhance the team's combat power. More importantly, with the blueprints, they can be mass-produced. By then, each person will have 1 who can stop them. Most other materials are manageable, and for silver blocks, I believe there are plenty hidden in the mining areas. Only the animal tendons are a bit troublesome. However, under a generous reward, there will surely be courageous individuals among the ones of the players in the Great Xia. The real big harvest is this. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Tao excitedly pulled out the silver treasure chest from the first kill reward. It's like upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. It is already extremely fortunate to obtain a black iron treasure chest, let alone the bronze treasure chest above that. Even in the Great Xia channel, only 1 lucky person has encountered it, but they couldn't seize it. A silver treasure chest is not a treasure that current players can access. Yang Mi's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean it can be decomposed into silver? Yea, with the water dispenser we can bathe at night now. Shin Sisi happily rubbed her arms, creating a small ball. With a flick of her fingers, Sister Mi, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Tao smiled as he handed the box over. Watch my luck. Yang Mi, excited to showcase her worth, and the team rubbed her small hands. Upon witnessing this scene, the live chat instantly erupted with a flood of comments. It's my favorite prize reveal segment again. By the way, why is it always Big Mimi who gets to open the box? Perhaps it's because she is beautiful and kind-hearted and her luck is good. But only the staff who gathered massive data knew that the resources Yang Mi revealed were almost double that. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, silver light burst forth. Is it a higher-level weapon or a mysterious potion? Everyone widened their eyes. The final result turned out to be a piece of parchment. Is this it? The audience was bewildered. For the first time opening a silver chest, this is it. It's even worse than the previous iron chest. Brother Jiang Tao, did I open it wrong? Yang Mi's delicate face showed a hint of regret. No, you are truly my lucky star. What no one expected was that Jiang Tao burst into laughter and excitedly hugged Big Mi spinning her around amidst her surprised cries. Brother, you're being bad. Seeing this scene, Shin Sisi's big round eyes rolled, and she unconsciously shifted her feet. In Jiang Tao's view, a large bubble frame popped up on the treasure map. Could it be that you've been favored by the goddess of luck? Using this map, the next room will connect to a mysterious ghost forest. If you can find one of the ghost mother trees that are about to evolve into a drank extraordinary creature, you will have a chance to obtain extraordinary fire seed in advance. Just from the introduction, it's evident that it's extraordinary. If it weren't for Big Mimi, it would be impossible to reveal it. Extraordinary fire seed. It's likely related to future evolution. There are still viewers watching. Yang Mi, blushing from being spun around, struggled, and Jiang Tao, realizing this, chuckled and set her down. Yang Mi adjusted her skirt and shot him a glance, but there was no blame in her gaze, rather a hint of flirtation. Lu Xiao, who was watching the live stream, suddenly felt a pang in his heart. As Jiang Tao took the parchment from Shin Sisi, he was about to carefully store it away. Suddenly his body stiffened. The prompt clearly indicated that it was human skin parchment. He looked at himself. A lucky one, temporarily standing at the peak of players, but other opponents are challenging his position. With current strength, attempting to challenge the Ghost Mother Tree is tantamount to delivering fertilizer. Warm reminder: if you truly wish to explore the Ghost Forest, it is advised to strengthen your spirit and prepare potions to prevent illusions. It's likely a magical system. He certainly wouldn't challenge it now. At least he needed to advance to a rank elite creatures. Since the box has been opened, Jiang Tao placed his palm on the surface. Decompose. Accompanied by a flash of silver light, dazzling silver blocks appeared on the ground. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 silver blocks. Considering the current shortage of food, and with several good items in hand, silver blocks and gold clearly have wide applications. Jiang Tao opened the trading platform and listed 10 wolf meats. With higher quality wild boar meat available, now he no longer needed it. Price of wolf meat: 20 silver blocks, or 3 gold, or animal tendons, or energy cores. Following the previous announcements, Jiang Tao's reputation echoed throughout the entire building. As evening approached, many people were browsing channels and preparing dinner. Thus, as soon as the wolf meat was listed, it became highly. The big shot is generous. I've exerted too much today. I must eat some meat to replenish. Sorry, I just found quite a few silver blocks in a room. I'll take one first. Yushan exclaimed, oh my, I'm still in the mining area. Can't get out. Never mind, I'll stock up on some reserve food. Yushan actually bought 3 pieces of wolf meat quite generously. This left many players dumbfounded. Despite his misfortune, he had struck a windfall. Ding ding. Yushan contacted Jiang Tao. Brother, I'm willing to give you 10 gold. Can you give me 5 bottles of mineral water? Just think about it. 1 gold piece for 5 bottles of water. If this were back in reality, how many people would be drooling? Being able to produce a water dispenser, Jiang Tao naturally agreed generously. In just a short while, all 5 pieces of wolf meat were sold out. Seeing this, players who were still hesitating dared not to bargain anymore. Ding. Player Zhuang Xiao traded 1 tendon. Player Qing Ning traded 1 deer tendon. In the blink of an eye, the other 5 pieces of wolf meat were also bought. Unfortunately, what Jiang Tao wanted most, the energy core, was still absent. After an afternoon of exploration, everyone realized its importance, and the price had soared. I can only hunt for it myself. Just as Jiang Tao was about to close the interface, he noticed Yang Wu was bubbling. Wolf meat is good, but I want to taste the flavor of mutant wild boar meat more. How about this? I have a piece of spirit crystal formed from solidified energy cores with identical effects. Want to trade? As the fastest player in the Great Xia leaderboard, his appearance drew more attention. Shin Sisi and Yang Mi also saw the record in the channel. His offer is quite generous, Shin Sisi remarked. He must be preparing for a challenge. Yang Mi guessed, tilting her head as she asked, do we trade? Among players there is also a subtle competition. Of course, why not? Jiang Tao extracted a piece of wild boar meat. What a bargain. Soon the system reminded transaction successful. A palm-sized diamond-shaped white stone appeared in Jiang Tao's hand, feeling just like the energy core. Not bad, it looks very powerful. After obtaining the wild boar meat, Yang Wu shouted in the channel, everyone be careful tonight. It's getting dark soon. Wait for 666. It seems the big shot doesn't want to fall behind. Xiao Ma Gu, how are you doing, big shot? Under the cheers of the crowd, Xiao Ma Gu chimed in, I am still in the 9th room. Everyone should not rush forward blindly to get stronger. As long as most people can persist until the 10th day, that's victory. Shin Sisi turned off the panel and asked Brother Jiang Tao, we need to speed up. Let's first synthesize the natural water dispenser and the crossbow. Considering Shin Sisi's strong manual ability, Jiang Tao handed her 1 set of water dispenser materials and 2 sets of crossbow arrows, along with the disappearance of 2 blueprints. A special device resembling a funnel over a meter tall appeared before the 3. Congratulations, the team has obtained natural water dispenser X1 and black iron crossbow X2. Shin Sisi synthesized 20 more crossbow arrows from the remaining materials. The water source problem is finally solved. She wiped the fine sweat that had formed on her forehead. The crossbow must be used by Brother Jiang Tao. What about the second one? Yang Mi's gaze fell on Shin Sisi, her peach blossom eyes blinking. I'm not very good at combat. Shin Sisi shrugged nonchalantly, picked up the crossbow on the ground, aimed a couple of times with a confident demeanor. I practiced archery when I was young. Assisting is no problem. Brother Jiang Tao, it's getting late. Let's set off. All right. Jiang Tao took the crossbow arrows in his left hand, held the black spear in his right, donned his helmet, and clad himself in leather armor, fully armed. He scanned the surroundings of the warehouse. If you proceed, you will fall into a sewage ditch, and a careless move may lead to infection. It was actually a trap room. The simple cave behind contains only some troublesome bats and a rotten wooden box, serving as a temporary resting station to prepare for the final surge, which is quite good. The virus they carry is enough to infect creatures below a level. After a long day, aren't you hoping for a bath? The virus they carry is enough to infect creatures below a level. After a long day, aren't you hoping for a bath? Jump down where a hot spring with a temperature of 100 degrees awaits you. It's hard to tell if it's getting dark or if it's just the deeper you go, but these few aren't impressive at all. In the end, Jiang Tao still brought Shin Sisi and Yang Mi along, moved away the clutter, and opened the passage behind. Pop. Passing through the light curtain, they were greeted by an underground cave. The surroundings were filled with stone pillars. As they approached, they could hear the dripping sound of water. Squeak. The trio's intrusion triggered a scream from a group of bats above. Be careful of them throwing stones, it's just right for practicing archery. Jiang Tao raised the black crossbow and aimed at the sky, shooting swiftly. After evolving, his vision greatly enhanced, and his bodily control remained steady. The crossbow arrows accurately shot down one bat after another. Experience 10. Experience 20. The crossbow arrows accurately shot down one bat after another. Experience 10. Experience 20. Not to be outdone followed. Yang Mi, however, kept her distance. Accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds in the air, the bats fell like rain. In a short while they were completely eliminated. Yang Mi also opened the wooden box, obtaining a torch, a bucket of cooking oil, and 3 fresh apples. This came just in time. It was now 1745. The lighting in the building was dim, making it hard to see. The oppressive environment was unsettling. Jiang Tao lit the torch, and both Shen Sisi and Yang Mi sighed in relief. Suddenly, that familiar mechanical female voice echoed again. Dear players, please note. In about 15 minutes the building will be completely dark. Danger levels significantly increased. It is advised that all novice players take shelter and huddle together for warmth. For players wishing to challenge the 10th room, a friendly reminder: every 10 rooms contains special rooms with a minimum difficulty level. The danger level is 5 times that of normal. But the rewards are also 5 times. Please act according to your abilities. Upon hearing the announcement, the chat channel exploded. It's getting dark so quickly. It was so dangerous during the day. Woo, my wooden house isn't repaired, yet can someone kind-hearted feed me a core? Oh my, I've been on edge all afternoon, exhausted, hungry, and sleepy. Is big brother Jiang Tao around? The wolf meat is finished, there should be some bone. Can you give it to me for free? Xiao Ma Gu chimed in, as expected. Based on my years of experience in survival planning, every level must have a BOSS and monsters may attack at night. Everyone be prepared for defense. It's best to take turns keeping watch. Mentioning this made many players who suffered from the penguin factory curse uncontrollably. But considering that even the once great Xiao Ma Gu had fallen to the same level as themselves. Moreover, the experiences shared along the way were quite useful, and many spoke. Speaking of which, where is the fastest Yang Wu? Someone brought him up. After finishing the wild boar meat, Yang Wu praised its exquisite taste and felt energized, boldly challenging the 10th room. Not only the players, but also over 1 billion viewers were watching. Creak. Suddenly Yang Wu's live stream went dark, followed by a scream. This startled many viewers who jolted in front of their computers. In the world channel, Yang Wu suddenly released a voice message, and the crowd clicked curiously, instantly feeling a chill. It hurts. I was bitten by a mutated silver wolf. It's tearing open my belly and eating me. It hurts so much. His tone grew weaker and more intermittent. The level has been strengthened. Everyone must not act blindly for the sake of speed. Blindly rushing through. Must be careful. Yang Wu sent out his last voice message. Mom, my body hurts so much. Crack. Under the gaze of billions of viewers, a red subtitle flashed in Yang Wu's live stream. Player Yang Wu has died, along with nearly 100 close companions. Subsequently, the live stream was permanently shut down. His avatar was completely darkened. The once lively chat channel fell silent, eerily quiet. He died. Yang Mi was also paying attention, her red lips quivering in shock. The monster is so cruel. Shen Sisi's pretty face turned pale. Jiang Tao remained silent, unable to believe that the top player who had just been laughing and vowed to surpass himself had met such a fate. Damn. If even big brother Yang has met such a tragic end, I have no chance. Better stay put. A large number of players retreated. A wise player chimed in, if all of us in the Great Xia retreat, wouldn't the milestone reward for clearing 100 rooms be handed over to others for free? On the first day, with only half a day of development and no food or water resolved, no players from any country can complete it. Xiao Ma Gu, your team is all about the penguins, very united. Do you want to challenge it? Xiao Ma Gu remained silent, not answering. What about big brother Jiang Tao? You're our hope. That reward is for the whole country to evolve into new humans. And there's the favor of the heavenly Tao. This was not just the voice of the players, but also the hope of billions of spectators outside. The tragic death of Yang Wu, whom everyone had high hopes for, shocked the nation. The Chinese internet was filled with wails. Even netizens from Han Country and Cherry Blossom Island came to mock. You thought you could evolve faster than us and got your comeuppance, didn't you? I hope that Jiang Tao fails too. In the end, it all depends on our Rikakun. He is the hope of East Asia and humanity. Faced with these comments, a massive wave of keyboard warriors struck back. The nation tacitly allowed their actions. In the cave, Yang Mi cautiously said, should we stay here tonight? It's safe anyway. Under the glow of the fire, Shen Sisi's clear big eyes blinked as she looked at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao said nothing, only gazing around. To his shock, he discovered that this time there were only 2 bubble frames. Coward. Behind lies the simplest room, empty, devoid of even a drop of water, yet utterly safe. Though this completes today's 10-day challenge, it squanders a rare, unseen-a-lifetime opportunity for self-evolution with exponentially heightened odds. Ahead looms a nightmare-tier dungeon gate guarded by a cyclopean giant bearing diluted titan blood, the apex of Class F entities. Possessing immeasurable strength and staggering vitality, he wields a black iron great axe capable of cleaving through reinforced concrete beams in a single strike, invincible to all below class. Truth be told, with your current strength, you'd likely become his evening meal. He devours humans. Yet hope remains. The giant slumbers soundly, granting you one chance to strike unseen. A legendary fantasy creature, far more formidable than imagined. Still, retreat remains an option, if you choose to yield. Jiang Tao gazed at the black spear and crossbow in his hands. With such power, and foreknowledge of the Cyclops' weakness, how could he hesitate? Upon whom then would the Xia dynasty rely? Without ambition, how could one ever scale the summit of greatness? A broadcast flashed across the tower. Congratulations to the White Eagle Federation. Chong Lin and teammates have successfully breached difficult. As the first team to clear the level, Chong Lin is granted the personal talent Titan's Might. National Fortune feedback. All citizens of the White Eagle Federation gain 1 physical strength. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the tower and beyond. Having long watched the Xia dynasty unlock genetic evolution and elevate its entire populace, the world's foremost power, the White Eagle Federation had already been on edge. Now fortune had finally graced them directly. Its former lethargy vanished. Across major social platforms, jubilant cries erupted. Stone Chong reigns supreme. The White Eagle Federation stands unrivaled in this new era. The lighthouse of humanity. Envious netizens from Han State and Sakura Island seethed with envy and admiration alike, whispering slyly that Eastern superpowers' fleeting triumph is mere luck. Only our father can truly guide humanity's future. Amidst frantic babbling, Xia dynasty citizens shattered global records within a single day, sending panic rippling. Eager to capitalize on their newfound enhancement, they immediately attempted the 100-meter sprint, 100-meter swim, and marathon. Only to stare in stunned disbelief. None could be broken. This gave the Xia dynasty authorities momentary relief. After all, a 5 physical boost still conferred decisive advantage. Stone Chong Lin had become a national hero across the Federation. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Tao resolved instantly to breach the gate. When Yang Mi and Shen Sisi met his unwavering gaze, they understood, without words. Brother, I can lend my strength too. Shen Sisi raised her crossbow, flashing a bright, confident smile. Yang Mi's crimson lips parted slightly, then fell silent. She uttered nothing. At this moment, the eyes of an entire nation rested upon her. Time brooked no delay. Jiang Tao swiftly briefed both women on the intelligence ahead. Upon learning of the Cyclopes, Shen Sisi exclaimed, though immensely powerful, he possesses but a single eye. That is his fatal flaw. If we ambush him the moment we enter the chamber, blinding that solitary eye, he'll be reduced to a flailing, sightless beast, easy prey for Hitandran tactics. She further noted their 2 crossbows could coordinate, confusing the giant with converging fire. Listening to their fervent strategizing, Jiang Tao's eyes gleamed with fierce anticipation. A tremor stirred within Yang Mi, a sharp premonition of peril. Her teeth clenched lightly as she spoke, voice trembling, yet resolute. Count me in. I will help. Yes, we 3 together will surely slay him. Jiang Tao glanced at her, surprised. This timid yet unyielding big-me possessed true. Indeed, only those forged in the crucible of showbiz, rising unbroken through relentless storms, could possess such indomitable spirit. Victory hinged entirely on crippling that single eye with the first strike. It seems archery alone won't suffice. We must call upon our ancestors' art of throwing. Jiang Tao tightened his grip on the black spear. Its edge grew sharper, still pulsing with bloodlust. If only it could grow stronger still. The thought had barely formed. A speech bubble shimmered into being above the spear. Pitiful hominid. You wield a treasure beyond measure, yet grasp not its potential. Those 2 ivory fangs are prime material. Why not fuse them into your weapon? Ah, of course. Jiang Tao suddenly recalled Shen Sisi's divine tier talent. He rushed to the wooden hut, extracted the ivory fangs, and handed them to her. Sisi, try synthesizing them. She took the fangs. Her small hand sank under their unexpected weight, nearly dropping them. Hesitant, she glanced at the black spear lying on the ground. First time fusing disparate materials. But I'll attempt it. She placed both spear and fangs side by side and extended her hand. Synthesize. To their delight, a radiant white light enveloped all 3 components. It's working. Jiang Tao's heart surged. His odds of victory had just risen significantly. The materials were exceptionally refined, so fusion proceeded slowly. Seizing the lull, Jiang Tao scanned for other usable items, his gaze inevitably settling on the mountainous pile. Lives perpetually in subterranean caverns, mildly toxic, not recommended for consumption. Skilled extraction may yield a vial of lethal toxin. Brother, done. As Shen Sisi proudly presented the newly forged ivory white spear, Jiang Tao accepted it with an oddly quizzical expression. He gestured apologetically toward the bat mound. Sisi, do you still have energy left? Try synthesizing poison from them. Ah, this. The JK Beauty's cherry lips parted in astonishment. Captain, you're really exploiting high schoolers like this. Yang Mi opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Finally, 1,000 unspoken words condensed into one soft vow. I'll try. Please. Jiang Tao bowed deeply to her. She was the linchpin of their team. Shen Sisi stepped onto the bat heap and raised her hand. A blinding white light engulfed hundreds of bats. Drip. Like melting wax, bat corpses dissolved, releasing a single drop of inky fluid. Yang Mi swiftly caught it in a small vial she'd found earlier. Jiang Tao exhaled in quiet relief, turning his attention to the transformed white spear. Name Boar Rush Ivory Spear Quality Black Iron Advanced Effects Piercing Bleeding Boar Rush Laceration on impact inflicts grievous, non-healing lacerations. Bleeding intensifies, with struggle escalating damage exponentially. This additional effect might well tip the scales of battle. Meanwhile, the once mighty bat mound had crumbled into brittle, desiccated husks. Drained utterly, not a trace remained. Shin Sisi wiped the fine sweat from her brow and smiled radiantly. Brother, I fulfilled my duty. Tada, behold. Yang Mi handed Jiang Tao a full vial of black reagent. Concentrated bat venom applied to weapons. Induces neural disruption, confusion, and continuous damage over time. Excellent. Sisi, superb work. Without delay, Jiang Tao carefully coated the spearhead with the venom. A surplus droplet remained. He soaked 10 crossbow bolts in the residue and passed them to Shin Sisi, who accepted them reverently, using an empty mineral water bottle as her quiver. They exchanged solemn nods. Yang Mi stood behind them, clutching a torch, her voice hushed and trembling. Good luck. Remember, extinguish the torch upon entry. In darkness, flame draws every eye. Jiang Tao offered the gentle reminder as he passed her. Affinity 20. Warmth bloomed in her chest at his words. Such genuine concern, unknown in the treacherous shifting sands of showbiz, now arrived amid this alien perilous realm. To have encountered Jiang Tao here felt like providence itself. Perhaps heaven hadn't abandoned her after all. No matter, I'll die either way if we fail this trial. A quiet resolve settled within her. As Jiang Tao brushed past her toward the looming gate unnoticed in the shadows, Yang Mi extended her slender porcelain-white fingers and traced a tiny circle upon his palm. Rising onto her toes, she leaned close to his ear, her breath a whisper meant for him alone. You must win, and when you do, I'll give you a grown-up reward tonight. As a superstar renowned across the strait and beyond, Demi Mi's sultry murmur held irresistible allure. Her words struck like lightning. Jiang Tao's breath hitched, nearly halting his stride. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced discreetly at Shin Sisi. The JK beauty calmly adjusted her crossbow face, composed and serene. Jiang Tao nodded firmly, heart ablaze, and thrust open the gate. A luminous interface flared to life, commencing. Boss encounter. Truly, Jiang Tao has not disappointed us. It was now 6:00 p.m. Across every livestream, a subtitle scrolled, "Good evening, viewers. For your privacy and psychological well-being, broadcasting will be suspended from 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 m. A 12-hour rest period. Please rest well and tune in tomorrow morning." With a crack, the subtitles faded and the live streams around the world went black. In the last frame before the disconnection, Jiang Tao passed through the light curtain and saw the final boss of the level. What the hell? It went black at the most critical moment. Damn, what did Jiang Tao just see? It seemed yellow. The major social media platforms exploded with activity. Everyone, don't panic. I recorded the entire process with my phone. As one viewer shared a screenshot of the BOSS, an instant wave of despair swept over tens of millions of viewers in the Great Xia. Sitting majestically on a massive stone chair, he rested a single hand on a dark, enormous axe, sleeping like Pangu. A giant. No, the giant stone strong forest encountered only a savage ape. Why is it that our difficulty has skyrocketed? Greek mythology. Sitting majestically on a massive stone chair, he rested a single hand on a dark, enormous axe, sleeping like Pangu. A giant. No, the giant stone strong forest encountered only a savage ape. Why is it that our difficulty has skyrocketed? Is this a mythical creature? The people of the Great Xia panicked, wondering if their strongest seed contestant was about to fail. Would the 5 boosts to their physique be revoked? Moreover, Jiang Tao bore the fortune of an entire nation. His failure would likely affect the country's fortune and all players. Wowo, my darling, you died so JKs are the most wonderful beings in the world. Shishi, you must be strong. I wonder if the giant has a taste for beauties. A large number of fans wailed. Even the crisis management team fell silent. The team leader received an urgent call from Elder Len. Observe Jiang Tao's movements for 24 hours or record gene guidance techniques and prepare for any emergencies. Understood. The team leader replied sternly. On Twitter and YouTube, the suppressed malice and jealousy of the cold country and Cherry Blossom Island surfaced without restraint. Did you see? This is the price of showing off. A 5-meter giant. How did he die without anyone knowing? Tisk, the value of self-awareness is precious. Initially, Jiang Tao mistook his luck for his own strength, yet he lost his 100 friends. As for our Mr. Jean, he's the most reliable. Upon hearing this, the Great Xia netizens could no longer hold back. No, we ultimately have the courage to challenge. Your strongest Jean Xian didn't even dare to enter the 6th room. The people of the White Eagle Federation also released videos analyzing the 2 most focal players, Giant Stone and Jiang Tao, concluding, the Giant Stone is stronger. Mastering various combat techniques, experienced in acting, well-versed in all rules. This great victory ultimately belongs to the White Eagle Federation. The Great Xia netizens wanted to make a rebuttal video, but lacked the courage. The live stream had ended, but the longest day of civilization continued to unfold. The storm raged on. The center of attention was Jiang Tao. In the aftermath, Google statistics showed that on the first day of the National Fortune game, the top trending word globally was search volume reached a terrifying 300 billion. On average, every human searched for it 30 times. The second place went to Giant Stone Strong Forest, with a search volume of 200 billion. The third place wasn't popular players like Xiaoma Yangmi or Richuan Gangban, but rather, the new evolution of humanity. Not only were global viewers paying attention, but players like Xiao Ma and Yushan inside the Great Xia were also watching Jiang Tao's interface. They feared he might suddenly go offline. At this moment he represented not just one life, but also the fates of Yang Mi, and he bore the banner of the Great Xia, the fortune of a nation. Whoosh! A white lightning bolt pierced the yellow earth, striking through the ruined temple. In the instant the one-eyed giant opened his enormous eye, it was brutally pierced. Congratulations! You witnessed a moment akin to the rise of upright apes with a stunning throw. The power of a pig has blinded the one-eyed giant. The boss's health has been reduced by half, and has fallen into a poisoned state. Continuous damage is expected to lead to death in 3 minutes. The one-eyed giant has fallen into a rage. Activating the bloodline power, strength doubled, speed doubled, agility slightly weakened, intelligence decreased. Friendly reminder: use the terrain to escape quickly. Ouch! Who is it? A tremor shook the earth. Dust rose as the awakened one-eyed giant flexed his muscles, growing an additional 2 meters, reaching around 8 meters tall. He resembled a small mountain. The pain in his head made him furious as he pulled out the root of his suffering. Bayu! As he pulled it out, a large pool of black blood gushed from the former eye. The pained one-eyed giant let out a horrific roar, throwing the white spear far away, piercing several stone pillars with a bang, and finally crashing. Great! This environment is perfect for us. Seeing the surrounding ruined temple remains, she felt a surge of... She gave Jiang Tao a thumbs up, and following the plan quickly distanced herself with Yang Mi hiding behind a stone pillar. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao rushed towards another side. He raised his black crossbow and shot poison arrows at the one-eyed giant. Several poison arrows hit the giant, causing him to angrily pull out a giant axe, as wide as a board, charging toward Jiang Tao. Is it you, little bug? I will chop you into meat paste. No, I will eat you alive. After going blind, the one-eyed giant ignored the ruins, crashing through stone pillars. He's poisoned again, and the intense activity has accelerated his blood flow. Time remaining 2 minutes. Jiang Tao skillfully maneuvered through the gaps in the walls, playing hide and seek with the one-eyed giant. Being small has its advantages, many openings could be squeezed through. Meanwhile, the one-eyed giant, already reckless, was under the debuffs of blindness and rage. He transformed into a bulldozer, destroying every building in his path. This only made the battle more chaotic, with yellow sand swirling all around them. The one-eyed giant grew clever, lifting rocks to throw forward. I'm gonna crash. At the critical moment, Jiang Tao activated his talent power of the pig. Behind him, an illusion of a large wild boar flashed. Charging forward, he sprinted over 20 meters in an instant, narrowly escaping this crisis. Whoosh whoosh. In the yellow sand, 5 more poison arrows struck. Are there still intruders? The injured one-eyed giant went berserk, swinging his axe toward Shi, and Ye. Remaining life, 30 seconds. As the one-eyed giant ran for a distance, he was about to exceed the range of the crossbow. Jiang Tao began shooting crossbow arrows again. Though they weren't poisoned, angering the giant was inevitable. Sure enough, the next moment the one-eyed giant turned around and charged in Jiang Tao's direction. Jiang Tao naturally used the collapsed stone pillars and walls to continue playing hide and seek with him. Damn it! You cursed little bug, come out and fight me to the death. The dying one-eyed giant howled in rage, swinging his giant axe, creating a vacuum around him, brightening the environment. Suddenly, in Jiang Tao's field of vision, a bright red bubble appeared. Friendly reminder: the one-eyed giant is about to unleash his dying axe. One hit will definitely kill you. Even grazing will slice you in. Please evade quickly. What? Jiang Tao felt a chill run down his spine, not hesitating to turn around, and activated the power of the pig, rushing towards several stone pillars. The one-eyed giant held the axe with both hands, blood gushing from the hole in his head, veins bulging. He made the strongest strike of his life. As a descendant of the great titans, even in death, the one-eyed giant would take his opponent down with him. Suddenly a ball of hot bright light appeared behind him and started moving rapidly. That accursed heat rejuvenated the dying one-eyed giant. Kill! The one-eyed giant turned his body, roaring toward that ball of light, unleashing his strongest axe. The torch was completely destroyed and irreparable. Upon seeing the notification, Jiang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. As long as no one was hurt. Next came a melodious congratulatory sound. Congratulations on collaborating with your companions to successfully slay the top-tier grade creature, the Cyclops. Congratulations on breaking through the 10th room and achieving the first clear of the nightmare level stage. This is a magnificent accomplishment. In the dimly lit rooms, that chilling voice rang out once again. Building announcement: Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shen Sisi achieved the first kill of the top-tier grade boss and the first clear of the nightmare level stage. Personal rewards: the 3 players each receive a lucky grand prize draw. National Fortune feedback congratulations to all citizens of the Great Xia for unlocking 5 of their genes and receiving a baptism. The voice notification echoed in the cube building. In reality, glaring subtitles flashed across media, such as televisions and large screens in the square. An even more astonishing phenomenon was observed by satellites. The Great Xia suddenly burst forth with countless lights in the dark night. Some even awakened superpowers able to ignite fire, freeze, or transform into mudstone beings. Many were diligently practicing the gene guidance technique, suddenly feeling some even awakened superpowers able to ignite fire, freeze, or transform into mudstone beings. Many were diligently practicing the gene guidance technique, suddenly feeling clear and revitalized. Among them there was a soldier in the team who had broken through. Extra! Great news! Our Jiang Tao Shen and Yang Mi not only safely cleared the 10th room, but also achieved a milestone accomplishment. Tonight the entire world was watching the Great Xia. The first news of the strange occurrences spread rapidly across the internet. The Cold Nation and Sakura Island were exclaiming in dismay Jiang Tao had not died. The previously arrogant netizens of the White Eagle Federation had deflated. Some stubborn individuals shouted, ultimately Chong Lin is still superior. Yes, a certain Eastern power is still in second place. Although it's quite impressive, they still need to practice more. The 3 brothers expressed, are you referring to me? Several players from the third brother's side also performed excellently, giving them a sense of pride for a while. However, netizens from Gaul and Hans were analyzing rationally. Chong Lin is of difficulty level, while Jiang Tao is nightmare level. From the feedback results of both sides, the gap is substantial. Moreover, the Great Xia has already gone through 2 rounds of feedback unlocking genes and gaining the ability to cultivate. For now, the Great Xia is still far ahead. With that analysis, many European netizens fell silent anxious. Were they really going to lose in this new round of evolution? Have you found Jiang Tao's direct relatives? Kidnap him back to our country or tempt him with money or seduction? In any case, make Jiang Tao one of us. Returning in 10 days, this game will definitely not end here. Tonight was destined to be restless. Players were equally shocked upon hearing the announcement. Is Yang Mi also in? Little Ma muttered this name. Clearly many celebrities had arrived. Able to create a behemoth spanning multiple fields, Little Ma was equally motivated. Gritting his teeth, he declared, let's do it. We will also challenge the 10th stage. The victory of Jiang Tao's team invigorated many players from the Great Xia, who all chose to push their limits. In Sakura country, Nichikawa Gosaka was polishing the slightly curved blade of his samurai sword. Upon hearing the notification, he twitched the cloth in his hand. Jiang Tao, a familiar name heard for the second time today. The Great Xia is also quite fierce. Tomorrow we will challenge, and even a large gray wolf was being roasted over the campfire, and the mighty Chong Lin waved his arms thicker than an average person's thigh, rallying his companions. The Twilight Temple. The dust gradually settled, leaving behind the corpse of a fallen cyclops. How are you all doing? Jiang Tao glanced at the broken torch, took out a flammable stick from the log cabin, struck 2 flintstones together, ignited the stick, and rushed towards Yang Mi and Shun Cici's direction. We are here. A broken wall of flickering flame lit up like a candle in the wind. It was Yang Mi holding a torch, and beside her was the slightly pale Shun Cici. Seeing the 2 safe, Jiang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. After the 3 gathered, they exchanged glances, each seeing excitement and exhilaration in the other's eyes. Sizzle, under the glow of the fire, Jiang Tao's and Yang Mi's enchanting peach blossom eyes met. The firelight danced, creating an indescribable romantic atmosphere between them. Yang Mi's finely drawn eyebrows trembled slightly, captivating. No one was watching the live broadcast now. Jiang Tao suddenly leaned in closer, approaching Demi and pretended to be casual. It's time for the draw. Let me borrow some of your good luck. Demi-Mi's face turned slightly red as she let out a soft hum. A large spinning wheel appeared before Jiang Tao's eyes. He didn't know how to use this thing, so he gently pressed the red button in the center of the wheel. Beep, the draw has begun. As the pointer spun around, mysterious prizes passed before his eyes. Human silhouettes, a tree form, an apple silhouette. In the end, the pointer landed on the silhouette of a slender beauty with coiled hair. Congratulations, you have drawn the eye of Medusa. A beautiful purple eye fell from the sky and landed in Jiang Tao. Medusa. He looked down. Eye of Medusa can be used as a material to create a super petrification control item. Alternatively, it can be fused into the body to gain the talent Eye of Medusa, female only. The usage conditions are mental strength and charm value. Our enemies with a weaker mental state can be directly petrified. Those stronger will be affected by a slowing spell. How to put it, although it is very powerful, it seems a bit useless to Jiang Tao. Sister Mi Cici, what did you 2 obtain? At the moment he turned his head, a golden light blinded his eyes. Team Channel, congratulations to Yang Mi for being blessed by the goddess of luck, winning the Scrade Gene Potion Titan Bloodline. Wait, you can actually draw this? Jiang Tao was dumbfounded. Yang Mi's stunning face was full of innocence. She was holding a shimmering golden potion tube. Even the Cyclops only had a very thin Titan bloodline, yet she was lucky enough to draw the pure blood Titan. Titan bloodline derived from the ancient Titans in mythology. It is the source of the gods and a symbol of power. Although this potion is pure-blooded, it has been cursed by the gods. After being applied to the human body, the effect is only one, as the majority is sealed. Method of consumption: swallow directly. After use, strength and physique will surge, if not fallen midway, and following the process it can evolve into inscrayed being. With so many debuffs, and only one effectiveness, one can still evolve into inscrayed being. Jiang Tao estimated that in a melee the top-tier grade could take on dozens of warriors with destructive power akin to a main battle tank. What kind of destructive power does Scrade possess? Looking at Jiang Tao's envious gaze, Yang Mi smiled, and asked sweetly, "Little brother, what did you draw?" Jiang Tao grunted and held up the eye of the Cyclopes, speaking in a deep tone, "Eye of Medusa." The torch's illumination was already poor, and he suddenly saw a lifelike eyeball. Yang Mi was startled, and took 2 steps back. She inadvertently stepped on a sand dune and shouted as she was about to fall, "Be careful!" In a flash, Jiang Tao promptly reached out and grasped Mi's delicate wrist. So delicate, so smooth, and so slender. This was Jiang Tao's first reaction. A familiar touch, a beauty of the world. Cough, cough. Yang Mi let out a soft hum, shot him a glance, then broke free and stood up again. "Cici, what did you draw?" Jiang Tao shifted the topic, looking at another companion. Suddenly his body trembled, and he rushed forward. "Cici, what's wrong?" Jiang Tao rushed forward and embraced the pale-faced Shen Cici. He noticed her blue school uniform gradually stained with red. When Jiang Tao reached out to touch it, blood seeped through. Yang Mi panicked and quickly squatted down to help Shen Cici unbutton a few buttons of her school uniform. "I remember now, when we were entangled with the Cyclopes, some fragments were flung over. The most perilous time Cici pushed me away, and I thought she had dodged as well." The clothes were open, revealing her snowy white skin. A rusty piece of iron was deeply embedded in a vital area, and crimson blood kept flowing out. Accidentally injuring a vital spot and gradually being poisoned, a common person would have already died, but the beautiful girl endured with her natural. "Is it poisonous?" Yang Mi brought the torch closer, and under the flickering light, Jiang Tao's gaze burned with intensity as he clearly saw that. "Sister Mi, did we have any healing items before?" Yang Mi hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "No, but we can temporarily use this for stopping." She pulled out a sanitary napkin from her shelter. "This will work." Jiang Tao, without further hesitation, extended 2 fingers and pinched the corner of the iron piece. With a slight upward force, he pulled it out completely. "It hurts." Half-conscious Shen Cici let out a soft moan, and a spurt of toxic blood shot out. Yang Mi quickly pressed the sanitary napkin against the wound. The source of evil had disappeared, but the injury was still worsening. In this dark and chaotic place, where could they find medical help? Although their time together had been short, Jiang Tao greatly admired Shen Cici. No, he liked her. Whether it was her agility and wisdom that surpassed her peers, or from a purely self-serving perspective, how many achievements had Shen Cici's godly talent helped him accomplish? Unlimited synthesis. As time went on, it became increasingly against the odds. She had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Tao gritted his teeth and opened the. As the top player of the Great Xia, Jiang Tao was rewarded with 3 Great Xia trumpets. "Everyone who has healing anti-inflammatory medicine or a medical kit. I need it urgently. The price is negotiable." It was just nightfall, and everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by Jiang Tao. Once summoned, they erupted into chaos. "What the hell is the big guy?" Jiang Tao injured. "It looks quite urgent. After all, it's a nightmare challenge." My legs went weak at the sight of difficulties. "Big brother Jiang Tao is a spiritual banner for us, and for the whole nation. He must not fall. We must help him both publicly and privately. Big brother, I'm a doctor. When I crossed over, I happened to bring a dose of antibiotics. I'm a nurse. I brought a box of hemostatic bandages." 100 players in Great Xia. There were many talents, and their enthusiasm deeply moved Jiang Tao. He wasn't a stingy person. Generously, he traded several pieces of wild boar meat and gifted some clean water. Just relying on these supplies was enough to survive for 10 days. "Big brother is generous. You didn't let us suffer losses." When the trading doctor shared the white wild boar meat, more players were tempted. Player Ding Sure traded penicillin X1. Player Bai traded hemostatic bandages X5, a set of syringes. After obtaining them, Jiang Tao hurriedly helped Shen Cici heal her wounds. The temple at night was particularly terrifying, with a gust of yellow wind rising. The torch swayed precariously, and monstrous roars echoed in the darkness. Jiang Tao half embraced Shen Cici, frowning. "Rule reminder nights are particularly dangerous. Let's set up the shelter first." Yang Mi nodded repeatedly. "Wow." As the warm little wooden house rooted itself in the yellow sand, it activated the energy core, radiating warmth and light. The strange phenomena from earlier instantly vanished. "They'll light the fire first." Neither of them entered the house. Yang Mi awkwardly and a bit clumsily gathered wooden pieces together, her delicate hands struggling to rub 2 flint stones. Creaking, sparks flew, and after quite a while of friction, the bonfire finally ignited. "All right, you take care of Cici first. I'll roast some meat." Yang Mi's stunning beauty was smeared with a bit of charcoal, looking somewhat disheveled. But in Jiang Tao's eye, she appeared 100 times more enchanting than when she first awoke. Her body temperature returned to normal, and her injuries were somewhat controlled. Shen Cici, struggling, opened her crimson eyes. "It hurts a bit. Oh, I want to drink water." "Here, drink slowly." Seeing her regain consciousness, Jiang Tao was overjoyed. He quickly took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Shin. However, the girl only took a small sip and weakly shook her head. Her injuries hadn't improved and she could faint at any moment. Just as Jiang Tao's mood grew heavy. Ding dong. He suddenly received 2 private messages. Ruoyu, hello big brother Jiang, my awakened talent is healing injuries. Although my strength is limited, I managed to create a basic healing scroll hoping it will be useful to you. Xiaoma Gu, little hero Jiang Tao, our penguin team, discovered a potion blueprint this afternoon. Hope it helps you. Xiaoma Gu even contacted him. Another Ruoyu whom Jiang Tao often saw in chats was also a top player. Okay, thank you. Jiang Tao wouldn't accept gifts for free. He gifted Ruoyu 100 pieces of wild boar meat, 100 bottles of mineral water, and the favor from Xiaoma Gu was harder to repay. Jiang Tao thought for a moment and traded the black iron crossbow arrow that was on Shin's hand. When Xiaoma Gu saw the crossbow arrow in his hand, he was overjoyed. Haha, with this who can stop me? He didn't expect such a huge return from a mere act of friendship. Earlier Xiaoma Gu had been filled with determination to charge through the 10th level. Now he had at least a 60 chance of success. Especially after testing the destructive power and range of the crossbow arrow, he laughed heartily. No wonder Jiang Tao achieved such remarkable feats. After using the basic healing scroll, Shin finally regained some strength and her face had a hint of color. Thank you, brother. Shin struggled slightly in Jiang Tao's arms, revealing a sweet smile that seemed forced. Looking at the bubble above the beautiful girl's head, Jiang Tao frowned. Weak state, remaining poison not resolved. If not thoroughly addressed within 3 days, the poison will enter the heart and lungs, and even immortals cannot save her. Basic antidote required materials: ice spirit grass X3, a blood vine X2, 1 level, wood element spirit crystal X1. Effect can detoxify most level and below toxins. Each profession has its expertise. As long as I refine the antidote, CC will be saved. Jiang Tao opened the trading platform and placed a bounty for all 3 materials. The bounty price was quite high enough to live comfortably for 10 days, and more could be negotiated. Ice spirit grass and blood vine don't seem too difficult to find, but the most troublesome is that wood element spirit crystal. 1 level corresponds to a grade creatures. In other words, he had to find it from a grade elite monster tree. Jiang Tao knew one place that guaranteed it. That was the human skin treasure map, the ghost forest where wood element spirit crystals must drop. With good luck, maybe even 2-level spirit crystals could be. After Shin injuries stabilized, she found herself in Jiang Tao's embrace and blushed as she struggled to rise. Looking at the numbers that popped up above JK's head, Jiang Tao felt a stir in his heart. After this incident, the beautiful girl seemed to acknowledge him. The team had established trust. At that moment, Shin stomach let out a strange sound. She stuck out her little tongue, her face slightly flushed. I've exhausted too much energy. Jiang Tao took out a wild boar leg from the small cabin and smiled. In this vast world, nothing is more important than eating. To celebrate surviving tonight, we shall hold a barbecue feast. Sure, actually my cooking skills are quite good. Oh, let me show you all. Yang Mi happily took out several bags of seasonings and salt. All of this was provided by her. Currently, only the lavish Yang Mi could afford such extravagance in the entire. Then I'll help you out by cutting some meat. Jiang Tao took a kitchen knife from the small cabin and evenly sliced a piece of wild boar meat into small chunks, threading them onto skewers. I want to help too. Shin whose complexion had improved slightly, tried to get up, but was stopped by both of them. Jiang Tao draped a blanket over her. You just need to focus on recovering your health. While Yang Mi brushed seasoning onto the meat skewers, she smiled and said, Cece, helped me so much this afternoon. Now it's my turn to take care of you. Unexpectedly, the big star from the TV was personally cooking for her. Wrapped in the blanket sitting by the campfire, Shin felt warm, both physically and mentally, seemingly not even feeling the pain of her wounds. While preparing the food, occasionally Jiang Tao's right hand would brush against Yang Mi's delicate hand. Their fingertips brushed against each other accidentally, like an electric shock, quickly pulling away. The big skewers are ready. Before long, the meat was perfectly grilled. Starving Jiang Tao unhesitatingly grabbed 6 skewers and began to eat. The moment the large chunks of meat coated with chili powder and spices burst in his mouth, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. Is it delicious? Seeing his insatiable appetite, Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh, picking up a skewer to taste it herself. As the grilled skewer entered her mouth, her eyes lit up. I've tried many expensive ingredients, but none can compare to this in terms of texture and satisfaction. Shin, who needed more nutrition due to her injuries, gave a thumbs up after tasting a skewer. Sister Mi's cooking is the best. Good food paired with fine wine. Given the harsh conditions, well, substitute water for wine, believing that the future will only get better. Jiang Tao opened a natural water dispenser and poured 3 cups of boiled water. Clink. Cheers. In the dim sandy wasteland, ghostly howls echoed. Yet the light from the small cabin and the warmth of the campfire made the 3 of them feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. Everyone be careful. There are unidentified monsters attacking from outside. Make sure to stay in the shelter. Even the most dilapidated cabin is. Everyone be careful. There are unidentified monsters attacking from outside. Make sure to stay in the shelter. Even the most dilapidated cabin is better than an open field. Who would have thought that just last night I was lying in a warm fish tank enjoying steak? Now I wish I could gnaw on my own thigh. Woo, if only I were on the same team as Jiang Tao, even with Yang Mi as a teammate, I would accept it. Assessment complete, eat a hearty meal. Damn, what is that green-faced, toothy monster? Help, my fence has been broken. The first night was particularly hard to endure and many complained. After watching Jiang Tao felt that the barbecue had become even more delicious. Shin Sisi picked up a skewer of wolf meat and smiled. It seems we are the only ones who have achieved meat-eating freedom without worrying about water issues. Indeed, Jiang Tao's mouth was full of grease, and he had already piled up a small stack of iron skewers at his feet. Looking at the 5 iron skewers at Yang Mi's feet, Jiang Tao exclaimed, "Sister Mi, did you eat so little?" He had eaten at least 10 times more than her. "Yes, Sister Mi, we don't need to control our diet here, right?" Shin Sisi wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and burped. She had quite a few iron skewers at her feet as well. Yang Mi gently shook her head, taking a bite of an apple. "I've already eaten 10 times more than usual." Seeing this, the two of them stopped persuading her. Being able to leisurely eat fruit like this in the entire building, probably only Yang Mi could enjoy. While enjoying the food, Jiang Tao suddenly remembered that Sisi had not yet tried the lottery. "You should give it a try, or maybe you'll draw something you—" "Come on, give it a try." Shin Sisi curiously clicked on the attribute panel and hit the button for the lucky wheel. Under Jiang Tao and Yang Mi's expectant gazes, Shin Sisi revealed a pale smile. She opened her hands, revealing a scroll in her palm. Jiang Tao focused his gaze. Archery Mastery Talent Scroll. After use, you can gain the Sharpshooter talent, significantly enhancing vision, mental acuity, and focus. With a little practice, hitting the target would be 100% guaranteed, greatly enhancing ranged attack. Perhaps due to the nightmare difficulty being quite high, the rewards we 3 received are all very strong. Jiang Tao took out the Eye of Medusa, pondering how to use it. Shin Sisi, in poor health, blinked her weak eyes, quietly listening to the captain's arrangement. Yang Mi shook the golden potion in her hand, her peach blossom eyes flashing with various thoughts. She certainly knew the importance of the Titan potion, but from the introduction it was clear that after use there was a high chance of gaining muscle and becoming larger and uglier. For someone who valued beauty above all, wasn't that a death sentence? Moreover, there were better options now. She secretly glanced at Jiang Tao's young and energetic physique. After contemplating, she made a decision in her mind. "I'll invest. Based on this kid's mysterious talent, the future benefits will be substantial." Yang Mi revealed a captivating smile that could enchant anyone as she waved the potion towards Jiang Tao. "Jiang Tao, it seems our prizes have swapped. I don't want to become a giant. I'm actually very curious about the power of Medusa. Let's exchange, but fits perfectly." Hearing Yang Mi's words, Jiang Tao paused for a moment. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the vast difference in value between the two. Noticing Yang Mi's serious expression, Jiang Tao's demeanor turned solemn. Shin Sisi also spoke up. "Brother, you are the captain and the core. Only if you become strong can you lead us out of the building. This even concerns the fate of the nation. For both public and private reasons, we should rationally utilize our resources." The two women sincerely persuaded him, and Jiang Tao did not hesitate. He handed the Eye of Medusa to Yang Mi's delicate hand and reached out to take her golden potion. Suddenly, Jiang Tao's heart trembled slightly. Yang Mi's slender fingers unexpectedly brushed against his palm, lightly stirring a ticklish sensation in his heart. Jiang Tao looked up to observe Yang Mi, but found her expression unchanged. "Cough, thank you. I won't let you down." Before the 3 returned to the small cabin to rest, Jiang Tao collected a bit from the corpse of the Cyclops. "Congratulations. You have obtained Black Iron Giant Axe X1, Eye Enhancement Rune X1, Eye and Resilient Titan Muscle X1. All 3 trophies were quite impressive, with the Giant Axe having the highest quality, equivalent to 10 weapons of the same level, boasting tremendous destructive power. However, the usage conditions were too difficult due to its enormous size. The Eye Enhancement Rune was formed from the essence of the Cyclops. After use, it could significantly enhance vision and add night vision capabilities. Why do I always have trouble with eyes lately? Jiang Tao muttered. The last Titan muscle could be used to make bows and crossbows. Does either of you want it? Shin Sisi was still a bit unsteady on her feet. After Jiang Tao supported her, they returned to the small cabin along with Yang Mi. Creak. With a heavy thud of the wooden door, closing the campfire outside, gradually extinguished. In the wind and sand, the bright little cabin housed only Jiang Tao and the 2 others. To conserve the energy core, the 3 of them only constructed a shelter. As a beam of purple light fell into her right eye, her already enchanting peach blossom eyes radiated a strange purple glow resembling a whirlpool. It drew one, and unconsciously, she took the rune in the shape of a badge and used it as well. As a magical rune surged into her eyes, her dull gaze gained a hint of brilliance. After using the archery specialization scroll, it seemed his body improved significantly. Seeing this, Jiang Tao did not hesitate and consumed the Titan potion. No feeling at all. After pouring the last drop of blood down his throat, Jiang Tao scratched his head. But the next moment his heart began to pound violently. His body gradually heated up and power started to surge continuously from his blood. The evolution of his bloodline seemed to be gradual. Everything that happened today was too surreal, and all 3 of them were exhausted. But there were only 2 beds, so ladies first. Shishi was injured and had just repaid a favor to Demimi. Jiang Tao cheerfully took a few wooden planks leaning against the wall and laid them on the living room floor. He said, It's better to sleep on the ground so I can roll however I want. Lying on the bed, she felt a bit apologetic. Sorry brother, once I'm healed I'll share a bed with me, Jia. Jiang Tao waved his hand dismissively. You should rest early. Before shutting down the core, Yang Mi lay on the sturdy wooden bed muttering. Since birth it's the first time I've slept on such a hard bed. With a crack, the energy shut down, and the small wooden cabin was suddenly plunged into darkness, leaving only a sliver of vigilance outside. Today, everyone was exhausted. After a while, light snores filled the air. Jiang Tao, lying on the cold wooden planks, tossed and turned. His body was unusually hot. Is it a side effect? In the dark, Jiang Tao glanced at himself. The vigorous gorilla affected by the Titan bloodline had restlessness within. If not released, there's a high probability of damaging his brain. There's this side effect. Jiang Tao thought it was bad. He held his breath and focused, silently reciting. With a heart as clear as ice, I am unperturbed by the collapsing heavens. After half an hour of reciting, his body and mind became even more restless, his heart pounding like a drum. The wooden planks beneath him were about to catch fire. Otherwise I might damage my brain. In the dimness, he shakily felt his way to the corner where the natural water dispenser was, and tremblingly poured a large cup of water. Otherwise I might damage my brain. In the dimness, he shakily felt his way to the corner where the natural water dispenser was, and tremblingly poured a large cup of water. Gulping it down, he felt unsatisfied and splashed some on his body. Brother Jiang Tao, what's wrong with you? Came to me Ms. worried voice from the darkness. Suddenly Jiang Tao felt a line in his mind snap. Wait, I'm not. No, she is still beside me. Me Jie, you promised me our agreement. What agreement? Demimi, half awake and half asleep, couldn't process it for a moment. But soon there was no time for her to think. Forget it, just consider it an investment. Demimi bit her red lip. Humph, this brack out lucky. A melodious tune gently echoed through the night. As the music rose from soft to high-pitched, the performer intended to keep a low profile, but emotions overcame her. Eventually, she became completely immersed in the world around her, forgetting there were others nearby. In the dimness, on the opposite wooden bed, a pair of resentful scarlet eyes stared wide open. The next day, after a whole night of digestion, Jiang Tao completely absorbed the Titan bloodline, and his body and mind became clear. His strength surged, and he had grown 10 centimeters taller. Even more astonishing was the muscular definition around his abdomen. Refreshing. He got up and stretched lazily. In the corner of the wooden cabin, Demimi was luxuriously washing her body with warm water. Currently, they were the only ones with such conditions. We need to conserve water resources. Jiang Tao shouted outside. Mi Jia, don't waste the bathwater. We can't let it go to waste. Yang Mi's voice came back, filled with annoyance. Well, since we can produce so much every day, do you still want to drink? Their voices woke the groggy Shen Shi, and Demimi was particularly rude today. No longer the coldness from yesterday. You're awake. How's the wound? Jiang Tao's gaze shifted back, and when he looked at JK, he was slightly taken aback. He saw the beautiful girl with her big eyes flushed, hiding a trace of disdain deep within. Affection 10, already injured, woken up last night, not having slept well, feeling a little resentful towards you. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Tao's expression turned awkward. When he tried to help untie the bandage and replace it, he received a glare from Shen Shi. I'll do it myself. Just then Yang Mi, who had washed up, came out from behind. She had used some tree sap to wash her hair, and without a hairdryer her black hair was damp. Water droplets dripped from the ends, inadvertently sliding down her snowy white skin, her delicate collarbone fair skin, and that touch of mature charm between her brows. Jiang Tao was momentarily mesmerized. Even the beautiful girl beside him was slightly stunned. Thump thump. His heart continued to race. The blood was still boiling. Noticing Jiang Tao's unusually fiery gaze, Yang Mi's slightly reddened peach blossom eyes shot him a fierce glare. A brute with raw strength. You kept me from resting well all night. Jiang Tao awkwardly touched his nose as he walked toward the living room. I'll just feel. People tend to act busy when embarrassed. Sister, you're so beautiful, even prettier than on TV. Moreover, she had an added touch of charm, but Shen Shi's eyes expression wasn't very good. Yang Mi walked over with a slightly awkward gait, helping Shen Shi clean her wound. When she unwrapped the dark bandage, Yang Mi frowned. The toxins were still spreading. Suddenly, the mechanical notification sound rang out again. Good morning, players. A total of 252000 players were unfortunately eliminated yesterday, leaving 74800 players remaining. It is currently 5:50 a.m. Blue Star time. The live broadcast will start in 10 minutes along with the synchronized barrage function from various countries. Players, please prepare for a new day's great adventure. Heartfelt tips: the later it gets, the higher the difficulty of the rooms. Have 2500 people already died? Jiang Tao's heart sank. In reality, have 25 million people lost their lives? What about the Great Xia? Currently, the world channel was not connected, and players were unaware of the situation abroad. Jiang Tao opened the Great Xia channel and discovered that over 100 people had died overnight. Woo, I passed out from hunger last night, and then a man-eating monster sneaked in. If I hadn't stabbed it with a spear, you guys wouldn't have seen me. The game rules are not wrong. Nights are very dangerous. Today I will sell everything I have to repair the shelter. Am dying of thirst. Since I crossed over, not a drop of water has entered me. A person can live without water for a maximum of 3 days. Oh, and I still have 9 days. How am I going to survive? In the chat group, there were wails all around. The vast majority of players were struggling on the brink of death. Jiang Tao sighed. He was not a demon. The enthusiastic help from everyone last night warmed his heart. Just consider it a contribution to the nation, saving a few lives. The water dispenser could produce 100 liters of water daily, which is 200 Jin. It was more than enough for the three of them. Jiang Tao divided the 50 liters of water into many portions and put them on the platform. Jiang Tao used a small speaker. Everyone knew sky, new atmosphere. Considering that many people have shown symptoms of dehydration, I have put up a batch of low-priced water, hoping that players in need can take it. Early in the morning, everyone was jolted awake. Upon seeing the price, they instantly went wild. Holy cow! Quick, Jiang Tao has delivered. A piece of wood can be exchanged for life-saving water. No more talking. From now on, you are my god. After returning, I must treat you to a meal. Thank you, big shot. Thank you on behalf of my parents. Ruoyu, thumbs up emoji responsible. Xiao, my young hero. Your great act has saved thousands of families. No more talking. After I return, I will give you 10 million penguin coins, a beautiful penguin number, and make you a permanent VIP. Xiaoma could hardly imagine how high Jiang Tao's reputation would be after returning. Big shot, is there any more? I don't even have a piece of wood. Yeah, the three of us are hiding in the second room. There's no water or resources here. Our lips are dry. In fact, the situation is far more severe than Jiang Tao imagined. Many people haven't collected a single strand of hair. If they weren't in danger staying in one room for too long, they wouldn't even move. Jiang Tao sighed deeply. He looked at the bucket of water that Demimi was using to bathe in the early morning. Slightly murky, non-toxic, edible for players trapped in the desert. It's like heavenly dew. Wait, what are you trying to do? Who made me kind? Trading platform prompt. Jiang Tao has put up imperfect water non-toxic X 1000 for free. Free. These two words instantly ignited the chat group. Oh my god. This is a true hero. After I return, I will build a shrine for you. Within just a minute, 100 portions of water were snatched up. Everyone was frantically flooding the screen, worshipping Jiang Tao. Someone looked at the slightly murky water in their hands and posed a soul-searching question. Big shot, is this river water? Cough cough. Jiang Tao added a statement. Well, it's bath water, but rest assured it's non-toxic and won't cause diarrhea. Bath water. It sounds a bit off-putting, but in reality, it's much cleaner than many waters in nature. We're almost dying of thirst, yet still concerned about this and that. A player directly started drinking. Wait, I remember Jiang Tao's team has the Mimi and a JK beauty. Holy water from a beauty. If put outside, this would be bought for a hefty sum. Big shot, may I ask whose bath water this is? Unable to withstand the barrage of questions, Jiang Tao honestly replied. It's the Mimi's, she loves cleanliness. Boom. Instantly the channel exploded. Oh my god, so it's the Mimi's bath water. Why didn't you say earlier it's a great tonic? I'm offering a high price. I'm willing to exchange 3 bottles of pure water for 1 bottle of bath water, no deception. To save my hungry compatriots, I'm willing to contribute 3 pieces of bread for 1 bottle of water. Jiang Tao looked at the chat dumbfounded. No, why is everyone so eager? So you're using my bath water for charity. After helping Shin Cece bandage her wounds, Mimi shot Jiang Tao a glare. Seeing the disdain in the eyes of the two beauties, Jiang Tao awkwardly explained, I'm also contributing to the nation. Humph. Mimi gave him a playful glance. Without saying anything, she took out 2 fire sticks and rubbed them together. Why don't you bring the firewood over, finish eating quickly, and help Cece heal? Jiang Tao hurriedly helped to start the fire. For breakfast, Yang Mi made some simple grilled pork ribs. She and Cece didn't eat much, finishing off the leftover apples and fruits from yesterday. After a night of fierce battle combined with bloodline evolution, Jiang Tao's body grew taller and his appetite doubled. He ate at least 10 pieces of pork ribs, making Mimi's hands, eat, you'll burst. While flipping the ribs on the iron rack, Yang Mi rolled her eyes. No wonder he had such great strength. The more you eat, the more strength you have. Jiang Tao glanced at his stats. Several items had changed. Level high level F-class creature Bloodline Titan, new talent Titans, might strength 3 times, activates bloodline power, can transform into a 5-meter tall Titan form, significantly boosts all attributes, lasts for 5 minutes, but has a side effect of 1 hour of weakness. Can quickly recover through nutritional supplementation. While they were having breakfast, the live broadcast had unknowingly restarted. Click. Hundreds of thousands of live broadcast pop-ups simultaneously appeared on different platforms. Quick, see how many players were eliminated last night. The news has already reported that tens of thousands of people died in their sleep. When the relevant data was released, everyone gasped. Over 8,000 players died overnight. The dangers of the night are unimaginable, forcing players to build shelters. Strangely, why are so many live streams in Dachau thanking Jiang Tao? What did he do? Someone had been observing some players struggling on the brink of death and found that they were excitedly drinking water while chanting Jiang Tao's name. Until one player communicated with their teammates, revealing that Jiang Tao was selling cheap water, even free water. Only then did everyone realize the truth. Thank you for saving our family. In the early stages of resource scarcity, Jiang Tao's great act demonstrates his pure heart. In an instant, everyone praised him endlessly. But soon they saw a player carefully taking a sip of the murky water puzzled. This is Demimi's bath water, drink it until one player muttered to themselves. All the viewers were shocked, can it really be played this way? When they rushed into Jiang Tao's live stream, they discovered that he had grown considerably taller overnight and had also become more robust. At this moment, a striking red bullet screen swept across everyone's live streams. Dasha Sakura Island White Eagle Federation bullet screen reminder, dear players, don't worry, your families have been arranged properly and the entire nation is watching over you. Please listen carefully to the following text, a simple method to extract pure water. The bullet screen transformed into a mechanical voice falling into the ears of all players who perked up and listened closely. Finally, thanks to Jiang Tao for his contributions to the nation. 9 days later, welcome back, heroes. After sending the bullet screen in a war room filled with computers, the team leader sighed deeply. After a night of research, various countries figured out how to launch bullet screens. Having acquired a lot of basic survival information, the player's survival rate would noticeably increase. It's getting late, let's set off early. Jiang Tao retracted his gaze, slightly waved his hand, and stored the small wooden house back. Cici, I'll help. Yang Mi took great care of Shin Cici. Because the second black crossbow was given to Xiao Ma, Jiang Tao took out the giant tendons with iron chunks and other materials he had collected yesterday. Synthesis. With a flash of white light, a crossbow that was clearly 3 sizes larger than before appeared in his hands. High-power crossbow. High-grade black iron, a fine specimen among black crossbows, has a range of 100 meters and can threaten E-class creatures with a full power shot. Good luck, a fine product has come out. Jiang Tao's eyes brightened as he handed it to Shin Cici. His gaze swept around the surrounding passages. What happened last night in the bustling live broadcast room? Below is a cave of small goblins where they store their food supplies. It poses little threat to you, but the rewards are also minimal. To the right is a challenging dungeon, which contains no treasure chests, but features a plantation. The most precious item is a rare spiritual plant, the earth fruit tree, which can be transplanted to your shelter. It produces enough food daily to sustain 20 people. However, it is important to note that the spiritual plant is guarded by a group of 10 magical apes who are cunning and will throw stones. Ahead lies a nightmarish checkpoint filled with toxic gas. Inhaling even a wisp could lead to death. If you pass through, you will find a bronze treasure chest. What luck to have such a good morning. Especially in the nightmare room, the difficulty is quite high. Only the black iron helmet of the team can hold up, while Yang Mi and Shin Cici are in great danger. There will definitely be many similar rooms in the future. It seems I need to find a helmet or a gas mask. Jiang Tao pondered for a moment before making it. Let's go right, he said. The pathway of the dilapidated temple was relatively simple, marked by a magic door painted on the wall. A light curtain could be felt by touching it with a palm. If others came, it would take quite a while just to find the teleportation portal. There are 10 monkeys on the opposite side. We should use our crossbows for a surprise attack to take out most of them. Jiang Tao secured his white spear behind him and showcased the crossbow bolts in his hand. I won't hold you back. With Yang Mi's assistance, Shin Cici stood up with a light laugh, shaking the powerful crossbow. Swish. Crossing through the light curtain, the surroundings instantly turned green. The 3 of them seemed to have fallen into a fruit orchard. Before them stood towering fruit trees laden with apples and fragrant pears. I love eating fruit, Yang Mi exclaimed, but the sound of squeaks from the tree branches disrupted her delightful fantasy. Black monkeys poked their heads out from the trees. They were the size of gorillas, holding half-eaten fruits in their hands and glaring angrily at the intruders. Some of them appeared ready to throw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Faster than their movements were the arrows shot forth. After consuming the Titan potion, Jiang Tao's eyesight had improved significantly. Not to mention Shin Cici, who had the talent of a sharpshooter. Under their coordinated attack, the 10 black monkeys were quickly dealt with. Sister Mi, we can now pick the fruits. Jiang Tao put away his crossbow bolts and smiled confidently at Yang Mi. Then I'll take Cici and go find some fruit first. After the stress of yesterday, entering such a picturesque orchard today was a relief. Both women appeared much happier. Following the hints, Jiang Tao soon found the central tree, over 2 meters tall and as thick as 4 adults could embrace. Especially the brown fruits resembling dough that hung above, exuding an enticing fragrance. Name: Earth Fruit Tree. Quality: black iron level. Effect: produces 200 earth fruits daily, nutritious and filling for adults, but requires fertilization. At least we don't have to worry about going hungry, and the meat we've eaten earlier is getting a bit too rich. Jiang Tao picked up a shovel he had obtained yesterday and began digging away. Brother, what are you doing? Shin Cici and Yang Mi were naturally drawn over, and after he explained, their eyes lit up as they stepped forward to help. Of course, one was a superstar who had never done manual labor, and the other was a JK with an injury. The 2 beauties could only serve as cheerleaders while Jiang Tao worked hard to transplant it into the small wooden house. However, he saw a warning pop up. Please note, the shelter has limited capacity. To establish a vegetable garden and plant more plants, please upgrade to a medium-sized wooden house. Upgrade requirements: Tier 1 Energy Core Spirit Crystal X1, Wood X 500, Iron Block X 100, Silver Block X 20, Gold Block X 10. That core seems a bit troublesome, Jiang Tao frowned. The other conditions were manageable, but he still hadn't gathered enough gold. Remembering the tragic state of everyone last night, Jiang Tao opened the trading channel. He posted 10 wolf meats for trade, wanting 10 gold coins in return. Jiang Tao is offering benefits again. No way 1 gold for 1 meat. That's too exploitative. If it's out there, it could buy hundreds of pounds. With so many comments upstairs, don't they know that the market price is regulated by the environment? If you don't want it, I do. Perfect for breakfast. Before long, the 10 wolf meats were snatched up in a frenzy. Moreover, Jiang Tao also unexpectedly received good news. Transaction successful. You have obtained Ice Spirit Grass X3. Now only the Blood Vine and Wood Spirit Crystal remain. Looking at Synopsis' still pale face, she forced a smile, not wanting to worry the two. At this moment, Yang Mi was carrying a full bucket of water coming down from the fruit tree. She proudly shook the large pear in her hand. Guess how much fruit I picked? How much? Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow. He watched as Yang Mi clicked on the panel and sent a screenshot of the haul in the team channel. Total obtained: apples X20, pears X10, bananas X20, oranges X50. These fruits are enough to sustain us for the next 9 days. If it weren't for the limited space in the small wooden house, Jiang Tao would have liked to transplant the fruit tree inside. However, the 3 of them wouldn't waste even a single hair from the monkeys. Jiang Tao collected from the 10 black monkeys. Obtain monkey wine X1, black shirt set X3, a monkey poison potion X1. The most valuable item was a small bottle of monkey wine, which when consumed would double his energy for 2 hours. With this, can I challenge the ghost forest? The big boss is a top-tier, a-level super elite monster. Jiang Tao solemnly stored the monkey wine, feeling that he still had to practice. The monkey poison potion also had a strong effect. He had benefited from poison before. The final outfit was a full set of black fuzzy clothing. Wearing it, he looked like a monkey from afar. Although its appearance was lacking, the quality was quite good, resistant to cuts, and hard to burn. After yesterday's adventure, the 3 of them were already in tatters. Jiang Tao didn't mind changing into long pants and boots right on the spot. He also donned a piece of leather armor. Before long, Synopsis also entered the small wooden house to change. Meanwhile, Yang Mi shook her head vigorously, clutching her now gray ceremonial dress. Being a superstar, she cared about her image, and Jiang Tao could understand that. Thank you for your hard work. Which direction should we head next? After gathering everything, Yang Mi took a sip from a bottle of mineral water and casually handed it to Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao accepted it naturally. He gulped down the remaining half of the bottle and returned the empty bottle to the small wooden house. Let me take a look. As Jiang Tao scanned the other passages accompanied by his 2 beautiful teammates challenging the 12th room, millions of viewers suddenly erupted with excitement. Question: how to tell if the 2 have been intimate off camera? Scandalous news was always in high demand. Moreover, one was a well-known superstar and the other was the hottest figure in the world recently. Many people enjoyed shipping couples. A small gesture between the 2 instantly flooded the live broadcast room with comments. Of course, they wouldn't mind sharing food together. What? They just met yesterday, right? Initially, there were barriers and awkwardness. What did they do offline last night? Do it. It was expected, but also surprising. I just didn't think it would happen so quickly. I want to know what Lu Xiao thinks right now. Among the millions of viewers, Lu Xiao was naturally present. What else could he think? He stared at the screen where the beautiful and youthful Yang Mi was smiling radiantly. He clenched his fist, his eyes reddening, fixated on the live broadcast. A nearby secretary peeked over and noticed a green glow emanating from his head. As Jiang Tao explored with the 2 women, other players were also busy. Most players from the Han Kingdom had only explored a few rooms, being quite conservative. Among them, the fastest Jin Xian had only conquered the 8th room. After passing through a circle of light screens, a silver treasure chest was unexpectedly hidden in the new room. In an instant, Jin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and decisively retreated. Appa! Silver treasure chest. The live broadcast room of the Han Kingdom erupted even in the streams of Jiang Tao and Giant Stone Strong Forest. The sight of the little man reveling in his success annoyed others. Don't be too proud. As everyone knows, within the mansion, danger and opportunity coexist. It's already commendable if your Jin Xian makes it out alive. You are just purely jealous. If Jiang Tao can uncover a silver chest, why can't our Appa? It is well known that the Han Kingdom, as one of the 5 powers on YouTube, has significant influence, engaging in verbal battles with other nations. But while they were boasting, Jin Xian was too afraid to move forward. I was just thinking of surviving 10 days, how did I end up stumbling upon such a high-level chest? Jin Xian gripped his shovel, his face filled with fear. However, stalling was not a solution either. He tried tossing a plank to trigger a mechanism. After over 10 minutes of probing, he found no signs of any mechanism in the room. Could it really be a stroke of luck? The Han Kingdom's netizens went wild with comments. Charge. Open the treasure and escape. They even noticed Jin Xian hesitating, contemplating abandoning the treasure chest to head to the 2nd room. The Han Kingdom officials were getting anxious. Han Kingdom comments: Jin Xian, behind you are the people of the whole nation. Be brave and open the chest. Your parents are waiting for you at home. This voice fell into the ears of all players from the Han Kingdom. Jin Xian, who was initially planning to head to the 2nd room, froze for a moment. Was he being watched by the whole nation? He gritted his teeth and decided to take action. With the help of the comments, Jin Xian explored all possible dangers in the room based on the current conditions. The comments were limited of from here on opening the chest would depend solely on him. Gulp. Jiang Tao nervously swallowed. Currently 1 billion viewers were watching him open the chest. With trembling hands he opened it, and a dazzling silver light burst forth. Quick look. What treasures are hidden inside? Is it a genetic potion? Before the audience could finish guessing, everything suddenly went dark. Just as Jiang Tao lost his sight, the silver chest transformed into a massive mouth with snowy white fangs and took a vicious bite at Jiang Tao's head. Boom. A headless corpse fell in the room. A red comment streaked across the live broadcast. Jiang Tao was unfortunate to be killed by the treasure chest monster. Punishment has arrived. Wow. With the live stream permanently closed, millions of viewers from the Han Kingdom wept uncontrollably. Is it really possible to play like this? The officials of the Han Kingdom felt a heavy heart. Their strongest player had perished. They were far behind their neighboring countries. Quick look at my family's young sword saint. Seeing this, netizens from Cherry Blossom Island began to shout. They saw Nichuan Gangsaka encounter a goblin. More importantly, after killing the goblin, he obtained a tattered map, triggering a crank quest. He was following the map's guidance, heading towards a mysterious goblin nest. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated giant stone strong forest with a new talent was even more determined to conquer. After a day of anxiety, having genuinely gained that superhuman power, the player's subjectivity was stirred. Jiang Tao naturally refused to be outdone. He explored 5 rooms in the morning based on the hints. By lunchtime, Jiang Tao picked several earth fruits while Yang Mi helped light a fire. The two initially intended to let Shishi rest, but she insisted on helping by cutting meat. They placed the slices of meat between 2 slices of freshly roasted fragrant bread. With a crunch, Jiang Tao swallowed half of it in one bite. Delicious. It's a pity there's almost no cheese. Eating 3 bites made a sandwich, and Jiang Tao praised Yang Mi's cooking. The 3 sat together in the small wooden cabin eating bread while gazing at the scenic fields outside. Viewers compared them to other players who looked tense and hungry, and would have thought the 3 were on vacation. Lunch was mostly handled by Jiang Tao, while Yang Mi ate a bit more. However, Shishi was eating less and less. After a morning of labor, her condition worsened. Seeing the bubble frame above JK's head, Jiang Tao felt a sinking sensation in his heart. If we can't find the wood-type spirit crystal, we must head to the ghost forest by tomorrow night at the latest. With monkey wine, our strength will increase once more. We might be able to defeat the ghost mother tree. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, the 3 prepared to set off. Jiang Tao looked around. Ahead is a regular room hiding a rotten wooden box which may yield some living supplies. Behind is a challenge, a famished top F creature. The donkey-headed wolf is wandering. In the room there is a black iron treasure chest. Above is a sea of lava. I advise you not to take the risk. Below is a vast ocean. If you have a diving suit, you can collect plenty of seafood from the seabed. To the left is a common room with 3 small goblins resting guarding a rotten wooden box. To the right is a desert area. It will be quite difficult to find an exit. So many terrains. Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow, realizing he needed to prepare more for special terrain gear in the future. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately chose the rear. With my current strength and a sneak attack, I should be able to handle the top F creature easily. As the saying goes, greater risk brings greater reward. Jiang Tao shared the information about the rear with the 2 women. I agree. After finishing the wolf meat, I was just thinking of trying some new food. Shishi smiled brightly. Donkey-headed wolf. What kind of monster is that? Yang Mi held her fine, sort of bit hesitant. Once they made their decision, Jiang Tao no longer. After resynthesizing 30 crossbow arrows, Jiang Tao picked up his white spear and passed through the light screen. What appeared before him was a common cave. The moment he appeared, a creature resembling a bear over a meter tall with a bloated body and donkey head suddenly turned around. Its pair of eerie green eyes fixed on Jiang Tao and the 2 women accompanying him. The donkey-headed wolf let out a roar and charged forward, aiming to lock its jaws around Jiang Tao's throat. Puff! Jiang Tao raised his hand and fired a shot even faster than him with Shishi. Her powerful crossbow arrow precisely struck the right eye of the donkey-headed wolf. With one eye shot out, it immediately slammed on the brakes. However, Jiang Tao's ordinary crossbow arrows could only inflict minor wounds. Some were even dodged by the donkey-headed wolf. It moved swiftly and was quite cunning. Additionally, the unique vitality of high-grade F creatures made it quite tricky for an ordinary person. Shishi's eye's sharpshooter talent made the donkey-headed wolf very weak. After being struck in a critical spot on its right leg, the donkey-headed wolf let out an unwilling roar and charged at her recklessly. Filthy beast! Jiang Tao put away the crossbow and went forward with the white spear. Xiao Tao, be careful! Yang Mi called out nervously from behind as a purple light flashed in her right eye. The once fierce donkey-headed wolf's eyes glazed over, frozen in place. Take advantage of its weakness and fiercely stab at its right abdomen. That is where its heart is. In Jiang Tao's eyes, the donkey-headed wolf was marked with a large red indicator. His spirit surged as he roared, gripping the spear tightly and plunging it into the marked spot. The donkey-headed wolf's fur was tough, but it couldn't withstand Jiang Tao's titan strength. With a puff, it was pierced through. The donkey-headed wolf, awakened by the excruciating pain, let out a miserable howl before collapsing unwillingly. Well done. Jiang Tao withdrew the white spear and gave Yang Mi a big thumbs up. Sister Mi, the box is in your hands now. After dealing with the donkey-headed wolf, Jiang Tao glanced at the iron box to ensure there were no traps before nodding at Yang Mi. I'm gonna leave this monster to you. After helping Shen Sisi sit down, Yang Mi lightly approached the treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and opened the box, gained one first-stage spirit crystal, one fragment of a broken map. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Tao was stunned, then exclaimed joyfully, Sister Mi, you're amazing. You actually managed to open this. He hadn't seen anyone on the Daxia channel obtain such high-tier spirit crystals. Now all the materials for the medium-sized wooden house were gathered. Jiang Tao didn't hesitate. Right there he summoned the small wooden house and clicked on Confirm Upgrade. As the small wooden house was enveloped in a beam of white light, the area of the shelter suddenly increased by over 3 times, transforming into a 2-story countryside villa, along with a significant expansion of the surrounding fields. Originally the fruit trees planted on the ground appeared bulky. Now they suddenly spread out. Looking at the yard, it seemed that 2 or 3 more spirit plants could still be planted. Of course, the most important change was that the original wooden fence transformed into a sturdy cylindrical wooden enclosure. The thin wooden door became a solid, thick wooden one. Safety level 5 times. Even the original 2 beds transformed into 4. The second floor now also had a storage room for meat, tools, and more. After inspecting the changes in the shelter, Jiang Tao sighed. No more sleeping on wooden planks tonight. Upon hearing this, both women couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smirk. Who doesn't know that you sneak into bed in the middle of the night? Xiao Tao, come over and take a look. This map seems interesting. Yesterday, he was little brother, today, he's Xiao Tao Tao. Yang Mi now ordered Jiang Tao around with an arrogant air. Yet he had no words to say, smiling as he walked over and took the map. Let me see. Sister Mi, how come you often open maps? Yang Mi replied proudly, I'm just lucky. Jiang Tao focused his gaze. The map depicted 4 rooms, with the last one showing a fountain and a peculiar giant spider. You really have good luck. You found it. Using it will lead you through 3 more rooms to the nightmare room, the demon spider's nest. It houses an 11 human-faced demon spider that has just laid eggs and is currently in a weakened state. Moreover, within its nest there is a natural spring. Acquiring it will provide your shelter with a continuous source of natural water. Around the spring there are many spirit herbs, including the blood vine you've been yearning for. Blood vine. Hot spring. Upon seeing these 2 words, Jiang Tao's eyes couldn't look away. So the last one has a spider, doesn't it? Should we avoid it? Yang Mi thought she had discovered danger ahead and was feeling quite proud. After Jiang Tao put away the map, he smiled and said, it's a treasure chamber inside, just the materials Cece needs. Let's tidy up and head over. Oh, I see. Yang Mi's delicate shoulders shivered slightly as she trembled and said, I'm terrified of bugs. You stand in the front when we go in. Of course. Jiang Tao confidently agreed. Then he approached the donkey-headed wolf and squatted down. Collect. It seemed that due to the special nature of the donkey-headed wolf, the treasures it dropped were also quite unique. Jiang Tao clicked to view the details. It seemed that due to the special nature of the donkey-headed wolf, the treasures it dropped were also quite unique. Jiang Tao clicked to view donkey head meat. The flesh and blood of the special monster, the donkey-headed wolf, contains unique nutrients. After consumption, it stimulates blood circulation and promotes evolution, especially beneficial for reproduction, proving to be exceptionally effective. Donkey head skin contains magical power. If there are relevant blueprints, it can be crafted into a magical cloak. Blood recovery bottle contains the essence of the donkey-headed wolf's blood. Drinking it restores half of your health. Especially effective for blood loss, severe injuries, and female players. In critical moments, it is a life-saving straw. Wolfskin shoes, when worn, speed 10. They allow for energy savings when traversing difficult terrains. The most crucial item was, of course, that round black fist-sized treasure. Donkey treasure, gathered from the life essence of the donkey-headed wolf. It is a great tonic. However, because of this, ordinary people risk bleeding from the 7 orifices if consumed, so it is best to neutralize it through some means first. Sister Mi, Cece, come over quickly and take a look. Jiang Tao hurriedly called the 2 women over and handed them 10 blood recovery bottles. It looks a bit disgusting. Yang Mi complained as she saw the black-red liquid in the bottle. After reading the introduction, her eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Shen Sisi had recently lost a lot of blood. The 2 women didn't stand on ceremony with Jiang Tao. They gulped down a few bottles. After drinking, Yang Mi, who had been troubled by unrest the previous night, appeared much more energetic. Shen Sisi showed the most noticeable change. Her face became much more flushed, and she could walk and run without assistance. This is really good stuff. Sister Mi, why don't you drink a couple more bottles? After finishing another bottle of blood recovery, Shen Sisi curiously asked. She already had 4 empty bottles at her feet, while Yang Mi had only drunk 1. It's too nourishing, you drink it slowly. Besides, Sisi, your injuries need it more. Yang Mi revealed a bright smile. Sister Mi. Upon hearing this, Shen Sisi felt warmth in her heart. How could one complain about such good stuff? Sisi certainly knew that Yang Mi was taking care of her. After looking at the other items they had gathered, both women agreed to focus their resources on strengthening Jiang Tao first. As the backbone of the team, he was the strongest spear and the hardest shield, enduring the most powerful attacks. Seeing this, Jiang Tao didn't refuse. He first put on the wolfskin shoes. Alright, I'll try the donkey treasure. Given my current physique, I can definitely handle its energy. Jiang Tao confidently patted his chest while lifting the dark round ball. If I can't handle it, don't push yourself too hard. Yang Mi bit her lip, looking a bit worried. Jiang Tao gave her a reassuring glance. You still don't know? After taking the Titan potion last night, I felt like my body was emptied and urgently needed various tonics. The donkey treasure is just what I need. Shin Cici gently nodded, holding her crossbow and walking towards the outside of the wooden house, smiling. Then brother, you eat first, I'll watch over you. All right. Jiang Tao walked into the much larger living room, sitting cross-legged on the thick wooden planks. Like eating sweet potatoes, he held the donkey treasure and swallowed it piece by piece. The taste was a bit bitter, somewhat like white meat. As he swallowed the pieces, Jiang Tao's head emitted steam as if boiling water was bubbling up. His muscles turned red and began to swell. After finishing the consumption, Yang Mi exclaimed, "Your face is so red." Jiang Tao exhaled a breath of turbid air, closing his eyes to feel the boiling blood. 10 minutes later, as his energy calmed, he was covered in a layer of black mud. His entire body felt as if it had been baptized, leaving him relaxed and full of energy. Congratulations, you have evolved to an elite level being, taking a step further down the path of the inhuman. With this power, if I return to reality, wouldn't I be Captain America? Jiang Tao shook his head. He looked down at the dirt on his body, got up to fill a bucket of water from the dispenser, and rinsed himself off. Yang Mi, seeing this, called out with a hint of pity, "Didn't you say this morning not to waste water?" "Don't worry, once we clear the demon spider's nest, we won't have to worry about water resources," Jiang Tao shouted while rinsing. "Are you thinking about joining me for a wash? Hurry up and finish washing, and let's get on the road. Don't delay it until so late again. If you don't want to cosplay as a hedgehog, then don't move forward, it's filled with lasers." Behind the underground cave has many traps dug out by a group of... At the end of the cave lies a bronze treasure chest, but the danger level is very high. To the left there is a thatched hut. If searched thoroughly, it can yield some basic supplies. To the right is a difficult room that surprisingly contains a silver treasure chest, and there are no traps whatsoever. Is that surprising? Is it unexpected? But please note, it is disguised as a rare treasure chest monster. If you can defeat it, you will obtain some extremely rare materials that can enhance your shelter. Above is quite ordinary, yielding very little. Below is a spacious stalactite cave, where you can collect some stone materials, nothing more. Looking at the prompt before him, Jiang Tao pondered for a moment before putting away the map. He finally decided on the right side. The shelter is fundamental. I've never seen such a treasure chest monster. Moreover, the next room is the magic spider. Enhancing myself can't be wrong. To avoid confusion from seeing treasure, Jiang Tao specifically mentioned the treasure chest monster to Yang Mi. Another trap. There are so many traps in the mansion. Yang Mi felt a lingering fear, seemingly recalling the tragic death of Lu Meng. Thinking of this, she instinctively moved closer to Jiang Tao. "Sister Mi, you and Cici stay behind, and don't act rashly. I'll wait for my signal." MHM. The two girls nodded, repeatedly drank some blood-replenishing elixirs, and their complexion noticeably improved. After opening the passage door, Jiang Tao stepped through the light curtain first. Before him was a common textile room. It was quite large, covering over 1,000 square meters, scattered with some cardboard boxes. The most eye-catching was naturally a silver treasure chest in the center of the room. It sat quietly, waiting for a fateful encounter. Jiang Tao observed carefully. He found that from its exterior, it looked exactly like the one he had previously obtained. Above the silver chest, a bubble box appeared. The treasure chest monster in disguise has a characteristic: its exterior is exceptionally sturdy, comparable to that of a super elite monster's defense. Only by attacking when it opens its mouth can it be defeated. Its insides are extremely soft. At the same time, it moves very slowly. After a failed attack, it will adopt the defensive strategy. Thus, you only have one chance to strike. This monster's attack and defense characteristics are very obvious. Jiang Tao quietly circled around the cardboard boxes while holding his white spear, pretending to gather resources. Paper 1. Abandoned notebook 1. Ballpoint pen 1. Wood 1. Later, Yang Mi and Shin Cici saw this, and knowing little of the details, followed Jiang Tao to discreetly collect resources. "Cici, when I pretend to open the treasure chest, it will open its mouth to devour. That will be the easiest time to defeat the treasure chest monster." "Okay, brother, you be careful too. If it really doesn't work, we can let it go first." Faced with Shin Cici's suggestion, Jiang Tao gently shook his head. This was a rare monster. It's strange, why are there so many silver treasure chests today? The viewers in the live broadcast sensed something unusual. Wait, could it be the kind of monster encountered by the players from Han Country? Upon hearing the news, the viewers from Han Country perked up and flocked to Jiang Tao's live broadcast. The malicious comments about Jiang Tao also started rolling in. Faced with the condemnation from the viewers in Xia, they firmly stated, "Why is it that all disasters Isn't Jiang Tao the strongest player? Haha, if you're capable, pry open the treasure chest." The viewers in Xia bluntly stated the people from Han Country are typical of those who get caught in the rain and steal someone else's umbrella, harming others while hurting themselves. Amidst the mutual insults, Jiang Tao had already approached the silver chest. According to the prompt, the treasure chest monster waits for the right moment to ambush. It will strike as soon as the chest is opened. Him taking such a big risk, it's not worth it. Since he already knew the information, why make it so thrilling? Wasn't that just giving a hint? Jiang Tao stopped a short distance from the treasure chest, raised his white spear, and gently prodded the silver chest. Under the external stimulus, the slumbering treasure chest monster abruptly awoke. Instinctively, it opened its gaping mouth and lunged at the white spear. "I've been waiting for you." Jiang Tao was more than 2 meters away from it, a distance that was easily within his reaction time. He gently thrust the spear into the treasure chest monster, directly piercing its insides. It grimaced in pain, its long white fangs trembling. Take advantage of its illness to kill it. Further away, Shen Cici quickly shot her arrow, hitting the treasure chest monster right in its mouth. Unexpectedly, the monster's vitality was very strong. It attempted to close its mouth several times to defend itself. In response, Jiang Tao directly took out a large chunk of high-grade iron stone traded from Yushan. With a loud bang, it landed in the treasure chest monster's mouth. Crack! The treasure chest monster instantly broke several teeth. 10 minutes later, the treasure chest monster, riddled with wounds in its mouth, finally breathed its last. It was tough, but if you figured it out in advance, it would just be a target. Shen Cici put away her heavy crossbow and wiped the virtual sweat from her forehead. The intense action left her a bit drained. "You guys rest for a bit." Jiang Tao tossed 2 bottles of mineral water to the 2 girls. He walked away from the treasure chest monster and first put away his white spear. After discovering that after a bloody battle its durability had decreased, he frowned slightly. "I hope you don't let me down." Jiang Tao placed his hand on the treasure chest monster. "Collect. You have obtained 100 treasure chest monster teeth, 1 diamond body, refining ointment, 1 advanced gas mask blueprint, and 1 shelter strengthening rune. All rare materials." Jiang Tao looked through them one by one. Treasure chest monster tooth, the proud double fangs of the treasure chest monster. If there are related blueprints, they can be forged into top-tier black iron weapons. Diamond body refining ointment, the treasure chest monster's exterior defense surpasses that of the same tier. Applying this essence on your skin can greatly enhance your physical defense, rivaling elite monsters. And it provides a slight magic resistance. Advanced gas mask blueprint, manufacturing materials rubber X3, silver ingot X1, gold ingot X1, activated carbon X3. It's waterproof, fireproof, and toxin-resistant enough to withstand over 95 of the toxins in the room, including those released by elite monsters. Additionally, it can maintain internal circulation for 20 minutes under extreme conditions. All good items. Whether the refining ointment or the gas mask, they would greatly aid their strategy. Not to mention, there were many toxic gas chambers along the way containing treasures far exceeding others. But they lacked the necessary props and had to take a detour. With both gold and silver, I remember there are sellers for activated carbon on the trading platform. It shouldn't be a big problem. As for rubber, I haven't seen any for now. I'll post a bounty for it. It's a common chemical material, but it just takes a bit more time. When Jiang Tao opened the trading platform and exchanged food for some activated carbon, as expected, someone contacted him. "Big shot, I've harvested 10 portions of rubber from the other party wanted some wild boar meat and 3 apples. Since there was better donkey head meat available, Jiang Tao naturally agreed smoothly. With the materials gathered, Jiang Tao immediately synthesized 3 advanced gas masks. At the same time, Jiang Tao took out a cubic miniature shelter, and in the other hand floated a golden rune. Shelter strengthening rune, generally only extremely rare monsters possess this. After use, the shelter's defense is doubled. New facilities such as iron doors, iron chains, and roof reinforcements are added. Use. As the golden rune surged into the medium-sized wooden house, the entrance chimney and all vital areas were replaced with iron products. The entire wooden house was coated with a layer of golden light, looking significantly sturdier. "I feel much safer now." Yang Mi surveyed the renovated shelter, her peach blossom eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Tao. Women always prefer men to have better shelters. "Cici, try to see if you can fuse the monster's teeth with the spear." Jiang Tao handed her the 2 materials. He then took out the diamond body refining ointment and began applying it to himself. Strangely enough, it felt hot when applied to his body. He radiated golden light, resembling a dignified golden Buddha from a temple. "Sister Mi, I can't reach my back, could you help me?" Jiang Tao, who was now wearing minimal clothing, called out to Yang Mi. "You won't do this at night when the broadcast is over, will you?" Yang Mi's fair face turned slightly red as she hesitated before stepping forward. After all, they were under the watch of billions. Would they misunderstand? Even her husband was watching. Thinking of this, her face flushed even more. Jiang Tao obviously noticed her unusual reaction. "Don't worry, privacy protection has been disabled." "How do you know?" Yang Mi took the refining ointment, squeezed it onto her hand, and helped him apply it to the hard-to-reach areas. Uncertain if it was the effect of the ointment or Jiang Tao's physique, Yang Mi's heart trembled at the heat radiating from his masculine body. Jiang Tao opened his personal panel and pointed to a corner. "It shows here whether it's being live-streamed. Privacy protection live disabled, so that's how it is." Yang Mi retracted her gaze and focused on applying. The more she rubbed, the hotter she felt all over. Then she gently lifted her head and locked eyes with Jiang Tao's bright red eyes. Their gazes trembled. Jiang Tao's body flushed, and he waved his hand to summon the wooden house. "Sister Mi, the body refining ointment has some side effects. Oh, please help me check." Yang Mi's delicate body trembled slightly, her waist unconsciously moving as she followed him into the house. She glanced at Shin Sisi, who was sitting diligently on a cardboard box, still reinforcing the white spear. With a trembling voice, she said, "I won't heal, you should take a shower." Bang! The iron door closed. Wait, why did the live broadcast suddenly go black? Billions of viewers looked confused. Maybe it disconnected. They were well aware this was a joke. They hadn't yet grasped the rules of the current live broadcast. The viewers could only wait patiently. Half an hour later, the live broadcast returned to normal, and the audience numbers surged. Jiang Tao appeared refreshed, holding a gleaming golden spear. Shin Sisi, sitting on the cardboard box, had a flushed face for some reason. "I won't help you next time." Yang Mi seemingly changed into a ceremonial dress, without them noticing. Instead, she wore a simple leopard skin outfit, which she had purchased from someone else. Its attributes were average, but it was beautiful and eye-catching. It perfectly accentuated her proud figure, resembling peaks and peaches. Yang Mi glared at Jiang Tao in annoyance, massaging her sore waist. "This is simply inhumane. Hurry up and set off. The magic spider's lair is just ahead, right?" Yang Mi was increasingly bossy, acting like a captain. Having gained an advantage, Jiang Tao naturally played along. Like a little follower, he held the golden spear, smiling. "Yes, it's thanks to Sisi's hard work." Name: Golden Spear. Grade: top tier black iron. Effect: sharp bleeding charge and tier diamond drill. Activates upon piercing hardness, 3 times transforms into a drill head, causing widespread damage inside the enemy's body. After several enhancements, Jiang Tao was confident he could challenge elite monsters with just this spear. After this delay, the current time was 4:30 p.m. The three had explored 19 rooms. Jiang Tao took out the map and looked around. "Don't look anymore. You've used the item. No matter which direction you take, you'll end up at the magic spider's lair. The opponent just laid eggs and is currently sleeping, expected to awaken in 1 hour to hunt. If you're going to act, please hurry." As the base of the human-faced magic spider, the lair is set up with a web of traps. Moving in too close will alert the magic spider. Be cautious of the paralyzing poison on the web. If you don't want to challenge the level, you can also set up camp here. The item effects will naturally disappear tomorrow. Upon getting closer, more information was revealed. Thus Jiang Tao frowned. It's a bit troublesome, but there were necessary materials there. Moreover, he was determined to clear 10 rooms every day to earn the final rewards. With a bit of time left, Jiang Tao shared the information about the magic spider's lair with the two. "Sorry, brother, I've somewhat dragged you down." After hearing that the lair was filled with toxic webs, Shin Sisi apologized with guilt. Jiang Tao waved his hand dismissively. "If it weren't for you, we might not have made it this far. Besides, every 10 levels must have a boss. Even if there are no magic spiders, there will be other. Exactly, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. That lair also hides a spring." He didn't Xiao Tao say that the spring's reward is significant. Yang Mi comforted cheerfully, having great confidence in Jiang Tao, at least in terms of survival. "Spring water." Shin Sisi murmured, something suddenly brightening up. "Brother, while browsing the trading platform earlier, I found a player trapped in the desert named Teisha. He accidentally discovered quite a bit of oil and is selling it at a high price. What if we use fire attacks?" "Fire attack? If we set the lair on fire, where would we hide?" Jiang Tao was slightly taken aback, then saw Shin Sisi, smiling, waving the gas mask in her hand. He laughed. "Not bad. High school students really have good ideas." Jiang Tao excitedly opened the trading platform and indeed spotted the highly priced oil among the first few items. Faced with everyone's skepticism, Teisha was also quite assertive. "This is energy. What is most important in the 21st century? Don't you know? Energy. How many wars did the White Eagle Federation start for it? Aren't I asking you for more food right now?" Someone rebutted. "We're trapped in the mansion. We haven't even used a car." Teisha, "Look, you're thinking too narrowly. What if we find a super robot? Besides, using it as fuel is also very useful." Jiang Tao's eyes sparkled. "To conquer the ghost forest, we need it too." Thus he decisively contacted Teisha to inquire about the price. Don't be misled. Teisha's demands were loud on the surface, but the vast majority of players hadn't even resolved their basic needs, let alone had spare food to buy oil. When he saw that it was Jiang Tao contacting him, he immediately perked up. "A big shipment is coming." While Teisha and Jiang Tao were haggling over the price, Yang Mi curiously asked Sisi, "When did you discover?" Shin Sisi's face turned slightly red upon hearing this. "Just now. Who told you all to take so long in the wooden house?" "I was out here all alone, so I had to find something to do." Yang Mi speechless. "Oh no, it's almost dark again. I don't know why, but every time I see dusk I get anxious. Is it because an ancient gene is awakening?" I think it's more likely that you're afraid of a repeat of last night's tragedy." As night falls, the audience's hearts tense up, fearing that the acquaintance might unfortunately sacrifice again. Currently, it is the most watched live broadcast in the world. There is Hinata Gangsaka from Sakura Island, rumored to have triggered a rare continuous quest trying to find goblin civilization. Also, there are the Barbarian King from Ross and the Giant Stone Forest of the White Eagle Alliance, as well as Jiang Tao from the Great Xia. What is he doing? Currently, Jiang Tao's live broadcast room has the highest number of viewers worldwide. Everyone watched as he helped the JK girl put on a gas mask, signaling to Yang Mi to follow him closely, while also taking out a crossbow and strung some strange small black balls onto the arrowheads. Currently, the fastest to clear levels is Jiang Tao. According to the rules, the 20th room will definitely be very difficult. Not only the Great Xia audience, but media and officials from various countries are also paying close attention. Jiang Tao, fully armed, reached out beyond the light curtain. Scene transition. Before him lies a dimly lit vast cavern. A chilling wind howls from unknown origins, passing through strange rocks. Many professionals widen their eyes, taking countless screenshots, attempting to study every frame. Magical background. What is that thing hanging in the air? Wait, is that a mutated leopard? It's caught in a spider's web. And there are many monsters around being hung up. This is the nest of a super spider. Dripping water from stalactites, there is a water source here. The atmosphere is eerie. Some even saw the numerous threads of spider silk surrounding them. Looking around in the center of the cavern, there is a spring emanating white mist, exuding an otherworldly aura. Before they could comprehend, a strange noise came from above the cavern, with rocks falling. Suddenly, a pale human face emerged from the darkness. It was like a horror movie, scaring the audience into screams. What the hell? Is this a haunted room? Upon zooming in, they realized it was a supersized spider with a face the size of a millstone, with a human face on its back, its eyes patterned, bizarrely striking fear into the heart. It was awakened by Jiang Tao and the others, irritable due to laying eggs. The spider's legs moved nimbly along the webs covering the cavern, shooting silk towards the three, aiming to bind them. Hiss! Following the previous plan, Jiang Tao and Shin Sisi raised their crossbows, aiming at the magic spider. Yang Mi picked up 2 fire sticks, rubbing them together to ignite the fuel strung on the arrowheads. As soon as they ignited, the two quickly fired. The magic spider, living in a dark environment, instinctively dodged as soon as the fierce flames appeared. Even the silk chop missed. The magic spider, with movements unfitting for its massive body, skillfully dodged along the spider's silk. Jiang Tao's arrows were surprisingly avoided by it. Only Shin Sisi, with keen eyes, accurately shot the magic spider. It let out a painful howl, the sound wave carrying a mental, causing the 2 women great distress. Taking advantage of this, the magic spider lunged at them through the silk, while Jiang Tao raised his crossbow and fired several more arrows. This is its territory, don't engage the magic spider, heathen. Jiang Tao ignited a torch, burning the silk in front of him, and was the first to charge into the spring. Yang Mi and Shin Sisi hurriedly followed. Along the way, the 3 continuously sprayed black oil around. The thick black oil drenched the silk and flowed through the cave. The giant magic spider naturally chased after them. Seeing this, Yang Mi's right eye flashed with purple light. Medusa's eye. The petrifying light swept across, momentarily stunning the human-faced magic spider. You guys jump in first, I'll cover you. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Tao quickly fired a few more arrows, inflicting pain on the human-faced magic spider, distorting its face. He glanced at the spring. Earth milk spring, rare spring, continuously flowing spiritual spring that could sustain thousands of people daily. Moreover, the spring water is gentle, and long-term consumption can subtly improve one's physique and extend lifespan. It is excellent quality water for planting various spiritual plants. It seems the human-faced magic spider evolved because of it. Seeing the worried expressions of the 2 women, Jiang Tao gave them, "It's very safe." Shin Sisi and Yang Mi trusted Jiang Tao greatly. Upon hearing this, they adjusted their gas masks and resolutely jumped into the spring. Boom! As the 2 women jumped in, the human-faced magic spider regained consciousness and raged, charging towards Jiang Tao in a bizarre trajectory. None of the crossbow arrows Jiang Tao fired hit. "I'm not going to play with you anymore." Seeing the oil spread throughout the cavern, Jiang Tao retreated and jumped into the spring as well. At the same time, he threw away the torch and casually pulled out 3 blood vines from the spring. Whoosh! The oil ignited and a roaring fire engulfed the cavern, instantly transformed into a sea of flames. The previously intimidating human-faced magic spider panicked, fleeing along the spider silk, but the silk also caught fire, cutting off its escape route. The powerful human-faced magic spider was trapped in the sea of fire, darting around in confusion, yet unable to escape. No matter how strong its abilities were, it could only wait for death at this moment. And what awaited it in the spring? A golden spear that suddenly pierced upward. The wound caused by the golden spear tore open, bleeding profusely. After suffering several losses, the human-faced magic spider became increasingly weak, no longer daring to approach the spring. Jiang Tao's marvelous maneuver left the global audience in awe. Wait, is there such a way to fight? So what was spilled earlier was oil. Wonderful. I checked the magic spider's data. That is an E-class elite monster. Such powerful monsters don't even exist in reality. At least 3 heavy tanks would be needed to defeat it. Look at that ethereal spring. Now Jiang Tao has achieved drinking freedom, and he can even benefit all the players in the Great Xia. The foreign audience who had been watching the whole process could only watch this scene with envy. The crisis management team let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. Suddenly someone reacted. E-class monster. This is a milestone achievement. And it's a larger increase than yesterday. This message ignited the hearts of all the audience. Even foreign netizens wailed. Great Xia is already far ahead. God, will you treat them so favorably? No matter how the audience outside pleaded or got excited, the human-faced magic spider fell in the sea of flames. Hearing the game prompt, Jiang Tao suddenly burst out from the spring. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a monster above your level, experience 3 times. Great Xia announcement. Jiang Tao first killed the E-Class elite monster, the human-faced, achieving a milestone accomplishment. Great Xiao announcement. Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shen Cici's team first cleared the 20th room. Double rewards. Rewarding the 3 players with 3 silver treasure chests. National Fortune reward all Great Xia people's gene unlock 5, probability of talent, and super abilities. The 2 announcements resounded throughout the entire Magic Cube mansion. Not limited to the Great Xia, all players heard it. Jiang Tao, it's this name again. Just finished the 19th room. The giant stone forest, who was resting, felt a heavy heart. He thought he was fast enough, not expecting there to be someone stronger. The giant stone forest knew that over 1 billion viewers were watching him. Gritting his teeth, he had his companions prepare to challenge the 20th level. Once I find the Goblin Mother Nest, the Yamato Nation will ascend. Hinata, Gangsaka, deep within the Goblin territory, was undeterred. He had already switched to a sharper katana. Xiaoma Ge chased relentlessly, but the gap only widened. He sighed. It seems Jiang Tao and the others have awakened extremely strong talents, otherwise they wouldn't have cleared the levels so quickly. A penguin employee asked Mr. Ma, what do you think will happen to them when they return to Blue Star in 8 days? They will become the gods of the entire nation. Xiaoma Ge's eyes were deep, unable to imagine what kind of reputation Jiang Tao would have by then. Naturally, the most excited ones were the Great Xia netizens in the live broadcast room. I can feel it, or I feel like I'm floating and my body has become lighter. Gene unlocked 10. What does this mean? On site, many viewers experimented. Everyone was like Bolt. An ordinary high school student from Great Xia achieved a 9.5-second time in the 1. This is an all-around enhancement. Moreover, the subsequent increase of 1 in awakening probability is even more thrilling. Many spectators activated their talents on the spot, whether it was fire control, psychokinesis, or levitation. Don't underestimate the 1 chance. Among the over 2 billion Great Xia people, that means many awakenings. Even those practicing gene guiding techniques gained enhancements, and even research talents triggered new inspirations. But no one expected there to be a second National Fortune boost. Killing monsters beyond my level, so much experience. Jiang Tao emerged from the spring spirit as the fierce flames within the cave gradually subsided. Although he had only recently broken through to the peak level creature, the energy within his body was quickly accumulating. It's fine now, you can come up first. Jiang Tao removed his high-level gas mask and pulled Yang Mi and Shen Cici up from the water. Once on shore, the 2 women gasped for breath. This mask had played a crucial role. Without its 20 minutes of independent breathing, this tactic would have been impossible to implement. We'll open the box later. Let's gather materials on the shore first. To prevent the blood vines from being burned away, Jiang Tao had specifically picked 3 before jumping into the water. Next to the spring, there were a few rare spiritual plants, and Jiang Tao wanted to see if there was anything salvageable. He rummaged through the mud, but did not find any remains. On the contrary, Demi Mi found 2 surviving blood vines. What is that smell, eh? Shen Cici's delicate nose twitched as she turned to look at a corner of the cave. A thought struck Jiang Tao. That's the initial direction of the human-faced demon spider. I think I have an idea of what it is. He picked up a torch and headed toward the corner. Along the way, some blackened mud remnants were extinguished by his wolf-hide shoes. The quality of the gear was indeed good, otherwise with ordinary shoes he would have to walk barefoot by now. Xiao Tao, be careful. Seeing him venture further away, Yang Mi couldn't help but remind him. Jiang Tao gave an okay gesture back. Following the scent, he found a depression deep in the corner. Digging through the ashes, 5 red eggs, each the size of a goose egg, emerged before him. Roasted demon spider eggs, elite eggs rich in life energy. 1 is enough to fully restore stamina. If consumed in excess, there is a chance of evolving to the next stage. Good stuff. Jiang Tao's eyes lit up. He quickly collected the spider eggs, and dinner was now settled. Next, he needed to gather the human-faced demon spider. Although it had been burnt to death, there were still plenty of good items remaining. Acquired demon spider meat X, 3000 cooked, can be eaten directly. Excitement potion X, 1, of venom X, 50 human face eyes X, 2, 8 spider spears X, 1. An undoubtedly massive haul. Food, potions, treasures, weapons. All of it. Now everyone gets a share. Jiang Tao grinned broadly, and Yang Mi and Shen Cici immediately focused their attention on the 2 peculiar eyes. It seemed that they had extracted the magical eyes from the human-faced demon spider. Human face eyes, after use vision and spirit 3 times and enhances existing eye techniques capable of breaking through level illusions. I have the talent for hints. 2 eyes are merely a bonus for me. In comparison, both Demi Mi and Cici needed them more. Jiang Tao thought to himself as he handed 1 eye to each of them. You should use them. Shen Cici shook her head, refusing. Brother, you are the spearhead. The best steel should be used for the blade, so you should use it. Right. Demi Mi nodded repeatedly, her peaks rising and falling. Well, just assist in battle. Alright, you 2 don't need to be polite with me. Jiang Tao pointed at the 8 strange spears on the ground resembling spider legs. Aren't I left with these? Once Cici evolves, I'll ask her to help with the synthesis. Slightly curious, Shen Cici glanced over. Name 8 spider spears. Level bronze effect. 8 spears combined. A spear thrown can automatically return and condense into a high-level bronze spear, adjustable in length between 1 meter to 20 meters. Poisonous, barbed, and penetrating. Description: formed from the strongest parts of the human-faced demon spider, consisting of 8, can split and merge. Of excellent quality with many functions. What a great weapon. After reading, Shin was full of admiration and no. After exchanging glances with Demi, she used the human face eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao looked at the other spoils. Excitement potion. After use mental power X 3 times for a short duration, nerves become hyperactive, extremely sensitive to everything around. All attributes 1 times. Duration 10 minutes. Venom. Concentrated toxins from the human-faced demon spider, totaling 50 drops. Each drop can kill a top-level creature. Injecting all into an enemy can kill an elite monster. Demon spider meat. A level meat regular consumption can evolve to a level creatures. A small piece can satiate a large beast. It has been cooked. Shelf life, 20 days. With the excitement potion and the monkey wine, I am gaining more confidence. Jiang Tao carefully stored it away, his mind always on the ghost forest. Now that all the auxiliary materials for the potion were gathered, the most important wood-type spirit crystal was available in the ghost forest. And that tree which was about to evolve into a level extraordinary ghost mother tree. If not resolved sooner, the night would bring many dreams. Not long after, Shin and Yang opened their bright eyes. In the dim cave, the sparkling eyes of the 2 women could see through everything in the corners. Today's pace was quick, we can rest earlier. It was now past 5 p.m. And Jiang Tao opened the Great Xia channel. As expected, everyone was lamenting. It's night again. My wooden house is still not repaired. I hope the monsters don't get in. I have already opened 5 rooms. Tonight I can comfortably hide in a warm thatched house without worries. Look, Jiang Tao has opened 20 rooms. I suspect he is the fastest player. I really envy Demi and Shin 2 beautiful women who have taken off even his ornaments. Xiao Ma is also starting to tackle the 20th room. I'm starving. I risked my life to explore 2 rooms and only found 2 small loaves of bread. It's nowhere near enough. I'd trade 10 jin of firewood for a bucket of instant noodles. Xiao Tao, let's set up a shelter earlier. With the crisis lifted, Yang beamed with a big smile and waved to the sky. Dear viewers, are you really watching me? Of course. This was the synchronized barrage in the live stream. Now the 3 of them had become global superstars. Many foreign netizens were climbing over the wall to watch, either wanting to learn or to admire. Even watching them build a small wooden house, move firewood, and prepare dinner was fascinating. Unlike most players struggling on the brink of life and death, the 3 ignited the campfire poetically. They skewered demon spider meat, wild boar meat, donkey meat, and other ingredients in succession. They placed it beside the fire to roast. Yang also took out a bowl filled with a lot of fruits. Jiang Tao had fewer reservations. He directly picked up a demon spider egg, cracked it open, and slurped it down like porridge. Looks a bit disgusting. I don't want to eat that, Yang said with some disdain upon seeing this. The taste is quite good. Wow, all the fatigue from the day has vanished. It feels amazing. After finishing 1 egg, Jiang Tao seemed to glow, wearing a content expression. Yang and Shin had undergone multiple enhancements, giving them keen observation. They witnessed with their own eyes as in just a few seconds Jiang Tao's skin and cheeks turned whiter and smoother. The subtle injuries from the daytime battle were smoothed out. Brother, you seem to have become a few years younger. Shin mouth slightly opened. Don't be polite, eat while it's hot. Jiang Tao tossed 2 demon spider eggs to the 2 women, then took one, patted it, and said with a smile, if this were on Blue Star, it would be an alien egg, a miraculous medicine. Eating it could extend your life by at least 5 years. Extend life, preserve youth. Knowing its effects, Demi's heart stirred. She had beauty anxiety. Forgetting about any disgust, she let Jiang Tao help open a hole. She picked up a straw and, like drinking coconut water, took small sips. In contrast to Jiang Tao's binge, the 2 women ate very slowly. Brother, I can't eat anymore. I feel so full. Not long after, Shin discarded an empty eggshell and patted her round little belly. Ugh. Yang was even worse. After forcing down one, she collapsed onto the ground, despairingly looking at the pile of meat. I won't waste food. I'll take full responsibility. After draining 1 demon spider egg, Jiang Tao picked up the last one. He could feel the surge of power within him. It was a sign of life's leap. The roasted food prepared that evening was abundant. So much, in fact, that it could satiate at least 10 adults. Then hundreds of millions of viewers watched Jiang Tao devour meat, as if observing a gourmet livestream. His stomach seemed bottomless, capable of swallowing anything placed before him. After finishing their meal, the 2 young women turned to other tasks. Shin feeling she had lagged behind the team, studied the 8 spider spear and golden spear, her eyes thoughtful. Since these are weapons of the same category, they should be synthesizable. She acted without delay, placing her small hand upon them, enveloping both in a soft, luminous glow as they gradually fused. Demi, having finished her meal, elegantly explored the spider den. Compared to her trembling anxiety on day 1, she now moved with the ease of a contestant on a lighthearted reality show. In truth, viewed from another angle, eternal youth and stardom as a global icon. That is precisely my lifelong dream. Especially when recalling her intimate bond with Jiang Tao. For others, the next 8 days would be a hellish ordeal. Yet for her, they felt like a serene vacation, youthful, handsome, enigmatic, and formidable. With her heterochromatic eyes stealing glances at Jiang Tao, Mimi inwardly grumbled, everything about him is perfect, except his character. As if recalling something, her slender legs suddenly weakened, she stumbled, nearly toppling into the spring. Gazing at the pristine ripples of the spring, a thought stirred within her. Tonight I can finally enjoy a proper bath. At last, water freedom. Just as she contemplated examining the spring's source, she noticed Shin sweating profusely nearby. Hastily retrieving her sole remaining bottle of a Jiao blood tonic, she hurried over to help Cici consume it. Your constitution is weak. Proceed slowly. Mimi counseled gently like an elder sister. Synthesis demands unwavering focus and momentum. Strangely, the moment she drew near the fusion, just one breath shy of completion, suddenly succeeded. Congratulations, you have synthesized the mother-and-child spider spear. A single black and gold spear lay upon the ground, its shaft wreathed in gossamer spider silk, majestic and awe-inspiring at first glance. Brother, come quickly and see. Delighted, Shin lifted the mother-and-child spider spear and waved it toward Jiang Tao. He had just finished his last piece of roasted meat and was sipping water, yet at the sight his eyes lit up instantly. You've truly delivered me a magnificent surprise. He stepped forward, took the spear, and examined it closely, then instinctively drew a sharp breath. Name: mother-and-child spider spear. Tier: supreme bronze. Effects: lethal venom, barb tips, piercing penetration. Venom silk. Upon piercing an enemy, venomous filaments erupt from the wound, burrowing relentlessly inward. 9 spear barrage. The spear may split into 9 identical copies. The mother spear remains in hand, while the 8 child spears may be recalled, at will seamlessly integrating long-range bombardment with close-quarters lethality. Description: forged from multiple rare materials, this weapon is extraordinary even in its base form. Now imbued with transcendent power, it can pierce the defenses of Class D supernatural entities, and strike down spectral beings, vengeful spirits, and other ethereal horrors. Against Class or Class F entities, mere contact inflicts grievous injury. A direct strike proves instantly fatal. Fearsome. Unpredictable. This is no novice tier artifact. It emerged only on day 2. It is a weapon fit for Class D cultivators alone. With it, survival becomes effortless, like mowing grass. Tomorrow's exploration holds far greater promise. Jiang Tao couldn't resist wielding the mother-and-child spider spear, practicing its splitting technique. The two women naturally understood his intent. Yang Mi's lips parted, as if to protest that safety was already assured, yet hesitated, unwilling to risk his life unnecessarily. Yet after brief acquaintance, she recognized the unshakable resolve in his gaze. Mimi remained silent while Cici urged softly, Brother, after consuming the demon spider eggs and the Jiao tonic, my body has visibly strengthened. I believe evolution is imminent. At this pace, we need not venture perilously into the ghostwood. We may progress steadily, step by step. Jiang Tao nodded knowingly, sheathing the spear as he explained, this isn't merely for your recovery. It's for our team's future. Currently we rank among the nations, and indeed the world's, elite. Yet among millions of players, prodigies abound, closing the gap with relentless determination. Moreover, as time advances, rooms grow increasingly treacherous, resources scarcer, treasures rarer. To sustain our advantage, we must seize every lead, because one step ahead ensures every step thereafter remains ahead. Hearing his reasoning, Shin ceased her objections. Xiao Tao, earlier I noticed something peculiar about that spring source. Suddenly Mimi pointed toward the spring, urging him to inspect it. Jiang Tao's pulse quickened. He recalled the prior hint, this earth milk spring held extraordinary. He led both women to the spring's edge. Earlier urgency had prevented careful observation, but now he gazed intently. A translucent bubble frame floated upward from the surface. Heaven above, you nearly missed the greatest treasure hidden within the demon spider den. Do you realize how many near-fatal crises the human-faced demon spider endured to claim dominion over this earth milk spring? Tame it, and you shall gain an endless supply of pure natural water, plus a self-replenishing earth milk hot spring. Even stranded in deserts or other barren wastelands, survival becomes certain. Friendly reminder to fully integrate the spring, your shelter must first be upgraded to a large rural villa. Can it truly be tamed? Jiang Tao murmured, faintly astonished. Please step aside for a moment. Yang Mi and Shin retreated to either side, watching curiously as Jiang Tao raised his hand. What is he doing? Blue Planet Time 1750. The live stream was moments from closing. Viewers stared bewildered at Jiang Tao's gesture. Then, before their stunned, wide-eyed gazes, the spring shrank steadily beneath Jiang Tao's outstretched hand, while the cavern trembled violently. He had claimed it. Nearby, atop the courtyard of the 2-story medium wooden house, a soft pop echoed. Soil burst open, revealing a miniature earth milk spring reduced several times. Its kind-fused waters cascaded outward, drenching the earth tree, fruit, ice, spirit grass, and blood vine. Each plant luxuriating beneath the crystalline. Their vines swayed, visibly joyful. A familiar announcement jolted resting players awake. A luminous bubble-like subtitle swept across every livestream. Tower announcement: congratulations to Jiang Tao of Great Xia, recipient of the rare terrain earth milk spring. Henceforth water abundance secured, benefiting all. National fortune reward: all surviving Great Xia players receive one complimentary bottle of natural spring water. A natural spirit spring shall soon emerge within Great Xia's borders, its waters prolonging life, fortifying the body, and brimming with spiritual energy. Staring at the sudden appearance of bottled mineral water, many players froze. Wait, does attaining enlightenment lift even the chickens and dogs, eh? Huh, I'd fallen asleep parched. Never imagined such a gift before bedtime. Wow, Jiang Tao's recently cleared room was clearly extraordinary. He tames the spring, and we all reap the benefits. Yesterday his water distribution event left me empty-handed, but today everyone receives their share. Thank you. Your single bottle saved countless lives. The vast majority of ordinary players needed no prompting. They lavished praise upon Jiang Tao's benevolence. Even elite players like Xiao Ma Gu and Rua Yu, seeing the natural spring water materialize before them, shook their heads in quiet admiration, acknowledging their own inadequacy. Yet those most unsettled were fellow tower participants, trapped in dire straits elsewhere. OMG, is this even possible? I saw a lake on day one. Could I claim it too? The tower's law is clear: treasure always coexists with peril. Did you merely see it, or could you truly seize it? I'm dying of thirst. Why wasn't I born a citizen of Great Xia? Upon hearing the announcement, top-tier competitors, including Giant Stone Chong Lin, Richuan Steelplate, and Savage King, lit up with revelation. From now on, every room must be searched exhaustively. The greatest shockwave, however, reverberated across Blue Planet itself. No one expected Jiang Tao to deliver such a monumental gift so late in the game. Quick, redirect the satellites. Mobilize police nationwide. The team leader had planned arrest, but he never imagined Jiang Tao would deliver such a shock. Not only within Daxia's satellites from the Beiying Federation, Luosi and Oming pivoted, as well, seeking the spirit spring in the east. Incredible. With Jiang Tao around, Daxia will surpass us. Can we find a way to alter his nationality? The most anxious was the Beiying Federation, the world's foremost superpower. They would not tolerate an eastern nation overtaking them step by step, all in merely 2. The global tide shifted. Everyone in Daxia felt the feedback, and the nation's fortune swelled. Those upon whom they had pinned great hopes like Jusher and others took notice. It appeared they ranked an entire tier below Jiang Tao. The advisory current rules are unclear, and he stands overwhelmingly dominant. Best not to act rashly. Try contacting Jiang Tao's relatives to obtain his genes. That was the think tank's council reviewed and affirmed by the Grand Commander. Unwilling to watch an Eastern power rise, they began dispatching carriers and planting operatives to gather intelligence. Aeonsine Millennium upheaval, they called it. Unexpectedly, the rare treasures players acquired within the building could be transmitted back to their motherlands. Agencies were elated and worked through the night on how to leverage the barrage feature to assist their nationals. Within 5 minutes, the location of the Spirit Spring had exploded across the internet. Within Daxia, in the ancient Central Plains at the Jinan Scenic Area, 1,000 tourists witnessed the old spring ruins suddenly suffused with divine light and a dragon-like cry. A sacred spring gushed forth, prompting tourists to scramble. Rumor spread that an old white-haired man drank and his hair reverted to black. Chaos erupted at the scenic spot, and people rushed frenziedly. There was video evidence. So many witnessed the miracle that news suppression proved impossible. Many tourists, having inhaled the initial spiritual vapor, experienced transformations as their marrow and sinews were cleansed. Authorities moved in swiftly, but the entire city still went mad, seeking a brush with the sacred. Officials eventually intervened, promising that locals would each be allowed a single sip of the spirit water first, and only then did the frenzy subside. This was only with all live streams shuttered. The study of the spirit spring had only just begun. Led by the Beiying Federation nations under the United Nations banner, demanded that Daxia share the spirit water. All for the sake of the human community, they declared. Daxia scoffed. Where were they when others had treasures to share? Jiang Tao was unaware of the storm his existence had sparked. He was instead studying the spring's source. Compared to before it had been seized, the feature in the courtyard had visibly grown. We must upgrade the shelter to unlock its potential. Jiang Tao sighed, opening the shelter interface. Requirements to upgrade to a large country villa would X 1,000 iron blocks, X 500 silver blocks, X 300 gold, X 100 second order energy core, X1. The materials were many, but the second order core was the hardest to obtain. With more meat than he could eat, Jiang Tao put surplus wild boar on the platform for sale. All he needed was gold, silver, and scarce blueprints or items. Demimi and Shin Sisi did not think the spring trivial. They hurried Jiang Tao upstairs while they bathed in the courtyard. Burning bridges, Demimi teased. Jiang Tao sat on the upstairs wooden bed and meditated, feeling the surging energy. The heavy evening meal and the vast experience gained from slaying monsters had, without his noticing, propelled him across the threshold of life. In the courtyard, Demimi used a towel to tend Shin Sisi's wounds, gazing at the girl's pristine, delicate form and refined countenance. She could not help but praise. Sisi, when we return, you should consider acting. You could become a superstar. Be a star, Sisi asked. Shin Sisi's large eyes rolled. "I'm not very interested," she said. "Let's talk about it after we go back." They chatted about trivial household matters in a pleasant mood. Demimi noticed Sisi's hesitation on the verge of speaking. Surprised, she asked. We are sisters bound by life and death. What are you holding back? He'll say it then, Cece whispered. Please don't be upset. Dressed in a black shirt, she murmured. At night, could you sleep more quietly? I'm afraid I want sleep, and it will affect tomorrow's expedition. At that, Demimi's beaming smile froze. She forced a laugh. I understand, she said through gritted teeth. All to blame that stinking man, she thought. When Jiang Tao came downstairs, he was inexplicably scolded by Demimi. What's going on, he asked, utterly baffled. A day of exploration left them exhausted. The three retired early. Jiang Tao was initially sent upstairs to sleep, but later, he argued his case. Night is not entirely safe, he said. You witnessed this morning's wreckage. It's safer if I sleep on the first floor. His point was reasonable. Yang Mi and Shin Cece exchanged a look and nodded. Then rest early, brother. Call us if anything happens, they told him. Washed and radiant, Shin Cece yawned adorably, turned lightly, her black hair flowing as she climbed to the second floor. Be careful, don't sleep too deeply. Demimi tossed him a beguiling glance, gave a soft hum, and with long legs ascended the stairs. Don't sleep deeply. The remark struck him like Sun Wukong being knocked on the head by the patriarch. Jiang Tao felt a stir and smiled knowingly. Before long, lying in bed, Jiang Tao opened the chat group and read players' messages about shortages and their gratitude. A warm sense of happiness filled him. Soon drowsiness swept over him, and he fell into a heavy sleep. Late at night, in the silent spider's nest, only the courtyard spring's flow made a lullaby. He was jolted awake by a surge of heat. The blanket covering him was soaked. His body burned with feverish sweat, and his heart thudded like a sovereign's engine starting. Was tonight's meal too nourishing? He wondered, touching his scorching forehead. His body felt peculiar. He shook his head and rose quietly. No choice, he thought, growing pains from evolution. Though the cabin was dim, Jiang Tao's night vision served him. System tip, mind the protruding stair, to avoid a swollen thumb, keep to the right. He crept up the stairs. Sister Mi hinted to me, he reassured himself, she wouldn't be angry. On the second floor, he saw two identical wooden beds and two silhouettes beneath the quilts. He scratched his head. A chat bubble appeared over the left bed. A lonely soul awaits her white horse prince. Brave youth, now is your chance. With that prompt, he instantly understood and grinned. To avoid disturbing the neighboring JK, he tiptoed forward, slipped under the covers, and embraced the figure inside. I've kept you waiting, he murmured. Through the blanket, the beauty stirred and then froze. In the dark, Shin Cece's large eyes blinked. What was happening? Only when she heard his mutter did realization dawn. Brother has mistaken me, the JK cried in her mind. Before she could warn him softly, a chill, and the quilt was thrown aside. Beneath it sat a girl hugging herself and trembling. Jiang Tao froze, not even bothering to pick up the fallen blanket. How could it be Cece? Damn, that prompt betrayed me. Their eyes met. Confronted with the girl's innocent, pleading gaze, Jiang Tao could not contain himself. The atmosphere turned painfully awkward. Cece, something fell on the floor. Demimi, a few meters away, mumbled as she was roused, turning over and rubbing her eyes. Her and Cece's eyes had been enhanced. Their night vision was crystal clear. Yang Mi's violet Medusa gaze swept the two frozen shapes on the bed, and she snapped, fully awake. Wait, how did you get up here? Yang Mi cried, sitting up in alarm. Imagining the worst, she angrily grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it. Are you trying to ruin the motherland's blossom? She snapped. Thud. Jiang Tao wryly caught the pillow and said, you told me not to sleep too deeply and to come up, didn't you? You told me to. Mimi stammered, then her pretty face flushed. What has that guy been thinking lately? Seeing Shun Cece's suspicious look, Mimi thought to herself that this was bad. Wait, did you two treat me like a prop for flirting? Shin Cece muttered, speechless. The three of them froze upstairs. Sweat poured down Jiang Tao's back as his heart felt ready to leap from his chest while he searched for an exit. Creak, a grating sound of metal tearing echoed from below. System alert, be advised, attracted by the vapor, a monster called Man-Eating Bear is breaching the iron gate. Man-Eating Bear. Little did they expect that the nighttime raid discussed by the players during the day would actually happen to them. Jiang Tao's heart raced as he exclaimed, this is perfect. What Man-Eating Bear? This is clearly a savior. We'll go take a look. Jiang Tao dashed down, leaving the two women exchanging glances in confusion. Returning to the first floor hall, Jiang Tao activated the energy core lights on. Instantly, the first and second floors were illuminated brilliantly. Jiang Tao looked towards the door and saw a giant black bear over 3 meters tall, covered in black fur, with bloody eyes fixed intently on the courtyard. Drip drip. The bear's massive mouth was drooling all over the place. The sudden brightness caused the man-eating bear to squint its eyes in discomfort and let out a strain. As it got a clear view of Jiang Tao emerging from the house, its drool flowed even more. It stood upright, resembling a black giant, its murky bear eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glint. Clang. The iron door, which had just been upgraded during the day, was smashed flat by the bear's paw. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the door to— However, Jiang Tao's expression showed no signs of panic. Instead, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Wow, you have quite the strength. If it were a wooden door, it would have already been smashed to pieces. If it managed to sneak into the house, it would be very dangerous. Brother, are you okay? At this moment, Demimi and Shun Cece hurriedly dressed and grabbed their weapons, rushing down from the second floor. Awakened in the dead of night. Both were a bit frightened, and upon seeing the ferocious man-eating bear, they were immediately startled, hurriedly hiding behind Jiang Tao. Name man-eating bear level A rank elite monster skills bloodthirsty giant strength bear slam man-eating special attack. After accidentally eating a player, the delicious taste lingered in its memory. It has already consumed 3 players and has thus evolved. Gains a special attack against human strength 10. Description: a cunning and vicious elite bear with the wisdom of a 12-year-old human. It possesses immense strength, but prefers to ambush at night, especially when it sees human structures. Attracted by the moisture, it unexpectedly found something delicious, making it even more excited. Enjoys toying with its prey alive and in a shell. Please note, players who survive the nighttime attack will receive double rewards. After reading the description, Jiang Tao's eyes narrowed. Yang Mi covered her mouth and shook her face pale. It has eaten 3 people. As long as it can't get in, we will be invincible. Shin Cece, pale-faced, gripped her crossbow tightly, taking a deep breath. Moreover, we still have. Cece cast a sidelong glance, not daring to look directly at Jiang Tao. She knew that her brother had the venom of the magic spider, which was lethal on contact. Indeed, seeing Jiang Tao's relaxed demeanor, Demimi naturally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he is as strong as he appears. Since it likes to eat people, it must be killed. Jiang Tao opened the shelter's panel and activated the high-voltage mode. Warning. Activating this mode will significantly drain the energy core. Do you want to proceed? Confirm. As soon as this mode was activated, the lights in the room dimmed. Crackle. At the same time, electric sounds crackled from the iron door and windows. The man-eating bear currently demolishing the door was electrified, its black fur standing on end, and its paws emitting smoke. Ow! The man-eating bear roared angrily at the 3, refusing to retreat despite being shocked. It took 2 steps back and then crashed heavily into the iron door. Bang! In the midst of electric sparks, the energy consumption was enormous. Although the bear's black fur was singed, it didn't suffer any serious injuries and glared at the 3 with resentment. What are you staring at? Jiang Tao, displeased, fired his crossbow, meeting the bear's bloodthirsty eyes. It's the middle of the night and you're wrecking my home, and you still have such an attitude. Several bolts struck the man-eating bear, most were blocked by its raised arms. A few struck its body but were absorbed by its thick layer of fat. The bear recoiled in pain. Whoosh. At that moment, Shin Cece shot 3 bolts from her crossbow, penetrating the fat and causing it to yelp in agony. The man-eating bear, wary of Shin Cece's deadly weapon, fled into the darkness. Has it escaped? Demimi looked at Jiang Tao and asked, knowing he could see through monsters. Seeing the bubbles popping up in the darkness, Jiang Tao sneered 3 times. It's very cunning, lurking outside, even looking for tools to break in. Bears can strategize now. How cunning. A hint of fear flashed into Mimi's eyes. It's become sentient. If we let it go, what will happen? Jiang Tao took out the mother-and-child spider spear and weighed it in his hand. The spear split into 5 smaller spears, which he planted into the grass. Just right to practice on it. Jiang Tao exchanged a glance with Demimi, who understood immediately and turned off the lights inside the house. Instantly, the magic spider nest was engulfed in darkness. Ordinary people could see nothing in the dark, but the 3 possessed night vision, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings of the house. Before long, a rustling sound came from the darkness. Demimi widened her eyes. She saw the man-eating bear returning quietly, approaching with a round log in its mouth. Rubber wood, a special type of wood that is 100 insulated and has various uses. What the heck? Where did you steal this from? Jiang Tao was both angry and amused, looking up at the bear's head. Outwardly clumsy, but inwardly cunning and ruthless. Currently attacking the wooden house. Please be careful of its brute strength and close combat abilities. Striking the bear's nose will cause it to temporarily pause and slow down. The fur on its neck will also be reduced significantly. The man-eating bear with the rubber wood in its mouth cautiously tried to breach the already damaged front door. Instead of taking the direct approach, it opted to climb to the back door. It carefully pressed the rubber wood against the electrified iron door. Bang! Despite its caution, it still made a slight noise. It did not rush in recklessly, but instead lay flat, blending into the ground. Demimi and Shin Cece naturally witnessed this horrifying scene. The 2 women exchanged glances and then looked at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao placed a finger to his lips. Sure, the bear may be cunning, but it's not smarter than a human. Seeing that the humans hadn't noticed, the man-eating bear stepped onto the rubber wood. Despite weighing hundreds of kilograms, it stealthily crept on the wood, inching closer to the wooden house. It seemed to have envisioned the screams of its 3 prey, unable to resist, licking its tongue. Just as the bear climbed to a higher position, Jiang Tao tightened his grip on the child's spear, his back arching like a dragon, and made a throw. PFF. A piercing sound rang out as the child's spear pierced through the bear's neck, blood spraying out. Crash. The man-eating bear fell heavily from a height, struggling in terror, trying to cover the wound and pull out the spear from its neck. One must admit, the vitality of elite monsters is indeed formidable. Even after suffering a fatal injury, it could still counterattack temporarily. Shin Cece seized the opportunity and shot several bolts, 2 of which struck it. Now it's truly blind. After suffering multiple injuries, the bear went berserk, its paws destroying everything around it. In response, Jiang Tao naturally had the foresight to shoot more spears. Who told me to be merciful? After firing 3 spears, the talent prompt indicated the bear had completely collapsed. Jiang Tao then turned the lights back on, opened the iron door, and dragged the lifeless bear back into the courtyard. To avoid attracting more monsters with the smell of blood, Mimi hurriedly locked the iron door. Now we really have more than enough meat. Looking at the bear, which resembled a small mountain, Jiang Tao shook his head. After killing it, his body felt warm. Having accumulated to the limit, things finally fell into place. Did the harvest at night double? Jiang Tao took a deep breath, allowing his body to slowly evolve as he pressed his palm against the bear's body. Harvest. He obtained 500 units of black bear meat, 1 bear hide kasaya robe, 1 bear gallbladder, and 1 tier 2 spirit crystal. Truly a bountiful harvest. Even more astonishing to Jiang Tao was the secret manual he held in his hand. Nighttime fortune surged. Your innate talent book targeting humanoids has evolved into humanoid supremacy. From now on, send more treasures at night. Jiang Tao's gaze settled upon the talent book. Though he had slain the man-eating bear with apparent ease, it had been an elite monster. For any player, such a foe would pose immense pressure. Across the entire tower, perhaps only their team could clear it unscathed. Humanoid supremacy grants 10 attack power against all humanoid monsters. Strange indeed. Yet precisely how broad was its definition of humanoid? Jiang Tao silently recited the learning incantation. As the book dissolved into radiant light, a new talent appeared in his talent registry. What of the other treasures? That tier 2 spirit crystal would resolve his immediate crisis. The shelter could now be upgraded. Still, he remained slightly short of gold and silver. Food was so abundant that Jiang Tao listed another batch of wild boar meat for sale. He estimated the upgrade materials would be fully gathered by tomorrow. Too much. We simply cannot. Gazing at donkey head meat and demonic spider flesh piled high within the wooden hut, Jiang Tao wore an expression of utter helplessness. Were other players to witness this, they might well choke. We cling to life on the edge of death, and you've already overflowed your storage. Mimi curiously picked up a black and crimson cloak lying on the ground. Name bearhide kasaya robe. Rarity bronze tier. Effect diminished presence. Wearing the robe drastically lowers one's perceptibility. Under conditions such as nighttime, it grants full invisibility. Strength augmentation. Grants 30 strength and 10 movement speed. Bear heart. Activates the black bear phantom embroidered upon the robe, conjuring a spectral black bear beside the wearer, whose attributes surge across the board. Until shattered, this spectral bear absorbs all incoming damage. Cooldown 24 hours. Truly fortune favors the night. This is clearly a rare artifact. Jiang Tao marveled aloud. His confidence in tomorrow's expedition deepened accordingly. The final bear gallbladder, no larger than a longan fruit, radiated spiritual energy, far more potent than that of the spirit crystal. Bear gallbladder, a rare treasure containing the essence of an elite bear's entire spirit. Consuming it purges toxins and heals grievous wounds, even reviving one clinging to the faintest breath. If ingested at a critical evolutionary juncture, it may catalyze breakthroughs. Shi quickly consumed the bear gallbladder. Who would have imagined such a miraculous elixir? Jiang Tao's delight surged upon reading its description. It had arrived effortlessly, yet yielded a life-saving panacea. Unexpectedly, however, Shi shook her head, gently declining his outstretched hand. Brother, my wound merely retains residual toxins. After eating so much precious meat, I feel warmth spreading through my body. I believe I'm about to evolve. You should take the bear gallbladder instead and ascend to rank. It will empower you to better protect us all. Jiang Tao frowned slightly, clutching the gallbladder. I too am on the cusp of evolution. Consuming it now would be sheer waste. Such a peerless treasure prompted mutual deference between. Mimi stepped between them, smiling. Since neither wishes to claim it, why not preserve this elixir for future use, should anyone fall gravely injured? That made perfect sense. Both Jiang Tao and Shi agreed, and carefully stored the bear gallbladder away. After the crisis passed, an awkward silence settled. Shi then turned and ascended the stairs. So sleepy, I'll rest upstairs first. Call me if anything arises, brother. As if fleeing some monstrous pursuer, Mimi hurried after her in quick mincing steps, up the staircase. Before vanishing from sight, she glanced back and shot Jiang Tao a sharp, admonishing look. You stay downstairs and reflect properly. Jiang Tao shrugged, helpless. His body burned with the feverish heat of evolution. Too energized to sleep, Jiang Tao picked up tools and repaired the iron gate torn apart by the man-eating bear. Then he rinsed his body with spring water. The next morning, Jiang Tao awoke to the tower's public announcement. Good morning, all players. Today marks day 3 of the survival game, with 7 days remaining until conclusion. Yesterday, 11000 players were eliminated. Survivors now number 63000. Some players have evolved to a rank. Room difficulty has increased accordingly. Individual rewards and national fortune feedback are now being calculated. Cultural tip: encounters with sentient beings during exploration may trigger quests. Completion yields extraordinary rewards. When confronting challenges, nightmares, or even healthier large-scale rooms, teams may form alliances for joint expeditions, reaping abundant spoils. These few mechanical lines left hundreds of thousands lost in contemplation, dissecting every implication. Another 11000 perished last night. How many millions suffered in reality? Especially upon hearing room difficulty had risen, many novice players felt a pang of dread. a shared sorrow for fallen comrades. Someone has evolved into an E-rank entity. Who could it be? What magnitude of power does that entail? Likely comparable to Captain America's destructive capacity in film. It's almost certainly Jiang Tao of Daxia. And that final reminder. Have the rooms themselves begun evolving? Oh no, I encountered a burrowing goblin yesterday, just like those in films. It fled the moment it saw me. At the time I rejoiced at avoiding conflict, but now I realize I missed a quest opportunity. Countless channels buzzed with Daxia channel. Xiaoma Gu Jiang Tao. Young man is the E-rank human mentioned in the announcement you. Many players watched intently. Freshly awakened Jiang Tao offered no concealment. Yes, it's me. Indeed. A collective sigh of relief rose among the crowd. Having their nation's first E-rank human was infinitely preferable to foreign dominance. Beyond national pride, his evolution meant others could share in its benefits. Still, I must not fall too far behind him. Xiaoma Ji's expression tightened with quiet resolve. Having built his empire, the Penguin Group, from nothing he intended to forge a new dominion within this tower. Daxia boasted the largest player base, and Jiang Tao's repeated generosity in early stages had enabled countless others to survive, sowing the seeds of future elite contenders. In a forest separated by countless rooms after a night-long pursuit, Nichikawa Kasiku located a large goblin wielding a crude wooden club, possessing rudimentary intelligence. Farther still, smoke curled lazily above a goblin village. He drew his katana. That E-rank human outpaced me, but I've completed several quests, each reward richer than the last. Once I activate the final main quest, I shall overtake him, without question. Naturally, deeper excavation brought escalating difficulty, a truth Nichikawa Kasaka knew all too well. Courage, fearlessness. Silently invoking the Bushido spirit, Nichikawa Kasaku charged upward against overwhelming odds. Clack. At precisely 6 a.m., global live streams activated. Over 100 million viewers from the island nation tuned in to his channel. As expected, awakening refreshed and vital, Jiang Tao eagerly anticipated his rewards and opened his personal interface. His level read unmistakably E-rank mid-stage new human. Moreover, surging energy had propelled him past initial accumulation, straight into advanced tiers. Tap tap tap. At that moment, Demimi and Shun Shishi descended the stairs. They regarded Jiang Tao curiously. He seemed taller, broader, and subtly more refined. Even, dare they say, slightly more handsome. Recalling last night's surprise assault, Shun Shishi blushed faintly and turned her face away. Xiao Tao, what does an E-rank human truly look like? Demimi focused instead on his infant smooth skin and youthful visage. Jiang Tao pointed to his interface and smiled. It says my lifespan is now 300 years. Additionally, he could select one organ for evolutionary enhancement. As an elite, you transcend your species. You shall guide your kin toward a new evolutionary dawn. Select one bodily part for evolution. Left hand, right leg, heart, spine. Eyes, nose, brain. I didn't expect to be able to choose for myself. This should strengthen a certain organ. Jiang Tao fell into deep thought. Logically, the first choices should naturally be the most important, heart and brain. One is related to the bodhi's blood supply, the other to soul enhancement. Blood. Jiang Tao's heart stirred. Can bloodlines evolve? He searched carefully on the panel and indeed found it. Next to the Titan bloodline was an upward-pointing red arrow. Jiang Tao's spirit jolted. Good, I'll choose this. The stronger one grows stronger. He had experienced the power of Titan's blood, immensely strong with endless stamina. Otherwise, how could he in entire body counter elite monsters? Not to mention being able to transform into a Titan giant. As he clicked, it seemed he could hear the vast sound of blood surging and energy pouring into his marrow. Crack. Jiang Tao's bones trembled. Talent Titan strength evolved to Titan bones. Talent effect strength 6 times activates bloodline power, can transform into an 8-meter-tall Titan form. All attributes doubled, lasting for 5 minutes with no weakness period, but requires high energy food afterward. Cooldown period 24 hours. The effects are doubled. Most importantly, there are no side effects. Jiang Tao clenched his fist, feeling emotional. The gap between each tier of beings can be described as a celestial divide. He casually picked up an ordinary kitchen knife, and amidst the exclamations of Shinsisi and Demimi, he struck his arm. With a clang, the kitchen knife dulled and then broke into 2. Brother, your skin is even tougher than rhino hide. Shinsisi blinked her clear large eyes. She cautiously stepped forward, carefully pinching Jiang Tao's skin, but found it couldn't be twisted. Demimi joyfully admired her radiant self with delicate skin. I've also evolved to top tier F grade. The feedback effect is so strong. Unexpectedly, just following Jiang Tao and doing logistics had such great rewards. Thinking of this, Demimi glanced at Jiang Tao, wondering if she should reward him tonight. Settlement complete. Congratulations to player Jiang Tao for being the first to evolve his bloodline to a grade new human. Personal reward exclusive grade Pet Egg X1. National Fortune feedback. All citizens of Great Xia lifespan 10 years. Gene unlock rate 5. Blue star. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Many viewers, still sleepy, opened the live stream. They didn't expect Jiang Tao to give them such a big surprise right from the start. You evolved overnight. Haha, last night weren't the people from Sakura Island boasting about how Ryuchuan Gangban was rising above? Now do you see? Lifespan extended by 10 years. This is real. Other rewards like becoming smarter or giving birth to geniuses might not resonate with ordinary, but everyone living 10 more years. Whether in the streets or alleys, hospitals or schools. From the 80-year-old to the 80-year-old, everyone was laughing joyfully. Haha, truly my Huaxiao hero. Many older leaders were immensely grateful to Jiang Tao as it was a life-saving grace. The medical miracles happening within Great Xia made many foreigners. Why weren't they Great Xia citizens? Why didn't their athletes evolve first? Why wasn't Jiang Tao one of theirs? Of course, if anyone felt the most offensive, it would naturally be the outsiders. Be careful, joy can lead to sorrow. They glared at the live stream, trembling as they watched the news reports of the miracles happening across Great Xia. It was even more painful than being killed. Jiang Tao was unaware of the external commotion. He was more concerned about the rewards in hand. A golden pet egg descended from the sky and landed in his palm. Grade. What concept is that? Jiang Tao felt dizzy. From the current game information, grade is an ordinary being. Top tier grade is akin to the elites among humans, the Beast King. A grade represents elite monsters, superhumans, with various incredible abilities able to withstand small bullets just by their skin. The grade is extraordinary beings. Grade. I can't even imagine. Just based on appearance, it's so beautiful. Hurry and open it. Girls naturally love beauty. Upon seeing the golden egg, Mimi's eyes sparkled with gold stars as she stepped forward, extending her delicate fingers. She poked it. The eggshell was hard as a rock. How do you open it? Shen Cici joked. Do you want your brother to hatch it? No need to trouble him. Jiang Tao glanced at the introduction and placed the golden egg on the ground. He discovered it floated up automatically. Jiang Tao extended a finger, took out the spider spear, and was about to poke his fingertip when he had a sudden thought. He gently pulled the curious Mimi towards him. You rascal, in broad daylight, while live streaming, what are you trying to do? The two were close, and Mimi felt a flutter of panic in her heart. At night in darkness it was fine. But in broad daylight there were hundreds of millions of viewers, even her ex-husband was watching. Jiang Tao chuckled. Isn't this borrowing a bit of sister's luck? You help me poke it. Yang Mi took the spider spear, relieved, and carefully pierced Jiang Tao's finger, accompanied by a drop of crimson blood falling. The golden egg burst forth with radiance and cracked open with a pop. A wave of black and pink light filled the entire cavern. As the light gradually faded, a graceful humanoid phantom appeared before them. Ding, congratulations on your lucky explosion, hatching a rare grade pet Lilith. Her waterfall-like black hair cascaded down to her slender waist. She wore a deep and mysterious black gown, contrasting sharply with her snow-white skin. With towering peaks and envious legs, her body was perfectly proportioned. And most importantly, that stunning beauty created by God. Her alluring red eyes blinked curiously at the three present. Finally, her gaze landed on Jiang Tao. Excuse me, are you my master? Her melodious voice with two fangs like a vampire added to her mysterious. Huh. Jiang Tao and the others were momentarily stunned. Is this considered a pet? Mimi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I found myself a rival. In her heart, she felt a premonition. She greatly regretted her earlier assistance. You could hatch something like you from that egg. What abilities do you have? Jiang Tao, regaining his composure, curiously scrutinized Lilith's proud figure. Influenced by gravitational force, his gaze was unconsciously drawn to her two black holes. Hee. Lilith covered her mouth with a light laugh, her black dress swirling, and two demon wings sprouted from her back as she flew to Jiang Tao's side. Her sleeves rolled up, revealing a section of her white jade wrist. She looked radiant, leaned close to Jiang Tao's ear, gently patted his shoulder with her small fist, and whispered, I will help my master with back rubs and massages. Most importantly, I can help you relax your mind. Zizi. Jiang Tao suddenly shivered, feeling a tickle by his ear, and glanced sideways. Mimi was crossing her arms, looking at him with an unfriendly expression. JK girl. Shen Cici revealed a hint of disdain in her large eyes, unconsciously taking small steps away. However, what Jiang Tao didn't know was that at the moment Lilith hatched, the number of viewers in the already globally dominant live stream surged by tens of millions. 90 of them were male viewers. Beauty is the first attraction. Noticing the jealousy of Yang Mi and Shen Cici, Lilith giggled and flew away, creating some distance. The captivating fragrance vanished. Jiang Tao let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a twinge of melancholy in his heart. What a disaster-bringing seductress. He opened Lilith's panel to take a look. Name: Lilith, quality S-class, potential level E-class, elite monster skills, enchantment technique. As a renowned succubus, every move Lilith makes is inherently alluring. She excels in skills like the enchanting kiss, capable of momentarily confusing and pausing enemies with equal or greater spiritual power. If the enemy's spiritual power is lower, she can briefly control them and deal with multiple foes. Mind healing: by consuming spiritual energy, she can cast healing spells, especially effective in alleviating mental trauma, though her physical restoration is limited. However, if she uses the Siren's technique, it can help her master relax both body and mind, greatly enhancing inspiration for a brief period, entering a sage mode of clarity. Note: limited to male masters. Enchantment whip: a weapon that moves freely, capable of various transformations. Dream demon body, inherent trait of her race, intangible, and can transform into a spiritual form. Immunizes against 50 of physical damage and can conceal itself in darkness. At night her power doubles. Description: a common seductress in mythological stories capable of evolving by absorbing life force of bane to male creatures. Possesses a charm value of 100. Without mentioning other extraordinary traits, just being able to turn into a spiritual form is enough to make others envious. With her help we can avoid 99 of dangers. Jiang Tao was exhilarated, especially thinking about today's target. The ghost forest. It's a sure thing, this is definitely secured. Is that so? Daimi's expression turned slightly cold. JK girl also looked skeptical. Lilith smiled like a flower, seemingly unaware of the two women's unfriendly gazes. She started preparing breakfast. After a heavy meat meal yesterday, both Daimi and Shin Sisi wanted something different. Thus, after some contemplation, Jiang Tao took out 3 cups of instant noodles. Simple and convenient. The natural water dispenser could automatically boil water. Soon 3 steaming cups of instant noodles were ready. Yang Mi picked up a plastic spoon and eagerly placed a few chewy noodles into her mouth. The once disdained cheap food now tasted so good that it brought her to tears. Delicious. This is my first time eating instant noodles. If it's good, eat more. Jiang Tao didn't mind the heat, finishing his cup of noodles in just a few bites. Licking her lips with lingering desire, she thought it was just enough to whet her appetite. Master, is it really that good? Lilith flew around the 3, blinking her pitiable big eyes. Not only the 3 present, but millions of viewers in front of the screen all sent comments. Give her some. At the scene, Shin Sisi opened a packet of instant noodles and gently handed it to Lilith. Here you go. Thank you. Lilith exclaimed joyfully, her hands crossing as her blood-red pupils transformed into 2 red hearts. She silently flew close to Shun's. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, she took a small bite. The warmth on her cheek made the JK girl blink her innocent big eyes. Recently her tired spirit from the injury had actually improved. Lilith imitated the 2 and began eating instant noodles, while Jiang Tao munched on the leftover donkey head meat from yesterday. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Watching Lilith curiously pick up a fork to eat noodles, her face full of surprise, Jiang Tao chuckled. Aren't you supposed to absorb life force as food? Lilith shot him a sidelong glance. Was it wrong for me to be tempted? While this was happening, Yang Mi took out 3 silver insurance rewards from yesterday. Without further ado, she naturally opened all 3 herself. First, it's Captain Shouthouse. The most enjoyable part of opening the box was the moment the mystery was unveiled. Yang Mi rubbed her hands together and opened it, accompanied by a flash of white light. A pair of palm-sized bone wings appeared in the box. What is this? Chicken wings. Jiang Tao picked up the bone wings, bewildered, and played with them in his hands. Name: Wings of Freedom, quality bronze level, effects free flight. By consuming stamina, maintain flight reaching speeds of up to Mach 1. Rapid dash consumes a lot of stamina for a short burst of speed. Size flexibility: once integrated into the body, can adapt to different sizes. What a treasure. After reviewing the effects, Jiang Tao's eyes lit up as he merged it into his body and donned the black bear robe. Flying bear. The next 2 boxes did not disappoint Yang Mi. She successively opened a teleportation scroll and a rare obsidian house blueprint. Teleportation scroll. After use, it can randomly teleport the user and all teammates to a new room. Obsidian house blueprint. High-level shelter blueprint, prerequisite for modification: at least a large wooden house. Building materials: stone X 2000, obsidian X 1000, silver X 2000, gold X 1000, tier 3 energy core. Does this count as a lifesaver? Yang Mi held the scroll, overjoyed. Shin Sisi rolled her eyes and said, in a life or death crisis it can save our lives, but the premise is that the teleportation leads to a safe room. If we are unlucky, we might just run from a tiger's mouth into a wolf pack. Yang Mi shook her long black hair and handed the scroll to Jiang Tao with a smile. Xiao Tao, will leave it to you to keep safe. No need, you opened it, you keep it. However, Jiang Tao shook his head. He explained, what Sisi said makes sense. Random teleportation has its dangers, but given your luck, it's actually more suitable for you. That's quite reasonable. Yang Mi happily stored the teleportation scroll. As for the obsidian house blueprint, the large country villa had yet to be built, so she decided to hold on to it for now. After experiencing the man-eating bear crisis last night, the group dared not take the shelter lightly. Once all preparations were complete, Jiang Tao looked around. In the next difficult room, there was actually a nest of violent bears throwing tantrums. If they could kill all 4, they would receive an iron box and 4 bear skins. Upon seeing the first prompt, Jiang Tao could hardly contain himself. Wait, wasn't that man-eating bear from the front? Naturally, Jiang Tao wouldn't seek out trouble. He turned his gaze to other directions. There is a small stream at the back. If you are lacking water, it can store 10 days worth of drinking water. Additionally, it can yield some gold dust and simple tools. Above is a gas chamber. If one breathes even a trace, they will perish, but danger and opportunity coexist, as there is a box of gold hidden inside. Below is rather mundane, with only some stones. To the left, a starving wolf is prowling. To the right is an abandoned station secretly hiding dangerous creatures, but one can find some supplies and medicines. Early in the morning, various rooms were present. The first to be abandoned were naturally the back and left sides. Currently, with water freely available, there was no need to waste an opportunity. The gas chamber above was extremely challenging for ordinary people, but could be easily dealt with by him. That box of gold was enough to solve the current predicament. Given the gold dust and the fact that he still hadn't gathered enough gold for an upgrade after a night of bounties, the difficulty was evident. In the early days, everyone was desperate for food and drink, which is why gold was cheap. Or perhaps a rare few were lucky enough to find a mining area. Later, modifying the shelter would definitely require more gold. With that in mind, Jiang Tao made up his mind. Climb up. It's a bit high. Hearing his decision, Yang Mi looked up at the 7 or 8 meter high cavern. Even if the others knew there were treasures above, they would find it hard to reach. But for them it was quite easy. Yang Mi and Shin Sisi donned their gas masks. Jiang Tao held on to Dai Mi, while Lilith smilingly lifted Shin Sisi. Amid the girls' exclamations, they flew up. The difficulty has surged in the small volcanic chamber. Room 21. Poison gas chamber. Jiang Tao, accompanied by Yang Mi and Shun Shishi, followed behind, while Lilith, the air was thick with mist shrouded in a gray haze. Especially with the mask on, the visibility was even more obscured. If it were other players, they would probably be stumbling around in the dark. But for them, Master, follow this way. Lilith flapped her demon wings, clearing some of the poison gas ahead and beckoning Jiang Tao and the others. A prompt appeared before Jiang Tao. With his evolution to the mid-level E-grade, his vision was greatly enhanced. Thus, exploring the poison gas chamber wasn't a challenge for him. Xiao Tao, hold my hand. I'm a little scared. The perilous environment made Yang Mi forget her image and cling close to Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao glanced over, noticing that the JK girl beside him was also hesitantly proceeding. Give me your hand. He took both their hands and quickly stepped over obstacles, continuing onward. In fact, if they had leisure and elegance, they could gather resources, likely yielding some metal materials. However, considering the special environment, Jiang Tao preferred to gather, and after walking for 10 minutes, Lilith, who had flown ahead, giggled and retrieved a treasure chest from a high platform. Master quickly looked. Lilith could ignore the poison gas, but Jiang Tao wasn't so fortunate. He shot her a glance and didn't open it. Gold chest, a treasure chest filled with gold, the origin of which is unknown. You put it away for now. After having Lilith temporarily store it, Jiang Tao looked to the left and right. The passage in the poison gas chamber didn't require digging through soil, but rather pushing doors directly, which saved them a lot of time. Ahead lay an ordinary cave. It would be a good choice if they wanted to rest. Behind is a challenging room, the toxic chamber. The cave master was a 3-meter-tall green poison monster covered in green poison bubbles. It was controlling a strange machine that emitted poison gas. Killing it might yield unexpected rewards, perhaps a powerful poison-making device. So the poison gas here was created by the green poison monster. Jiang Tao felt a bit speechless. Wait, does that mean the treasure chest filled with gold belongs to the green poison monster? Watching Lilith happily hugging the gold chest, Jiang Tao's expression grew rather peculiar. If the poison gas chamber was so troublesome, one could only imagine how much worse the toxic chamber. Jiang Tao was not inclined to engage in battle with the green poison monster. He looked toward the other 4 rooms. To the left was a desert area. If you acquired the blueprint for the desert house, you could forge materials there. To the right was a challenging room, vast in area. It was a small volcano with some rare stones like obsidian and volcanic rock. In addition, there were rare monsters, magma beasts, that could spit fire and were quite dangerous. However, defeating them would likely yield energy cores and soul enhancement stuff. Above is an ordinary thatched cottage containing only some basic supplies. Below is a challenging level. Do you wish to become food for poisonous insects? Then jump in where there are thousands of poisonous insects. Indeed, as the announcement stated, the exploration difficulty was gradually increasing. Currently, there were still 2 safe rooms. Would it become a challenge from any direction as they moved further? At that time, lacking strength would lead to despair. It seems that while the desert is dangerous, it also has some rare resources. Too bad, I have no related needs. Jiang Tao contemplated his next plans. Today's main objective was to conquer the ghost forest, to face the ghost mother tree, and obtain the mysterious transcendent fire seed. Jiang Tao had a premonition that it would surely trigger a new wave of national fortune rewards. To better deal with the ghost mother tree, naturally Jiang Tao did not want to challenge a too dangerous boss today. After comprehensive consideration, Jiang Tao chose the small volcano to the right. The obsidian on the mountain is exactly what I need. Moreover, although the magma beast is a bit dangerous, the energy cores it drops are very useful, and the soul enhancement stones are of great help to me, Yang Mi and Shishi. Seeing Jiang Tao hesitate and stop, Shun Shishi, whose small hand was held by him, naturally understood what he was observing. Through her mask, Shun Shishi weakly asked, "Brother, have you decided where to go?" To the right. Jiang Tao nodded with a smile, firmly holding the small hands of both girls as they walked toward the right. Naturally, Yang Mi followed resolutely. Upon reaching the right teleportation portal, Jiang Tao instructed, "Lilith, please open the door." Lilith, clutching a gold chest, flew in the air and stuck her tongue out at Jiang Tao. Exploiting slaves. Although she complained, the pet was very loyal to her master. Lilith smashed open the teleportation door and rushed through the light curtain. Seeing this, Jiang Tao pulled the 2 girls closely behind him. Room 22, small volcano. The scorching sun relentlessly baked the ground. At the foot of a black-red volcano, a crack suddenly opened in the mountain wall. A fair-skinned fairy flew out holding a treasure chest, curiously looking at the unfamiliar world. Is this the Flame Mountain? Yang Mi, who followed closely behind, eagerly removed her mask and gasped for breath. The JK girl was also drenched in sweat. She shielded her eyes with her hand, gazing at the blazing sun, muttering, "The rooms are getting larger. Is that sun real or fake?" She voiced the confusion of millions of netizens in front of the screen. What would happen if one looked at it with a talent? Jiang Tao's heart stirred, and he tried to look toward the blazing sun. In the next moment, a bubble prompt actually popped up. Don't look, but has nothing to do with you. Just avoid bad luck from falling on it. The sun also counts as a room. Jiang Tao's heart raced. This could be a death trap. However, this shouldn't be a concern at the moment. Jiang Tao withdrew his gaze, observing the unfamiliar small volcano. It's dozens of times larger than before. He marveled at the endless black-red hills. It was easy to imagine how vast and dangerous the upcoming ghost forest would be. I remember that someone had also ventured into a vast desert and mining area before, and it took them a lot of time just to find an exit. Yes, I have an impression too. I remember one player got trapped in the desert, unable to find a way out, suffering from thirst and hunger, and ended up dying there. Exposed to the direct sunlight combined with the hot temperature of the small volcano, Yang Mi's face turned a bit pale. She took out a bottle of pure water and drank it down in one go. Seeing this, Jiang Tao and Shun Shishi both smiled. If it were other players, they would surely be on edge conserving their water. At least we have no worries. At this moment, Lilith had already eagerly opened the gold chest. Instantly, the sight of the chest filled with gold attracted everyone's attention. Some viewers couldn't help but exclaim, honestly, just from the gold and silver obtained in the game, one could achieve financial freedom if they brought it back. Many viewers who were struggling in reality strongly agreed. Rather than rotting in reality, it's better to live brilliantly in the game. Congratulations, you have obtained gold bars X100. Hearing this news, Jiang Tao smiled and took out the shelter cube. In the next moment, he unfolded it. With a bang, a medium-sized wooden house appeared at the foot of the mountain. Just in time, Shen Shishi and Yang Mi, who were sweating, walked into the spring in the courtyard and began to play with the water. This is so much fun, I want to join too. Lilith was being mischievous, flapping her wings to participate. Jiang Tao took out the wood gold iron for upgrading to a large rural villa, as well as the second-tier spirit crystals dropped by the man-eating bear. The three of them shrugged and jumped out. Shun Shishi curiously asked, "Brother, I remember you gathered almost all the materials last night." "Yes, just the 100 gold has been hard to gather enough." Jiang Tao nodded. Everyone wasn't foolish and knew that gold and energy cores were valuable items. Upgrade. As he clicked confirm, the materials on the ground transformed into white light and disappeared. At the same time, the two-story wooden house was enveloped in sacred light. When it reappeared, it had transformed into a 3-story wooden villa covering hundreds of square meters, complete with gardens in the front and back. The volume of the rear garden's spring had surged several times, returning to its original size. Ding. The shelter upgrade is complete. The initial construction is finished. For modifications to resist strong enemies, please seek other blueprints. Jiang Tao opened the shelter panel, discovering that both the planting capacity and the warehouse size had upgraded dozens of times. Of course, with a larger area, the energy consumption also increased. Currently, the accumulated spirit crystals in hand had been nearly depleted, so he needed to gather more. It has become much more luxurious. The only regret is that the doors and windows are still made of iron. Shen Shishi happily examined the new house, her gaze falling on the repaired iron door, revealing a hint of regret. There's no way around it. A wooden house is just like this, but if it were transformed into an obsidian house, it should be much better. After checking everything, Jiang Tao shrank the shelter back into a cube and pocketed it. He pointed at the volcano ahead and said, "The materials we need are right on the mountain." Suddenly, Jiang Tao's gaze narrowed and a bubble prompt popped up from the tip of his finger. "Do you wish to escape this dire predicament? Then come to the mountain. The small volcano only has one teleportation portal, and it's right here. Only one passage." Jiang Tao's gaze sharpened. This was the first time encountering such. "Brother, what's wrong?" Shun Shishi, following his gaze, curiously looked toward the mountaintop. Jiang Tao took a deep breath. There is only one teleportation portal, and it's on the mountain. Shun Shishi's clear eyes narrowed. No wonder so many players can't find a way out and end up trapped. Thankfully, we have you. Yang Mi gave Jiang Tao a big thumbs up. "Mistress, don't worry with me here. We can definitely find a way out." The heat of the weather did not affect Lilith in the slightest. She happily flew toward the mountain. Jiang Tao originally wanted to flap his wings of freedom, taking one of each girl as he did when arriving. However, after a brief attempt, he found that it consumed too much stamina and made him vulnerable to attacks in midair. So for the most part, they walked along the easier mountain paths, only flying over when encountering treacherous paths or giant boulders. Along the way, they couldn't help but collect the volcanic specialty obsidian. Having just built a new house, Shen Shishi and Yang Mi were full of enthusiasm. They picked up stones as they walked. Obsidian 1 premium stone material 1. Occasionally, they even had unexpected gains. Gold bar 1. With the temptation of gold, the girls became even more eager to collect. Seeing Yang Mi's cheerful smile, Jiang Tao teased, "Sister Mi, with a daily salary of 2.08 million, why are you still picking up stones?" Yang Mi shot him a glance, and casually tossed aside a dark stone she had picked up. Yesterday, it was Sweetie, today, it's Lady Nyo. This feeling of finding treasure is more satisfying than numbers on a phone. She knew Jiang Tao's skills. She saw him effortlessly catch a black stone. Large obsidian X1. Just then Lilith, who was scouting ahead, suddenly exclaimed, "Master, come look quickly, a ball of fire is rolling." At that moment, all three felt the temperature around them rising rapidly, soaring above 60 degrees. The cause of the rising temperature was a pool of flowing lava monsters that had risen from the ground. Name: Lava Monster. Level: Top Tier, F rank. Skills: Fire Breath, Self-Destruction. Description: a rare fire-type monster with basic intelligence. Often born in seas of fire, they are highly sought after for their ability to condense spirit crystals and soul enhancement stones upon death. The lava monster approached the three, baring its fangs upon seeing the intruders. At that moment, a bubble frame appeared in Jiang Tao's retina. Energy creatures' damage caused by destroying limbs and torso is minimal. The smartest way to kill them is to crush the energy core located at the back of the head. Neither too strong nor too weak, just right for training Demi and Shi Zai's combat skills. With that thought, Jiang Tao retreated behind the two girls. Its attack method is Fire Breath with a range of 3 meters. Its weakness is the core at the back of its head. Without the captain's support, Demi and Shun, Shi instinctively took a step back. "I'm not always going to be by your side. You need to learn to rely on yourselves." Jiang Tao spread his hands, making it clear he would not intervene, even advising Lilith to keep her distance. Demi and Shun, Shi exchanged glances and no longer hesitated. They saw the lava monster take a breath and the fierce black flame shot out, but the two already knew the intel and maintained a safe distance. Just as the lava monster attempted to close the distance, a flash of purple light appeared in Demi's right eye. Medusa's eye. In an instant, the lava monster's steps faltered as it turned to stone. "Nice." Shi Zai's face lit up with joy as she raised her crossbow for a 3-shot burst. With her injuries healed, she had a third more strength in her shots. All 3 arrows struck true. The first broke through its defenses, and the second and third struck the core. The lava monster let out a roar and collapsed to the ground. Demi cheered happily and rushed forward to collect her spoils. "You have obtained 1 first-rank spirit crystal, 1 soul fragment, and 10 refined obsidian. This is for you, Xiao Tao." What she earned felt more gratifying. Demi gleefully handed him the glass-like soul fragment. "You can keep it. This is valuable, and your trophy." Jiang Tao did not accept it and continued on his way. As they traveled onward, they encountered lava monsters with increasing frequency. Some hid in the crevices of the mountain, while others simply slept in the middle of the path. During this process, Jiang Tao also took action to deal with some of the stragglers. The Mother Spider Spear was indeed useful, capable of automatic retrieval. He also tried absorbing the so-called soul fragments, feeling a short burst of mental exhilaration akin to the effects of a stimulant. However, the actual enhancement was minimal, barely better than nothing. "Who said that? I feel warm all over." Demi's radiant figure was striking as the JK girl nodded in agreement. "It seems to have a stronger effect on you too, so absorb more of it. If they could evolve to E rank, the upcoming fights would be much easier." Although the small volcano lacked resources, it had a few strategic supplies that were quite convenient. The only downside was that the higher they climbed, the hotter it got. The two beauties were sweating profusely, drinking water endlessly. Upon reaching halfway up the mountain, Jiang Tao halted the still, energetic. "Let's take a break here for a moment." Jiang Tao pointed at a pile of rocks nearby. Exhausted Demi gasped for breath as she placed a wooden board on the stone pile to rest, pulling out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her forehead, lamenting, "We must have drunk at least 50 bottles of water. Even the water dispenser can't keep up. Fortunately, we found a spring yesterday. Oh, any other team wouldn't have been able to leave the room." Shun Shishi nodded in agreement. "Let's eat some food here and get moving. We've already wasted a lot of time on the volcano." Jiang Tao retrieved several earth fruits and tossed them to the two. Looking at the dry panel-like fruits, Shun Shishi complained, "Brother, it's so hot, and you still want us to eat dry food. Don't you have anything else?" So Jiang Tao brought out some even drier jerky. Shun Shishi. With conditions being limited, anything edible was already good enough. Just as the three were quickly finishing their lunch, Jiang Tao instinctively scanned the surrounding piles of rubble, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The lost wanderer, having perished here just 2 days ago, had already been turned into jerky. Upon hearing this, the two beauties who were eating jumped up in alarm and quickly distanced themselves. "It can't be another lava monster, can it?" Demi nervously hid behind a rock. Jiang Tao shook his head and, following the hint, moved aside a few stones from the pile. Sure enough, he spotted a tattered body of a player, now a charred corpse, in the crevice. The two women who were peering in gasped in shock and hurriedly stepped aside. Jiang Tao sighed and said, "Since we've come across him, let's help him out." He rummaged through the corpse's possessions. Acquired a damaged wooden hut, X1 obsidian, X200 gold, X10. There was not a drop of water or food. Most likely he had succumbed to delirium from thirst, unable to rise again. After tidying him up, he buried him back in the pile of stones. Jiang Tao, along with Demi and Shin Sisi, resumed their journey. The atmosphere on the road became noticeably tense. The scene of Lu Mang's tragic death from 2 days ago replayed vividly in their minds. If I hadn't encountered him, would I have also become a pitiful corpse? Dammy me walking at the back of the group and snuggling with Shin Sisi blinked her doe-like eyes gazing at the figure ahead. Perhaps I was fortunate enough to have accumulated good deeds in my first half of life, just for this moment of explosion. Shin Sisi shared a similarly complex sentiment. Given the severe injuries she had sustained, had it been an ordinary person, they would have long abandoned themselves, let alone go through the trouble of... Though she wouldn't admit it, her feelings for the team leader had been growing stronger by the day. What a pity, brother, everything is great. He just has too many romantic entanglements. She looked up helplessly, finding Jiang Tao flirting with Lilith. Honestly, it was frustrating. As they continued onward, the path became increasingly difficult with temperatures rising. The frequency of the three drinking water increased due to the incident halfway up the mountain. Dammy me and Shin Sisi were much more resilient, showing no signs of complaint. They even took the initiative to attack when they encountered a lava monster, honing their skills. As they approached the summit, a new alert appeared in Jiang Tao's vision. Caution! An elite monster, the volcanic lava lizard measuring 5 meters in length, guards the portal. It is currently asleep on the mountain. If not observed carefully, it can easily be overlooked. The volcanic lava lizard occupies a geographical advantage, being in a volcano, its strength significantly enhanced, and with its heavy stone armor, it is exceedingly difficult to deal with. Sure enough, there is a boss. Jiang Tao stopped in his tracks, signaling Lilith not to fly any higher. He carefully observed the black stone at the peak, searching for the sleeping volcanic lava lizard. Brother, what's wrong? Shin Sisi asked curiously. There's a boss lying on the mountain. You two should retreat to that rock over there. It's a fire lizard, very strong. You do not get caught in its attack. Be careful yourself then. Dammy me nodded repeatedly, obediently taking Shin Sisi to hide behind the large rock at the bend of the mountain path. The heat was intense and sweat dripped from Jiang Tao's forehead. He had no time to waste in an unfamiliar environment where the opponent had strong defenses. To end this quickly, Jiang Tao took out the toxic liquid he had obtained the day before and smeared it on the mother spider spear. Seeing this, Shin Sisi, not far away, instantly understood, as she still had half in her hand. Sisi also applied the poison to the arrowhead. After preparing, she nodded at Jiang Tao. Lilith, can you see the monster on the mountain? Jiang Tao, holding the mother spider spear, stretched his body, preparing to launch. Of course, there's an ugly lizard snoring away up there, Lilith replied without hesitation. If it charges over, remember to distract it. Jiang Tao took a deep breath as immense power surged within him, the might of titans flooding into his right arm, causing his muscles to swell. With his waist bent like a drawn bow, he launched the spider spear suddenly. In the next moment, the spider spear cut through the air like a white rainbow. Crack! The spear landed precisely on a black stone at the mountain's peak. Instantly, the summit trembled and debris fell. A volcanic lava lizard characterized by its black and red rocky skin and rugged features erupted in fury. A deep spider spear was awakened from its beautiful dreams. The volcanic lava lizard looked down and quickly spotted Jiang Tao, who was dodging to the side. It then leapt down from the summit. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a beautiful succubus flew in. A melodious laugh rang out. Lilith waved a pink whip, striking the volcanic lava lizard. Instantly, it was filled with rage, its eyes flashing pink hearts, and momentarily froze. With a loud bang, it crashed heavily onto the slope, utterly disheveled. Shin Sisi's archery was vastly superior to Jiang Tao's. She accurately shot 2 poisoned arrows into the volcanic lava lizard's eyes. The combination of pain and blindness quickly freed the boss from its control. It frantically attacked its surroundings in panic, while Jiang Tao held the spider spear, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Lengthen. He occasionally jabbed the spear at the volcanic lava lizard's weak points, hastening its movements. Whenever the volcanic lava lizard sought revenge, it was restrained by Lilith, becoming a punching bag for Jiang Tao. Sometimes when Lilith's skills were on cooldown, Dammy me would even supplement with a petrifying ray. After more than 10 minutes, the troublesome volcanic lava lizard surrounded by the trio succumbed to the poison and perished. Boom. Along with its fall, a surge of energy flowed into Jiang Tao and the others. So much experience. If we kill one more, we can evolve. Dammy me, excited, emerged from the rocks with Shin Sisi. Jiang Tao stored away the spider spear and approached the volcanic lava lizard to collect loot. I still need quite a bit. The further we go, the more experience is needed. As the massive volcanic lava lizard turned to ash, several pieces of rock appeared in Jiang Tao's hands. Congratulations, you have obtained Premium Obsidian X200, Second Grade Spirit Crystal X1, Perfect Soul Crystal X1, Explosive Core X1, a Lava Blood X500. With this, the main materials for the Obsidian House were all gathered. Of course, the most important were the other 3 treasures. After reading the descriptions, Jiang Tao couldn't help but sigh. It was worth the time spent strategizing. The precious second-grade spirit crystal goes without saying, a versatile energy source needed everywhere. As for the soul crystal, once used, it can elevate one's soul to a level perfection and even heal mint. Jiang Tao pondered for a moment. He didn't use it on the spot, but wisely stored it away. The lava blood was equivalent to a super-concentrated version of oil. A single drop could burn for a day, resistant to water, somewhat akin to white phosphorus. Finally, there was the essence of the volcanic lava lizard, explosive core, When thrown, it creates a violent explosion with power equivalent to an elite monster's self-detonation. Users, please keep your distance, or you will perish together. Wonderful. I've got a powerful weapon now. Jiang Tao happily stored the explosive core, and then waved at Dammy me and let's go. We continue on our way. After saying that, he scanned the surroundings to confirm there were no hidden dangers, and gave Lilith a signal. Lilith stuck her tongue out at him, her face full of disdain. With a contradictory attitude, she flapped her wings, and pushed open the portal at the mountain peak, flying inside. It seemed that after passing through a super room, the subsequent few rooms were relatively simple, and the rewards were quite generous. Jiang Tao even scavenged a few bottles of soda, and some essential living supplies. In the 27th room of vast wilderness, Jiang Tao along with Shin Sisi and Yang Mi was resting on a rock. There were no other supplies here, but a few rare medicinal herbs that could be. During the break, they replenished their energy, and made the final sprint. Jiang Tao casually opened the chat channel to check for information. Oh my, I accidentally entered a tropical rainforest, at least at a difficult level. It's vast and perilous. I got lost, and it's hard to find my way. Fortunately, there are many fruits in the rainforest, but how did I notice signs of someone moving? A kind-hearted person replied. Friendly reminder, it's most likely not a person, but a monster. You'd better steer clear, and be careful not to get eaten. Another player was pleading for help in the channel. Damn. It seems I've entered the maze mine area that was leaked 2 days ago. There are 2 corpses of players ahead. Heavens, does anyone know how to get out? Where's the teleportation portal? Have you all noticed how many special rooms there are today? Frequent unexpected occurrences have ceased to be unexpected. Brother Xiao Ma excitedly reported, our theory is correct. As a former schemer for survival. This is a survival game. It won't allow players to just survive and enjoy themselves. Of course, thanks to the little hero Jiang Tao, our survival rate in the Great Xia region is definitely the highest in the world. Therefore, our team has calculated and provided 2 survival plans. One is suitable for the vast majority of ordinary players who need to explore one room daily, ensuring the environment is safe before trying to remain quiet and survive until the game ends. And despite the high probability of unexpected attacks, it is still better than facing difficult levels with lower survival rates. The other is for adventurous players. Please note that when you continuously explore several safe rooms, you must be vigilant in your heart, as you will inevitably encounter difficulties. Especially every 10 levels, please act according to your abilities. Many players naturally supported the first plan, with several praying for Jiang Tao and others to clear the levels quickly. I wonder how players from other countries are faring. Jiang Tao, turning off the chat, thought to himself. At the same time, in different dimensions, numerous foreign players were crying out for help as they were being hunted. They encountered many monsters from fantasy legends, suffering heavy casualties. And in Sakura Island, the leader Nichikawa Gosaka was almost about to find the goblin nest. The entire nation put its fate in his hands, and the Prime Minister's office expressed great concern. Brother, those oil supplies are almost ready. I just purchased some fireproof materials on the trading platform. At this moment, Shin Sisi happily displayed several pieces of leather in her hands. Then you can start crafting. Jiang Tao's heart stirred. Thinking of the fur materials obtained from previous monster drops, he handed them over to Shin Sisi. Shortly after, under the lucky boost from Demi, 3 black fireproof suits were produced. After everything was ready, Jiang Tao turned his gaze towards the surrounding passages. Above in the difficult room, there is a swarm of demon moths guarding a bronze treasure chest, but they are poisonous and quite troublesome. What's going on today? Are you in trouble? Below is a snake nest. If you're brave enough, you can jump in and have snake soup for dinner. Jiang Tao shivered after seeing the 2 prompts. Xiao Tao, what's wrong? Demimi observed closely and asked curiously. It's nothing, we definitely can't go down there. We'll take another look. Jiang Tao turned his gaze forward. Ahead is a low-level ordinary room with some simple living supplies, which doesn't seem suitable for you. Behind is an ordinary difficulty stone building group, without danger. Perhaps you can dismantle it and obtain some materials. To the left is simple. A thatched cottage with worse materials, but it can be a place to rest, perhaps even serve as a shelter for the night. Finally, to the right is a nightmare difficulty. A mysterious cave filled with rare metals where 5 goblins are forging and refining gold. If you're brave enough, you can become a bandit and rob the goblins' treasure. Upon seeing the last passage, Jiang Tao instantly felt a surge of energy. Have I encountered Western fantasy creatures too? He carefully observed the right passage, trying to gather more information. Soon after, a new bubble frame popped up. 5 goblins, including 1 a grade high-level earth goblin ordinary, a grade goblin archers, and 3 top-tier grade goblin warriors with considerable strength. 2 a-level goblins, and 3 top-tier level goblins, truly deserving of the nightmare difficulty. Of course, the rewards are substantial as goblins excel in mining and iron smelting. Inside, there must be a wealth of rare metals, as well as a considerable amount of gold. After a day of searching, the basic materials for the obsidian house are now complete. However, the demand for silver and gold is quite high, and we are still short. After Jiang Tao described the situation in the right room, Shin Sisi pondered for a moment and analyzed. Brother, it is somewhat risky, based solely on strength. But we are about to explore the ghost forest, and having a safe shelter will allow us to proceed without worry, which might just save our lives. Demimi nodded vigorously. Sisi is right, it will be dark soon, and I want to feel safer while sleeping. After hearing their words, Jiang Tao had made up his mind. Next they discussed how to deal with the 5 goblins. Cici still wanted to use the old kite tactic. As the saying goes, there's no fear of old tactics, only fear if you don't use them. Jiang Tao took the lead, aiming to snipe the strongest earth goblin and the goblin archer. She and Yang Mi collaborated to distract the 3 goblin warriors. They had a few powerful weapons in hand, liquid from the demon spider and blood from the lava. If operated correctly, the probability of danger would be low. After running through the plan a few times and confirming its accuracy, Jiang Tao turned to Lilith, who was flying leisurely in the air, and instructed with concern, "When the time comes, keep an eye on Cici and the others. In a crisis you can hug them and escape first, no need to worry about me." Lilith blinked her mysterious big eyes and replied, "Okay." Once everything was ready, Jiang Tao pushed open the right teleportation door and went in first. Room 28, the alchemical cavern. Its area, though not comparable to a small volcano, is over 10 times larger than usual. More importantly, upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to the sparkling crystals and the shimmer of gold scattered across the muddy walls. Clang, clang. The deafening sound of hammering drew Jiang Tao's attention as he looked in the direction of the noise. In the center of the cavern, a strange furnace was blazing fiercely. A green earth goblin over 5 meters tall led 3 goblin warriors, each about 1 meter tall, wrapped in animal skins and wielding hammers, striking the iron blocks with loud clang. Beside the goblin warriors, boxes filled with gold and rare gems were piled high. Next to the furnace, a slightly taller goblin archer about 1.5 meters tall patrolled, wearing leather armor and holding a bow. The moment Jiang Tao appeared, the goblin archer quickly turned to look, instinctively drawing his bow and preparing to shoot. However, unexpectedly, Yang Mi, following closely behind, had a purple light flicker in her right eye. Medusa's eye. Crack. The goblin archer's action of nocking an arrow was instantly frozen. Hoo-hoo. Seeing this, the strongest earth goblin was furious, grabbing a few black ores from the box to hurl at the 3. At the same time, the other 3 goblin warriors charged forward in an orderly manner, wielding their hammers. Truly deserving of the nightmare difficulty, it was indeed not easy. Just as Jiang Tao was about to throw the mother-and-child spider spear, someone moved faster than him. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed in the air. Lilith joyfully flew out, blowing a kiss towards the earth goblin. The kiss manifested as pink and entered the goblin's eyes, assimilating it. Poof! The black ore in his hand struck his own head. Lilith gently twirled in the air, unbeknownst to when she had drawn out the pink enchanting whip and casually swept it at the 3 goblin warriors. Slap! The goblin warrior, who was fiercely imposing just a second ago, suddenly froze in place, as if under a spell. Jiang Tao, Shin, Cici, and Demimi had devised an excellent plan, yet they overlooked the simplest factor: Lilibeth, their strength. Jiang Tao never imagined Lilibeth would be so formidable. She had instantly enthralled 5 goblins. Among them, the great goblin's strength rivaled his own. The goblin archers posed an extreme threat, capable of instantly killing 99 of players. Add to that 3 goblin berserkers serving as frontline tanks, and this elite formation was still overpowered by Lilibeth alone. Seeing her master's stunned expression, Lilibeth hovered above the cavern's ceiling and smiled sweetly. "Master, have you truly underestimated me? These green fellows possess great physical might, but little wit. I happen to be their perfect counter." According to Lilibeth, any being whose spiritual energy fell short of hers could be subjugated. Yet the great goblin, though momentarily subdued, remained exceptionally powerful. His level even surpassed Lilibeth's. His resistance would inevitably mount with time. The 3 frank goblin berserkers, however, could remain under prolonged control. Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow as he gazed upon the great goblin's towering frame and asked, "How long can you hold him at most?" "Full control lasts only 8 hours. Beyond 1 day, backlash becomes imminent." Lilibeth floated forward and mimed a throat-slitting gesture with playful flair. "Shall I command him to take his own life?" "No need. I have a far better plan." Jiang Tao chuckled and raised a hand to halt her. "Are you certain it's safe? It looks rather alarming." "Rest assured, he's perfectly obedient. Think of them as emerald-hued puppies." The goblin's grotesque visages unsettled Demimi, who instinctively pulled Shin Cici away. "Enough playtime. Let's see what treasures they've gathered." With that, Lilibeth cracked her whip on the spot, commanding the goblin berserkers to perform acrobatic feats like hands. Jiang Tao had long coveted those chests of gold and silver. Having expendable labor was truly advantageous. Like a stern estate overseer, Lilibeth directed the goblin berserkers to haul out chest after chest of treasure for inventory. The haul consisted of 1 gold coins, 2 silver coins, 50 units of mithril, a rare arcane material, and 1 Tirai energy core. Yet the most valuable find was an alchemical blueprint, alchemical crossbow blueprint. A bronze-tier alchemical artifact capable of enchantment, boasting extraordinary range and lethal efficacy against elite monsters. It posed grave danger even to transcendent beings. Required materials: 100 silver coins, 50 gold coins, 100 mithril units, 1 rank creature's sinew, and 1 Tirai energy core. A true treasure. Jiang Tao exclaimed in awe after reading it. All materials were nearly secured, except mithril, which remained scarce. As for the rank sinew, a full day's meticulous exploration might yield it. Curiously, Jiang Tao turned over a small silvery shard of mithril, its surface shimmering like Newtonian fluid. When he squeezed it firmly, he sensed it absorbing ambient energy. Mithril, an extraordinarily versatile material, infusing even a trace into weaponry transforms its power utterly. What if he fused it into his spider spear? Intrigued, Jiang Tao instructed Lilybeth to interrogate the goblins on how they'd obtained the mithril. Speak now. Lilybeth lashed her rose-pink whip across a goblin berserker's back, leaving a vivid crimson welt. Two pink hearts flickered in the goblin berserker's eyes as it confessed obediently. This is our clan's proprietary technique, forged from precise ratios of silver and gold. Then set them to forging anew. Jiang Tao declared matter-of-factly. Even the massive forge furnace within the cavern could be relocated. Forge furnace, capable of smelting vast quantities of metal, requires wood fuel. Jiang Tao intended to stow the furnace away, yet since all materials were assembled, he instead withdrew the cubic. He then unfolded the obsidian house blueprint, selected each required component from his inventory, and added the flesh-eating bear's energy core. All conditions met. Proceed with transformation. Transform. At his command, a wave of obsidian black light enveloped the rustic wooden structure, ushering in a radical metamorphosis. Before them rose a single-story stone dwelling, its foundation laid with compacted granite walls and eaves carved from polished obsidian. Especially imposing was the tumter-high stone wall encircling the courtyard, evoking profound security. Even at first glance, its superiority over timber dwellings was unmistakable. In the livestream, a viewer marveled, every player's shelter is wooden, except Jiang Tao's, which has been upgraded to obsidian stone. Sleeping here is infinitely safer than in wood. Did the goblin cavern trigger this upgrade? By the way, did you notice the mithril the goblins retrieved from those chests? Such a fantastical material. If brought into reality, how many frontiers of materials science might it shatter? This comment echoed the sentiments of countless researchers. Beyond materials, even monster blood and other biological specimens held transformative potential. Upon players' return, humanity's civilization would inevitably enter a new era of evolution. For many viewers, the paramount concern remains simple: don't die. Had this house existed yesterday, that monstrous bear wouldn't have stood a chance, Demimi remarked, running her fingers appreciatively over the thick stone wall. Shin Sisi studied the modest single-story structure and murmured, "We'll have to share sleeping quarters again." Mistaking her concern for spatial constraint, Jiang Tao hastened to explain, "Once upgraded, the interior area will expand naturally. Compactness has its merits, especially enhanced defense." As dusk approached, they refrained from further inspection of the obsidian house. After relocating the forge furnace into the courtyard, Jiang Tao prepared to depart. "Brother, room 30 is the ghost wood. Shall we choose a safer one next?" Shin Sisi whispered softly. A sound suggestion. Jiang Tao scanned the surroundings, only to discover that even the cavern's passageways required excavation. Naturally, the two young women need no longer strain themselves. 5 goblins would handle the labor. According to the interface, left and right corridors were rated difficult, upper and lower paths led to poison caverns. Straight ahead, however, lay a simple tier chamber, temperately warm and confirmed hazard-free. With certainty, Jiang Tao signaled Lilybeth with a glance. Lilybeth instantly understood, her lips curling into a mischievous grin. With a sharp crack, she snapped her enchantment whip midair. "Dig forward, immediately. Roar." The great goblin raised its colossal hammer with fervor. Within the cavern, the soil was exceptionally dense. Had Demimi or Shin Sisi attempted excavation, their delicate hands would surely blister. Yet the goblins wielded pickaxes with practiced ease, striking rhythmically, soil flying in every direction. Occasionally, glinting fragments scattered amid the debris. Ding. "Congratulations, you've acquired 10 silver coins. 1 gold coin. 10 soil." With the obsidian house, upgraded inventory capacity had dramatic. Jiang Tao accepted everything without hesitation. Moments later, a shimmering barrier appeared. Lilybeth swooped forward, hands defiantly planted on her hips. "Haha. Finally, I'm spared from being cannon fodder. Minions, advance." "Roar." The great goblin roared, first lowering its head and locking its gaze onto the goblin archers. The goblin archers tilted their heads quizzically toward the 3 goblin berserkers. Bewildered, the berserkers were nudged forward, crossing the luminous barrier. Only after confirming her enthralled slaves were unharmed did Lilybeth direct the goblin archers and the great goblin to follow suit. "Let's go." Once Lilybeth vanished through the barrier, Jiang Tao nodded to Demimi and Shin Sisi and stepped into room 29. Upon arriving at the new room, Jiang Tao and the others sat down to rest. Lilith directed the goblins to excavate the nearby or veins. There wasn't much gold, but even mosquito legs are meat. Before long, some fragments of gold were produced. Seeing the relaxed demeanor of the 3, an audience member couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't it still early? Has the great Jiang Tao given up resting? Did he not wish to challenge the grand prize of 100 rooms?" This was crucial for the evolution of their entire clan, and many were filled with anxiety. Upon seeing this, many foreign onlookers who had been peeking over the wall laughed, saying, "It seems the top player from China has become complacent. This is precisely when we can overtake them." Among them, the players from Sakura Island were the most arrogant. "Everyone, there's no need to watch Jiang Tao or Yangmi. Come and see our Sakura sword saying. Rikukuwakin has already found the goblin nest. Seeing the excitement of the island's netizens, others were indeed curious. Thus, many viewers flocked into Rikukuwa Gangsaka's livestream. Upon seeing this, many were taken aback. In the oppressive atmosphere of dark clouds, a blood-stained skull-adorned towering dark green monster tower loomed between heaven and earth. The monster tower wriggled as if it were alive, covered in hive-like pores exhaling green mist. Most terrifying of all, goblins covered in slime crawled out from the cave beneath. These newly birthed goblins lined up in an orderly fashion to receive equipment before crawling into a nearby black hole. This astonishing scene caused the popularity of Rikukuwa Gangsaka's livestream to soar. Suddenly, he jumped into the top 3. A netizen exclaimed, "No way. Is this the goblin nest? Don't tell me the goblins encountered by other players in the dungeon all crawled out from here." Rational netizens also advised, it seems the nightmare-level rooms challenging Jiang Tao are not to be trifled with. There are at least hundreds of goblins in the nest. Even the strongest Jiang Tao team may not be able to conquer it. I suggest your people withdraw and abandon the task. Upon hearing this, many island netizens were what the Chinese cannot accomplish, we of Sakura Island can. East Asia's #1. It's not about exterminating all the goblins, or as long as we kill the BOSS, it's sufficient. Many islanders with envy and determination shouted. They hoped for a surge in national fortune to amplify their own. Wouldn't longevity be great? It's secure this time, it's secure the Dragon Rider's face. With such a grandiose spectacle, any slight achievement must bring a national fortune feedback. During the live broadcast, it could be seen that Rikukuwa Gangsaka, who had just crossed over, was also stunned upon seeing the goblin nest. Not far away, a goblin patrol squad was approaching, prompting him to quickly climb a tree, his expression uncertain. He contemplated whether to abandon the task and retreat, or to charge forward and take a big risk. Rationality told him that the goblin nest was not something he could handle at present, so withdrawing was wise. However, it took him 2 days to complete numerous pre-tasks just to find it. There must be good things inside. Giving up like this would be a pity. Meanwhile, the cabinet in front of the screen was also urgently weighing the pros and cons. China has experienced multiple amplifications, its national strength soaring, and within just 3 days it has jumped to become a superpower, even surpassing the White Eagle Federation. Are we to remain beneath the White Eagle? This is the best time for us to shake off their control. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as the cabinet was in an emergency discussion, an announcement echoed throughout the live stream. Congratulations to Rikukuwa Gangsaka for completing the pre-task and activating the level major task, exterminate the goblin nest. If the nest is successfully destroyed, a massive genetic evolution will be bestowed upon all citizens. The player will receive a unique exclusive title, Goblin Slayer, as well as exclusive heavy rewards. Players are encouraged to actively explore the room and excavate tasks. This prompt served as the last straw that broke the camel's back, igniting the unique ambition of the island nation. The Emperor's decree. The imperial national fortune rests on this gamble. The island's netizens were completely stirred up, clamoring to blow up the goblin nest. Even the few calm individuals among the staff were influenced by the fervent atmosphere, sweating profusely as they proposed the optimal solution. According to the game rules, it isn't necessary to kill all the goblins. As long as we can infiltrate, slay the BOSS, and destroy the core area, we will succeed. And given Rikukuwakin's strength, there is absolutely a chance. Yes. Moreover, Rikukuwakin is about to evolve, and he will definitely find treasures in the nest. The enthusiasm on the island exploded. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Rikukuwa Gangsaka first felt ecstatic, but then was cautious. Being in the game, he knew that danger coexists with opportunity. Seeing his indecisive demeanor, the cabinet urgently convened a meeting, and everyone voted to approve the use of the bullet screen feature once a day. A few minutes later, a voice resonated solely among the island players. Brave sons of Yamato, the nation has reached a critical moment. All players, please do your utmost to support Rikukuwakin. Rikukuwakin, behind you there are millions watching, waiting for your return. Be brave in your exploration. Rikukuwasan, the cherry blossoms of your hometown have bloomed. Hearing the last sentence, Rikukuwa Gangsaka could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. The players from Sakura Island, initially silent, then each contributed their obtained items, trading them freely to Rikukuwakin. This is a simple medical kit I crafted. Oil. I have 10 boxes of oil. Burning it will definitely destroy the nest. The goblins are weak. Surely Rikukuwakin won't be afraid of a mere goblin. This is the famous sword I risked my life to obtain, the Demon Slayer presented to you. I hope you can triumph and let Yamato stand tall among the nations. With the attention of the entire nation, the support of the government, and the generosity of the players, all of this transformed into a powerful motivation, solidifying Rikukuwa Gangsaka's resolve. I indeed received everyone's intentions. Rikukuwa Gangsaka took a deep breath, drew the newly acquired Demon Slayer, and stealthily charged forward. At the same time, Jiang Tao and his companions, who were also preparing for battle, heard his alert. Shun Cece sighed, don't underestimate the world. I didn't expect the players from Sakura Island to be so. Yangmi pouted, I don't like them. Their ambitions are too grand, always willing to gamble everything on a single strike. Hearing this, Jiang Tao smiled. It seems it's time to gamble on the national fortune. The narrow and resource-limited island nation enjoys playing this game. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, the truly valiant Rikukawa Gangsaka, supported by players nationwide, first assassinated the patrolling goblin guards, then utilized the stealth potion, gifted by others, to infiltrate the periphery. After bypassing several towering goblins over 3 meters tall, he officially entered the goblin nest. However, in the next moment the situation took a sharp turn. To his surprise, as soon as he entered the nest, he was detected and goblins from all directions surrounded him. Rikukawa-kun. The nest can detect intruders. Quickly use the fate coin. The millions of island viewers in the live stream were so tense that fortunately a player had gifted an item that could increase luck and indicate the optimal solution at the moment. After using the fate coin and following the guidance, Rikukawa Gangsaka managed to escape the encirclement and fortuitously discovered a bronze treasure chest in one of the nests. As he opened the chest, the treasures within allowed him to evolve into an 11-level new human. This monumental achievement caused the live stream to explode with excitement. The number 1 player now is our Rikukawa Sword Saint. Jiang Tao is just like his country, mired in the glory of the old era, unaware that we are surpassing. Sakura Island is the light of humanity. Rikukawa-kun's adventure continues, and upon completing the task, the entire nation will evolve. Many island netizens were arrogant and cocky, drawing envious glances from many foreign viewers. Naturally, the Chinese netizens were not pleased. Stop rambling, you just send someone over for a duel. Thanks to the multiple amplifications brought by Jiang Tao, every citizen of the Xia dynasty possesses superhuman strength envied by many nations. The islanders were not keen on engaging at this moment, but clamored to wait until Rikukawa-kun completed the 11-level task before battling. Like the civilian audience, the cabinet eagerly watched the live stream. Even the ambassador from the White Eagle Federation stationed in the island nation remarked after this event, "We need to reassess our strategy towards the island nation." It was unclear if it was the luck amplification from the fate coin. Moving forward, Rikukawa Gangsaka's exploration in the nest went smoothly. Even when encountering goblin guards, he easily evaded detection. Thus he explored all the way to the core area. There he discovered a strange room covered in blood and flesh with rhythmic heartbeats echoing within. Is the boss inside? As Rikukawa Gangsaka nervously pushed the door open, the scene that unfolded next stunned the viewers. The walls were composed of flesh and blood with intestines and entrails scattered everywhere. In the center of the bloody room, a massive heart entwined in blood vessels throbbed violently. Heart of the nest, the origin that nurtures countless goblins, the entire room is transformed from a mutated goblin mother. Destroy it to obliterate the entire nest. So lucky. After this thought flashed through Rikukawa Gangsaka's mind, he swiftly raised the demon slayer, gathering his essence and spirit. Blade draw slash. Under the watch of 1 billion viewers, he unleashed the most proud strike of his life. Crack. However, this strike got stuck in midair. A green sinuous arm firmly grasped it. Rikukawa Gangsaka turned around in shock. Behind him was a terrifying goblin over 6 meters tall, with green skin, bulging muscles, and a pair of twisting horns coldly staring at him. Goblin King, level extraordinary being. There was only this simple line of description, with a gentle squeeze of the Goblin King's hand. With a snap, that rare divine weapon the demon slayer broke in response. Rikukawa Gangsaka, with a changed expression, abandoned the broken sword and rushed out of the room. However, a blood-red intestine flying from the corner bound him. Crack, crack. After waiting so long, I didn't expect it to deliver itself to my mouth. Seeing him captured, the Goblin King surprisingly spoke, displaying considerable intelligence. Through the live stream, the viewers were horrified to discover. Outside the flesh room, goblins of various appearances had already filled the area. As the room's flesh wriggled, newly birthed goblins emerged. They drooled around Rikukawa Gangsaka, bound at the limbs, but did not attack. Until the massive heart's surface wriggled, revealing terrifying features and opening a bloody maw. Only then did the intestine send Rikukawa Gangsaka inside. No, help me. This horrifying scene caused Rikukawa Gangsaka, who had practiced swordsmanship since childhood, to scream in despair. Hiss hiss. At the same moment, countless viewers in front of their computers were so frightened they lost control, with over 95 of them being islanders. Things changed too quickly. The cabinet members watching the live stream were dumbfounded, watching helplessly as Rikukawa Gangsaka was swallowed alive in extreme terror. Major announcement: a level task, exterminate the goblin nest, failed. Rikukawa Gangsaka was swallowed alive by the nest. Death penalty begins. Due to the failure of the task, the penalty is doubled. The nest consumes players and obtains information from the real world. A synchronous demise of 100 individuals centered around Rikukawa Gangsaka occurred, with his dojo transforming into a goblin nest. A new civilization has arisen in Sakura Island. Please strive to resist and survive. This announcement echoed in the ears of all players. Everyone was stunned. Monsters are descending on Blue Star. Rikukawa Gangsaka was eaten alive. How tragic. Wait, so the death penalty is not just this, it will also lead to the emergence of monster civilizations in our homeland. Many felt a chill run down their spine, becoming even more fearful. Especially the island players, who had contributed many precious items earlier, were now both shocked and terrified. Rikukawa Gangsaka's failure directly caused the strength of all players to plummet and affected their homeland. In reality, Blue Star, the moment the death penalty, Rikukawa's parents, originally invited by the emperor to the palace as honored guests and heavily protected, suddenly died. Rikukawa's brother and senior were on a program being interviewed, sharing stories of Rikukawa's rigorous training during his childhood. While the atmosphere at the scene was filled with joy, screams broke out as several guests suddenly died. The most terrifying event was a rumbling earthquake at Rikukawa's dojo. Affected by Rikukawa Gangsaka, this dojo had become a sacred place 3 days prior. Tens of thousands of spectators flooded in, either observing Rikukawa's journey, watching the live stream on-site, or awkwardly practicing swordsmanship. As a green light enveloped the dojo, wooden planks and tiles shattered. In their place rose a monster tower spewing toxic mist. Chaos erupted at the scene as terrified tourists fled in all directions. From the monster tower emerged ugly goblins struggling against other magical creatures. Yet they were very good at bullying humans. Especially upon seeing many girls in JK uniforms from Sakura, their eyes turned red, drooling as they charged forward, knocking them unconscious and dragging them back to the nest. Some samurai attempted to resist, but were struck down by mutated goblin warriors and big goblins, their skulls smashed in. Males were killed on the spot, taken back as food to expand the nest. Females were taken back to continue hatching. The thousands of pilgrims who had come to pay homage became the first source of supplies for the nest. In a short time, the nest expanded tenfold. Moreover, bizarre super goblins were birthed from within, especially when satellites detected goblins systematically utilizing materials to lay out defenses and organizedly capture. The officials finally realized with horror what the prompt regarding new civilization birth truly meant. Quickly send in the self-defense forces to bomb it. But there are still many tourists who haven't escaped. No matter, we cannot allow them to grow strong. The nest is alive. Did you not see it growing stronger every second? It even consumes trees. Whoosh. Helicopters, fighter jets, and bombers cut through the Tokyo sky, heading straight for the original Rikukawa dojo. Global satellites trained their cameras on the scene as Sakura Island taught the world a lesson, and the White Eagle Federation expressed high concern. Boom. The explosion of sparks erupted on Sakura Island. The pilgrims were either captured by goblins into their nest or perished in the aftermath. Under the surveillance of drones, it could be seen that the goblins who were pillaging the Sakura maidens were also sent tumbling by the explosion. Gunpowder against cold weapons, it's definitely a technological gap. The commander was directing from behind the scenes. They planned to first eliminate the major threats, then capture the goblins alive and study the nest. However, the wisdom of the goblins exceeded everyone's expectation. After the first wave of bombing, they retreated to their nest with the spoils. Moreover, the explosive power was not as formidable as everyone had imagined, particularly against a few obviously strong individuals. They often dodged the direct blasts in advance, and the shockwaves were blocked by energy. At force field, it seems the explosive power was neutralized by energy. This conflict drew global attention. The effects brought by the hot weapons caused many leaders to feel a sense of foreboding worse than expected, especially as the nest began to emit mist, creating chaos above. The cabinet convened an emergency meeting to arrange the follow-up. However, the arrival of an unexpected guest complicated matters further. Send people to capture a few goblins alive, blockade the area with tanks, and have drones monitor 247. No bombing for now. This was the directive brought by the ambassador of the White Eagle Federation. A moment of silence fell among cabinet members, and one official shouted, "But there are still civilians trapped in the nest watching them plunder resources. They must be eliminated, preferably in the early stages. Otherwise, if they adapt to the environment of Blue Star and fully digest, they will surely give birth to even stronger individuals." The blonde ambassador waved dismissively. They're merely goblins, and no matter how strong can they withstand ground-piercing bombs and cloudburst bombs. If worst comes to worst, there are still nuclear bombs. Thinking of the worst-case scenario of needing a third nuclear bomb, all officials felt a wave of darkness, yet they could not oppose the will of the White Eagle Federation. Thus, the self-defense forces began to surround the nest. It was fine as long as they didn't go in. However, once anyone was sent inside, accidents often occurred and communication devices would fail. The goblins surprisingly possessed various magical species, causing great headaches for the self-defense forces. After suffering significant casualties, they managed to bring out 3 injured goblins, causing a sensation. Planes from the White Eagle Federation urgently took them away for research. Soon gasps of astonishment echoed from the laboratory. They contain energy that we humans do not possess. Currently, only the people of Great Xia possess even a trace of it. The cellular vitality is so strong it can live over 100 years. It can even regenerate severed limbs. Wait, I've discovered human genes. Is it because they consumed islanders, or is there an inherent connection to humans? News spread nationwide and globally. Every goblin was a treasure. The active agents extracted from them, given to a select few elderly individuals, invigorated them instantly. This is not a crisis, but an opportunity. The supreme leader excitedly slammed the table and personally ordered, "If we want to surpass a certain major eastern country, we must rely on the goblin nest." With his command, the self-defense forces systematically attacked the nest, capturing goblins alive. Local U.S. forces also took action. As for the Sakura maidens who were previously seized, the U.S. military did not concern themselves with that. The higher-ups seemed to treat the nest as a treasure refresh point, slowly conquering it, deliberately dropping pork and other meats to keep it active. However, what they did not see was within the nest a massive heart continued to beat. The Goblin King was adorned with heavy armor resembling closely the bulletproof vests worn by the self-defense forces. Simultaneously amidst the writhing flesh, a goblin sword saint was born bearing a striking resemblance to Nichuan. In the adjacent incubation chamber, the abducted Sakura maidens hung like strips of cured meat. Each newly born goblin would immediately engage in combat, being well-versed in firearms and weaponry, knowing how to respond. The descent of goblin civilization added another element of uncertainty to this disaster-prone island. Meanwhile, the East University enhanced their defenses through satellite detection. We players must not make mistakes. Witnessing the plight of the inhabitants of Sakura Island, many netizens who had previously envied them were filled with dread. Only now did they realize what national fortune meant. It's not just about the lives and deaths of 100 people, the actions of the players will also affect the fate of the entire country. Jiang Tao's wit is impressive since feedback has been given we should stabilize for a while. Due to the tragedy of Sakura Island, the previously conservative evaluations of Jiang Tao also reversed. The audience marveled at him. As for the former prominent figure Nichuan Gangsaka, who still remembers him, one moment, he was a hero of Yamato, the Sakura Sword Saint. The next, he had become a sinner of Kyushu, despised by thousands. If one purely watches the adventure livestream, it isn't a loss. Over 10 billion viewers dispersed reminiscing about the misfortunes of the Sakura people before flocking to other streams. Among them, the majority headed towards Jiang Tao's stream. Upon hearing the tragedy of Nichuan Gangsaka, Dami, me sighed heavily. It seems he made the wrong bet. Jiang Tao shrugged after finishing the earth fruit in his hand. Historically, islanders have always had this nature. Shin Sisi recalled, gamble win, in the end lose everything. Shall we continue? Dami blinked her enchanting eyes and asked. Of course we will proceed. We've prepared for so long. Jiang Tao clapped his hands, took out the treasure map from the stone house, and used it upon confirming its authenticity. As the treasure map transformed into a beam of light, the passages above, below, left, and right all displayed the same message: don't look anymore, no matter which way you go, it's all a ghost forest. Kind reminder, please bring gas masks, water, and food. Do not get lost with your companions, and be wary of anyone you see. Yang Mi and Shin Sisi donned their fireproof suits and gas masks, nervously watching Jiang Tao. Stay behind me, and don't wander off. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Tao distributed some water and food to the two girls, and called up to Lilith. Aren't you afraid of the fire? Hearing his voice, Lilith flew down huffing. Master, don't underestimate me. Jiang Tao nodded. In that case, be sure to protect them later. No problem. Lilith made an okay gesture and waved her whip, driving away 5 goblins that were approaching. Considering the next room was not to be taken lightly, Jiang Tao did not let the goblins go to their deaths, but first gathered them in the obsidian house. Once everything was ready, Jiang Tao gently pushed the door open. Wait, what is he doing? Jiang Tao's strange behavior quickly attracted the audience's attention. Jiang Tao is not lying flat. He is challenging the 30th level. Having seen the fate of Nichuan Gangsaka, many Great Xia viewers were anxiously watching the big screen. The light dimmed and the mist thickened. Jiang Tao and the others seemed to have entered a forest on a winter morning. Before them, visibility was reduced to 0, and the flowing mist could form ghastly faces that made one shudder. Light the fire first. Jiang Tao nodded to the 2 girls behind him. Yang Mi and Shin Sisi ignited the torches using lava blood as material, following their previous plan. In an instant, everything before them became bright. Truly, it was a special fuel that illuminated hundreds of meters around. Even the eerie mist, the 4 found themselves in a muddy forest surrounded by several bizarre trees with strange branches, while everything else was empty. Jiang Tao calmly activated his talent, surveying the surroundings. As his gaze swept across, several messages popped up around them. You have entered the ghost forest. This domain belongs to the ghost mother tree. All ghost trees are offspring and can be seen by the ghost mother tree. As a being about to evolve into a supernatural ghost tree, she has discovered you and desires to devour your flesh and blood along with your companions as the final resource for evolution. Ding ding. Jiang Tao, Shin Sisi, and Yang Mi all receive the same alert. Entering the ghost forest activates the 11 mission, preventing the birth of the ghost mother. Mission details: the ghost mother tree possesses the bizarre ability to devour souls and enslave others, yet is constrained by racial limitations and cannot move. If it evolves to a supernatural level, it will break free from its racial constraints. Find the true form of the ghost mother tree and stop her from evolving. Wearing thick masks, Shin Sisi and Yang Mi turned to look at Jiang Tao, asking with their eyes. Take it on. Jiang Tao nodded solemnly. The 2 girls trusted him and confirmed without hesitation. Jiang Tao's gaze turned forward. In a patch of fog, just out of your sight, several ghost trees are stealthily changing direction. He looked in another direction. Going left is not a good choice, it is filled with traps. Behind there is a small stone staircase with ghost trees stationed on either side. At the end there seems to be something perhaps you need to get closer to see clearly. Kind reminder, each ghost tree is an eye of the ghost mother tree and a source of power. You should eliminate every ghost tree as much as possible. In that case, Jiang Tao shouted, Lilith, bring out the goblins, we will move to the back. With a flash of black light, the earth goblins, goblin archers, and 3 goblin warriors wielding iron hammers appeared before them. They surrounded the 3. Yang Mi sighed in relief, surprised that the ugly goblins now seemed so endearing. Come on, the earth goblins, lead the way, and the archers follow behind you. 3 guard on both sides. Jiang Tao did not allow them to explore empty-handed, but handed a prepared barrel of oil to a goblin warrior, and instructed it to sprinkle it as they walked. Is master ready? The environment here is somewhat similar to my birthplace. Lilith, flying in the air, waved her enchanting whip and beckoned to Jiang Tao. She seemed completely unaffected by the mist or the atmosphere, still looking vibrant. Jiang Tao, feeling uneasy, said, fly a bit higher, be careful, and don't get caught by the ghost tree. Understood, understood, thank you for your concern, master. Lilith made a cute gesture and used her whip to drive the earth goblins to move forward. Owl. The earth goblin, wielding a massive iron hammer and standing 5 meters tall, cleared some obstructing branches and bravely ventured into the deep forest. Jiang Tao followed closely behind Shin and Yang Mi, with the goblin warriors diligently guarding them. Additionally, there were little fairies above capable of mesmerizing. Everything was secured to the utmost. Watching their cautious exploration, the audience curiously sent comments. The bosses previously encountered didn't see Jiang Tao this serious. This can't be hell-level difficulty, right? Why haven't we seen a single monster? Big brother, take it easy, don't end up as unlucky as that little Sakura next door. After the goblin incident, viewers felt immense pressure while watching the live stream. After following the prompts for over 10 minutes, Jiang Tao did not see any stone stairs. Instead, the bizarre trees around increased, obstructing the team's movement. Unfortunately, the earth goblin was using a large iron hammer, making it inconvenient to clear the path. Jiang Tao had his own solution. Here, this one is useful. Jiang Tao smiled, raised the black iron giant axe dropped by the Titan giant, and handed it to the goblin. The earth goblin stowed away the iron hammer, accepting the axe with a deep voice, swinging it a few times, feeling invigorated and grinning foolishly. With a handy tool, the speed of clearing the path increased significantly. Crack, crack. Jiang Tao did not let go of the branches that were chopped down, collecting them all. Refined iron, wood 1, refined iron, wood 2. The quality of the wood in the ghost forest was excellent and would surely be useful in the future. Suddenly, a warning appeared in Jiang Tao's line of sight. Having detected your intentions, 2 ghost trees ahead have blended into ordinary trees, attempting to stealthily abduct your companions. I've kindly marked the positions of the ghost trees for you. It thoughtfully marked 2 unremarkable short trees ahead with red arrows. Hee, I finally couldn't hold back. Hearing Jiang Tao's laughter, Shin asked oddly, brother, what are you laughing at? I laugh because although the ghost mother tree is powerful, it ultimately has a fatal flaw. Flaws? Yang Mi asked curiously, what flaw? It cannot move. No matter how cunning its traps, it can only obediently wait for us to attack. I see. Yang Mi glanced at the earth goblin, which was pouring oil along the way, feeling secretly pleased. Jiang Tao and Lilith were in sync, able to indirectly control the goblins. As they reached that ambush point, the earth goblin used the giant axe to clear the path once more. As surrounding branches were chopped off, the marked ghost tree on the left fell like an ordinary tree. However, a branch seemed to inadvertently pierce the earth goblin's arm. Name: ghost tree, level top F-class, skills: parasitism, poison, mist creation, root movement. Description: one of the offspring cultivated by the ghost mother tree. It can move along the roots of the mother tree, return to the mother at any time, or split into offspring. It is one of the sources of power for the ghost mother tree. As long as a ghost tree lives, the ghost mother tree will survive. Furthermore, the area where ghost trees gather can create a mist field that affects the mind and judgment. It can stab enemies and implant seeds within them, with the branches being poisonous. Externally, they appear identical to ordinary trees, and if discovered early, the threat is not significant. Under Jiang Tao's control, the earth goblin swiftly turned its arm, using the flat side of the giant axe to block the ambushing ghost tree branch. Simultaneously, with a swift motion, crack, the giant axe cleaved the disguised ghost tree in half. Whoa! In the unseen realm, Jiang Tao and the others seemed to hear a scream coming from within the mist. A ball of spiritual light burst out from the ghost tree, happily caught by Lilith in the air. While everyone's attention was drawn ahead, another ghost tree silently moved to the side and rear. No one noticed the underground. A serpentine branch moved like a venomous snake, biting towards the weakest Yang Mi. Just then a sound of slicing air came from behind. A rocket accurately struck the second ghost tree. The goblin archer at the rear shot a fire arrow, striking down the second ghost tree. Their most difficult tactics involved leveraging the terrain for ambushes and creating toxic mist with poisonous branches. However, Jiang Tao's talent countered them perfectly. Afterwards, Yang Mi jumped in fright upon seeing the special branches erupting beneath her feet. When did they touch this? She was about to burn it with a torch when Jiang Tao raised his hand to stop her. This is a valuable item. Jiang Tao approached and collected the materials left by the 2 ghost trees. Spirit Wood 100 Spirit Wood 200 Ghost Tree Seed 2. Such strange materials. Jiang Tao checked the detailed description. Spirit Wood can be used to build a special shelter called Ghost House. When lit, it creates a unique, safe environment where no monsters can enter. Wherever the firelight shines, monsters cannot enter. Ghost Tree Seed. If planted in the shelter and watered with spiritual spring, it can grow a ghost tree to guard your home. From now on, someone will guard at night. Jiang Tao happily stored the seeds. Only he had the spiritual spring, ordinary players wouldn't be able to grow the seeds at all. After this test, the team proceeded more cautiously. They had been walking for over 20 minutes and still had not exited the forest compounded by the mist swirling around them. Demimi asked with some concern, "Xiao Tao, are you sure we should go this way? We still haven't found an exit. If something happens, we won't even have a place to escape to." Shun Shishi chuckled and reminded her, "Don't worry me, Jia, this is already the 10th room today. Even if there is an exit, we can't leave. We have to stay here for the night." Looking at the eerie environment around them, which resembled a horror film, Yang Mi couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, the shelter had been modified in advance. With the hints, Jiang Tao felt no. Walk for another 3 minutes, and you will reach a small stone staircase. The small stone staircase leads directly to the location of the Ghost Mother Tree, and it is filled with traps along the way. Please prepare. Let's keep going. Jiang Tao signaled the Earth Goblin to continue leading the way. The Earth Goblin grunted as it cleared a path with its giant axe. Before long, they saw a staircase paved with white pebbles. The staircase extended deep into the mist with no end in sight. "Master, should we go in? I have a bad feeling about this." Lilith flew down. "Wait a moment." Jiang Tao observed the white pebbles closely, and a new bubble prompt appeared before his eyes. There are ambushed undead beings, including ghosts, lurking on both sides of the staircase. Their roots spread below and could attack at any moment. Furthermore, each step taken on a pebble would drain some energy and feed it back to the Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Mother Tree will only reveal itself when you are at your weakest. Indeed, it was incredibly cunning, not to mention the mist that filled the entire room. Even the only correct path was laden with traps set by her. However, all of this hinges on us stepping into her traps. Jiang Tao smiled. "What are you planning to do?" Shun Shishi asked curiously. Jiang Tao first had Lilith gather the 3 goblin warriors. The last goblin had already emptied its oil. Jiang Tao distributed the oil he had auctioned earlier among the 3. Start spraying along the sides of the staircase. Archers and earth goblins stay vigilant, especially underground. Shun Shishi and Lilith stood at a distance watching the goblins work. The goblin warriors carried several barrels of oil, neatly surrounding the staircase and sprinkling it. The pungent smell made the undead beings underground restless. A hunchbacked ghost claw broke through the soil, reaching for the oil-spraying goblin warrior. The vigilant earth goblin who had been on guard bent down and swung its axe down. The poor zombie, barely raising its head, had most of it cleaved off. It was dead. Jiang Tao had initially hoped to utilize it, but upon seeing the materials it dropped, he was left speechless. Corpse, rotten human bones can be used as fuel, particularly long. The flames would burn green, adding a unique flavor to food. Jiang Tao couldn't help but scoff. With so much wood, why would I burn human bones? He shook his head, abandoning the idea of collecting it. As the oil surrounded the small stone staircase, more and more zombies emerged from the ground. These zombies were bewitched by the Ghost Mother Tree, similar to wraiths, and were not strong, classified as ordinary, level manageable by common folks. They were just a bit creepy. The branches that ambushed from underground would be more troublesome. Once the goblin warriors were busy, Jiang Tao led the others away from the small stone staircase, then shot a fire arrow from a distance. Whoosh! With the sound of air breaking, the flame at the arrowhead instantly ignited the area around the small stone staircase. Woo-woo! The burning mist echoed with ghostly wails. One by one, the lurking zombies struggled to crawl out. Like corpses escaping from hell, they clawed towards Jiang Tao and the others. Yang Mi and Shun Shishi stepped back pale-faced while the goblin archer supplemented a few more fire arrows. The undead beings that had been lying in wait underground were forced out by the flames, becoming live targets. Amid the raging fire, illusory, ghostly faces flew out, scaring Yang Mi into a scream. Ghosts. Humans are inherently afraid of such beings. Facing ghosts for the first time, Jiang Tao quickly looked over ghosts, souls bound by the Ghost Mother Tree, afraid of fire and light, effective against beings with weaker mental power than themselves. Don't be afraid, you are stronger than them now. To rally morale, Jiang Tao shot a fire arrow at a ghost. The arrow pierced through the ghost's face, causing it to shriek in pain, its spiritual form shrinking significantly. One ghost attempted to charge angrily at Jiang Tao, but couldn't even get close. What's there to fear? They're just flies. Lilith, puzzled, flicked her enchanting whip. She too could become a spirit. With a single lash, the ghosts seemed to meet their nemesis, scattering like leaves, dropping crystals one by one. According to Lilith Yang, Ms. Medusa, I could similarly restrain them. The unknown is what breeds fear. Upon realizing that ghosts could be exterminated, the 2 women sighed in relief and eagerly joined the fight. The roaring flames burned for over half an hour until darkness fell outside. The live stream was about to close. The viewers, unwilling to leave, flooded the comments with, "Wait, I haven't finished watching yet." Jiang Tao is playing a big game. Even ghosts have appeared. If the strategy succeeds, everything will be fine, but if it fails, Daxia might be haunted. I hope we aren't awakened by a disaster alert. The live stream of the goblin nest on Sakura Island continued 24 hours a day. Local residents were suffering immensely, crying on camera about their missing children. The upper echelons along with the White Eagle Federation after initial panic began to view this as a tremendous asset, a key to surpassing Daxia. I am not asking Jiang Tao for more feedback, just ensuring everything is safe would be a blessing. This thought resonated throughout Daxia. In the ghost forest, the adventure continued. Jiang Tao collected the materials dropped by the monsters from the charred remains, and the mist in the air dissipated. The soil surrounding the small stone staircase had been scorched dry along with the white pebbles turning black. When his gaze swept over again, changes had occurred. The scorched earth and damaged roots have weakened the ghost mother tree, making it more volatile. Please note, the weakening effect on the small stone staircase still exists. It's safe along the side. We will walk along one side of the staircase, but be careful not to step in. Jiang Tao pulled Yang Mi and Shun Shishi along, still letting the earth goblin lead. Stepping on the charred ground brought a sense of calm. The traps meticulously laid by the ghost mother tree had all been burned clean, allowing the group to traverse without concern. After another 20 minutes, a fork appeared before them. On the left was still the white stone path, while in front the mist was heavy with faint monster roars echoing. To the right was a path of black pebbles shrouded in darkness. Master, which way should we go? Lilith descended. Hold on, let me take a look. If you go left, you will enter an eternal maze that will turn you into a wraith once resources are depleted. The right side hides the true form of the ghost mother tree, gathering all its sub-trees, waiting for your challenge. To the right, we are about to encounter the BOSS. Everyone be cautious. Thus the earth goblin stepped onto the small black path. Xiao Tao, get closer. The deeper they went, the darker it became. Even the light from the torch in hand was suppressed, only illuminating a small circle. Yang Mi nervously clutched Jiang Tao's arm, afraid of getting lost. Don't worry, you and Shishi are together. If anything happens, Lilith will take you up into the sky. Compared to the two worried women, Jiang Tao already had a plan in mind. Crack, crack. Suddenly they heard the sound of branches shaking ahead, and as they delved deeper, a circle of monsters had unknowingly surrounded them. Slap. Lilith struck with her whip in midair. Everyone go wild. The earth goblin, dissatisfied, swung its giant axe, howling like a lumberjack as it swiftly severed the invading branches. Simultaneously, the three goblin warriors began to take action, helping their leader deal with the stray branches and logs. The earth goblin was a top-tier elite monster, and its combat power was fierce. Seeing that the ghost mother tree's efforts were futile, a branch shot straight up into the air. Hee, you think you can deal with me, eh? In the night, Lilith's figure became ethereal as she transformed into a spirit, disappearing from sight. The branch naturally missed its target. This direction. Jiang Tao realized the ghost tree could not move. He quickly looked towards the source of the branches. Mental-type elite monster possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans, just one step away from breaking through to the extraordinary. Your arrival has filled the final void, craving your brains. Greatest weakness, cannot move. Afraid of light and fire energy. Please note her position is right here. In the darkness, a massive red arrow stood out prominently. Jiang Tao was overjoyed and quickly pointed, the boss is over there, shoot arrows. With that, he took the lead and threw a spider spear. This was no ordinary attack. The spider spear was laced with a venomous liquid. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the mother tree in trouble, the previously entangled monster trees swiftly turned around, using their branches and even bodies to block. However, this strike from Jiang Tao had been charged for a long time. As it sliced through many branches along the way with a precise thunk, it embedded itself into a seemingly ordinary monster tree that was only one person high. Upon impact, the monster tree let out a wild howl. Its bark revealed a twisted, ghostly face, and it began to writhe, growing larger. The ghost mother tree shed its disguise, and the soil beneath vibrated continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Countless branches like giant pythons undulated, and those earlier monster trees were merely little branches rooted in the roots. The ghost mother tree revealed its true form, standing over 50 meters tall. On its black trunk, ghostly faces appeared, twisting and roaring, constantly shifting. And Jiang Tao and the others had been standing on the roots of the ghost mother tree all along. No, it could even be said that from the fork in the path, a dense cluster of roots had already spread, truly formidable. Seeing this, Jiang Tao gasped. Name: Ghost Mother Tree. Level: Semi-Extraordinary Creature. E-Skills: Reproduction. Soul: Devouring Root. Sweep Root. Cage. Mist Barrier. Description: Once a monster tree from a mass grave, it absorbed too many corpses and souls, resulting in mutation. Cold-blooded, murderous, it enjoys devouring souls. Humans, since you are here, do not leave. You join the great evolution. The twisting roots rolled, some coiling towards Jiang Tao and the others, while others swept towards the goblins. Lilith. Jiang Tao flapped his wings of freedom, soaring into the air to avoid them, continuously firing spider spears. In the air, Lilith's laughter resonated as she cradled Yang Mi and Shun Shishi, skillfully dodging the attacks of the roots. As for the earth goblins, well, they were left to fend for themselves. Faced with these assaults, the goblins were not without experience. The three goblin warriors formed a tight circle, defending each other. The goblin archer shot arrows while skillfully retreating to the back. Its role was to provide rear support, and it did not engage too much with the attacking roots. Bearing the brunt was the earth goblin, which transformed into a bulldozer, shouting as it chopped down the incoming roots. Thanks to the earth goblin attracting fire, Jiang Tao took out the blood of the lava and continuously sprinkled it from the air. On the other side, Lilith, following the original plan, flew in from the opposite direction. She, along with Yang Mi and Shun, she poured the lava blood from high above. The lava blood sourced from volcanic lava lizards not only contained high temperatures, but also a hint of fiery poison. Upon contact with the wildly dancing roots, it ignited instantly. In 1 second, the previous python calamity transformed into a fiery snake dance. Damn bugs. The ignited ghost mother tree angrily shot out poisonous thorns, prompting Jiang Tao and Lilith to quickly distance themselves. However, this also indicated that the lava blood had indeed inflicted significant damage. If it had just been oil, it might not have ignited. But lava blood contained high energy, burning upon being thrown, and once it touched anything, it clung on like a stubborn adhesive. Even the sub-trees extending from the roots suffered, turning into fire trees. Lilith, take them back a bit. I want to launch a big attack on the monster tree. Once the lava blood had mostly been sprinkled, Jiang Tao pulled out a fired glass orb from his pocket. Master, please be careful. I'll have the goblins assist you. Lilith's face showed a hint of worry. In her arms, Shun, she hesitated. Brother, I can help you distract from the air. Jiang Tao thought for a moment. Just remember to keep your distance. With that, he flapped his wings of freedom and, gritting his teeth, shouted, speed dash. With his wings propelling him, his speed soared as he charged towards the ghost mother tree. Ow! At the same moment, the severely injured earth spirit's eyes turned blood red as it charged towards the mother tree of ghosts, driven by the magic cast by Lilith, disregarding its own. In the distance, the archers, ignoring the energy consumption, shot arrows continuously. The venomous fire arrows rained down like a storm, targeting the mother tree of ghosts. With powerful enemies both above and below, the mother tree of ghosts found it difficult to cope momentarily. It could only send out its sub-trees to temporarily distract. You are the culprit. I can already sense your active brain. The mother tree of ghosts discovered Jiang Tao, and the hundreds, or even thousands of ghostly faces on its bark turned to look at him, their mouths stretching into exaggerated angles as they howled wildly. Oh no, it's going to launch a soul attack. Jiang Tao, who was charging forward, felt a sudden rush of anxiety and hurriedly took out the monkey wine and stimulant he had collected earlier to use together. The 2 vials of potion acted like a stimulant, instantly flushing Jiang Tao's body red, filling him with boundless energy, especially his eyes, which were bloodshot. Still feeling insecure, he decided to use the precious perfect soul crystal as well. Puff! As the crystal surged and white vapor erupted from his head, resembling an engine operating at full capacity, shooting towards the mother tree of ghosts. The mother tree is observing. Mental judgment failed. You have avoided this attack. Hearing the prompt, the exhilarated Jiang Tao let out a sigh. Soul attacks are unlike anything else. Once they fail, the earth spirit serving as the meat shield below would be the best example of the consequences. With the monkey wine's help, he quickly regained the stamina consumed by the extreme sprint. As he flew within a few hundred meters of the mother tree, the branches became increasingly frantic, prompting Jiang Tao to halt his advance. The powerful mother tree of ghosts wary gathered its roots to construct a majestic wall of trees around itself. Take this. Jiang Tao let out a furious howl, and a phantom of a black bear flashed behind him. His muscles instantly swelled as the Titan bloodline activated. All his strength coalesced in his right arm, and then was forcefully fired out. A silent beam of light sliced through the darkness. The tree wall, dozens of meters thick, was pierced, creating a void. As the spear firmly stabbed into the mother tree's body, the explosive core at the tip activated. Boom! A deafening roar erupted within the tree, instantly illuminating the ghostly forest. The hard bark and roots of the tree were swept away by the shockwave, shattering like flying debris, scattering into countless fragments. Get down! Even as the projectile was launched, Jiang Tao had already shouted this. As the instigator, he naturally understood the Jiang Tao plummeted straight down, hiding among the roots. As he burrowed deep into the soil, the shockwave came crashing in. The black bear cloak provided excellent defense, enveloping him completely. In the distance, Lilith and the others, despite being prepared, were blown back several hundred meters. An orange-eared mushroom cloud rose slowly from the position of the mother tree. What immense power! 3 minutes later, Yang Mi peeked out from beneath a rock, anxiously looking towards the battlefield, deeply worried about Jiang Tao. Shun Sisi shook off the debris from her hair, standing up and saying, "Let's go check it out quickly. If the mother tree of ghosts isn't dead, we need to strike again." And where's Lilith? Just as the two were worried, a swirl of pink light appeared before them, coalescing into Lilith's playful figure. "The master is waiting for us ahead. Oh, let's hurry." With that, amidst the exclamations of the 2 girls, Lilith grabbed one girl in each hand and flew towards the center of the battlefield. The wildly thrashing roots had been reduced to powder. Even if some ghostly trees had narrowly escaped the brunt of the attack, when a gentle breeze blew, their trunks crumbled as if burned to ash. A patch of ordinary gray-black ash suddenly stirred, and Jiang Tao emerged with his head. What a pity about the cloak. He jumped out of the ashes. With a hint of regret, he shook the dull black bear cloak and looked uneasily towards the original position of the mother tree. He saw that the sub-trees along the way had been mostly eliminated, leaving only a massive pit in the center. Thanks to you, the mother tree of ghosts that was supposed to evolve has been blown to ashes. Perhaps this was her fate. A transcendent fire seed condensing her lifelong evolution energy lies quietly at the bottom of the pit. If not collected quickly, it may dissipate. It's coming. Jiang Tao's spirit shook. All the effort he put in was for it a treasure related to the next evolutionary phase. Jiang Tao quickly activated the wings of freedom, rushing towards the giant pit. He scanned the soil continuously, fearing that any sub-trees might still be alive. Fortunately, all the ghostly trees had perished. Brother, wait for us. Lilith, Shinsisi, and Yangmi flew up behind him. Seeing that he was unharmed, their eyes lit up, and they hurried to catch up. Let's go dig for treasure. With the great enemy eliminated, Jiang Tao smiled happily as he descended into the giant pit, digging towards the center. Shinsisi and Yangmi searched for treasures on the periphery. Ghostwood 1. Ghost Tree Seed 1. Soul Fruit 1. First level Wood Element Spirit Crystal 1. The harvest was unexpected. The rare spirit crystals needed for the detoxification potion were not uncommon here. Ghostwood 1. Ghost Tree Seed 1. Soul Fruit 1. First level Wood Element Spirit Crystal 1. The harvest was unexpected. The rare spirit crystals needed for the detoxification potion were not uncommon here. The soul fruit formed from the mother tree of ghosts consuming souls has a very simple function. When consumed for the first time, it can help a person break through to a rank. This was precisely what Yang Mi and Shinsisi needed. While Jiang Tao was digging at the center, he did not gather as many items. I miss the earth spirits. If they were here, why would I need to do this myself? In the midst of digging, Jiang Tao's thoughts became complex. Hearing this, Lilith scratched her cheek awkwardly. Master, it seems that there are still earth spirits alive. He'll look around. Still alive. Jiang Tao was quite surprised. He had thought of them as mere materials for drawing aggro. If they were still alive, then that truly was a stroke of good luck. With the prompt assisting him, after digging 3 meters deep, Jiang Tao spotted a seed burning with mysterious blue flames. Ghost Transcendent Fire Seed. A life seed condensed by a drank transcendent being inheriting its genes, soul, and hereditary information. This fire seed was left by the mother tree of ghosts and belongs to the soul category. Using it will grant immense soul power, unlocking brain potential, and activating transcendent talents in advance. You make me eat people, but in the end, aren't you just making me a wedding dress? After so much effort, it was finally in hand. Jiang Tao carefully stored the ghost fire seed in the stone house, planning to use it safely. Thinking about obtaining the next stage of abilities in advance, an uncontrollable smile formed on Jiang Tao's face. Suddenly, a new prompt bubble popped up in his view, making him raise his eyebrows. The fire seed has been taken. The hidden body of the mother tree of ghosts has breathed a sigh of relief. She has deceived you. No way, you're not dead yet. Jiang Tao looked around in surprise. Come, let me see where you are hiding. He remembered the previous prompt well. Every sub-tree is a continuation of the life of the mother tree. As long as one remains alive, she can. In this core area where even the main body had been blown away, the sub-trees naturally could not survive. So Jiang Tao spread his wings and flew meticulously towards the periphery. Seeing him about to leave, Yangmi hurriedly asked, "It's already dark. Where are you going?" "I'm looking for any fish that slipped through the net." In the air, Jiang Tao replied. "Be careful then." Reflecting on the terrifying appearance of the mother tree, Yangmi still felt a bit scared. Lilith, unable to stay idle, also wanted to fly over. "Master, let me help you look for it." "No need, protect them well. Besides, didn't you say there are earth spirits still alive?" Upon hearing the question, Lilith stuck out her little tongue. After a thorough search, it was surprising to find that a goblin warrior was still alive. It was lucky to have been flung by the tree roots to the rocks below, escaping the massive explosion. Unfortunately, the other 4 companions perished. To honor their sacrifice, Jiang Tao instructed Lilith to collect all the spirit crystals exploded by the goblin. When Jiang Tao flew to an inconspicuous outskirts, a new prompt appeared. A shivering ghost tree was hidden among the ruins, thinking it had evaded your gaze. Little one still hiding here. After a thorough search, Jiang Tao used his spider spear to pry away the charred remains and ash. He indeed discovered a ghost tree that was not tall, and could even be said to be half the height of its kind. Its branches and leaves shrank together, shivering in a remarkably human-like manner. "You've devoured so many people, it's only fitting you meet your end." Jiang Tao mercilessly thrust his spear forward, shaking it with slight force, shattering it into pieces. The supermarket shelves had long been emptied just when food was most needed. Among them, the neighbor from the Asen family was the loudest. After finishing the pickup, Jiang Tao glanced back uneasily. Friendly reminder, you still have 2 ghost trees alive. Really lucky. Jiang Tao marveled, realizing that had it been any other player, they would have let it escape. Thus he diligently continued to soar through the sky. Searching for any potential hiding spots, he flew to the outskirts and spotted the white pebbles. It was then that Jiang Tao discovered the second ghost tree. He naturally replicated his previous actions to kill it. Only the last tree remained. The ghost mother tree was hidden very deeply, and Jiang Tao searched for a full half hour. Yang Mi and Shen Sisi had collected all the other materials before he found a shivering little ghost tree like a weed beneath the initial fork in the road. Last remnant of the ghost mother tree. Puff! Jiang Tao pierced through it, shaking it into dust. In the next moment, a black, ghostly face floated out from the tree, attempting to burrow into Jiang Tao's brain, but it was blocked by his formidable mental power and turned to ash. So many potions, they weren't for nothing. Jiang Tao smiled slightly. After the ghost mother tree's fall, many remnants of essence surged into his brain, different from experiences with other monsters. Jiang Tao felt a warm sensation in his head, a feeling of lightness. Generally speaking, after consuming potions, monkey wine, soul fragments, etc., one would expect mental power to diminish and experience a period of weakness. But at this moment his powerful mental strength remained, with vision that was astonishingly clear. The center of his forehead felt warm, as if something was about to emerge, yet it seemed to lack some essence, and fell silent again. Congratulations on completely defeating the quasi-supernatural being Ghost Mother Tree. Only upon hearing this reminder did Jiang Tao finally breathe a sigh of relief. The familiar announcement echoed again. Recently, it was the announcement of the disaster at Sakura Island, but this time it praised Jiang Tao's success. Building announcement. Congratulations to Jiang Tao and his two teammates for being the first to clear the Hell-level room, Ghost Forest, successfully preventing a mutated Ghost Mother Tree from advancing to level supernatural being, eliminating a potential great enemy for human civilization. As a reward for his achievement, he is granted a personal exclusive talent, Third Eye. National Fortune feedback. The harvest of all plant species in Daxiao this year doubled. Fruit trees have a slight chance of producing extraordinary fruits. At this moment, it was precisely 7 p.m. in Blue Star. Players who had survived another day were exhausted, resting in their shelters. In the chat channel, many were still lamenting the tragedy of Nichuan Gangban. A hot topic in Blue Star was the incident at Sakura Island. The deafening announcement rang out, dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts. Especially for Daxiao players, it was a great morale boost. The banner of humanity, the beacon of civilization, must be from Daxiao. Indeed, while everyone else is barely surviving, it is Jiang Tao who raises the banner of civilization. Incredible. This is my first time seeing a Hell Level 1. It must be exceedingly difficult. It should be similar to the previous Goblin Mother Nest. Former players who had doubling the output within a year. What tremendous economic benefits that would bring. Everyone knew that Blue Star had suffered from a population explosion and food shortages in recent years. As one of the most populous countries, the increase in Daxiao made a significant difference. I'm more concerned about those extraordinary fruits. Doesn't Daxiao have spiritual springs? With dual blessings, there must be many good things. Xiaoma Ji's team had all its members present. That shelter had also been upgraded to a large wooden house, and he remarked, in such a depressing environment, Jiang Tao's existence is like a ray of light. I hope to see him again in a few days. Xiaoma Gu understood. He felt he was lacking the adventurous spirit of youth. As one of the largest groups of players in Daxia, top players like Ryu and Yushan viewed him as a target, striving and truly courageous. In a room miles away, Stone Strong Forest generously praised. He originally had a chance to challenge a super high difficulty room. But due to the incident at Nichuan Gangban, he chose a nightmare checkpoint instead. It should be noted that if he failed the challenge, it would not only cost his life, but also endanger the lives of 100 friends and family, even to the extent of implicating his homeland and civilization. We should take more risks tomorrow. A companion with tattoos on his shoulder picked up a map. Growing up watching superheroes, now the opportunity is right before us. We can't let the Easterners keep pressing us. Yes. You will definitely succeed. The other teammates looked at Lao Da with admiration, revering individual heroism. Bearing the expectations of his teammates and a billion citizens off-screen, Stone Strong Forest sighed. Did he not wish to advance boldly? But that distinct room could not be traversed simply with brute strength. The most surprising aspect was, of course, the Daxiao audience keeping vigil. The top trending topic on the internet was Sakura Island Goblin Civilization. The subsequent hot topics were all related to goblins, as it was a new civilization that had created a global sensation. Following closely was Jiang Tao's brave venture into the haunted house. According to research by the official team, if he failed, a ghostly civilization would descend upon the 9 provinces. Until that chilling voice echoed. The entire nation of over 2 billion people let out a collective sigh of relief, causing the temperature to rise by a degree. A farmer unfamiliar with the internet took advantage of the cool evening to clear weeds in the fields. He watched as the still unripe corn miraculously doubled in size. Not only did they ripen, but they also were plump and juicy. In the northeastern black soil, rice that should not have matured yet was bending under its weight. Looking at the heavy rice, the leaders were both delighted and anxious, hastily arranging for harvesters to get to work. Of course, the most lively scene was at the Jinan tourist area. This area had been sealed off, turning into a forbidden zone. The ancient spring was a strategic resource. Over 100 foreign spies had been caught during the day, along with thousands attempting to steal the spring water. Even with the military maintaining order, people from all over surrounded the tourist area in layers. As the new announcement arrived, a pomegranate from a tree near the ancient spring shone brilliantly. Even in the darkness it burst forth with blazing light resembling a ball of golden divine fire. Conversely, not far away on a century-old pear tree a round pear glimmered with a white light. Celestial fruit. That's the extraordinary fruit mentioned. Consuming it would surely grant longevity. The extraordinary phenomenon at this location was quickly noticed by tourists. Under the guidance of those with intent, many flocked towards the two fruit. Warnings from security guards firing shots fell on deaf ears. There were even daring individuals controlling drones attempting to seize the fruits amidst the chaos. Then they realized they were not the only clever ones as thousands of drones rushed to snatch the spiritual fruits. Unable to stop it, ultimately the officials sent people to hastily harvest the divine pomegranates and snowflake pears, transporting them urgently to the research lab. When the news spread, the cabinet of Sakura Island jumped up. "I'm suffering here, yet you enjoy a bountiful harvest. It is strongly recommended that the Great Xia provide food aid to our country. Yes, especially that spiritual spring and the exotic fruits. Only by combining all of humanity's technology can we thoroughly research them for the benefit of all mankind." During the Great Xia's bumper harvest of grain, many foreign spokespersons appeared on camera stating that their countries were suffering from famine, especially after the arrival of the mysterious game, which resulted in significant losses of personnel. The supermarket shelves had long been emptied just when food was most needed. Among them, the neighbor from the Asen family was the loudest. Being the most populous country in the world, they were overwhelmed. They shouted terms like all of humanity and community of shared destiny. In response, the spokesperson for the Great Xia, the leader of the White Eagle Federation, was not very interested in food. He united with Europe to exert pressure, attempting to force the Great Xia to share the exotic fruits, particularly the treasures produced near the ancient spring. According to reliable intelligence, someone consumed the spiritual fruit and awakened superpowers. When this information spread, the leader and the top tycoons behind the scenes immediately though the poor rely on mutations, the rich depend on technology. But the problem is we haven't developed the technology yet. Many of the bigwigs at the top of the pyramid were getting anxious. In the past 3 days, a drastic change occurred with many lower-tier individuals mutating, seemingly giving birth to a new class. In this unprecedented social upheaval, they were unwilling to be eliminated. However, regarding strategic resources, the Great Xia was naturally on high alert. Seeing that the pressure was ineffective, a group of military tycoons with immense power became restless. In a dark room, an emergency meeting was convened. The 30 mysterious members present were mostly not commonly seen in the media, yet they were capable of influencing all of human society, especially the super tycoons in Europe and America. This is the Freemason Society. An elderly man with white hair struck the table to commence the meeting. The Great Xia is unwilling to cooperate and does not share technological achievements. Economic pressure is ineffective. Someone sighed. "I have already sent spies to investigate. They were either captured or monitored, and most importantly, they cannot leave the country." In just a few days, the fortunes of the Great Xia have undergone a tremendous change. If this continues, our advantages will dwindle, right? We cannot sit idly by. Everyone in the Great Xia is now a superhuman, practicing guidance techniques and initiating evolution. Even ordinary people here have awakened superpowers. The meeting grew increasingly heated. Watching the formerly despised lower-tier individuals about to replace them, the panic of their class falling and death approaching made them excited and exhilarated. Until someone gritted their teeth and spoke. "If it comes to that, we should start a war. Replace the Great Xia." Upon these words, the room fell silent. Before the upheaval, the Great Xia was the second strongest globally, and now with multiple feedbacks, everyone was a super soldier. In a heating clash, the White Eagle Federation wouldn't stand a chance. Unless they could gather the military and technology of all of Europe and America, only then would they have a chance to win. A rational blonde man spoke up, "But the mysterious game is still ongoing, and everyone is aware of the situation in the island nation. Maybe tomorrow a new civilization will land on our soil. Now is not the time for internal strife. After all, starting a war is no trivial matter." They discussed more reasonable plans. The elderly man hosting the meeting sighed. "Let's continue communicating with the Great Xia officials. Their requests regarding chips, the Strait of Malacca, etc. can all be negotiated, as long as we can establish a joint research facility and share technology." The others fell silent. Additionally, how is the situation with the relatives of Jiang Tao, as well as Yang Mi and Xin Sisi? A mysterious woman replied, "The intelligence on Jiang Tao has been classified as top secret, and the relevant personnel have been kept under secret protection. However, based on our investigations, Jiang Tao does not have direct relatives, only some distant relatives, classmates, and friends. On the other hand, the parents of the other two teammates, Xin Sisi and Yang Mi, have been protected and are in Beiping." Mentioning Jiang Tao's name, everyone's eyes lit up. Through their observations and research over the past few days, it was clear that he possessed extraordinary talent. Furthermore, with the evolutionary advantage established in the early stages, he is a crucial figure who could influence an entire nation and even civilization. The elderly man spoke again. "I suspect that as he evolves, those around him will also respond, and even his former hometown will undergo mutations. Wait for his return in 7 days. We must make contact at any cost." Everyone unanimously agreed that unless absolutely necessary, they did not wish to initiate a third world war. Next, the 30 mysterious individuals discussed their research on the fortune game. Aside from the daily barrage feature, there had been some new developments. To conduct experiments, they would have to wait until 7 days later after the first game concluded to see. Regarding who was the puppet master behind everything, they had always believed that only God possessed such divine power. The final topic turned to the Goblin Nest. Only it lay within the sphere of influence of the Freemasons. This was seen as the only hope to surpass Dawn University. I have personally gone to Sakura Island, and according to the current intelligence, that nest possesses the ability to devour, assimilate, collect genes, and re-evolve. The speaker turned out to be the leader. He was hailed as the most powerful man in the world. Yes, it is very intelligent. The Goblin King is the leader, but within the nest there is definitely a true Mother Queen. The elderly man urged him to keep focused. Destroying the goblins was not difficult. What they wanted was to master all the technology and for that they needed to feed and test. After all, those who died were the Sakura people, and those present did not mind. Finally, after a prayer ritual, the meeting concluded. The 30 mysterious individuals vanished like data. This was an online meeting. Meanwhile, aboard Air Force One, the leader opened his eyes and commanded, the SEALs are to infiltrate the goblin nest, and to avoid harming every goblin as much as possible. Considering the dangers of the flesh chambers, the self-defense forces are to take the lead. It seems they sensed the impending crisis. The surface pores of the goblin nest spewed out poisonous mist, creating a large area of green fog, complicating the situation further. However, under the leader's strong demands, a group of self-defense forces charged in like moths to a flame, sacrificing their lives to carve out a path. What angered the Prime Minister even more was that when trouble arose, it was the SEALs who took over when it was time to reap the rewards. Moreover, with the mist interference, they could not bombard with heavy firepower. Wasn't this treating the self-defense forces as expendables? Especially after a goblin swordmaster resembling Nichikawa, Gasaka, burst forth from the nest, the mortality rate soared. Seeing this, the leader was overjoyed and ordered that he must be captured alive. This was just one corner of what was happening on Blue Star. Since the survival game arrived, many silent changes had been occurring in various places. The people seeking survival in the Rubik's Cube building, of course, were unaware of all this. They were more worried about how to survive through another meal and endure the third night. In the broken ghost forest, as night deepened, the long enshrouding mist finally dispersed. Jiang Tao was still energetically gathering the treasures left by the ghost. The most precious of all, without a doubt, is that sapling of the mother tree. Once planted, it can produce offspring, create mist barriers, and guard the sanctuary. However, there is a small issue. The survival rate of planting is very low, with a high failure. In response, Jiang Tao has a corresponding solution. After all, he has the luck enhanced to me with him. What are you looking at me for, by the campfire? Yang Mi was happily roasting donkey head wolf meat. The wood from the ghost forest crackled as it burned, the flames glowing a ghostly blue, releasing a fragrant aroma. After defeating the strong enemy, it was clear that her mood was quite good. Meanwhile, Lilith was adorably preparing ingredients under Shin Cece's guidance. Clang, clang. Not far away by the forging furnace, the only surviving earth gnome was lifting a hammer, forging mithril. Sister Me, could you please help me synthesize a potion? Jiang Tao took out Ice Spirit Grass Bloodvine, and a first tier with System Spirit Crystal. They had put in a lot of effort for these materials. Seeing this, Shin Cece stepped forward to help, lightly smiling as she explained, brother, actually with my level up, my injuries have almost healed. There mustn't be any hidden dangers, and there will be many places to use it in the future. Jiang Tao threw the several extra wood system spirit crystals he had in his hand, tossing them around playfully. In the future, we can synthesize potions in bulk. By the way, did you feel anything unusual after the death of the mother tree? Shin Cece and Yang Mi exchanged glances and nodded honestly. It seems we are reaching a critical point. We should be evolving soon, just like you before, brother. Jiang Tao nodded and handed them 2 soul fruits. After dinner tonight, once you break through to become new humans, you will be immune to many damages. Not to mention anything else, just the mist from before. The 2 women had to rely on gas masks and could only stay for a minute before suffering serious injuries. Relying on his physique, Jiang Tao could last for several hours. After Yang Mi synthesized the primary antidote, she handed it to Shin Cece, who drank it. The wound that had caused her so much pain finally healed completely, and the little girl looked much more spirited. Next, naturally, was the celebratory dinner. Healed Shin Cece happily cooked, while Lilith playfully said she wanted to help, adding extra meals for the host to replenish themselves. Jiang Tao felt it was a bit strange, but let her have her fun. Lilith had indeed contributed quite a bit. Some spices have run out. Can you check the platform to see if there are any extras? After a few days of life and death together, Yang Mi had already set aside her star attitude and was not polite with Jiang Tao. Okay. Faced with the authoritative Mimi, Jiang Tao could only helplessly agree. That's more like it. Yang Mi, wearing a pure white chef's outfit, proudly cooked the meat. Yang Mi thought proudly if he doesn't listen to her, she would kick him off the bed if he tried to climb in at night. Jiang Tao opened the chat channel. There were many people online in the evening, and they were passionately discussing the big events of today. I survived another day, only 7 days left to go home. Boo-hoo, mom and dad, I miss you. I've been hungry for 3 days aside from the spring water gifted by the great Jiang Tao. I haven't drunk anything else. Is there a big shot with leftover breadcrumbs? Damn, I would like to call you the legendary Hunger King. Great Jiang Tao is online. Quickly tell us what that hell room was like. Seeing his avatar light up, players like Ruo Yu Yushan and Xiao Ma Go brightened up. They all spoke up wanting him to share his success. In response, Jiang Tao was not stingy. Many people should be close to evolving to a level now. I advise everyone to strengthen their mental power as much as possible, preferably with soul attack and defense skills. Today I encountered a ghostly creature which was much weirder than other monsters. He briefly described the dangers of the supernatural, ending with, "Does anyone have any spices to offer?" I have a portion of 13 spices. Spices were not considered rare. Soon Jiang Tao exchanged 2 wild boar meats for several bottles of spices. He handed them to the 3 beautiful chefs. Clang, clang. Mithril 1. Hearing the sounds of the gnome hammering iron not far away, Jiang Tao suddenly had a thought. The monsters we face are getting stronger, and the strong crossbow is clearly insufficient. Since I have the alchemy blueprint and mithril, I just lack the final veins. Why not post a reward? Thinking of this, Jiang Tao directly inquired on the platform, "Does anyone have a level elite monster veins?" Looking, price is negotiable. This item is relatively rare. Also, many people know it is one of the essential materials for crafting bows, so even if they don't have the blueprint, they would hoard it. For a moment, many players shook their heads. Buy you. I happen to have one, but the price. Great shot. Do you have anything to trade? Buy you. Looking at this name, Jiang Tao found it somewhat familiar. Remembering not long ago he traded a hemostatic bandage, it seemed he was a top player. Jiang Tao thought for a moment, took off the black iron helmet on his head, which had helped him withstand quite a bit of damage. After the previous explosion, it was somewhat flattened and dusty, but its effectiveness remained. With that in mind, he sent a screenshot of the black iron helmet's attributes. This is a newbie artifact. My precious, it can save lives at critical moments. After hearing the introduction, Bai Yu was tempted. Since he didn't have the blueprint, he readily agreed, considering it a way to make a friend with Jiang Tao. After the transaction was completed, looking at the grayish second-hand helmet in his hand, Bai Yu's face darkened. Is your precious so wasted like this? Fortunately, the exterior was unremarkable, but the interior was still intact. Bai Yu happily cleaned the helmet and put it on. With all the materials in hand, Jiang Tao called Shin Cici over. "Cici, to celebrate your recovery, I have a gift for you." Under the surprised gaze of the girl, Jiang Tao unfolded the blueprint for the alchemical crossbow. "Brother, you gathered them all." Shin Cici exclaimed in surprise as she took it and began to synthesize it happily. She was an expert on materials and very familiar with bows and crossbows. With a flash of bronze luster, a shimmering bronze crossbow, covered in magical runes, materialized before their eyes. Name: alchemical crossbow. Level: bronze. Quality: effect: heavy shot, can consume a large amount of energy to shoot a heavy arrow. Attack power x3. 9 stars. Aligned, fires 9 crossbow arrows in succession. Tracking arrow can track enemies, but be cautious, it may overshoot when encountering obstacles. Description: a top quality item among bronze. Its value is twice that of top tier bronze weapons. Like a tiger added with wings. Jiang Tao marveled as he handed the alchemical crossbow to Shin Cici. From now on, he would still be responsible for being the meat shield, the warrior. Thinking that the black iron crossbow in his hand was gradually becoming less useful, Jiang Tao simply put it on the trading platform. What he wanted were a level veins or rare materials like mithril. As for the powerful crossbow in Shin Cici's hands, it was a gift for Yang Mi's self-defense. After finishing their tasks, the 4 could finally enjoy the feast. Cheers! Yang Mi, Shin Cici, and Lilith happily raised their glasses. The 3 beauties toasted with water instead of wine, celebrating today's great victory. Lilith remembered to keep watch tonight. Uncertain whether it was due to the evolution of several individuals, everyone ate a great deal tonight. The 3 consumed at least the amount of food meant for 10 people. The sizzling roasted meat was devoured by Jiang Tao, who flaunted more than a dozen pieces alone. Even Yang Mi, who usually had a small appetite, cleaned off apples, pears, and other. Seeing the leftover food scattered on the ground, Shin Cici stuck out her little tongue. "If we don't work harder to find food, we will starve in a couple of days." Indeed. After finishing a pork chop, Jiang Tao glanced at the mountain of white bones beside him. With the titan's bones, his strength surged, but so did his appetite. He initially thought that killing so many animals would be enough for 8 days, yet they were all gluttons. Clang! They were indulging in their feast. Due to the depletion of mithril, the goblin worker was diligently forging iron. Of course, Jiang Tao was not a demon either. He handed over all the excess ribs to the goblin. To be honest, it had never tasted such delicious spice-laden roasted meat, munching on it with tears and snot. Effort brings rewards. Once the goblin worker finished eating, considering that forging at night might affect their sleep, Jiang Tao approached with a smile, patted the goblin's shoulder, and assigned it a new task: planting ghost trees in the courtyard. After a long day, everyone was tired. The obsidian house was set beside the small stone steps. The sturdy stone door and firm stone walls provided a strong sense of security. The goblin worker, puffing, swapped for a shovel and started planting trees in the yard, occasionally watering them. Inside the stone house, Sister Mi and I will sleep in the back tonight. Shin Cici pulled on Yang Mi's white wrist, seemingly glancing at Jiang Tao intentionally or unintentionally. Her big eyes held a thick warning. Got it, then I'll sleep in the front hall. Jiang Tao rubbed his nose wondering what the little girl thought of him. A night raid pervert. Master has had a tiring day. How about I give you a massage tonight? Suddenly Lilith's charming eyes twirled. A fragrance of alluring flesh wafted in. She jumped down from above, wrapping her delicate arms around Jiang Tao's neck, her petite body hanging lightly on him. Whispering in Jiang Tao's ear, she said, Master, I also possess the art of charm, which can inspire your creativity, ease your spirit, and help you rest better. Would you like to give it a try? With Jiang Tao's youthful vigor and the activation of the Titan bloodline combined with Lilith's enchanting voice, he could hardly hold back. It hardened. His fist was hardened. Yang Mi, who was previously being led by Shen Sisi into the back hall, clenched her small fist. Sensing a crisis, she turned around with a polite smile and pulled Lilith away from Jiang Tao. I do prefer Lilith to take care of us while we sleep at night. Master. Lilith's delicate figure was pulled away, her captivating eyes extending a small hand for help. Shen Sisi. Jiang Tao held his forehead in pain. You all just focus on resting. For some reason, the reward's third eye on his forehead began to twitch and his spirit felt a bit. Could it be that evolution is about to happen? Left eye twitches for fortune, right eye twitches for disaster. What does the middle twitch signify? Not long after the group finished washing up and laid down to rest and evolve. Looking at the hard stone bed, Jiang Tao helplessly said, I forgot to find some blankets during the day. With his current body, he could go without sleep all night. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, Jiang Tao examined himself. Player Jiang Tao, level top tier E-class, new human, age 19, rooms cleared 30, occupation unemployed, wanderer, equipment obsidian, house, mother and son spiders. Current status wealth, high spirits, abundant energy, progressing toward extraordinary evolution. Talent warm reminder, unique Titan's bone, strength of a pig, human type, special attack. Third eye inaccessible to demons, can pierce through illusions. The visual range is significantly increased, allowing for a 360-degree observation, preventing sneak attacks. At the same time, it can condense spiritual energy into a thunderous blow, ignoring 90 of physical defenses, striking directly at the soul. Current attack range, 5 meters. Evaluation with the Titan bloodline, the fundamental physical attributes have barely reached the threshold of D-class, extraordinary. Mental strength is somewhat lacking, but with the third eye, one can stand undefeated against extraordinary mental attacks. Overall combat power, invincible against E-class and below. Warm reminder, with the efforts of teammates and oneself, you can at least survive in the building, no longer at the bottom. I am quite formidable, aren't I? Compared to the pitiful stats from a few days ago, Jiang Tao felt a bit proud. Now who is stronger between me and the Ghost Mother Tree? After careful calculation, without the assistance of the Earth Goblins or treasures, it seems I still fall a bit short in a 1v1 against the Ghost Mother Tree. Its bizarre abilities and the talent of unkillable subtrees could wear him down. So the biggest gap between myself and extraordinary beings lies here. Jiang Tao spread his hands. A cluster of ghostly blue flames glimmered in the night. This was the greatest treasure of the Ghost Mother Tree, a residue of its essence. Are you sure you want to consume it? Although it is very nourishing, it will establish enmity with other Ghost Mother Trees, and if encountered again, you could be hunted. Unexpectedly, there was a reminder. The building is so vast, the chance of encountering it again is too low. Jiang Tao nonchalantly absorbed the ghostly extraordinary flame seed. After so much effort, it was finally in hand. If he were truly unlucky and encountered other Ghost Mother Trees, he could still see it in advance and run away. At the moment the ghost flame entered his body, the third vertical eye on Jiang Tao's forehead suddenly opened, scanning the surroundings like a radar. The pitch-black environment could not obstruct its line of sight. He could see everything clearly. Night vision, 360-degree patrol. Moreover, with meticulous observation, Jiang Tao could even see the goblin workers slacking off while fetching water. Within that awe-inspiring third eye, the intertwining mental power formed a thunder that shattered the night. But at that moment, a cluster of ghost flames, thunder, and fire intertwined. If a scientist were to scan Jiang Tao's brain with instruments at this moment, they would be shocked to find that his brain cells were boiling with thousands of neural impulses sparkling. Each type of extraordinary flame seed possesses different attributes, and naturally the extraordinary abilities it unlocks in a person vary as well. The ghost flame seed emphasizes the brain and the soul. Moreover, Jiang Tao had already activated the third eye. Now, it was even stronger. While he was evolving, his pet Lilith was also in tune with him. Lilith had emerged from her cocoon in the back hall, patrolling outside the stone house, cracking the whip to make the goblin plant trees. As night fell, Lilith became more spirited. She glanced back at the dark stone house, complaining, Master's head looks like a big light bulb. Lilith turned back for another look. Not far from the stone bed, Yang Mi and Shen Sisi, who had consumed soul fruits, were evolving into E-class new humans. Time quietly flowed away in the darkness. Just as Jiang Tao thought the night would be spent in cultivation, at a considerable distance from the stone house's boundary, a bizarre tree root covered in twisted ghost faces emerged from the spatial passage and happily burrowed into the ground. Strange, why does the third eye keep twitching? Is it because of the discomfort? Late at night, Jiang Tao opened his third eye. 3 beams of divine light burst forth from his pupils. He looked inward at himself. The cluster of ghostly fire had infiltrated his mind, burning fiercely with his spirit as fuel. With it, an extraordinary force field would generate within him. Jiang Tao examined its new function. With this force field, he could suppress beings with a lower level of evolution than himself. Like a sheep facing a tiger, fear struck before the battle began. It could also allow temporary levitation acceleration and provide defense, projecting energy outward. One could say that possessing the extraordinary fire seed creates a significant gap in status compared to beings below D rank. Even if Jiang Tao's physical prowess was impressive at most, he was an enhanced version of an American superhero relying solely on brute force. His fighting style was also rather monotonous. In close combat or throwing techniques, igniting the extraordinary fire seed was equivalent to possessing divine powers. It granted various unimaginable abilities. The greatest change was the combination with the third eye. The thunder strike had seemingly transformed into the light of thunder punishment. Concentrate your essence, spirit, and energy driven by your own fire seed at light speed, while adding thunder fire for incineration. No ordinary means can extinguish it. Jiang Tao chuckled. With the current configuration, I can finally contend with the Ghost Mother Tree. While Jiang Tao reveled in his power increase, his keen mental perception detected an unusual tremor. This was not the noise caused by the earth elementalist plant. Further away, deeper and more subtle. The third eye suddenly turned, peering through the window, and spotted the ominous roots descending from afar. Enemy attack. Could it be that the Ghost Mother Tree was not truly dead? No. After system verification, it was definitely dead. Could it be the second Ghost Mother Tree from the Ghost Forest? Although the Ghost Forest was vast, such a great commotion earlier hadn't aroused any attention. In a fleeting thought, many ideas raced through Jiang Tao's mind. Master the Earth Elementalist is paralyzed with fear. Something is off. At that moment, Lilith rushed in with a worried expression. I understand now. No wonder the third eye kept twitching. A danger was approaching. Jiang Tao realized the unusual nature of the incoming enemy. During the previous battle with the Ghost Mother Tree, the Earth Elementalist had not been this terrified. He quickly got up and opened the control panel of the Obsidian House. Activate defense mode. Note this will greatly consume energy. Due to the use of the bear spirit crystal, a guardian bear can be summoned. Activate. Now was not the time to hold back. As he clicked confirm, the stone house was illuminated in an instant. Thump, thump, thump. The outer obsidian walls grew taller and thicker, transforming into an oval fortress. The sudden brightness awoke the two sleeping women inside. Seeing Jiang Tao's serious expression, Shen Sisi instantly woke up, her heart racing. Night raid. Yes, you both stay here. I will go check it out. Jiang Tao glanced back at his two teammates. Demimi was still a bit dazed, dressed in a bright red pajama, just taken out of the box, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking very playful and cute. Truly a first-tier star, effortlessly beautiful from every angle. After Jiang Tao praised inwardly, he stepped over the stone threshold. The ground trembled slightly, causing sand and stones to fall. In the corner, a large green ball trembled nervously. Although the stone walls were covered, there were windows that could still be opened. Jiang Tao with Lilith pushed aside the stone panel to take a look. In the depths of darkness, like a demon emerging from the abyss, sand and stones rolled. Thick, ghostly-faced roots surged from all directions. A fierce wind blew, stirring up sand and stones. Compared to the Ghost Mother Tree from before, it was like comparing a tree to chopsticks. Oh my, the retribution comes so swiftly. You killed its partner, and now the mother and childine soul tree comes to collect souls. Warm reminder, please be cautious of the ground and vengeful spirits. Seeing the bubble frame, Jiang Tao felt a bit speechless. This is too fast, the fire hasn't even ignited. The mother and childine soul tree charged in fiercely, arriving in no time. Bang bang. The roots struck like battering rams, heavily smashing against the obsidian house. The house shook and sand and stones kept falling. Shen Sisi and Yang Mi were startled and came out to check. Why did the difficulty suddenly spike so high? Seeing the chaos outside, Yang Mi was dumbfounded. Compared to this tree demon grandmother, yesterday's man-eating bear seemed as cute as Hello Kitty. The energy reserves of the stone house were quickly depleting, and Jiang Tao decisively activated the second phase. Come forth, guardian spirit. Let me witness your bear strength. As energy gathered, a glowing 5-meter light bear appeared before the stone house, biting and clawing at the invading ghostly-faced roots. Whoosh. In an instant, 5 thick roots entangled the guardian light bear. Ghosts emerged from above, coiling around like constrictor snakes. With one strong tug, the light bear shattered into countless fragments. Warning. Guardian spirit has been killed, cannot be summoned again for 48 hours. The energy reserves of the stone house plummeted instantly. Jiang Tao. Shen Sisi. Yang Mi. Lilith covered her face, unable to bear to look. Easily slaughtering the guardian spirit, the mother and childine soul tree launched another attack on the stone house, twisting and pressing from below. Fortunately, the floor was also made of obsidian, if it were yesterday's wooden house. Jiang Tao estimated that tonight he would need to initiate a survival mode. Where did this come from? So terrifying. Yang Mi quietly hid back inside the house. Seeing that the strangling assault was ineffective, the mother and childine soul tree revealed its true form. A mist of vengeful spirits spread out. A towering, grotesque tree adorned with human heads appeared. With a gentle shake, blood-red leaves fluttered down like flying daggers. Jiang Tao quickly shut the doors and windows. Sizzle. The sound of blood leaves striking the obsidian rang continuously. Jiang Tao's third eye revealed its attribute panel. Name Mother and Child In Soul Tree, Level High D Rank Skills, In Soul, Domain, 10,000 Trees, Strangulation Bloodleaf Ring. Description: from a weak ghost tree it grew to this point, over 100 years absorbing the souls of corpses. Note: it has detected the presence of the ghost mother tree's fire seed within you, and is now in a state of rage. It is currently attempting to breach the sanctuary. If not defeated, it will attack every night. This was indeed the grudge brought by the ghost mother tree. After reading it, Jiang Tao felt a pang of toothache. I said having gained such benefits there would always be a price, but it came too quickly. Judging by the opponent's momentum, Jiang Tao finally understood the vast difference between the mother and child In Soul tree and the quasi-supernatural being the ghost mother tree. If I hadn't hidden in the obsidian house, I could last at most 10 minutes. I must retreat. After all, I obtained plenty of spirit crystals during the day. Regardless of what skills the mother and child In Soul tree uses, I will remain on defense throughout. Seeing that physical attacks were ineffective, the heads on the mother and child In Soul tree trembled, and ghostly spirits began to emerge from their mouths. The spirits could transform into smoke and seep through the stone cracks, a major weakness of the stone house. You two get inside first. Jiang Tao's expression changed as he grasped the mother and child spider spear, his third eye eager to act. It was impossible to win in a heated confrontation. He could only try to sneak an attack and see if he could intimidate them. Shen Sisi and Yang Mi naturally realized the severity of the situation. Girls are inherently afraid of ghosts and monsters, and Shen Sisi's pretty face turned pale. Suddenly she thought of something, and reminded brother, I remember that the spiritual wood collected from the ghost tree can drive away spirits. Yang Mi looked at her strangely. Will burning it in front of it have the opposite effect? No matter, let's try it first. Lilith snapped her whip. The large green ball in the corner jolted, rushing to gather firewood for a blaze. Eerie, ghostly flames flickered within the stone chamber. Spectral wraiths drifting in from the crevices between stones shrieked and dissolved one by one. Wherever the ghost light fell, shadows recoiled and vanished. Shen Sisi and Yang Mi exhaled in relief. Their firewood supply was ample, enough to endure the night at least. Yet they could not fathom why. Outside, the boss grew increasingly furious. It plunged a razor-sharp root deep into the earth, straining to pierce through the stone floor. Add spirit crystals. Jiang Tao hurriedly infused more energy, just barely holding the breach at bay. Burning kin, maternal and filial soul tree's fury surges to its peak. As expected, after another tense standoff, the maternal and filial soul tree still refused to relent. Jiang Tao turned back and instructed them calmly. You may return to rest. The night is safe now. I'll keep watch a while longer. The two women offered no resistance. Yang Mi spoke gently. Wake me for the second half of the night. I'll take over your vigil. No need. My spirit is sharp and unwavering. Jiang Tao confidently tapped the third eye upon his forehead. Lilith drew near, her smile radiant as she whispered, and I shall stand beside my master, ever faithful. She was a dream demon. Her power doubled beneath the moon, her vitality unflagging. Summon me at any sign of trouble. Shen Sisi stepped indoors, casually swinging her alchemical crossbow. Once only the three remained in the courtyard, Jiang Tao stoked the fire while collaborating with the earth spirit cultivator to plant the soul tree. Fortunately, a spring welled up within the yard. Without it, even saplings would have withered and died. The entire night passed under the relentless harassment of the maternal and filial soul tree. At 5 o'clock in the pre-dawn hour, the gnarled, face-studded roots gradually withdrew. Thud, thud. Heads atop the tree rotated, its colossal trunk shifted, slowly retreating with bitter reluctance. You arrive unbidden, and depart just as freely. Jiang Tao pushed aside a stone slab, gripped his spider lance tightly, and carefully coated its tip with potent venom. Within his mind, the sacred flame blazed fiercely. Lightning fires surged into the lance, humming with raw power. His three eyes locked unblinkingly onto the receding silhouette. You seek to strike him down. Recklessness courts annihilation. Bound by celestial edicts, he must return to his domain before dawn. But you may deliver but one chastisement. Come the next night, he will return. Still watching. If your resolve is absolute, then aim precisely here. That is his soul flame heart. A vivid crimson marker flared into existence atop the tree's canopy. Without hesitation, Jiang Tao hurled a secondary lance. It carved a streak of lightning through the air, striking true, piercing the heart with surgical precision. Instantly enraged, the maternal and filial soul tree shattered the lance with its roots and charged back in furious retaliation. Simultaneously, dozens of heads on its upper branches snapped open, their eyes fixing their gaze upon Jiang Tao. One primary root shot forth like a bolt, hurtling toward the stone window with lethal speed. At a mere 5 meters distance, Jiang Tao's third eye snapped wide open. A beam of divine lightning, 1,000-fold faster than any spear, lanced forth and struck the main root dead center. Crack! The root severed instantly. A creeping wildfire of lightning-ignited soul flame raced along its stump toward the trunk. This was soul fire, agony beyond endurance. The writhing face-strewn roots froze midair. The screaming fruit heads fell silent. With a thunderous shudder, the maternal and filial soul tree made its choice, sacrificing the root, like a warrior severing his own limb. Then it plunged into the soil and fled at blinding speed. Humph, so arrogant, besieging me all night long. Exhausted, Jiang Tao closed his third eye. That strike had been cathartic, deep, satisfying retribution. Yet he had also sealed his enmity irrevocably. It would return tomorrow night. As he reached to shut the stone window and retire, he paused, astonished to find a weathered wooden box lying outside, its hue markedly different from those seen before. An wood box, originally prepared as a gift to celebrate the ghost mother tree's ascension. An unexpected boon. Jiang Tao smiled, faintly glancing at his maternal and filial spider lance. Now reduced to 7 secondary lances, its structure slightly damaged. For safety's sake, he refrained from opening the stone door to retrieve the box. Instead, he returned inside and slept another hour. Day 4. Precisely 6 o'clock in the morning. Countless live streams activated simultaneously. Billions of viewers tuned in without delay. Good morning, survivalists from across the globe. Day 4 of the survival game. 6 days remain until home. Yesterday, 30,000 players were eliminated. 55,000 remain. It appears you've learned how to survive the night. Well done. Staying indoors with lights burning remains optimal. To encourage valor, a new feature has been added: the popularity rankings. Players may now view real-time audience counts in their streams. Each contestant bears a nation's fate. Higher viewership increases the likelihood of encountering treasure chambers and acquiring superior resources. Top 100 players receive daily randomized rewards. Be brave. Be heroic. Current popularity rankings. No. 1. Jiang Tao Yang Mi Shen CC Team Daxia. Audience over 3 billion. No. 2. Dwayne The Rock Johnson Ivan Garcia. Phil Chandler White Eagle Federation. Audience over 1.5 billion. No. Mahatma Gandhi Tianju. Audience over 1 billion. No. For Alexander Paul Gall. Audience over 800 million. No. 5. Barbarian King Wilson Ross. Audience over 700 million. No. 6. Elizabeth Maeve Britannia. Audience over 600 million. No. 9. Xiaoma Guzhong Chiwen Daxia. Audience over 500 million. No. 10. I Catherine Twins White Eagle Federation. Audience over 500 million. Currently, chat channels remain isolated by nation. Players can only learn of Jiang Tao, Dwayne, and a few others via official announcements. The introduction of the popularity rankings has unveiled elite contestants from every nation. Though popularity does not always reflect strength, attracting such vast audiences surely signals exceptional prowess. Among the top 10, only Daxia and the White Eagle Federation secured 2 slots each. Jiang Tao's trio holds an overwhelming lead over second place, while Dwayne's team maintains a clear commanding gap over third and beyond. Naturally, what most delighted players was the revelation that global superstars were trapped within the tower. Dwayne's in there too. Truth be told, he's genuinely decent. I used to be his fan. Today's update is substantial. Wait, how did number 3 go to the third world? Is it simply due to population size? Mahatma Gandhi. Never heard of him. What makes him a Jiang Tao senior expert? What's the reward for first place? The chat channel exploded at dawn. Yet what stirred the greatest debate among players was undoubtedly position number 3. Tower dwellers might be unfamiliar, but hundreds of millions watching the live streams knew him well. Isn't that the legendary starvation-enduring king? A viewer opened Mahatma Gandhi's stream. There he sat, bald, bare-chested, a compact, wiry elder meditating motionlessly beneath an ancient tree. He had held this posture for 3 full days and nights. While others risked their lives scavenging for supplies, Mahatma Gandhi adopted absolute stillness from the game's outset. His plan: to endure the full 10 days, without food or water. Though his stream offered zero entertainment value, sheer demographic weight ensured hundreds of millions watched. Rumors even claimed statues had already been erected in his honor in the mortal world. Facing mockery from foreign netizens, citizens of Tianju flooded the chat with fervent declarations. You understand nothing. This is supreme wisdom. Have you witnessed your contestants perish in horror or suffer nationwide calamity? Our sage has reduced danger to absolute zero. Upon returning after 10 days, he shall reign supreme. Ah, yes, indeed. Win. Viewers fell speechless under the barrage. As the foremost member of YouTube's 5 permanent members, and fluent in English, they chanted Mayana victory, doctrine mastering the art of strategic inaction. When the reward for third place, a mysterious surge of energy, poured into Mahatma Gandhi's crown, he murmured incantations, his complexion glowing with renewed vigor. Indeed, formidable players abound across other civilizations. Jiang Tao scanned the rankings, then moved to close the interface, when another notification chimed. Cultural tip: 100 individuals have evolved into class novice humans. They will now ascend to the tower's mid-level zones. Larger interconnected rooms await. The challenge had escalated once more, yet Jiang Tao felt no surprise. Early in the morning, the game gave everyone a jolt. Not only did it spark heated discussions among players about how to perform and attract more viewers. Even I have 10,000 viewers, my parents must be watching too, so I have to perform well. I'm not a coward. Although he knew he was being live-streamed, it didn't feel real until this moment. In reality, a wave of debate was brewing. Alexander the Barbarian King and Elizabeth were popular players from the Five Virtues, but who would have thought that the laid-back Asan would take third place, trampling over them? The Asans were proudly bragging. In the end, it all depends on the player's gains. Many viewers watched the live stream, with Jiang Tao closed the leaderboard panel and canceled the Stonehouse mode. After a night of hard work, over 20 ghost trees had been planted around the courtyard. Only the mother tree was left. Dressed in a charming red outfit, Demimi yawned and walked out. Did that strange tree leave? Will it come back tonight? It will, so we need to prepare. Jiang Tao nodded and glanced at the exposed snowy shoulder of Demimi, reminding her, hurry and get dressed, I need your help with something. Was that intentional? Demimi leaned against the stone door, blinking her big eyes, her lips curling into a slight smile. All right. She turned back into the room and closed the door, ending the live stream. When the viewers in front of the screen saw the white screen, they sighed in disappointment. Who set up the holy light? Kick. Ding ding. Jiang Tao suddenly received a private message and opened it. Yangmi, hee, are you jealous? This is just to give the live stream a little boost and attract more traffic. Damn. Early in the morning I was provoked and my blood was boiling. Lilith snickered in the air. Stop laughing and bring that box over here. After ensuring there were no traps, Jiang Tao said. When he saw a red exclamation mark on the panel, he clicked to check. It turned out to be today's reward. Congratulations on your team, seizing first place in popularity. Today's reward, second-tier spirit crystal X1. It comforted the energy consumed over the night. Master, the box has arrived. When Lilith brought the shadow wood box over to Mimi, had also finished dressing. Knowing that so many viewers were watching her, she specially wore a brand new black and white sports outfit, which was quite eye-catching. When did it open? Jiang Tao murmured, asking Mimi to open the box. She didn't hesitate and opened it on the spot. Luck is good. Congratulations, you have obtained Wanling 2. Only in a place of extreme een after hundreds of years of compression can a small pot be formed. It greatly aids in planting spiritual plants, growth speed 10 times. After reading the introduction, a thought flashed through Jiang Tao's mind. Could this be what the Mother Ghost Tree prepared for the Een Soul Tree? After all, it's all used on the Mother Ghost Tree. Jiang Tao pulled Yangmi to plant the Mother Ghost Tree seedling together. Meanwhile, Shen Sisi was preparing breakfast, knowing that everyone eats a lot. In the kitchen, he ignited the ghost wood and stewed a pot of donkey head wolf meat. He also used the meat broth to cook several bowls of steaming hot bread paired with freshly picked earth fruits. Nutritious and enough to sustain a day's consumption. Successfully planted, the Mother Ghost Tree seedling growth acceleration has begun. With the mother tree planted, the other 20 ghost trees vibrated in welcome. With the help of Wanling 2, the Mother Ghost Tree grew incredibly quickly, exceeding all the offspring trees and reaching over 2 meters. Ding. New feature added to the shelter: fog domain. Can hide the stone house's location at night, repel low-level monsters, and interfere with monsters' senses. It won't disappear with the upgrade of the shelter. Looking at the wisps of ghost mist drifting from the Mother Ghost Tree, Jiang Tao nodded in satisfaction. Brother, breakfast is ready. At this moment, Shen Sisi walked out from the room, waving to the two. Thus, in front of over 2 billion viewers, Jiang Tao and the others transformed into an eating broadcast, munching on stewed meat while slurping noodles. The viewers watching were all getting hungry. Why do I feel like they are eating better than on Earth? Many viewers simply made a bucket of instant noodles, treating the live stream as a side dish. Some specifically went to watch other live streams. Good grief, aside from the one with the giant stone strong forest, which was slightly better and could eat meat. Most players were frugal, dividing a piece of instant noodle cake into 3 parts to serve as their main food for the day. Not to mention the Hungry King and the Saintly Liver Emperor. Unlike Jiang Tao and the others who had such a rich meal. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Tao clapped his hands and shrank the shelter into a black cube. The Goblin Warrior was still outside, ready to explore together. Today we will explore the mid-level area. You two follow behind me and be careful. Jiang Tao, holding the spider spear, warned with concern. The two beauties nodded vigorously. I hope we can find some items that can counter the Een Soul Tree, or a chance to upgrade to extraordinary. With such a large boss keeping an eye on him, Jiang Tao felt a sense of urgency. The portal to the ghost forest was surrounded by trees in 4 directions. After a night of rest, the room behind the portal had also changed. The large tree on the left is a difficult level. It leads to a mass grave where there are piles of shadow wood. You can gather more wood and bones for fuel. Most importantly, if you keep going in that direction, you will enter the territory of the Een Soul Tree. The large tree on the right is a difficult room, Black Bear Ridge, where fruits are plentiful and there are plenty of ores. If luck is good, you might even discover a few spiritual plants. However, a group of black bears has taken over. After reading the 2 prompts, Jiang Tao was sweating. Good grief, encountering 2 arch-rivals early in the morning. He then looked at the 2 large trees in front and behind. The large tree ahead is an ordinary room, a poisonous honey nest. It's not too much pressure for you. You can also harvest a nest of delicious honey, very sweet and nutritious. The large tree behind is a simple room, a convenience store that fell from who knows where. There are some basic living supplies, and most importantly, there is a simple map. A convenience store. Jiang Tao's thoughts shifted Currently, the food supply was barely enough for 3, but some living supplies were obviously lacking, the seasonings were used up, and he needed to go for bounty hunts. He also needed to change his underwear. With that thought in mind, Jiang Tao quickly made up his mind. Let's go to the back, there's a portal there. Yang Mi and Shin Sisi naturally fully agreed with his opinion. The few of them walked for a while, and before long they saw the twisted strange tree. Jiang Tao's gaze darted to the air at Lilith. Lilith's eyes twirled as she looked at the stout goblin in the lead. Roar! The goblin warrior walked into the strange tree and disappeared after passing through a layer of light membrane. Confirming it was safe, Lilith followed closely and flew in. Let's go. Jiang Tao led the two ladies in after him. The 31st room, the convenience store. The area wasn't large, only about 100 square meters with an old-fashioned decor. The goods on the shelves were scattered. It's a small shop. Yang Mi and Shin Sisi's eyes brightened obviously, and upon hearing Jiang Tao say there was no danger, they smiled and went to scavenge for supplies together. After flying around, Lilith with wide eyes of surprise exclaimed, "Master, you have to take a look. Ooh, what a strange room." Strange to you, but it's everyday life for us. Jiang Tao thought to himself as he walked in and rummaged for resources on the shelves. Toothpaste 1, toothbrush 5, Wangzai steamed bun 20, he didn't mind and collected everything. The convenience store is filled with various snacks, and Jiang Tao has become a glutton. If he were to indulge, all the snacks on the shelves wouldn't last him an hour. After the upgrade, the energy requirements for food have increased significantly. This made Jiang Tao a bit anxious as ordinary food would no longer suffice. Does that mean he has to spend 24 hours eating? What if it's still not enough and he regresses? He shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. Master, this one smells so good. Suddenly Lilith flew down from the top shelf holding a familiar-looking package of bright red snacks, showing it off to Jiang Tao. Spicy snack, honey-glazed item, extremely spicy, very popular among certain little monsters. If given to a creature that likes it, it can increase favorability and may trigger a quest. Is this spicy snack really that effective? Looking into Lilith's eager eyes, Jiang Tao helplessly waved his hand. Then why don't you try a pack first? Yay. Thank you, master. Lilith flew in front of Jiang Tao and gently left a moist kiss on his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water. That little sprite. Jiang Tao was smiling when he noticed his third eye slightly turning. He discovered a pair of clear eyes peeking at him from the corner. It was that little girl Shishi. After a quick glance, she went back to collecting materials with Mijia. Lilith ripped open the package, eagerly pinching a spicy snack to pop into her mouth. Instantly, her pupils transformed into pink hearts. So delicious. Could it really have magical effects? Jiang Tao used a spark to float up and found that there were still 3 packs of spicy snacks left on the top shelf. He skeptically collected them. Aside from snacks, there was also a huge surprise, the refrigerator nearby. After examining it, he discovered it still worked when plugged in. The water dispenser can't make ice, but this is comfortable. Jiang Tao smiled as he opened the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of soda. With a fizz, he took a big gulp. Refreshing. The refrigerator still held dozens of drinks, which Jiang Tao collected back into the stone house. As long as the shelter had energy, the appliances could Where is that map hidden? Jiang Tao walked to the shelf in the living area, gathering everything in sight, while searching for the map mentioned in the hints. Suddenly, upon seeing a row of blue cigarette packs, Jiang Tao's heart skipped a beat. Leaving these here would be a waste. I should collect them. He reached out and gathered the entire row of cigarette packs. Just then, Demimi peeked out from behind the shelf. Little Tao, we saw a few boxes of cartons in the back. Do you want it? Upon seeing Jiang Tao collect an entire row of blue cigarette packs, Demimi's eyes widened, her words caught in her throat. Ahem, don't get me wrong, these things have a wide range of uses. As Jiang Tao finished collecting, he explained, I believe you. Demimi glared at him. That was just too much. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Jiang Tao followed Demimi to the back of the shelf. Inside was a small storage room stocked with some uncommon daily necessities. There were 3 boxes of instant noodles, just enough to replenish his previous losses. I never thought I would come to love instant noodles so much. Jiang Tao and Shun Shishi worked together to collect them. As his gaze fell on a cardboard box filled with miscellaneous goods, a new bubble prompt popped up. A small map, perhaps the most precious item in the convenience store. So it was here. Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy as he approached and rummaged. Indeed, he found a paper map, which depicted some street routes. The ultimate destination was a large supermarket. Restocking map. Following the map's guidance, after passing through 3 rooms, one would arrive at a large nightmare room, the chain supermarket Jiaqianlo. Inside, there is a complete range of goods with spirit crystals and blind boxes hidden on the shelves. A supermarket. Shin Shishi, who stood nearby, also noticed it, her eyes lighting up. Recently, while traveling, her clothes had gotten damaged, and she was reluctant to change them. Moreover, she lacked some feminine hygiene products, which she felt too embarrassed to mention to Jiang Tao. It's definitely worth a visit. Jiang Tao put the map away and carefully inspected the small storage room, leaving not a single strand of hair behind. He also returned several empty cartons and a shelf. After confirming there were no omissions, Jiang Tao turned his gaze towards the wooden doors of the convenience store, as indicated by the map. The teleportation gates here were quite simple, one just needed to push the door to enter. The room ahead is a regular room as per the map's guidance. A vegetable garden where some simple vegetables are planted, posing little danger, only a small sprite tending the garden. Behind is a difficult room. Do you want to experience laser massage again? See if you can handle it this time. Above is a simple difficulty room completely empty with nothing inside. Below in the underground cave, several hungry wolfmen are wandering around. Robbing them can yield some gold and a black iron treasure chest. The left wooden door leads to a gravel plain where you can eat the northwestern wind. The right wooden door leads to a graveyard. Have you recently had a connection with ghost trees? Everything else is fine, but upon seeing the last one, Jiang Tao can hardly hold himself back. Why is it again a graveyard? Could it be that the chance of having a feud with the maternal and childine soul tree has increased? Jiang Tao thought to himself. Thankfully, he could see the hints. If he rushed in blindly, he would fall into the trap of the boss room, and that would be a big mess. Brother, which way should we go? Noticing Jiang Tao hadn't moved for a while, Shun Shishi curiously asked. Forward. Jiang Tao signaled to Lilith, who was just about to transform into a slave master and whip, but after a thought, she handed a small bread package to the goblin strength. You move forward. The goblin strength curiously crushed the package, stuffing the barely graspable small bread into its mouth. Its murky eyes brightened, and it let out an excited howl. After licking off the crumbs from its hands, it happily pushed the door open. Mental 10. Seeing the numbers popping above the goblin strength's head, Jiang Tao admired Lilith's skills in manipulating others even more. Everyone knows that a slap on the back comes with a sweet date. Just as the map indicated there was no danger ahead, Room 32 revealed a small, orderly vegetable garden. The ground was planted with common vegetables like cabbage, bok choy, and lettuce. What a refreshing smell. The green environment brightened the eyes of the two beauties, lifting their spirits. Shun Shishi pointed at the lush green lettuce on the ground smilingly, saying, when we had barbecue earlier, I felt something was missing. There was soy sauce and chili in the convenience store. Just now, we can have lettuce with barbecue for lunch. She pulled Demi Me to pick fresh vegetables. I feel like I'm back to when I participated in a variety show. Yang Mi, holding a kitchen knife to cut vegetables, wore a smile that couldn't be contained. Sister, your viewership ratings are much higher than those of variety shows. In the live broadcast room, an audience member couldn't help but comment. Since the launch of the National Fate, within just a few days, 9 of variety shows were wiped out. Conversely, several times more interview programs were added, all revolving around the same theme, the National Fortune Game. Among them was Jiang Tao's exclusive program, as well as the TV shows and movies starring Demi Me that were broadcasted on television. Speaking of which, is Jiang Tao always this leisurely? Aren't you afraid someone will catch up? Although Demi Me and JK beauties are pleasing to the eye, they ultimately don't have the thrill of life and death adventures. Since the new feature was launched today, it was evident that everyone was more engaged, often sharing jokes in front of the camera, showcasing their bravery and the light of humanity. In the second-ranked Giant Stone live broadcast room, the Giant Star, Giant Stone Chong Lin, effortlessly managed the live stream, occasionally cracking jokes that made the audience burst out in laughter, with his popularity continuously rising. Third Brothers sleeping and meditating has millions of viewers. Ours is definitely more interesting, right? A viewer joked. While they were discussing, an unexpected event occurred in front of the camera. A figure wielding what seemed to be a hammer weapon burst out from behind a leaf of vegetables, smashing heavily onto Demi Me's fair forehead. Thief stealing vegetables. The strongest team from the third country. Ouch, that hurts. Yang Mi screamed and collapsed onto the vegetable patch, the cabbage in her hand falling into the dirt. She touched the wound on her forehead, her face pale. However, it didn't hurt. The audience watched as a small red mark appeared on her delicate forehead, at most a mosquito bite. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Tao, Shin Sisi, and Lilith rushed over. Upon seeing the culprit, the three of them were momentarily stunned. Among the cabbage leaves there was a creature the size of a finger with a pair of transparent wings resembling those of a dragonfly. It wore a little dress woven from pink petals. A charming and cute little fairy was glaring at them with wide eyes. In its hand was a white bud the length of a toothpick, which it had just used to hit Yang Mi. Name: Little Fairy. Level E. Occupation: planter. Skills: gardening, fertilizing, honey harvesting, scenting water, connecting with nature, communicating with spirits. Description: a common little sprite found in fairy tales, often seen in corners of gardens unnoticed by humans. Disliking battle and preferring to farm, the little fairy darted back among the leaves upon noticing the gazes of the group. Where are you running? Jiang Tao quickly reached out, trying to catch it like catching a cicada. However, the little fairy flapped its wings, leaving a trail of colorful light, and turned to dodge the attack just as it was about to disappear. A pink light appeared in front of it, revealing Lilith, whose spirit form had reassembled. She gently reached out and grasped one of the little fairy's transparent wings, smirking as she said, "You think you can escape after hitting someone? Let me go, you bad guys." The little fairy panicked, its face turning visibly red as its wing was held tightly. It flapped and struggled, muttering, "You intruded into my home and took my vegetables." The more it spoke, the more aggrieved the little fairy became. In the end, it pouted and began to cry. Its big watery eyes shed sparkling tears. Not just Yang Mi and Shin Sisi present, but even the millions of viewers in front of their screens had their hearts melted. "I'm sorry, don't cry. Actually, it doesn't hurt at all." Yang Mi took out a small ice block from the stone house and placed it on her forehead. "We didn't know there was a master here." Such a cute little fairy was most popular among girls. Shin Sisi kept apologizing while tearing open a small piece of milk candy she had just received. Sensing the sweetness, the little fairy stopped crying. It cautiously stuck out its little tongue, licked it, and instantly showed a disdainful expression. Yuck, that's so dirty. Shin Sisi was flustered. Haha, it seems she's not used to our technological snacks. She probably eats natural dew and honey. So cute. Brother Jiang, please don't harm her. The little fairy's enchanting appearance instantly stirred up the comments, with the number of viewers rising by the millions. After all, other players encountered only ugly, foul-smelling creatures. Finally, having a dreamlike creature from a fairy tale, everyone naturally wanted to enjoy the especially appealing to children and girls, as everyone grew up reading fairy tales. Additionally, a business genius named Wang was preparing to create toys and IP related to the little fairy. In just a minute, he had even thought of a name, Bubula. Once Jiang Tao returns, he'll strive for the official copyright. It will definitely become a global sensation. In the live broadcast room, Lilith was unfazed by the little fairy's cuteness and asked coldly, "Master, how should we handle this?" The little fairy choked and looked at Jiang Tao with teary eyes. "I'm not a demon either." Jiang Tao bent down and asked, "Do you have Leah?" The little fairy replied. Jiang Tao observed Leah closely, and a bubble frame appeared before his eyes. A timid and simple little fairy disliked thinking about driving you away from her home. Warm reminder, perhaps giving some gifts will increase affection. The vegetable garden has plenty of vegetable seedlings planted in the courtyard with fresh fruits available every day. Moreover, the earth's fruit trees also need care. Jiang Tao asked, "It's quite dangerous for you to stay here alone. Not everyone is as kind as we are. If you don't mind, come with us." After saying that, he took out the stone house cube and proudly displayed it. Looking at the dark and eerie stone house inside, Leah pouted her little mouth and shook her head in disdain. With no other choice, Jiang Tao had to use his ultimate weapon, a pack of spicy strips. "Master, no." Seeing him trying to bribe the little fairy with spicy strips, Lilith panicked. "If you want her, just leave it to me. I have 9 ways to make her willingly farm vegetables." 9 ways. Jiang Tao was eager to test the power of the spicy strips, tearing open the package under Leah's curious gaze. The pungent spicy aroma caused her to sneeze repeatedly. He then handed Leah a spicy strip. Tentatively, she took a small bite, and her little eyes filled with red hearts. "What is this? So fragrant." Shin Sisi wore a strange expression, exchanging glances with Yangmi. "How about it? If you join us, you'll be able to eat this kind of snack every day." Jiang Tao, like a devil enticing her to sign a contract, shook the spicy strip in his hand. Leah, realizing the barren vegetable garden, felt that there would be no plants to care for anymore. After some thought, she agreed. That pack of spicy strips was shared between her and Lilith. Come here quickly, sister." After picking all the vegetables, the group continued their journey. Yangmi smiled as she placed Leah on her shoulder, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Leah blushed and kissed the big star's cheek, causing laughter among the crowd. Shin Sisi eagerly wanted to join in. "As long as you are happy." Jiang Tao helplessly took out the map of Jiaqinla. Continuing forward, there was a warehouse set up with some traps hiding a black iron box. They were getting closer to their destination. Behind was a foggy forest where mud monsters were hiding underground. Above was a graveyard. "Do you want to strengthen your spirit? Then go kill the ghosts and skeletons inside." Below was a swamp, dirty and troublesome, where some large frogs lived. Both sides were ordinary rooms. Jiang Tao led the group to continue forward. As they explored, other teams were also traversing the mid-level of the building. Several teams clearly felt that today's harvest was more abundant, though the difficulty had increased slightly. Could it be because there are viewers watching, enhancing the national fortune? In the live broadcast room, ranked 13th in popularity, a trio of 2 men and 1 woman from the small European country of Lithuania were present. As a small nation, they had only about 1,000 players selected. After several days of selection, fewer than 100 remained. Chuck, Colin, and Jessica were the strongest team from Lithuania, the 3 with the highest evolution. Due to the strong promotion from external countries, many viewers from the third world had also noticed them, calling them the strongest individuals outside of major nations. Over 300 million viewers were watching Chuck and his team. They were currently in a modern-styled warehouse, cautiously checking for traps before starting to loot. "Chuck, there are no traps left." Jessica, a stunning blonde with striking features, had recently gained many fans. Holding a desert eagle, she nodded, and only then did her 2 teammates relax. This was her talent, the eye of reconnaissance, which could detect hidden mechanisms. Thanks to her, the 3 of them avoided danger and evolved quickly. Although Chuck and Colin had also awakened their talents, they were not as significant as Jessica's. "Haha, lucky us. Guys, come check this out. A box of instant noodles and 2 boxes of bread." After rummaging around, Colin beamed as he pulled out several boxes. "I've got 2 boxes of beer here. This room looks just like the warehouse of that supermarket with lots of goods." Rich rewards brought a grin to Captain Chuck's face. He picked up a bottle of craft beer and, facing the invisible camera, introduced with a beam of sunlight, "Gentlemen and ladies, can you see the beer in my hand? Let's open a bottle tonight." A flurry of comments flooded the live stream. "I see it. I've never tried this brand. Looks like we have a treat tonight, Chuck. Don't drink too much or Jessica might get angry." Colin and Jessica naturally understood the captain's intention. "We're ranked 13th. 1 more step, and we're in the top 10. Today's reward is a Nepali army knife, and the rewards for the top 10 will be even bigger. Not long ago the three had discussed this matter. Colin and Chuck even suggested that Jessica occasionally provide some perks in front of the camera. To this Jessica chuckled in acceptance. She was naturally open-minded, having done part-time work before gaming as 30 of women in Lithuania do. Therefore she didn't mind at all, not to mention playing up the chemistry with her two male teammates. Once again she bent down to search for treasures, revealing a flash of her snowy white back. Suddenly the eye of reconnaissance spotted a small map in the corner. An item. Jessica's eyes lit up. They had found similar ones before. Excitedly she pulled out the map and showcased it in front of the camera. Everyone, look what I found. A map to a large supermarket. Haha, with this we won't have to worry about food and water for the next few days. As expected, the number of viewers in the live stream began to rise rapidly. Chuck and Colin, who had heard the news, couldn't help but high-five in celebration. Congratulations. No one has ever entered a large supermarket before. Haha, I can't wait to see them shop for free. Oh, remember to bring plenty of food. I wonder if the first wave exploring the large supermarket counts as a milestone achievement. Just as the audience was excitedly discussing, a viewer who had recently watched Jiang Tao's live stream suddenly realized that the destination of the map seemed familiar. Wait a minute, why is the supermarket still called Jiang? Oh, it's a chain supermarket, so there are quite a few branches. It's just a coincidence in naming right. Someone began to sense that something was amiss, especially the Lithuanian and EU Ming working groups who were monitoring the live stream. Quick, gather the data on both maps. Investigate. Hundreds of people swiftly took action, analyzing the data of the two maps on computers. 1 minute later a conclusion was reached. The routes of the maps are slightly different, but the destinations are the same. Many were taken aback. Encounters between players of the same country were not uncommon. Many would also team up and conflicts might arise. However, encounters between players from two countries had never occurred. Especially from the previous live stream, Jiang Tao possesses the strength of a superhero. But his two female teammates aren't just decorations, right? The Dream Demon poses a bit of a threat at most. But our pure goddess Jessica has a gun. And it's a Desert Eagle. The power of the gear in the game is even greater. Chuck and Colin have incredibly strong combat power. Calculating comprehensively, the strengths of both teams are similar. In fact, our small team might be more lethal. This wasn't a trivial matter and was quickly reported to the highest leaders in Lithuania. Even the EU Ming side received the news. 3 minutes later, in a chat room where top hackers couldn't even enter, several members of the Freemasons held a meeting. Two teams encountering each other. Is it with Jiang Tao? Interesting, we haven't encountered them yet, so there's no need to contact the people from Daxia for now. Let's test them out. I remember that the bullet screen function in Lithuania hasn't been used today. Soon they reached a conclusion. Recently Daxia had been gaining momentum, showcasing the might of the world's strongest nation. They intended to suppress this momentum. Moreover, this hadn't happened yet. When the Freemasons' directive to go with the flow was conveyed to Lithuania's supreme leader, he sighed slightly, not as optimistic as those big shots imagined. In the leader's office, an aide asked, "Why do you sigh?" The leader replied, "Chuck, Colin, and Jessica are our most outstanding three. Not only are they a spiritual banner for the country, but they are also a model for all third countries. I don't want them to encounter any danger." The leader resolved in his heart that if danger truly arose, he wouldn't need to consult them. He would directly utilize national power to prevent any potential hazards. But what truly weighed heavily on his mind was that there were only 82 players in the entire country. The leader moved the mouse and opened Chuck's live stream. On the right side, a striking line of text read, "Fifth line, Rule 5. If all players from one country are wiped out, level national annihilation crisis will erupt." Phew. The leader prayed silently for God's blessing. In the internet age, news spreads the fastest. A few minutes later, the audience in Daxia also learned of this matter. What a coincidence. Team 13 is also heading to Jia Qianlu. Who is stronger, Jiang Tao or Chuck's team? Comparing combat power is a perennial issue among humans, and Jessica's Desert Eagle accounted for a significant portion. After all, Jiang Tao's physical quality had never been tested in the field, but the renowned power of the Desert Eagle was well understood. The final conclusion was the strengths of the two teams are equal. Whoever takes the initiative has a greater chance of victory. If it came down to a death match, Jiang Tao would most likely survive to the end, albeit with a tragic victory. But the two female teammates would perish. Naturally, this news also reached the ears of the working group in Daxia. The team leader analyzed and reported to the elders, not unexpected. Today's update included some top players. Anyone who evolved to a level was teleported to the mid-tier area, so there's a natural probability of encounters. MHM continued to monitor. Elder Lin instructed that they should emphasize preserving daily live stream data. Lithuania had always been at odds with Daxia, acting as EU Ming's vanguard. Today's encounter with this matter didn't warrant dispatching anyone for communication, and the elders did not want to actively engage with them. Both sides focused on their respective live streams. However, due to the connection with Jiang Tao's team, many viewers were drawn to Lithuania's live stream. Quick look, Chuck, there are already 400 million viewers watching us. Jessica, heading towards Jia Qianlu, suddenly let out a scream. The numbers are increasing rapidly. My goodness, we are already ranked 8th. Chuck and Colin, who were ahead, paused in surprise. and hurriedly opened the popularity leaderboard. Upon seeing it, they burst into joyful laughter. It must be that our brave performance has been noticed by more people. No, it should be that they know we are about to reach the nightmarish supermarket. Chuck grinned. Let's hurry, aiming for the top 3, or even first. I've always been uncomfortable with that Asian guy dominating the first place. We are national heroes. The 3 of them couldn't imagine how popular they would be upon their return, international superstars. It was likely more than that. Strange, why is this small team rising so fast? The second-place team, Giant Stone Strong Forest, as well as Alexander and Barbarian King, naturally noticed this. Could it be that they encountered some fortuitous event? Did they level up? They speculated, secretly feeling increased pressure and thinking about performing better. Jiang Tao, Mimi, and Shun Cici did not notice the changes in the leaderboard. Room 34, Ice Cellar. The room was not large, filled with a white mist, and emanating. Yang Mi and Shun Cici thought they would need to wear more clothes when they came in, but it was not as cold as they had expected. Haha, Mijie, stop treating yourself like an ordinary person. We are all new humans now. Jiang Tao flexed his impressive biceps, and with his titan-like physique, he could honestly say, I could kill a cow with one punch. No, I could even kill an elephant. Alright, I'm not fond of this environment. The next room is Jia Qianla. Let's take the resources here and move on quickly. Yang Mi was not very interested in fighting, but she enjoyed her youthful beauty that had returned after evolution. Shin Cici pinched her fair skin and smiled, saying, ordinary bows and arrows, or even some small-caliber handguns should pose no threat to us now. This was still limited by racial talents. Elite monsters like the Killing Bear or the Great Porcupine King would be different. Even a rifle barrage couldn't penetrate their thick fur and fat layers. Master, there are many ice blocks and a few salted fish here. In the ice cellar, Lilith waved at them. Lulu doesn't like winter. Luya, yawning, was sitting on Mimi's shoulder. In her green floral dress, she quickly dove into Mimi's proud bosom. Jiang Tao glanced over with a hint of envy. After all, he had once felt that proud warmth in his own hands. This seemed to be a supermarket's storage ice. There were especially many ice blocks, and they could be consumed directly. Just right, he had some meat strips at home that needed to be frozen for preservation. After sending the ice blocks back to the stone house, Jiang Tao said with a hint of regret, it's a pity that the convenience store only has a few bottles of wheat juice. Even when frozen, it's not enough to drink. Don't worry, Jia Qianla must have plenty of alcohol. He'll help you carry a few more boxes later. Yang Mi collected some frozen seafood. Frozen prawns 10-pack, frozen cod 5. Seeing JK girls and Lilith moving things in the distance, Jiang Tao approached and whispered, Mijie, do you also drink that supermarket's wheat juice? Then let's have a drink together tonight. Mimi shot him a glance. Recalling how he had swept a row of blue smoke packs not long ago, she picked up a frozen salted fish and knocked it against his head without hesitation. What do you take me for? After filming, I also drink to relax. And stop thinking about nonsense all day, or it will corrupt the children. With that, she laughed proudly, shaking the frozen salted fish in her hand. Her dead fish eyes happened to meet Jiang Tao's gaze. Jiang Tao, why was everything fine just a couple of days ago? Since Lilith arrived, I can't even get any meat. Are you here to help the master abstain from desires? Master, there are a few boxes of sea cucumbers here. I will stew them for you to eat tonight. Just then Lilith flew out from the ice blocks holding a few boxes of sea cucumbers and giggling. Jiang Tao replied angrily, I'm afraid it will cause bleeding. Lilith tilted her head. Besides these frozen goods, she unexpectedly discovered an ice black iron chest. Special chest often depends on luck, may yield ice-type treasures. Mijie, I'm counting on you. Jiang Tao placed the ice chest on the ground. It's a bit cold to the hands, so be careful. I love to scratch and win prizes. Yang Mi rubbed her hands together, eagerly opening the chest, and a wave of frost and cold air rushed out. Congratulations, your luck has exploded. You have obtained Perfect Air Conditioner Blueprint 1 EU Ice Type, First Level Spirit Crystal 1. Xiao Tao, quickly check, we have an air conditioner now. Yang Mi excitedly picked up the blueprint, and Shun Cici curiously leaned in. That's right, it's been too stuffy at night lately. Jiang Tao received it, and took a look. Perfect Air Conditioner Blueprint. Manufacturing materials: plastic 100, silver 10, gold 2, copper wire 10, EU Ice Type, First Level Spirit Crystal 1. All the materials are in the stone house. Even the hard Destigate Spirit Crystal comes with that chest. It's like being drowsy and someone sends a pillow. This made Jiang Tao marvel again at Mimi's luck. No wonder she was so popular. After synthesizing the perfect air conditioner, he sent it back to the stone house. Jiang Tao took out the map. The passage to the ice cellar was blocked by ice blocks that needed to be removed to reveal the teleportation portal. On the first day, it would have taken a lot of effort to remove those frozen blocks. But now the goblin laborers were moving swiftly. In all directions, forward, backward, left, right, up, and down. There was the same prompt. Don't look any further. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. No matter which direction you go, you will still reach Jia Qianla supermarket. Once the passage was revealed, Jiang Tao took a careful look at it for a while. After all, this was a major nightmare difficulty level. It was still in the mid-tier area, so one had to be. As an established supermarket, Jia Qianla has strict rules. You need to defeat each layer's guardian to obtain the goods within. More information had not been revealed. It was likely that real exploration was needed to uncover it. For safety, Jiang Tao naturally sent the vanguard, the goblin laborer, through the ice wall to confirm everything was clear. Starting with Lilith, they entered one by one. What Jiang Tao did not see was that when they entered Jia Qinla, the number of viewers suddenly surged and comments flooded the screen. Look quickly, Jiang Tao got there first. It must be the same room. A white netizen panicked. Slow down. Wait for Jessica. After all, they had finally found a welfare room, and they didn't want to eat dust at the back. Especially the official teams from Lithuania and Europe were on edge. The danger management team from Dachau was also watching and recorded the 2 live streams completely. Room 35, a Jia Qinla supermarket. Jiang Tao and the others were standing at the supermarket entrance looking up at the screen scrolling above. Welcome to Jia Qinla supermarket. It doesn't seem as big as I imagined. Looking at the 2-story supermarket, Shin Cici's eyes moved as she continued to observe. The area is quite large. The supplies inside are enough for us to live comfortably for the next 6 days. Jiang Tao looked towards the main entrance and warned, it's a bit dangerous here, don't act rashly. Let me check first. Shin Cici and Yang Mi nodded obediently. A little creature yawned and popped its head out from Yang Mi's chest, curiously observing the surroundings. After leaving the cold environment, Luya seemed much more energetic. Once you push open the door, you will be considered an illegal intruder and will encounter the first layer guardian, the attack of the Mad Butcher. There are a total of 3. 1 is a top elite monster, the Butcher Chief, and the other 2 are elite monsters, the Butchers. The moment you open the door, all 3 butchers will throw 3 flying knives at the same time. And the 3 of them work together, understanding each other's intentions with complementary actions. It is recommended that you separate them. Step back. You 3. There are 3 ambushers waiting behind the door. Jiang Tao instructed Yang Mi and Shin Cici to retreat to the side. This was the first threshold of entry. The greatest challenge lay in opening the door. It required considerable strength. And the moment you braced yourself and thrust it open, a lethal strike would greet you heeding. Jiang Tao could have sent the Earth Goblin into peril, but he refused to act so callously. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he rummaged through the stone hut searching for defensive gear. Yet such items were not easily found. Brother, are you planning to craft a shield? Shin Cici, quick-witted and perceptive, deduced his intent the moment she saw him lay out an array of raw materials. Yes, I need to block 3 flying daggers. Jiang Tao pointed toward the Earth Goblin and explained. Equipping him with a shield would significantly increase his chances of survival. Then I'll forge one on the spot. Shin Cici suddenly smiled. Isn't timber the most abundant resource in the courtyard? Many of these can be fashioned into shields. Though the idea held merit, Jiang Tao remained cautious. Didn't synthesis exhaust you terribly before? No concern. I've evolved since then. My innate talent has advanced, granting me the ability to extract quintessential essences from raw materials. With confident grace, Shin Cici stacked refined timber pieces upon the ground. Over recent days they had gathered exceptional timber, from the miniature volcano to the ghostwood forest. As a soft luminescence shimmered over the timber, its vital essence surged forth, coalescing into a broad, thick, 2-meter-tall wooden shield. The emerald green shield bore a primal form, its surface veined with bark and draped in moss. Its sole feature, a simple ergonomic grip. It was in every sense utterly natural. A gentle breeze swept across the floor. Dozens of refined timber fragments dissolved into fine ash. Brother, done. Please take a look. Shin Cici proudly gestured toward the shield. Well done. Jiang Tao examined it closely. Name: Primal Timber Shield. Rank: Embryonic Material. Defensive capacity equivalent to a bronze shield. Effects: Defense, Force Dispersion, Weapon Deceleration. Description: to use this fine timber assets would be sheer waste. With proper schematics it may yield masterwork shields or furniture. Note: this shield alone is sufficient to withstand the 3 ambush daggers. J.K. grows ever more capable. Jiang Tao inwardly praised Cici, and felt once again that sparing her after her injury had been the wisest decision of his life. Earth Goblin, you now wield this shield. Brace it against the door and push. Keep your entire body sheltered behind it. The group sprang into action. Say J.K.'s talent must revolve around crafting right. And Jiang Tao's extraordinary prowess. Could it stem from prophecy? Witnessing this, viewers in the live stream began speculating aloud. Days of observation had already revealed that top-tier players possessed extraordinary abilities, especially those ranked within the top 100. Some enthusiasts even kept private records competing to rank talents by potency, though most abilities remained only partially revealed, rendering any definitive hierarchy chaotic. Yet one consensus had emerged globally. Talent ranking 1: Jiang Tao. Likely all-seeing eye of cosmic perception. I awakened pyrokinetic supremacy. Wonder how it stacks up against Jiang Tao's. I am Magneto, the sovereign of metals. A few superpowered individuals made especially bold declarations, convinced they too were celestial prodigies destined to grow even stronger within the Rubik Tower. Unbeknownst to them, analysts worldwide had already run simulations. Their powers were incomparable. On screen, the Earth Goblin raised the shield and shoved the door open, while the others flattened themselves against either side. Current viewership 3.5 billion. Most new arrivals hailed from the Europe-Mong region. SHHH. Before anyone could grasp the layout of the first floor, 3 bone-carving daggers hurtled straight toward them. Intruders, die, die, die. From behind a transparent shelf laden with cooked meats, a massive white figure lunged forth, a humanoid meat cannon clad in chef's whites weighing no less than 200 kilograms. He brandished 2 bone-carving knives, and several more hung at his waist. From left and right, 2 slightly leaner, but still colossal, chefs each weighing roughly 300 pounds charged in converging. Thwipped. All 3 daggers sank deep into the timber shield, penetrating 10 centimeters, causing the earth goblin to flinch and recoil. Yet the shield measured 30 centimeters thick. Yangmi, fall back for now. Cici, you engage the other 2 from range. Lilith and I will eliminate the leader first. Jiang Tao flicked his mother and son spider spear. His wings of freedom unfurled behind him with a resonant rustle, while a slender lightning ganfire sigil flared upon his brow, and a radiant aura of transcendent power shimmered about his form. He appeared as a deity descending from heaven. One beat of his wings summoned a gale, propelling him forward at blinding speed amplified by his transcendent might, transforming him instantly into a streak of lightning cleaving across the first-floor hall. Boom. Shelves on both sides collapsed in thunderous ruin. Only afterward did a supersonic shockwave bloom where Jiang Tao had stood moments before. The frenzied butcher chief had no time to react, before a searing pain pierced his chest and immense force hurled him backward several meters, crashing into the wall. Having pinned him with a single blow, Jiang Tao gave his arm a subtle tremor. Titanic might activated. The butcher chief shattered, splintered into fragments midair. His energy reserves neared saturation, his physique and spirit reached full harmony, even bearing a nascent spark of transcendence. Yet the path to ascending to Tier D transcendent life form remained shrouded. His energy reserves neared saturation, his physique and spirit reached full harmony, even bearing a nascent spark of transcendence. Yet the path to ascending to Tier D transcendent life form remained shrouded in uncertainty. Even the evolution of the Ghost Mother tree reveals how profound this tier's metamorphosis will be. Jiang Tao retracted his mother and son spider spear, then frowned, noticing the worn edge at its tip. This starter tier artifact was gradually falling short of his demands. By all logic, a premium bronze-grade weapon should suffice against Tier E elite foes. Yet who could have foreseen the sheer ferocity of his unleashed power? Tier E invincibility was no mere boast. Meanwhile, Shun Cici, Yang Mi, and Lilith stood momentarily stunned by Jiang Tao's lightning strike assault. So magnificent. Shun Cici's cheeks flushed faintly. Then regaining composure, she loosed a heavy arrow toward the frenzied butcher. J.K. Having undergone a vocation scroll possessed peerless vision and marksmanship. One shot, one kill. The energy released upon the butcher's demise warmed her limbs. The final frenzied butcher was first petrified at range by Yang Mi, then decapitated in a single whipcrack from Lilith. Thus the first-floor sentinels were vanquished. Seems the initial phase was the most perilous. Demimi exhaled in relief, stepping out from her corner. She surveyed the ravaged scene, then glanced toward the nearby shelves fragrant with roasted delicacies, and smiled. So, this entire floor, indeed. Jiang Tao swept his gaze across the hall, where translucent dialogue bubbles materialized before him. First floor cooked food hall, you may freely loot. Roast duck, beef, lamb legs, braised delicacies. Among them rests the lion-head goose, the hall's guardian treasure, matured over 10 years, aromatic and profoundly flavorful. Left side beverage cabinet, quench your thirst with wheat juice, or your beloved happiness water. Right side daily essentials, underwear, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, disinfectants. Center counter contains several spirit crystals, and one surprise mystery box. Note the first floor is secure. All purchases shall be covered by Master Jiang. Yang Mi, Shun Cici, and Lilith, hovering overhead. Even Luya, emerging from Demimi's chest, gazed at Jiang Tao with eager anticipation. Then they watched him flash a grin. It's safe. Everyone commenced zero-cost acquisition. Let's go. Lilith transformed instantly into a tiny winged sprite, darting into the cooked food section. I've always dreamed of emptying an entire supermarket, and never imagined fulfilling it inside a game. Wait, Sister Me, why so excited? With your daily wage of 2.08 million credits, couldn't you simply buy whatever you wish? You misunderstand. Free acquisition is the ultimate ecstasy. 3 elegant women seized shopping carts and plunged into unrestrained plunder. They grabbed indiscriminately, clearing entire shelves in seconds, popping open a carton of milk, tasting once then discarding it, tearing open packaging, rejecting items on whim, tossing them carelessly onto the floor like refuse. Such audacious, unbridled revelry ignited envy among billions watching live. Current viewership, 4 billion. The Goblin Strengthener was also called over to move the goods. Jiang Tao helplessly cleaned up the aftermath, collecting loot from the Mad Butcher. Showing off feels great for a moment, but dealing with trash will give you. The 2 Mad Butchers were relatively easy to collect from. Second tier Spirit Crystal 2. Excellent Bone-Cutting Knife 5. However, the butcher leader who was torn apart by Jiang Tao required him to run back and forth to collect. Top tier second tier Spirit Crystal 1. Excellent Bone-Cutting Knife 5. Ace Bone-Cutting Knife 1. Fortunately, the equipment dropped by the butcher leader somewhat the quality of that bone-cutting knife was quite good, reaching the bronze level, and it could be thrown out as a one-time killing device. The ace bone-cutting knife was even a top tier. In terms of material alone, it was no worse than the mother spider spear. Jiang Tao carefully stored the bone-cutting knife, intending to have Shishi synthesize it later. JK's talent had leveled up, and it was just the right time to see where the limits lay. After he finished his work and turned around, he saw that a dozen shopping carts were piled up beside him, filled with various marinated delicacies, self-heating rice, instant noodles, and spare underwear. The obsidian house was currently the highest level of shelter, and with the addition of the ghost mother tree and ghost tree, it further expanded the area. It was no exaggeration to say that its capacity was 10 times that of others. Even so, there was a trend of filling up. You guys take it easy and pick some quality goods. Jiang Tao maintained a cubic observation. Inside the backyard was a colorful mess, and even the courtyard space was considerably occupied. Looking at the mountain of goods, JK, the beautiful girl, was beaming with, "Sorry, I've never felt this good before. Actually, with just 6 days left before returning, we have more than enough food. Even the gold in the shelter could be worth several tens of millions." So they were more about satisfying their inner thrill. Collect more, it won't hurt. Jiang Tao always felt a sense of crisis within. This is a survival game. 6 days until return, can it really allow them to be carefree? Girls seem to have a natural inclination to shop, especially when everything is free now. Even Lilith and Luya were led astray by the two snatching things. Jiang Tao could only walk towards the unattended checkout counter. As he looked towards the counter, a bubble frame appeared. Locked cabinet. Perhaps you can search carefully in the corner on the first floor. Maybe the key is right there, but I refuse. Jiang Tao picked up the ace bone-cutting knife he had obtained earlier, gathering fire seeds, and a circle of thunderfire was infused onto the blade, making the already sharp bone-cutting knife even more dazzling white. He gently waved a few times at the keyhole. Crack. The cabinet was damaged, and Jiang Tao happily sheathed his knife, pulling out the cabinet to find several spirit crystals quietly lying inside. First tier spirit crystal 5, second tier spirit crystal 2, mystery blind box 1. Not bad, not bad, a pleasant surprise. Jiang Tao happily stored away the 7 spirit crystals. This versatile energy source was always welcome. As for the blind box, Jiang Tao clicked to view the details. Mystery blind box, a surprise prepared for the anniversary event by Jiaqian Lo. Spend over 1,000 yuan to receive one. All based on luck with a guaranteed second-tier spirit crystal. Am not afraid of drawings at all. Once a non-lucky player, now a star ornament, Jiang Chief said. Suddenly Mimi, who was busy shopping on the shelf, let out a scream. Look at the leaderboard, there are now 4.5 billion viewers watching us. An unprecedented number of viewers. Before the crossing, she had never been. Adding up all the film and television works, only 1 billion people had ever seen her, and that was just in her home country. Now she could consider herself an international super. Thinking about the fame she would gain upon returning, even Hollywood, which she had never climbed before, was requesting interviews and films with her. The proud smile on Mimi's face could not be suppressed. Maybe it's because we look like we're having fun shopping, and the viewers feel the same. Jiang Tao was surprised to open the leaderboard. While other players were doing their best to show off, why did he naturally rank so high? Seeing the viewer count continue to rise, Mimi and JK, the girl, paid attention to their image. While they were crazily shopping for $0, the live broadcast room had turned into a sea of excitement. Earlier, the European and American viewers had been making fun of them in the comments. Coming earlier doesn't guarantee it's better. You guys go ahead and step on the landmines first. Later, Goddess Jessica will directly come to take the goods. However, Jiang Tao's thunderous strike next was enough to leave the audience dumbfounded. Don't take it, don't waste it. Jessica, Chuck, and the others haven't arrived yet. Woo-woo, unlimited $0 shopping, this is my dream, can you take me along? Many older brothers from the black community were familiar with this scene and felt moved. They wished they could jump in and help them carry the goods. Jessica, where are you? If you don't come, we'll have to eat dirt. The older brothers in the European and American regions had their blood pressure soaring. They hurriedly kept Jiang Tao's live stream open while picking up their phones to watch the Lithuanian trio. This is basic training. Go. Dig open this passage. The next stop is a large supermarket. Jessica, with a desert eagle at her waist, cheered on her two teammates, blowing a passionate, "There are already 700 million viewers watching us. We are ranked 5th. Chuck and Colin, who were digging with iron picks, were even more pumped. After much effort, they finally saw the layer of light membrane. After all, this was a large nightmare level, and the two were very cautious in letting Jessica. But after her talent couldn't see through the light membrane, she said, "Old rule, Colin, you go first." The captain, Chuck, signaled with his crossbow. "Damn it, it's me again." Colin held up a blast shield, cursing inwardly. Seemingly sensing his resentment, Jessica secretly threw him a flirty glance. "Perform well in front of the audience, and it'll reward you tonight." Colin felt a rush of warmth in his heart, cursed her as a tease, and carefully raised the shield to pass through the light membrane. Hurry. The two teams were about to encounter each other. Activate the bullet screen function at any time. In reality, the official members of the Lithuanian team. However, before they could take any action, the next moment a group of men in black pushed the door open. "All right, your work is done. Now we will be fully responsible for the contact with the Great Xia team." A team leader in black showed the authorization letter. The Lithuanian team leader's expression changed. This is our country's business. Who are you? You have no right to take over. Upon seeing the authorization letter stamped with the emblem of the European and American Committee, the team leader's face darkened. Lithuania was a small country, and all the equipment, funds, and technology here were provided by Europe and America. And the Lithuanian leader standing behind the men in black explained everything. Stay alert, haven't the Lithuanians contacted us yet? Great Xia Crisis Management Team. The leader looked at the big screen in surprise. There were over 200 team members present, and there were even more behind-the-scenes staff. The elders were all watching the live broadcast. It couldn't help but make one cautious. When did Lithuania become so assertive? Aren't they afraid that the strongest national fortune hero of their country might encounter an accident? Or do they really think they can compete with Jiang Tao and the others? Leader looked quickly. Jiang Tao and the others are going to the second floor. Suddenly a team member urgently reminded. Another team member responsible for monitoring the Lithuanian live broadcast said anxiously, Jessica and the others are entering Jiaqianla. Jiang Tao and the others are about to confront the guards on the second floor. The situation is urgent. According to the analysis from Tianhe, there is a slight chance of the worst outcome. Jiang Tao and the others may be completely wiped out. A series of important information was being compiled. In an instant, the situation became extremely urgent, sliding toward an unfavorable direction for Great Xia. Tick-tock. The leader broke out in a cold sweat, goosebumps rising. Should we activate the daily bullet screen function? Over 200 team members turned to look at the leader. The team leader felt immense pressure. Hey, Jiang Tao has already gone upstairs. Why are Chuck and the others just arriving now? Something's off, their movements are a bit strange. Oh no, are they planning to ambush? Oh my, Jiang Tao has encountered the guards. Chuck, Jessica, and Colin have noticed that someone is in the mall. Hurry, use the bullet screen to alert them. Where's the police? We need some help. The barrage in the live stream surged like waves, overwhelming the team leader. Especially at this moment, many viewers from Europe and America were watching. Haha, we are the ones who will laugh last. Go, Goddess Jessica. Defeat the first one, and you will be the strongest players of humanity. I've been eyeing that pink succubus for a long time. Ding dong, ding dong. At this moment, the red dedicated line phone rang, and the team leader quickly picked it up. On the other end was Elder Lin's voice. Activate the bullet screen function and alert Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shin Sisi that someone is approaching. The team leader let out a sigh of relief and replied decisively, understood. After hanging up, he was about to issue orders to his team. A sudden change occurred in the live stream. In the Lithuanian live stream. Oh my, there are already 1.5 billion viewers watching us. We've become the second in the world. In front of the Jiaqianlu supermarket, Jessica covered her mouth in disbelief. Don't look yet, it seems someone got here early. Chuck looked at the pushed open door with a grim expression, frowning tightly at the disarrayed hall. OMG, my fried chicken and cola are gone. Colin, who entered first, cursed softly as he saw the blood-stained floor, scattered monster fragments, and the empty toppled shelves. His heart ached. After going through so much hardship, is this the outcome? Who did this? Anger surged within him. Jessica cautiously observed the bloodstains with her reconnaissance eye. Blood of the guards, battle traces, footprints of 3 players, footprints of a goblin. Quickly the intelligence was gathered. From the second floor of the supermarket, faint sounds could be heard. Jessica made a shushing gesture, and Chuck and Colin understood, immediately stopping in their tracks. The scene fell into silence. Jessica quickly conveyed the information in the team channel and asked, 3 have advanced, and they brought a goblin pet. What should we do next? Chuck exchanged glances with Colin. Didn't you say there are guards in the supermarket? They must be fighting with the guards on the second floor right now. This is an opportunity granted by the heavens. They've gathered so many resources. If we kill him, it won't just be for the next 6 days. We might even evolve further from this. As a coastal nation, the pirate genes were embedded in their bones. Colin agreed with this plan. Who told them to snatch our resources first? And with the explosive content of the battle, it might attract even more viewers. Jessica, don't you want to become the number one? His words left Jessica speechless. The situation didn't allow her to ponder deeply. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed a strange wave of emotion within her and drew out the Desert Eagle. All right, then let's move quietly. Chuck and Colin exchanged looks, gesturing silently as they tiptoed into the supermarket. Inside the same supermarket. Second floor. As expected, with the few of them climbing the stairs, the defense mechanism was triggered. The second floor seemed to be a department for daily necessities with some shirts, sports shoes, and more. At the entrance, 5 mannequin models that were originally dressed in sports shirts suddenly sprang to life. Intruders. Kill. To the death. They quickly grabbed nearby kitchen utensils, cleverly using frying pans as helmets. 2 more mannequin models picked up riot shields and anti-riot forks. The second floor is quite interesting. Jiang Tao focused his gaze. Name: puppet doll. Category: technological creation. Level: elite monster. Skills: puppet body, tireless, no need for sleep, fully automatic fighting technique, puppet fusion technique. Description: with sufficient spiritual crystals within, they can exhaust unlimited stamina. Moreover, they are immune to mental and poison attacks, and when combined, they can eliminate top elite monsters. Friendly reminder: although there are many advantages, there are also drawbacks. That is, they lack agility and only have fixed attack patterns. They require brain crystals for energy. Simply distracting them can allow for taking them down one by one. Unlimited stamina. No need for sleep. Jiang Tao's attention was caught by these descriptions, and he hurriedly asked the flying Lilith, "Lilith, can you charm them to serve as guards?" Lilith shrugged helplessly. "Master, you think too highly of me. These wooden lumps don't even have souls. How could they recognize my charm?" Alright, Jiang Tao felt a bit regretful. Where could he find a 24-hour guard? Just as he was about to raise his spear and prepare, a new bubble box appeared in his view. "Look at this greedy capitalist still wanting to misappropriate public property, but there is still a chance. If you have the store manager's badge, the puppet dolls will obey the manager's orders." Unfortunately, the store manager's badge has been lost in the supermarket for a long time. Just as Jiang Tao sighed, another new bubble box popped up. Just kidding, the badge is hidden in a secret level of the supermarket. If you can gather more clues, you might discover the hidden layer. So mischievous. Jiang Tao gritted his teeth. After confirming there was no alert, he said to Shin Cici, "Don't damage the dolls. CCU and me just stay behind to petrify them. The goblin warrior should use his tree shield to block that shield-wielding doll. Lilith and I will catch the dolls alive and extract their spiritual crystals." In Jiang Tao's eyes, these five were no longer enemies, but future caretakers. A prominent red marker floated behind the puppet doll's head. Friendly reminder: this is where their second-level spiritual crystals are. If you have the guts, go take them. It isn't difficult to defeat the 5 puppet dolls, but capturing them alive would be quite a hassle. Fortunately, Shin Cici and Yang Mi could also help. In the 5v5 match, the battlefield on the second floor seemed to be at a stalemate. Are the guards on the second floor? That the viewers were marveling. 3 stealthy figures flashed by on the first floor. In an instant, Jiang Tao, who had just removed the first puppet's spiritual crystal, felt a flash in the center of his forehead. The third eye opened a crack. It precisely spotted 2 men and a woman silently climbing the stairs. Are there other players? Jiang Tao was startled. This was the first encounter in several days. Moreover, they appeared to be from the West. He didn't know which country they were from. Wait a minute, what is that woman holding in her hand? What are those 2 men raising their crossbows for? The third eye not only has 360-degree observation ability, but can also combine with talents. In Jiang Tao's confused gaze, a bubble box floated in the third perspective. If you don't ask for trouble, trouble won't come. The 3 players with ulterior motives, angry at your head start, aim to claim all the supermarket's goods for fame and fortune and are plotting to kill. Damn, lighting a lamp in the toilet. After realizing Jiang Tao was both angry and amused, he couldn't believe someone dared to touch his tiger whiskers. Who gave them the courage? Liang Jingru. The team gathered in the channel. Chuck asked, "Jessica, they haven't noticed us, have they? Can you see the data of those 3 players? Their level is higher than mine, so I can only see some basic data. I dare not look at that gunman for fear of being discovered." Jessica hesitated at the critical moment. Earlier they didn't notice there's still a pet in the air. Seeing her hesitation, the irritable Colin scolded, "They stole our things, and now you want to talk? Do you know how many people are watching us now, eh? 5 billion. No, it has already risen to 3 billion. We are the second most popular live broadcast room in the world. Everyone is waiting for our spectacular performance. Don't you want to return as the world's #1 superstar?" With billions of fame and immense rewards, there was no turning back for her. "I will be the first to ambush that man. The 2 women are up to you. Let the 2 pets be for now. Once the master is dead, they will naturally run away." Seeing Jessica's determination to kill Chuck and Colin laughed heartily in the channel. "Alright, don't harm that little succubus in the air. It's really tantalizing." The group even began discussing how to divide the spoils. According to the plan, led by Colin and Chuck, they would first sneak closer to the stairs. Their crossbows had a shorter range, so they naturally needed to get closer. Meanwhile, Jessica's Desert Eagle had a longer range and greater destructive power. She hid behind the counter, aiming with her gun. Damn, someone's being killed. National Security, come save us. Where are the security guards? The audience from Daxia in the live broadcast panicked. The European and American regions, however, were in an uproar. God of slaughter. Killing Daxia's #1 hero will sever their national fortune. They roared in encouragement, aim. Shoot quickly. At this moment, the official group of Taoangli, the European Ming black-clad individuals, and the commander were all watching the live broadcast with solemn expressions, just as Jessica prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, in the midst of the fierce battle, Jiang Tao turned abruptly. "Clown, what do you want to do?" His deep black pupils glimmered, and a divine eye suddenly opened in the center of his forehead. Bayou, a lightning-fast punishment shot through no, it severed Jessica's arms. Crack! The severed arms fell to the ground along with the Desert Eagle, and Jessica's agonizing scream echoed. Blood flowed profusely, staining the floor red. No! Chuck and Colin's expressions changed drastically. Colin, filled with rage, raised his bow to shoot. Chuck had already rolled down the stairs, fleeing to the first floor. Enemy attack. On the second floor, Shin Cici and Yang Mi were startled and turned to discover 3 white men. After eliminating 1 enemy, Jiang Tao aimed at Colin. The flames ignited and lightning gathered on the spider's spear. With a thunderous roar, the lightning burst forth from the spear tip, exploding Colin's head faster than his arrow could fly. Tracking arrow. Shin Cici reacted quickly. Seeing Chuck jumping down the stairs, she swiftly shot an arrow. The bronze arrow cleverly curved and shot towards the back of the staircase. Then came a scream. Unbeknownst to Wen Yangmi had quietly hidden behind the tree shield of the earth giant, and only peeked out when the commotion. Where did they come from? It might be a coincidence. If they want to kill, then it makes sense for someone to be killed. Jiang Tao floated slightly, flying towards the blonde woman who was dying with a severed arm. Master, you resolved it too quickly. I didn't even have a chance to show off. Lilith pouted and came forward. Upon seeing a shiny new object on the ground, she swung her whip to pick it up and curiously played with it. Damn, she's dead. Everything happened too quickly for the audience to react. From Jessica's trio preparing to ambush to Jiang Tao's counterattack, it took less than 2 seconds. What shocked the European and American audiences, as well as the members of European Ming, was that the earlier prediction of equal strength between the two teams was complete nonsense. A crushing situation. One black-clad man stared blankly at the overlapping 2 live broadcast rooms on the big screen, muttering, "According to calculations, Jiang Tao's attack method is relatively monotonous, lacking long-range strike capability. When did he become able to shoot lightning? This is far more impressive than the awakened superpowers in reality. It's like an electromagnetic cannon." The next moment, a red subtitle appeared. Player Colin has died. 100 people died simultaneously centered around him. Tao Wangli's national fortune has decreased. Remaining players, 81. The black-clad men were fine, but the Tao Wangli people present, including the commander, changed their expressions drastically. The commander could not care about anything else and quickly ordered, "Jessica and Chuck are not dead yet. Hurry and get that Daxiao person to stop." Currently players are dying, and the obvious cost is 100 people accompanying them to the grave. That so-called national fortune decrease, many countries have yet to study what impact it has. However, the sparsely populated Tao Wangli seemed to have reached a certain critical point. At the same time, a coastal city in Tao Wangli trembled. What's going on? A group of wealthy individuals vacationing on the beaches of the Baltic Sea were enjoying life comfortably. The globally influential game did not involve their acquaintances. That's why it's best to distance yourself from the lower-class people, preferably never seeing them again. Suddenly, a bikini-clad beauty in the crowd screamed as waves surged wildly. Tsunami. A tsunami is coming. The beach was thrown into chaos. On the second floor of Jia Qinla, Jiang Tao was checking the attributes and background of the blonde woman. From downstairs, Shun Cici's voice came. "Brother, the man down there isn't dead yet. I know, just be careful." Jiang Tao looked over with his 3 eyes. Through the concrete slab, a bubble frame popped up. The strength does not match the ambition. A poor, unfortunate soul with an arrow in his head. Severely injured, no threat. Jessica, lying in a pool of blood, was filled with tears. She felt she still had hope. Even with her hands severed, she believed she could survive the next few days, relying on her physical condition. Her thirst for life made her murmur, "Sorry, I really know I was wrong." Jiang Tao's English was not good enough, but he understood she was saying, "I really know I was wrong," and was begging for forgiveness. Jiang Tao looked up and saw a bubble frame floating above her. She doesn't just know she was wrong, as she knows she is going to die. Behind the prompt, there was the woman's attribute panel. Player Jessica, level E class, new human rooms cleared, 28 age, 33 profession chicken, charging times 3253 faction, Tao Wangli talent eye of reconnaissance, current status severed arms, lost attack capability, but can survive for 7 days relying on physical condition. After reading it, Jiang Tao was speechless. Truly there are all kinds of people. Tao Wangli. Isn't that the small northern country that frequently provokes? Faced with Jessica's tearful pleas for mercy, Jiang Tao raised his spider spear towards her heart. Suddenly a striking red subtitle appeared before his eyes. Tao Wangli's national barrage. Hello, Honorable Mr. Jiang Tao, Jessica and Chuck may have inadvertently offended you. I, the national leader, leave sincerely. Colin has already died. The punishment is sufficient. Please spare Jessica and Chuck. They are our strongest 2 heroes, and our remaining players, please show mercy. Once you return, our country will surely reward you handsomely. All terms can be negotiated. I promise to you in my capacity as the national leader. But if you harm the 2 again, they will become our #1 enemy. Upon your return, it will be life and death. Please consider carefully. The country came to save them. A look of ecstatic relief appeared on Jessica's face, and a burst of laughter from the first floor echoed a sound of survival. I knew the country wouldn't abandon them. Now there is hope. Who would dare to disregard a nation's towering wrath? The vast audience of Tao Wangli in front of their computer screens breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing a smile of relief. I knew the country would take care of this. After reading the barrage, Jiang Tao spoke expressionlessly, "People who are killed will die." With a thrust, the spider spear pierced through Jessica's heart. In her final moments, Jessica's eyes were filled with shock. He really killed the goddess Jessica. At this moment, countless viewers were shocked in front of their screens. It is important to note that the state has intervened using threats and inducements. How can an individual stand against the nation? Regardless, there should be some respect. Seeing Jiang Tao's expressionless demeanor, many people's hearts sank. OMG. When a red subtitle flashed across the live stream, many Western viewers covered their faces. Player Jessica, 100 people died simultaneously due to relational ties. Lithuania's national luck has decreased, and the probability of disasters has increased. Remaining players, 80. Something's wrong. A tsunami has struck Lithuania. A coastal city has been submerged. This news caused even more panic. In Lithuania, several relatives of players watching the live stream suddenly felt a blackout and died from heart failure. A chorus of screams filled the air. He really doesn't care about our feelings at all. Executioner. The members of the Lithuanian group were on the verge of breaking down, their faces pale. The commander's expression was not much better. He had already received an urgent report about the tsunami affecting at least hundreds of thousands of people. What was even more terrifying was that this was likely just the beginning. Jiang Tao. Everyone present stared at the young man on the screen. Wait, what does he want to do? The captain looked nervously at Jiang Tao, who was calmly walking down the stairs towards Chuck. He's going for a complete massacre. A silence fell over the scene. The other side has become lawless. The commander shouted, "Quick, contact the ambassador of Daxia." The captain hurriedly reminded, "Have you forgotten? Daxia has recalled their ambassador." The commander suddenly awoke. Because he acted as a pioneer and touched Daxia's bottom line, the communication between the two countries has been severed. He shouted at the man in black, "Quick, contact your president. Urgently reach out to Daxia and let them intervene." "Okay, please wait." The leader of the men in black knew the situation was urgent and quickly reported through the intercom. The real big boss behind the scenes was paying close attention to this matter. In less than a minute, the leader of Gaul personally called the elder of Daxia, but there was no answer on the other end. "It seems that at this moment I have to take action myself," the leader of the White Eagle Federation said. Then his call also could not get through. Behind him, the aides exchanged glances with the commander's daughter. They pretended not to notice the momentary embarrassment on the commander's face. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, Chuck leaned against the escalator with a pale face, seemingly resigned to his fate. "I didn't expect you to really dare to kill. So you are the top-ranked Daxia person? We are just out of luck." With a disdainful sound, Jiang Tao shot him dead without uttering a word. As expected, another red subtitle popped up in the live stream. Remaining players in Lithuania 79. With more than half the time left, can they survive? What made the commander of Lithuania roar even more was that the tsunami had intensified again. The disaster had erupted, leaving them to rescue with all their might. This time, the European coalition provided manpower and resources, sending precious disaster relief supplies to Lithuania. This moved the locals to tears. Little did they know the commander, captain, and others who knew the details felt cold inside. In such a short time, the players have gained such godly power. From the current situation, it seems that one person can contend against a reinforced team. Returning in 6 days, that the current military can, but if the game continues, a Kami will emerge among humanity, and it will be from the east. Several big shots discussed this matter afterward, feeling the need to pressure Daxia and isolate them. With the Masonic Society's instigation, Lithuania stirred up a wave of anti-Daxia sentiment, with the public protesting for severe punishment against Jiang Tao's relatives. However, the relationship between the two countries was already poor, and it did not affect Daxia. At the same time, this incident showcased superhumans suppressing hot weapons, and their formidable strength made countries even more enthusiastic. In reality, superhumans are far from that strong. The big shots, led by the commander of the White Eagle Federation, intensified their attack on the Goblin. They were practically offering money and resources like nothing. Gathering the best technology and troops from all over Europe and America, the results were remarkable. The Goblin Sword Saint, resembling the famous Jean Xuan, was captured alive and sent to the biological research lab. Moreover, the active substances extracted from the mother nest had the effect of reversing aging. This made some white-haired elders in the Masonic Society ecstatic, and they were more than willing to continue investing. The next target is to cultivate super soldier serum. The essence extracted from the mother nest is better than Daxia's spiritual spring. The once gloomy island nation unexpectedly became a hot commodity, reaping a large influx of investments and funding for construction. The prime minister was overjoyed, praising that the death of Jean Xuan was more valuable than his life. The emperor is on board. They felt they had bet right on the national fortune. As long as there are gains, it doesn't matter whether they live or die. It's a win. Thus, the cabinet specially sent bullet screens in the name of the emperor, encouraging players to team up and explore rooms boldly to search for treasures. Some viewers affectionately referred to this group of island players as the Sakura Suicide Squad. Jiang Tao was unaware of the butterfly effect caused by his actions, which swept across the globe. He was currently gathering treasures from 3 players. Brother Mi and Sister Mi will move the goods on the 2nd floor first. After all, it was their first time killing, and Shin Sisi and Yang Mi were not interested in looting bodies. Okay, anyway, 5 puppets have already been tied up, and the 2nd floor is safe. Jiang Tao instructed. The stone house can't hold more. You can just put some goods on the shelves as long as they are spiritual crystals. Alright. Just as the 2 beauties were about to take Lilith to the supermarket, Jiang Tao handed the Desert Eagle to Big Mi. Sister Mi, this is for yourself to— Thank you, Xiao Tao. Yang Mi playfully blinked and happily put away the handgun. This weapon did not come from reality, but was obtained by Jessica in the game. A bronze-level ranged weapon, each has its merits compared to the alchemical crossbow. After they left, Jiang Tao began to harvest from the 3 corpses. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 1 spiritual crystal, 20 level 2 spiritual crystal, 5 black iron crossbow, 2 cold land stone house, shelter, 1 map 1. There were also some scattered basic wood gold and so on. Looking at the dazzling rewards, Jiang Tao couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone wants to rob. Gathering resources painstakingly is nothing compared to robbing others instantly. Studying that familiar map, Jiang Tao finally understood why they had come here. Among these rewards, the one that interested Jiang Tao the most was naturally the cold land stone house shelter. When shrunk, it appeared as an ice blue cube. Its level was comparable to that of a large stone house. But strangely, its interior area was actually 5 times larger than that of the stone house, almost half the capacity of the obsidian house. Its defense was also significantly thicker than the same level. What is going on? Did they master the technology to modify shelters, or did they use some? Just as Jiang Tao was puzzled, a notification popped up. Detected: an unclaimed shelter can attempt to devour. Can expand area and strengthen building materials. Oh, I see. Jiang Tao suddenly realized. The trio must have devoured other people's shelters, and the number was not small. He was not interested in living in a house that others had occupied, so he took out the obsidian house and collided the 2 cubes. Merge. In an instant, a burst of holy light illuminated the space, causing the obsidian house and courtyard to expand by a third. Even the stone walls grew taller and thicker. Jiang Tao was satisfied as he stored it away, and after incinerating the bodies of the 3 with a burst of fire, he rummaged through the manager's badge on the 2nd floor. Unfortunately, although some spirit crystals were found, no clues for hidden passages were discovered. Xiao Tao, come look, a Hasten's mattress and an eiderdown comforter. Finally, we can sleep well tonight. Among the bedding, Demimi stood in front of a flawless white mattress filled with joy and excitement. This is great. That stone bed was so uncomfortable. At first, Jiang Tao didn't realize, thinking it was just an ordinary mattress and feeling that Demimi was overreacting. But when he focused his gaze, he suddenly realized. This was actually the treasure of the 2nd floor. Name: Hasten's mattress, grade top-tier, bronze level, furniture effect, sleep induction, fall asleep within 10 minutes of lying on it. Fatigue elimination, adapts to the owner's body shape, providing a brand new experience whether for giants or dwarves with added massage effects. Cultivating spirit, sleeping on it accelerates energy flow, speeds up digestion, and restores 100 energy overnight. Automatic stamina can rise and fall automatically in various modes to meet the owner's needs, with 0 stamina consumption after 3 days and nights of fighting, ensuring a comfortable sleep and satisfying usage. Description: the ultimate treasure for men, the favorite of women, the same model as Xiao Fei, certified by Bald Head, trustworthy. Wonderful. After reading, Jiang Tao's attention focused on the last feature. It was like a Bulbasaur munching on a Munchlax snack, simply delightful. He excitedly gave a thumbs up. Come, let's move it back to my bed and try it out tonight together. Ahem. While researching Hasten's, Yang Mi coughed repeatedly, pointing at the eye-catching 4 billion on the popularity leaderboard. She bit her red lip slightly, her purple peach blossom eyes glaring. The sound of typing echoed between the two. Yang Mi, you idiot. Pay attention to your image. Many people are watching. Jiang Tao sent a smirking emoji. Isn't this excitement? No wonder you're so happy. I just want a night to come quickly. Yang Mi sent a humph emoji, turned off the private message, and glared at him. No rejections. Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that Demimi was also uncomfortable with the stone bed. Brother, sister Mi, did you find anything good? Hearing the commotion, Shin Sisi walked over with Lilith. Yang Mi quickly stored the Hasten's mattress away. Nothing, keep searching, I just sold dozens of items a moment ago. Oh, JK, the beautiful girl felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. Aren't you two pretending anymore? On the other side of the screen, the clever public had long seen through everything. Damn it. Lu Xiao was already so angry that he stopped watching the live stream. It wouldn't kill him anyway. To get through the circle, one must always wear a bit of green on their head. As a member of the entertainment industry, Lu Xiao did not mind wearing a green hat. Of course, this did not mean he had any particular preference. The problem was that now it was known by billions of viewers across the country and even globally. He even felt that the cleaner in the company looked at him with a hint of pity. Who could withstand this? In the supermarket, after clearing out the goods on the 2nd floor, they found a teleportation portal to a warehouse. Brother, shall we go to the next room? Shin Sisi tilted her head and asked. Don't rush, there is a hidden layer in the supermarket, but I haven't found it yet. Jiang Tao frowned tightly. The harvest from the supermarket was enormous, but he wanted more. Then let's keep looking. Yang Mi shrugged helplessly. Then what troubled them was that after more than half an hour of searching, they found all 6 teleportation portals in all directions. They even found a thermal layer on the roof and picked up several spirit crystals. But it wasn't a hidden layer. Strange, all I found in the corner of the 2nd floor was this car key. Based on the hint, Jiang Tao discovered the only clue. The Jiangnan Chinla supermarket has closed. The bastard boss, having racked up debts of 350 million due to drinking, gambling, and other vices, ran away with his. This was the spare car key he forgot to take with him. However, it got stuck here. After searching in vain, the group sat together to discuss. Lilith and Luya were clueless about this, just tagging along. Yang Mi, with her rich social experience, looked at the plain car key and suddenly snapped her fingers. I know where the hidden layer is. Where? Jiang Tao and Shin Sisi looked over curiously. Yang Mi showed a smug smile, extending her long, slender white finger downwards. The underground parking lot. Which big supermarket doesn't have an underground parking lot? The car must be parked in the garage. Then the boss must have to drive right. The underground parking lot. Jiang Tao suddenly realized it was indeed dark under the lamp. No wonder they couldn't find anything on the first and second floor. Sister Me is so clever. Shin Cici gave a thumbs up. I told you not to treat me like a vase. Demimi glanced at Jiang Tao proud, like a victorious hen. The next challenge was how to find the entrance to the underground parking lot. The supermarket did not have elevators, and in the end it was Demimi who provided the solution. There must be an exit outside. Sure enough, after going out and searching, they discovered an entrance to the garage blocked by collapsed building materials. Ding! You have discovered the hidden layer of Qianla. Hearing the notification, Jiang Tao finally smiled with satisfaction. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Looking at the pitch-black garage, Jiang Tao instructed, Lilith, it's time for you to show your night demon skills. Thank you for your trust, master. Lilith gratefully blew a kiss, then had the goblin warrior carry the original tree shield forward. The underground garage was shrouded in darkness. But everyone had night vision abilities and were not affected. The emptiness of the hundreds of parking spots created a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Rumble. As soon as they stepped in, Jiang Tao heard the roar of an engine. In the depths of the darkness, two bright headlights lit up. A giant shadow charged towards them. Thief die. Everything in the supermarket belongs to me. A black class vehicle with a humanoid face on the hood and two large headlights for eyes charged out aggressively. In the driver's seat sat a skeletal driver dressed in designer clothes, wearing glasses with only bones remaining. He was flooring the gas pedal. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be the supermarket boss. In the passenger seat was a skeletal woman dressed in a cute light blue skirt wearing a name tag around her neck. Was the sister-in-law the manager? Goblin quickly tilt the shield backward. Under Jiang Tao's command, the goblin warrior assumed a defensive stance. The mutated class accelerated along the tree shield, almost soaring into the sky. With a sudden brake, it barely stopped at the entrance of the underground parking lot. After overcoming the initial assault, Jiang Tao finally saw the hidden gatekeeper. Name Capital Spirit of Binding Level Semi-Supernatural Skill Vehicle Slayer. The Binding Spirit has merged with its beloved vehicle. Charging is its strongest weapon. If you have any issues, please discuss them with the insurance. One Life Two Bodies shares a life bar with the sister-in-law. Health X2, Ruthless Explosion, flooring the gas pedal. Either the enemy dies, or I. It seems a bit troublesome. As the dialogue box appeared in his vision, the weight on Jiang Tao's heart lifted. Warm reminder: you have obtained the item spare. If you can kill the two drivers without damaging the vehicle, you might obtain a second-hand mount. One more thing: being in the underground parking lot enhances the Binding Spirit's power, allowing automatic health and mana regeneration. Future vehicle owners, please be cautious. The weakest moment is during the start after braking. Jiang Tao looked at the black class turning at the entrance of the garage, preparing to turn around and attempt to crush them again, his expression peculiar. Isn't this its weakest moment now? Come on, goblin warrior, give him the big push and throw it outside. Thus, after Demimi petrified the main driver boss, the goblin warrior thrust the class out of the garage, sealing their fate. Then Lilith used her whip of charm to kill the sister-in-law in the passenger seat. Shin Cici shot the boss with a tracking arrow, followed by Jiang Tao delivering the finishing blow. Through the exquisite cooperation of the team, the two binding spirits on the class were exorcised, leaving only a majestic black class behind. The driver is dead and the G-class is without an owner. Jiang Tao first took the store manager's badge, which he had been longing for from his sister-in-law. Store manager badge. Supermarket tool can pass through door barriers, unlock counter keys, and gain control over puppets and butchers. I have obtained 5 puppets. It's safe now, let's go up and take a look. Jiang Tao shook the spare key, inviting the two beauties. Sure, I have one at home too, we'll drive it for you when we get back. Demimi skillfully opened the car door and gracefully got in. Shin Cici, who opened the rear door, followed closely behind. Me too, this seems so fun. Lilith, who had never been in a car before, hurriedly trailed after Cici. Bang! Jiang Tao opened the driver's door, sat in the driver's seat, and turned the key. 2 headlights illuminated the front, and the hood vibrated as the G-class system automatically spoke. Welcome aboard, new master. The voice was personable and sounded quite intelligent. Jiang Tao inquired, what functions do you have? Master, please see, I have many capabilities. With that, the central control screen inside the car displayed the attributes panel. Name: Luxury G-Class, Grade Top Black Iron. Category: Vehicle Skills, Automatic Air Conditioning, Full-Time Air Conditioning inside the car, ensuring you stay comfortable whether stranded in a desert or a snowy field. Adaptive Cruise Control to address the driver's drowsiness. The system can drive automatically. The radar will detect enemies in advance and issue. Ruthless Ram. Press the accelerator to the floor and crush the enemies. Note the front has been reinforced. Off-road waiting can engage off-road mode, able to drive in harsh environments, but energy consumption increases by 5 times. Introduction can choose between oil or spirit crystal mode. Using oil will slightly decrease power, and the chance of accidents increases in harsh conditions. Although the grade is black iron, its price rivals that of a near silver item. Exploring rooms will be much more efficient now. Jiang Tao happily patted the brand. It was evident that the previous owner had taken great care of it. Previously faced with large rooms like small volcanoes and ghost forests, the middle-level areas would only get larger. Having a car is quite convenient. Little G, why don't you show us around the underground garage since you are familiar with it? Yang Mi, sitting in the passenger seat, curiously suggested. The central control screen displayed an OK emoji. Rumble. Soon after the engine started, and the G-Class smoothly turned in the garage, taking everyone for a spin. Surprisingly, the supermarket's underground garage is rather spacious. Coupled with its dark corners and numerous pillars, first-time guests can easily get lost. After circling around a couple of times, the group had explored enough without discovering anything significant. Just as they were planning to head upstairs to the next room, the G-Class suddenly honked. If the new master wants to find something, you can get out of the car to check a corner of the garage. The old master often got out there. There's this too. Jiang Tao was surprised. When the G-Class reached that inconspicuous corner, the group got out of the car. Walk forward, turn left, there's a self-service vending machine. After seeing the prompt, Jiang Tao couldn't help but scoff. No wonder it went bankrupt. Which good person would hide a vending machine in an underground garage? Brother, is it? Shin Cici picked up her alchemical crossbow cautiously as soon as she got out of the car. It's safe. Lilith will lead the way, or just go around the corner ahead. Jiang Tao. Lilith gave him a glance. Not long after, the group indeed spotted a self-service vending machine that was 2 to 3 times larger than. Behind the glass were not ordinary items, but rather sheets of blueprints, books, and even some scaled-down equipment. There was also a small window on the right side of the machine for inserting items. Jiang Tao focused and saw Super Stone House Blueprint, an upgraded version of a large stone house, a high-level shelter, price 5 second-tier spirit crystals. Obsidian House Blueprint, price 7 second-tier spirit crystals. Forest Wooden House High-level shelter blueprint, price 8 second-tier spirit crystals. Large constant temperature warehouse blueprint, a special advanced blueprint that allows for the independent establishment of a warehouse outside the shelter. The warehouse is the size of a super stadium, keeps food from spoiling, and will not disappear with the upgrading of the shelter. Price 8 second-tier spirit crystals. It even has blueprints for its own items. The most expensive is the last blueprint, Nature Fortress Shelter Super High-level Shelter Blueprint. Modification condition is a high-level shelter, price 15 second-tier spirit crystals. Do we have enough spirit crystals? Jiang Tao turned to the two beauties and asked. I checked, we have 35 second-tier spirit crystals, and even more first-tier spirit crystals. From our previous sales, just the cigarettes alone provided 20 spirit crystals, totaling 352 first-tier spirit crystals. After Yang Mi counted the storage, Shin Cici promptly reminded, Brother, don't forget the ghost tree will come to disturb us at night. We must keep enough spirit crystals. I know money should be spent wisely. Jiang Tao's gaze shifted down. Besides blueprints, there were other products. Treasure map leads to a large room with lower danger, but rich resources, price 5 second-tier spirit crystals or 50 first-tier spirit crystals. Healing treasure chest can perfectly heal fatal injuries of E-class elite creatures. It provides some relief for extraordinary beings. It can save lives in critical moments, but please note that if encountering extraordinary level toxins or curses, it can only alleviate temporary toxins and cannot eliminate them completely. Price 3 spirit crystals each. Blastproof suit bronze set, price 12 second-tier spirit crystals. Elite Meridian, one of the essential materials for crafting crossbows, rare in the outside world, price 2 second-tier spirit crystals. Refuge pass can safely pass through the next room by swiping in front of a light curtain. Monsters will not attack you and traps will not trigger. However, you cannot take any resources, and passing through the room will still be counted. Price 3 second-tier spirit crystals. The items are getting increasingly abstract. Unyielding spray on the required area to maintain an upright position for 30 days and increase volume. Price 10 first-tier spirit crystals. Simple survival pill ingredients are soil and non-lethal metals. After consumption, you can survive for 7 days without drinking water or eating. Price 1 first-tier spirit crystal. Long-lasting survival pill, same as above, refined for excellence, adding non-lethal gold. After consumption, you can survive for 30 days. Price 5 first-tier spirit crystals. Note, the merchant states that they are not responsible for any side effects. Gene guidance technique, players cannot practice it, but ordinary people can cultivate it. It absorbs cosmic energy for evolution with slow effects, but safety as an advantage. Price 10 second-tier spirit crystals. Technological breakthrough scroll. After use, a random breakthrough will occur in a certain field of technology in the homeland. Price 8 second-tier spirit crystals. Favorable weather scroll. After use, the weather in a county area will be optimized, increasing food production by double for a year. Price 1 second-tier spirit crystal. 1 nanometer lithography machine can record chips, price 10 second-tier spirit crystals. Why not come up with controllable nuclear fusion? Jiang Tao felt that the latter items were no longer prepared for players. He was indifferent, but the experts in front of the screen became excited. Aren't these precisely the skill problems we are troubled by? Quick, have the country send a barrage to buy that lithography machine. Some viewers also complained, so our Desia's guiding technique is so expensive. There were all kinds of voices, and the public was stirred up reporting to the country. However, the leaders remained silent. Let them choose for themselves. After all, it's their team's money. Only by surviving can there be anything else. Suddenly, Shin Cici pointed at a book crushed at the bottom and exclaimed, Brother, look quickly, this is the most expensive item in the whole place. Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and even Lilith all curiously leaned down to take a look. The moment they saw the product, Jiang Tao's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils shrank sharply. The Extraordinary Progression Guide. It elucidates the methods for evolving into grade extraordinary beings. No guarantees are made for your evolution, as all conditions must be met along with a degree of luck. Price, 22nd tier spirit crystals, or 200 first tier spirit crystals. It is merely a guidebook, yet it is the most expensive item in the vending machine and the one that excites Jiang Tao the most. Knowledge is power. Jiang Tao had always struggled to find his next step. Its appearance would undoubtedly answer the questions weighing. He was confident that with guidance he would soon evolve into the extraordinary. The guidebook was essential. Jiang Tao thought to himself, heroes in the world are as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Among millions of players there must be some with exceptional talent. Just yesterday 100 people evolved to a grade, and today there will surely be even more. I need to cross the threshold of the extraordinary and distance myself from all other players. So expensive. After seeing the price, Shin Sisi and Yang Mi stuck out their tongues. They only had a total of 35 crystals, having saved them. Wait, brother, do you want it? Seeing Jiang Tao's excited expression, Shin Sisi's mouth slightly opened. Jiang Tao, filled with ambition, stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly. I want it all. After saying this, a flash of white light appeared in his hand. The mother spider spear manifested. He made sure a few people moved aside, and then thrust it heavily towards the glass. Clang. The spear tip grazed the glass, almost injuring him in return. Thunder punishment. His third eye opened, and a bolt of thunder fire struck the vending machine. As the light faded, the machine remained intact. A white bubble appeared on the machine. Don't waste your efforts, I'll respect the rules. If you keep this up, you'll trigger the escape mechanism. Fine. Jiang Tao put away his weapon and said helplessly, let's discuss what to buy next. After all, the guidebook is necessary, costing 20 spirit crystals. Yang Mi suggested, not long ago Sisi was injured, which has troubled us for a long time. The healing treasure chest is hard to come by. That makes sense, let's buy 2. Jiang Tao agreed with this suggestion. From their discussions, it was clear that similar medical items were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even if some lucky players had them, they wouldn't sell, as they were matters of life and death. The others, such as emergency passes and anti-spray, didn't. However, Jiang Tao bought 3 A-grade meridians. He had the blueprints and materials to create 3 alchemical crossbows to give to Sisi for synthesis. The final big purchase consisted of 2 blueprints, one for a large temperature-controlled warehouse, and another for the only super shelter currently available, the Natural Bastion blueprint. Brother, I have no objections to the Bastion blueprint, but want the warehouse be too wasteful. Shin Sisi expressed a different opinion. We have less than 6 days until we return, and although this supermarket hall is substantial, the stone house is already overflowing. But we should save some spirit crystals and buy something else. Jiang Tao shook his head, saying, trust me, I have a feeling that upon our return it won't be a waste. This is a survival game. Alright, most of this is what you earn, Xiao Tao. I agree with your plan. Yang Mi quietly concurred. With that, the list was finalized. As Jiang Tao dropped the spirit crystals one by one, his heart ached. Spirit Crystal 1. Spirit Crystal 1. Congratulations, you have purchased the Natural Bastion blueprint, the large temperature-controlled warehouse blueprint, the Extraordinary Progression Guide, Healing Treasure Chest 2, a grade Meridian 3. In one furious operation, the second-tier spirit crystals returned to 0. Even over half of the first-tier spirit crystals were gone. He was out of money and felt anxious. If it weren't for the trading platform still having several packs of cigarettes and smoked meat for sale, the financial situation would be even tighter. Let's go, we'll head to the next room first. After carefully putting away these treasures in the stone house, Jiang Tao drove the big G straight down to the first floor. What he didn't see was the stream of wails and lamentations from the other side of the screen. 6 doors leading to different rooms awaited them. The upcoming rooms 36, 37, and 38 posed no significant challenge, and the group easily crushed through them in their vehicle. Once they were ambushed by hidden arrows, yet they didn't even break a window. While Jiang Tao rapidly conquered territory, other players were not idle. Giant Stone, the sudden rise to second place, Jessica, and the others have disappeared. In the North American live stream, Ivan noticed something and spoke to Giant Stone Strong Forest. Giant Stone Strong Forest glanced at the popularity ranking, surprised. Looks like something happened to the entire army, has been wiped out. We need to be cautious as well. His gaze fell upon the first place. After a short while, Jiang Tao, Shin Sisi, and Yang Mi's trio boasted an impressive popularity of over 4 billion. What kind of flashy moves have they performed? This left Giant Stone Strong Forest puzzled. Yang Mi, he had heard of her, a star from the Great Xia. He looked towards a sheer cliff ahead and instructed, you all wait for me to climb up or follow along the route, and do not change your climbing path. Okay, big brother. The 4 teammates nodded repeatedly. The room they entered this time was directly a steep cliff with no way behind them. It was clear that the portal was at the mountain's peak. If it weren't for Giant Stone Strong Forest leading the way, they might have been stuck here. The gallant Alexander was a dapper gentleman, also leading his teammates to survive. The barbarian King Elizabeth and other top players shook off their fear from the first day and were now filled with determination as they strategized. Everyone had already tasted the sweetness of evolution. Moreover, with their improved strength, they had also figured out some new patterns of the rooms, while several 100 million villagers were watching. Just a few more days and they could go home, so their mindset was naturally different. However, these heroes were being overshadowed by the third brother below. The third place was still the meditating saint hero, the Liver Emperor. The Tianzhu called upon all citizens to support the saint hero, leading to a terrifying audience count of over 1.5 billion. Not to mention the drop in rankings, it even posed a threat to Giant Stone Strong Forest. The players from Great Xia encountered a strange occurrence today. The trading platform was monopolized by many products. The sellers were none other than the famous trio of Jiang Tao, Yangmi, and Shin. The big shop must have emptied a whole vendor. There's no choice, the craving for cigarettes struck, so I can only buy one with tears in my eyes. Big shot, why do you need so many first-tier spirit crystals? As time unknowingly approached 6 p.m., it's time to say goodbye to everyone again. Brothers, you must hold on. We are still behind you. The viewers reluctantly logged off. The crisis management team of Great Xia received news just after getting off work. The elders summoned them. Soon after, the team leader learned that Lithuania announced a severance of diplomatic relations. The nations of Oming condemned them fiercely, and the White Eagle Federation also stated it would sanction Great Xia. None of this matters. Once the heroes return, we must protect them well. This was the consensus of the elders. At the same time, they also learned that the Mother Nest strategy was progressing smoothly, yielding bountiful results. This was the reason behind that suddenly tough stance from the wise king. Currently, only we and the White Eagle Federation have received feedback on national fortunes according to the calculations of Tianhano. 1. The next massive feedback must determine who will be the first human to break through to grade extraordinary beings. Of course, no one forgot that the first to clear 100 rooms would bring glory to the entire nation. However, in the last minute before the live stream ended, a sudden national fortune announcement shattered the expectations of everyone inside and outside. Congratulations to the player from Tianzhu, Saint Hero Gandhi, who achieved a milestone by not eating or drinking for 5 days, remaining motionless. The citizens of Tianzhu received the racial talent endurance to hunger. They can surpass racial limits and survive without food or water for 10 days. This voice thundered through the internet. The netizens of Daxiao exclaimed, "Three brother is amazing. You have truly become the third in the world. Is this really considered a milestone achievement? Does eating feces count?" Wait, we all underestimated Saint Hero Gandhi. We thought he was just lying flat, but little did we know that his talent is definitely related to endurance. In other words, for him, staying in one place without taking risks is the most powerful strategy. As this conclusion emerged, netizens from various countries gasped, alleviating the greenhouse crisis. Coming back to their senses, they looked at the feedback function. Many netizens couldn't help but chuckle. This endurance seems useless to us. Compared to the many feedbacks from Daxiao, even the one power boost from the White Eagle Federation is far inferior. But the three brothers wouldn't think so. As the leaders of the internet, they always pride themselves on being superpowers. This feedback further confirmed this point. Soon after, on the streets of the South Asian peninsula, the three brothers waved flags and sang and danced. Saint, hero, awaken one, savior of humanity. Their confidence had inflated to unprecedented levels. The Prime Minister of Tianzhu warmly visited Gandhi's family, inviting them to move into a new house and attend a feast in front of a national live broadcast. Meanwhile, the leader of Sakura Island sent a congratulatory telegram praising Tianzhu as a great Eastern nation. Coupled with calls of congratulations from the leaders of various European countries, Tianzhu felt elated. They even stated in front of global cameras that the future global landscape would be a tripartite balance: Daxiao, the White Eagle Federation, and Tianzhu. They completely ignored the resentful expression of their old ally Ross. As for Saint Hero Gandhi, upon hearing the announcement, he simply revealed a faint smile and continued to sleep. What does this mean for our hard-fought challenges? Alexander the Barbarian, King Elizabeth, and the Catherine sisters' top competitors were struggling to hold back. They had fought on the brink of life and death, yet they couldn't compare to a Tianzhu person lying flat. Many players felt their hearts shatter. So one must not underestimate anyone. Room 40. This was a modern-style street. Jiang Tao killed the monsters that had previously occupied this place and prepared to take a good rest tonight in the Obsidian House. Today's harvest was immense. Not only did he acquire plenty of marinated snacks and goose heads, but also many expensive seafood. To celebrate that we have spent half of our game time together, let's make it lavish tonight, said Mimi, forgetting that it originally was a 4-person. After a tiring day, they naturally wanted to enjoy themselves. Shin along with Mi Jia and the assisting Lilith prepared the dinner, while the goblin laborers were responsible for gathering firewood. All of them were big eaters, and today's ingredients were abundant and complex. Watching the three beautiful women rush around cooking, Jiang Tao took out an employee ID. He ordered the 5 puppets slumped against the stone wall. You 4 go help with cooking and follow Shin and Yang Mi's instructions. As for the last beautiful puppet, you can give me a massage. Jiang Tao sat down in his newly acquired rocking chair, enjoying the massage from the beauty behind him. Seeing this scene, Shin rolled her eyes in the kitchen. My lord, you're so comfortable. Of course, with 4 helpers you can work faster. Jiang Tao chuckled. They are so smart, more useful than my home robots. The 4 puppets seemed to have been programmed for cooking, and they quickly became skilled. The large pot was tilted into a curve, grilling meat with sauce, automatically measuring the food temperature. Slicing sashimi, stewing meat soup, all kinds of culinary skills were on display. While Yangmi was cutting vegetables, she said that after going back, she wanted to place one in her home. The kitchen became orderly, and Jiang Tao confidently began to tally today's spoils. First and foremost was the super blueprint purchased for a hefty sum which held the hope of resisting the soul-devouring tree. Blueprint for the natural fortress shelter required materials: stone 5,000, wood 2,000, silver 2,000, gold 1,000, tier 3 energy, core 1, nature guardian spirit 1. Other basic materials like gold are already available in the stone house. However, the tier 3 core is troubling as it means needing the core of a transcendent creature. Is the spirit crystal from the mother tree enough? Jiang Tao took it out. This was the highest level spirit crystal he had. Unfortunately, it did not meet the requirements. As for the guardian spirit, it could be a bit lacking, but it would affect the shelter's counterattack power. Even the sapling of the mother tree in the courtyard met the requirements. Of course, if one were to use that budding little fellow as a core, be prepared to be a shrinking turtle. The other warehouse blueprint was much simpler. Blueprint for the large constant temperature warehouse required materials: wood 2,000, 2 iron blocks, 500, silver, 500, gold 500, pure water, 5,000, gene tier 2, spirit crystal 2. For others, the most troublesome part might be water, even more than spirit crystals. But for Jiang Tao, who had a spring, it was not. Let's hold off on the massage for now. Jiang Tao got up from the rocking chair and circled around the stone house. Then at the back of the house, he chose a prime spot and marked the materials one by one. After thinking for a moment, he decided to use the spirit crystal from the mother tree for the warehouse. Construct. With a flash of icy blue light, the courtyard expanded, and a simple arc-shaped wind structure rose from the ground. Now there's something to store it in. Jiang Tao pushed open the door and found the interior as spacious as a stadium. He called up the warehouse operation panel and realized that the spirit crystals needed to maintain the temperature here were quite a lot. Having spent so many spirit crystals, Jiang Tao felt a bit of pressure. He transferred all the goods stacked around the shelter into the warehouse and then returned to the front yard. He took out 3 grade meridians along with several bone knives and a blind box from the supermarket. Me Jesse come over, and Jiang Tao called to the kitchen. Okay, just don't burn it. Although he said that the 4 puppets were already more proficient than the 2 of them. Shin Sisi wiped her hands. After successfully crafting 3 alchemical crossbows, she merged them with the previous one. Congratulations, you have obtained the alchemical wind crossbow, near silver grade. Although it was a bit regrettable not to break through to silver, it gained increased wind power. The range, attack speed, and power were all greatly enhanced. As the Mimi opened the blind box, a burst of golden light appeared. Congratulations, you have drawn the grand prize of this supermarket, the Ace Wild Boar Spear. Jiang Tao laughed heartily at the sight of the cold, gleaming metal spear on the ground. Sisi, I need you to continue synthesizing. Shin Sisi looked helplessly at the several bone knives on the ground. I feel like you're treating me like an employee to exploit. Though I say am unwilling, my hands obediently synthesize one by one. As each bone knife transformed into a blade of light and merged into the ace bone knife, a new knife glowing with silver light appeared. Following Jiang Tao's request, Shin Sisi intentionally compressed it, resulting in a palm-sized ace flying knife. Alright, I'm exhausted. I need to eat more tonight. When the flying knife was formed, beads of sweat appeared on Shin Sisi's fair forehead as she took a small. Thank you for your hard work. Take a break before continuing. Jiang Tao felt a bit guilty about exploiting the JK beauty. He found the last bottle of a Jiao blood tonic from the warehouse and handed it to Sisi. At least you have a conscience. After drinking the supplement, Sisi rested for a while, and after regaining some spirit, she began the final fusion. Congratulations, you have successfully synthesized the Zimu Boar Spear Quasi-Silver. Little has changed, yet not insignificantly. Thank you. Rest for a while, or let the automatons handle these trivial matters. Jiang Tao expressed his sincere gratitude. He then picked up the newly transformed spear, its shaft jet black, its tip dripping with blood, gleaming with chilling. Name Zimu Boar Spear. Tier Quasi-Silver. Effects: venomous, barbed, piercing, lacerating wound. Upon striking an enemy, the wound automatically expands and induces 10 spears unite, can split into 10 identical boar spears launched simultaneously and automatically recalled after impact. Jiang Tao tested the ability once more and found he could now generate even more spears. His battle wounds had also fully healed. Here's another little trinket. Jiang Tao raised a hand gently. Instantly, a palm-sized white throwing dagger rose from the ground, hovering silent. Brother, is this what level D transcendent power feels like? Shin Sisi, seated nearby and catching her breath, blinked her large curious eyes. She too long to. Not quite yet. I've merely uncovered a sliver of its application. Jiang Tao manipulated the dagger telekinetically, making it spin gracefully up and down. If guided by the power of his third eye, the dagger's force and velocity would ascend a full tier, matching a true transcendent strike. Though the lightning punishment radiance was formidable, a single discharge consumed half a day's worth of energy. Thus it could not be wielded recklessly. Jiang Tao tapped the dagger's attribute interface. Name Ace Dagger. Tier Quasi-Silver. Effects. Piercing compact size and razor-sharp edge render it highly threatening, even to transcendent beings. Bloodthirsty. Forged originally as a daily used bone-removing knife, this trait persists upon cutting an enemy. It rapidly drains their blood, impairing their condition. Aerodynamic acceleration. Subconsciously shaped into a streamlined form during synthesis, it defies air resistance with uncanny grace. A weapon designed for precision assault. Unpredictable, unblockable. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Tao sheathed it at his waist. Who would suspect such a lethal blade hidden there? As the three sorted through their spoils, dish after dish of an opulent dinner emerged from the kitchen. Lilith, clad in a pristine chef's uniform purchased from the supermarket, soared out bearing a sizzling plate of green pepper braised soft-shell turtle stew and announced, "Dinner's served," ushering in the grand banquet. Given the sheer abundance and variety of dishes, and Jiang Tao's desire to sample today's newly acquired wheat juice and premium wine, they set the feast upon the 8 immortals table in the courtyard. The furniture required no explanation. It had all been relocated from Jia Qianla's estate. What an exquisite aroma! Having eaten nothing substantial all day, Jiang Tao's stomach growled with ravenous urgency. He gazed and gasped. Dozens of dishes lay arrayed before him. 5 automatons moved with seamless coordination, ferrying dish after dish from kitchen to courtyard. First came a vast platter of marinated delicacies, a single dish occupying an enormous serving tray. It held tiger skin chicken feet, braised beef, ginger-scented pork knuckles, soy-braised pig trotters, cured duck, and, proudly centered, its crowning glory, the majestic lionhead goose head, the pride of the first-floor establishment. This was Jiang Tao's favorite appetizer. Others followed: pan-seared foie gras, golden broth, seafood, hot pot, 5-clawed pig ribs, paired with abalone, black truffle, fried crab, with fragrant rice, and more. Anticipating Jiang Tao's prodigious appetite, the automatons had thoughtfully prepared several pots of imperial fried rice. Jiang Tao sighed wistfully. In reality, I've never even seen, let alone tasted, such extravagance. Probably cost hundreds of thousands. Shin Cece teased. But for me, sister, it's likely not about quantity, it's about refinement. As a top-tier celebrity, Yang Mi had dined on rare delicacies countless times, but many dishes here contained high-energy superfoods. She gestured toward the table with a playful wink. Happiness is born of contrast. Once such feasts were ordinary, now they felt miraculous. The three curiously opened the chat channel. At every mealtime, players either lamented poverty or shared photos of their dinners. Today was no exception. Gaga. Found a donut today. Sweet, caloric, absolutely divine. Voila. After days, I finally savored a slice of pork belly, thanks to Elder Jiang Tao's gourmet listings. I upgraded my meal tonight, trading 1 spirit crystal for a succulent pork leg. For the next 5 days, I'll ration it. 1 bite per day, to live comfortably until I return home. That night, everyone's meals improved markedly, all thanks to Jiang Tao and his companions. Naturally, they also earned numerous Tier 1 spirit crystals in exchange. Several veteran players' food photos garnered widespread likes. Yushan, look at you lot. Can't you aim higher? Observe my grilled ribeye steak. Below it sat a photograph, a massive herb-crusted ribeye. By you, apologies, I remain devoted to seafood. Before crossing over, I dared not indulge here, that dream has come true. He revealed a lavish seafood medley pot. Ruo you, must you men always take the easy route, dumping everything into one pot? Behold my dinner. Her photo showcased an exquisitely plated dish garnished with delicate broccoli florets. Many elite players surfaced one by one, until curiosity inevitably arose. Most of us owe our upgraded meals to Elder Jiang Tao. But what does he eat? Exactly. Big Me, are you there? Show us what you're eating. Countless wondered, what does the nation's #1 player dine on? Amid mounting clamor, Jiang Tao reluctantly indulged their collective curiosity. Click, click, click. After snapping several photos and uploading them, JK smirked. Could this be too cruel? How so? It was their request. Jiang Tao replied with solemn composure. Yang Mi eagerly awaited praise, only to discover moments after upload that the chat channel had fallen utterly silent. 1 second ago, it had buzzed with jubilant chatter. Now an eerie hush reigned. Did it freeze? Yang Mi refreshed the page, still no replies. Just as she prepared to close the window, comments erupted like machine gun fire beneath the image. Holy hell, are you three feasting on the imperial banquet? Land, sea, and sky, from humble street fare to the world's 3 greatest delicacies, all present. Isn't this banquet richer and more complete than even the legendary Man in Banquet? Elder, did you raid an entire gourmet metropolis? Can we have the leftover broth? We'll trade materials for it. Wait. What are those maidservant robots carrying dishes beside the photo? While we struggle for survival, Elder Jiang Tao has already embraced futuristic luxury and leisure. The more they saw, the more unbalanced their— No, fine, we accept that you eat well. But we cannot accept one soaring among celestial realms while the rest dwell in abyssal depths. Especially knowing we all entered the game on the same day. The cognitive dissonance was explosive. Men fell mute, women shed silent tears. Ruo Yu Bai Yu and other elite players quietly withdrew their own photos. No comparison, no pain. Indeed, rather ruthless. Seeing their visceral reaction, and feeling profound inner satisfaction, Jiang Tao closed the interface and returned his gaze to the 8 immortals table. Suddenly a faint oceanic scent drifted through the air. Master, I found a recipe at the supermarket. These 2 dishes are said to be exceptionally nourishing. Please savor them well. Lilith placed 2 plates before him. What are they? Shen Sisi and Yang Mi leaned in intrigued. They're gleaming under soft light, a plate of scallion braised sea cucumber, and a generous serving of plump, glistening oysters. Brilliant. Jiang Tao mentally raised a thumb. Truly a thorough replenishment is in order. Tonight, we go all out. Watching Jiang Tao devour the feast with unrestrained gusto, Yang Mi shot him a look of quiet disdain. Such a feeble eater, such a feeble eater. JK, the lovely young woman, buried her face deeper into her bowl, pretending she saw nothing at all. A dinner took over half an hour. During this time, Jiang Tao transformed into a food bucket, shoving food into his mouth, without caring for the crunchy bones or shrimp shells. He drank box after box of wheat juice using red wine as mouthwash, finishing off 3 boxes. Yang Mi, before crossing over, had a small appetite and never ate staple foods. Now he was much better off, with an appetite comparable to that of an average person. Despite her slim figure, Cece actually ate more than Demi. Fortunately, Lilith wasn't very interested in the food, and the 5 puppets certainly wouldn't eat. After all, this lavish banquet was insufficient for just a few people. By the way, Lilith, take these 3 steaks to the goblin. While eating, Jiang Tao took a moment to instruct. But master, it doesn't need to eat something this good. Looking at the 3 tempting steaks she had carefully prepared, Lilith was a bit puzzled. After all, it has been with us for a few days, and has made great contributions. Hearing this, Demi and Shin Sisi nodded in agreement. Soon Lilith brought the 3 aromatic steaks to the goblin guard at the door. The goblin, holding the original wooden shield, looked a bit confused, pointing at itself. Only when Lilith confirmed it did it excitedly put down the wooden shield, took the plate, and swallowed the steak whole, without chewing. During the process, the goblin guard emitted excited roars. It was the first time in its life to taste such delicious food. Favorability 10, favorability 10. The goblin guard, still wanting more, felt it could eat another 10 steaks. Seeing the numbers appearing above its head, Jiang Tao had the puppets cook some wolf meat obtained on the first day. He also secretly instructed Lilith to grill more oysters for himself. Lilith chuckled. He understood. As the banquet concluded, the annoying Mother Tree of Souls followed closely behind. It's you again. Feeling the tremor beneath him, Jiang Tao felt a bit dizzy. He intentionally relaxed his nerves, not expelling the alcohol in his body, and was about to enjoy the treasures on the 2nd floor when it came again. Are you annoying? Didn't you just get injured this morning? He grumbled, but his hands didn't stop. He activated the defense mode and ignited the spirit wood in the courtyard to ward off all cries. Clatter, clatter. The sound of tree roots striking the stone wall was rhythmic like raindrops. Demi, responsible for tallying the family's assets, looked on with concern at the rapidly depleting energy. Xiao Tao, our spirit crystals are running low. We only have a few first-tier spirit crystals left, and if this goes on, we'll be bankrupt in 2 days. Shin Sisi carefully observed the tree demon granny outside through a crack in the stone, exclaiming, "We must have seriously offended it. If we don't deal with it well, eventually be at its mercy. Once the natural fortress is built, it should be able to hold it off." Jiang Tao nodded confidently, stating, "In a couple of days we'll get rid of this hidden danger. Cece, you should rest early. And Lilith, you stay in the courtyard today and watch over the puppets." Lilith looked at her master strangely, feeling he had ulterior motives. "Then he'll wash up first after a long day. I'm all greasy." Demi seemed oblivious to Jiang Tao's gaze and entered the house with a mischievous smile. "I'm so sleepy. Ew, I want to sleep, I want to sleep." The JK beauty sensed a hint of danger and hurriedly got up, pulling out a pair of earplugs from the box and inserting them into her delicate ears. Then, wrapped in an expensive goose-down quilt, she murmured, "The earplugs have such good soundproofing. Ew, I can't hear anything." While rolling around on the soft mattress in the back room, tonight's bedding was fluffy and fragrant, far better than the hard stone bed from yesterday. Before long, the beauty, wrapped in the quilt, quietly fell asleep. Jiang Tao, feeling a bit tipsy, took a closer look. The little girl, pretending to be asleep, clearly exhausted, but still not asleep. Jiang Tao. In the courtyard by the campfire, he feigned a wobble as he got up, instructing, "Lilith, the outside defense is up to you." With that, he closed the stone door with a snap, ignoring the dream demon's pleas. He then laid the Hasten's mattress on the stone bed and gently pressed down. Goodness, the mattress sank like the sea and could rise and fall on its own. Not long after, Demi, her long black hair dripping with water, came out. Like a lotus emerging from clear water. Looking at the red pajamas she had changed into, Jiang Tao's pupils constricted. "Did you get that from the supermarket?" "Yeah, I found it on the 2nd floor. Does it look good?" Demi proudly twirled around, flaunting her attractive figure. "It suits you very well." Jiang Tao silently gave a thumbs up, not holding back on his praise. Then, curiously pointing at the Hasten's mattress, he said, "I wonder if this thing is really as magical as the introduction says. Shall we get—" Demi, with her snow-white fingers stroking her chin, acted like a curious child, saying, "I have a Hasten's in my villa too. I want to see how it differs from the one in the game." Seeing this, Jiang Tao calmly took out a pack of blue cigarettes from the convenience store. A smoke after a meal is better than being a living immortal. Snap! The light switch in the stone house turned off, saving energy. Crack! In the campfire, the burning spirit wood exploded. The goblin guard noticed that the mistress had suddenly become agitated for some unknown reason and was frantically adding wood to the fire. Angrily, she brandished the whip of enchantment, striking at the flames. Crack! Outside, the attack from the Mother Tree of Souls came like a storm, a series of waves crashing against the obsidian. In the midst of the storm, the stone house stood firm. Listening to the rhythmic low tones, the curious J.K. Beauty didn't find the music appealing. I really don't understand what's so fun about this. Exhaustion washed over her, and the J.K. Beauty sweetly fell asleep. On the 5th day, early in the morning, Jiang Tao energetically pushed open the stone door and stretched to relax his body. He sincerely exclaimed, "Games produced by this company are definitely top-notch. No wonder the bald guy wouldn't part with the mattress. 1 word awesome. 2 words very awesome. 3 words awesome to the sky. Full body massage, automatic recovery of stamina, nourishing spirit. It's simply a supreme treasure. Master." Then he heard a sorrowful female voice coming from the corner. Jiang Tao turned his head and was startled. Lilith flew out with 2 large dark circles under her eyes, looking like a zombie. "Wait, aren't you a dream demon? Why do you have dark circles if you don't need to sleep at night?" Jiang Tao's eyes were filled with confusion. The opportunity for evolution has unexpectedly topped global trends. Good morning, players. Today marks the 5th day since the game began, with only 5 days left until we return home. Yesterday, a total of 300 players were unfortunately eliminated, leaving 510 players remaining. Today's popularity rankings have been updated, and the top 100 player teams can collect their personal rewards. No. 1 Jiang Tao Yang Mi and Xin Cici's Team Dashao audience count 4 billion. No. 10 The Catherine Twins White Eagle Federation audience count 600 million. The top 10 rankings have not changed much, while players outside the top 10 are rotating quite rapidly. While the doll was cooking and with me and she fast asleep, Jiang Tao sat on a rocking chair in the courtyard, carefully studying the guide to extraordinary evolution he obtained yesterday. He had already studied it upon receiving it and reviewed it several times in his mind last night. According to the book, the gap between ordinary beings and the extraordinary, to evolve one must first reach the threshold of the extraordinary in both body and soul. I should meet these requirements, and with a bit more refinement I can approach perfection. Jiang Tao secretly assessed himself. Additionally, he needed to gather as much energy as possible to influence his subsequent battle power during the metamorphosis. Thanks to his Titan Bone talent, Jiang Tao felt he could continue to accumulate more energy. After satisfying these basic conditions, the most crucial step remains using energy as fuel, mental strength as a match, ignite one's extraordinary spark, and blend it into one's unique extraordinary power. This is where I fall short. Upon reading the last sentence, Jiang Tao's gaze became intense. A genuine transmission can convey more than 1,000 books. Although he possessed the spark in advance, it was ultimately someone else's. What extraordinary power will the Ghost Mother Tree awaken? Ghost Force. Jiang Tao's forehead marked flickered as thunder and lightning flashed in his third eye. He already had an answer in his heart. Creak. The stone door pushed open, revealing a JK girl yawning, now dressed in a green sports outfit. She looked drowsy as her petite nose twitched. "It smells so good. Brother, are we having seafood noodles for breakfast today?" "Yes, paired with freshly picked earth fruits." Jiang Tao put away the guidebook and pointed at the largest fruit tree not far away. Relying solely on ordinary carbohydrates wouldn't suffice for their high consumption. "The doll has become a better cook. Ooh, just the smell makes me hungry." She seemed to have rested well last night, unlike her previous fatigue, and even wanted to turn back to wake up Sister Mi for breakfast. Jiang Tao quickly stopped her. "Sister Mi has been working hard lately. I'll let her rest a bit longer. After all, she had labored all night." "Oh, then I'll wash up first." Xin Cici nodded obediently, as if she understood. Upon seeing a red notification pop up on the panel, Jiang Tao opened it. "Congratulations to your team for achieving yesterday's #1 in popularity. Reward 1 Holy Light Ring. Today it's equipment." Jiang Tao curiously took it out. It was crafted from a special metal, shining brilliantly. The surface was embedded with a holy light gemstone, dazzling and far more radiant than any diamond ring in reality. Holy Light Ring, a top-tier bronze-grade accessory that increases charm when worn and enhances the success rate of mental techniques. It also comes with the skill Holy Light Shield, which can be activated at will in times of danger, capable of blocking any attack below the extraordinary level. A perfect ring that combines beauty and practicality. A few days ago, Jiang Tao would have been overjoyed, but now he didn't need it much. Just then, Mimi, awakened by the sound of water, groggily rose from the sea silk mattress. Her red nightgown from last night was nowhere to be seen. As the live stream hadn't started, yet she casually grabbed a men's white t-shirt from the bed. As she stepped out of the stone door, her eyes were drawn to a glimmer of holy light. "Here, I'm giving this to you. It will provide protection when you encounter danger." Jiang Tao flicked his thumb lightly and tossed the holy light ring to Yang Mi. "What is this?" Yang Mi exclaimed, receiving the dazzling holy ring. Her eyes were filled with excitement and surprise. How did things progress so quickly? But she hadn't officially divorced yet. Moreover, Yang Mi liked it more and more, unable to resist stepping forward to gently hug the astonished Jiang. "Xiao Tao, you are the best. Once we return, I will get the divorce certificate and announce to the world that I want to be yours." Before she could finish, the bewildered Jiang Tao interrupted. This is yesterday's ranking reward. Ew, I just think you are the most suitable in the team. Yang Mi's excited expression paused as she lightly bit her lip. So you don't mean anything else? What do you mean? With his calm demeanor, Jiang Tao remained unfazed. Yang Mi struggled to get up with a difficult expression. She shot a fierce glare at Jiang Tao. Damn it, you scumbag. I spent the whole night taking care of you. In that moment, Yang Mi felt an impulse to kick the man in front of her. Sister Mi, what are you two doing? Just then the freshly washed JK stepped out of the room. Nothing, breakfast is ready. Yang Mi complicatedly put the holy light ring on her left index finger and glanced at the rejuvenated and stunning girl with long white legs, letting out a long sigh. Jiang Tao, unfazed by the drama, held a large bowl of noodles filled with fish and shrimp. He also picked a few freshly picked earth fruits from the tree. With 3 bites in one, he began to devour the meal. Yang Mi could only suppress her emotions and join Shi to handle breakfast. As they enjoyed a hearty breakfast, they looked back at the street outside. Shin Sisi smiled and said, on the first day, I wouldn't have dared to imagine such a life. Oh, if one didn't know better, they'd think we were on vacation. We need to keep a relaxed mindset, but that has to wait until after 5 days. Jiang Tao quickly finished a pot of noodles and reminded, don't forget there's a big boss hunting us. At that moment, the system notified the live stream has begun. Good morning, Jiang Tao. Seeing Shi this early in the morning makes my day. Indeed, JK is the most beautiful profession in humanity at the most beautiful age. The audience was spamming the screen and the viewer count was rising by the millions. Suddenly someone noticed how come Yang Mi looked so radiant today. My goodness, although Yang Mi has always been charming with her elegance, what happened this morning? Every movement exudes a wife-like charm. Why is there a satisfied smile on her lips? Did she evolve last night? Her skin looks much whiter and her entire demeanor and aura are different now. Such a drastic change left everyone, especially attentive viewers, quickly noticed the beautiful ring on her left hand. Yang Mi herself was already a topic queen and a star of popularity. Soon, whether on Weibo, Douyin, or various browsers, keywords related to her skyrocketed to the top of the charts. Has Yang Mi evolved? Mysterious ring, is there a marriage crisis? Deep love, future star, or a dilapidated husband? Even rumors spread abroad, topping the charts on Bluebird and YouTube. After all, Jiang Tao himself was the #1 trending topic globally. While sitting at home, the hat fell from the sky. Lu Xiao, who had just partied at the bar until dawn, was woken up by several phone calls as soon as he lay down. What? A ring. Once he hurriedly opened the live stream and saw the alluring charm in Yang Mi's expression, he immediately understood and gritted his teeth. Damn it, men and women. Jiang Tao had no idea that a free ring would dominate the global trending topic. After finishing breakfast and packing up the shelter, he drove the G-Wagon towards room 41. The street's teleportation portal was hidden within unremarkable doors of various buildings. As his gaze passed, hints popped up like bubbles. Upon opening the iron door ahead, you will behold a beautiful strawberry garden. The strawberries above are perfectly ripe, each one large and sweet, especially a rare golden berry plant. Best of all, the giant who cultivates the strawberries has just stepped out. The upper passage is more troublesome, leading you into a cloud space where one can easily get lost. The lower path leads to a nightmare cave home to a swarm of termites. They may not be strong, but their numbers are overwhelming. You can supplement your protein, just be careful not to get bitten and swollen. The iron door on the left is unremarkable, containing only a box of instant noodles and bottled water, a decent find for newcomers, but you might find it lacking. On the right lies a prison, a nightmare. Finding a way out won't be easy. You might find some spirit crystals in the prison. This morning looks different from yesterday. First, let's eliminate the options of the back, top, and left. The termites are not Jiang Tao's interest either. In terms of choices, there's only the strawberry garden ahead and the nightmare prison. Jiang Tao quickly explained the situation of the 2 rooms to Shi and Demimi. Before the 2 beauties could speak, a pink figure suddenly sprang from Demimi's bosom. Strawberries, Luya wants to eat strawberries. Luya excitedly waved her flower bud. Her big eyes seemed to have already spotted the beautiful strawberry garden. Yang Mi helplessly extended her delicate hand. Luya danced joyfully on her palm. Since that's the case, let's head forward. Having just finished breakfast, Jiang Tao also wanted to find some snacks or fruit. Most supermarket food is frozen or ready-to-eat, and fresh fruit is rather scarce. Plus, Demimi and Shi love to nibble on them, so the fruit has run out. So Jiang Tao drove the big G to the front of the building. To open the door, he still needs to find the key. That's what ordinary players would do. Jiang Tao instructed the goblin warrior to chop down the door with an axe, who after the lock was destroyed, the goblin warrior pushed the clang. Jiang Tao followed closely, driving straight into the room. As the light membrane passed through, before him lay a well-organized plantation crisscrossing with paths. The 41st room, the strawberry garden. The fields were filled with patches of strawberries. Among the green leaves, plump and juicy strawberries glimmered like rubies, dotting the earth and evoking joy. In the center of the plantation stood a super large strawberry structure towering at 3 meters, clearly the landmark of this room. Next to the big strawberry, there was also a shabby thatched hut over 5 meters tall. Outside the hut were several farming tools, including a hoe and a bamboo basket, all particularly large. This is the temporary nest of the giant. Sometimes it sleeps here, but it is not a true lair. Perhaps you can find some simple treasures inside. What a fragrant smell. Luya likes it. Upon seeing the strawberry garden, Luya buzzed over like a little bee eager for honey. Demimi couldn't catch up in time. Little fairy, wait. There's danger here. Yang Mi hurriedly inquired Jiang Tao. After a few days, she also understood the game rules. Opportunities must come with dangers. Even the vegetable plantation had a little fairy, let alone such a large strawberry garden. Rest assured that giant has already gone out. As long as we move quickly to the next room, we'll be fine. Jiang Tao proudly pressed the steering wheel a few times. Beep beep. The sharp horn echoed in the room, yet no monsters appeared. Haha, then let's steal strawberries while the master is away. Isn't that a bit naughty? The back door opened. Shin Shishi stepped out of the car, her sneakers crunching on the dirt. Lilith flew out from the back, covering her small nose with her hand and fanning it. Ugh, I smell the giant stench. Lilith is actually a sadist. In the audience, several acquaintances of Yang Mi were present, including Reba, Lu Sisi, and Tang Yin, all of whom had their eyes reddened. Initially, it was believed that the good sisters had fallen into hell, perhaps leading to the tragic demise of their entire family. Who would have thought that a turn of events would not only make them global superstars, but also restore their youthful vitality? Why wasn't I chosen to team up with Jiang Tao? This thought flashed through their minds. In the strawberry field, Shin Sisi found it hard to empathize with Yang Mi's excitement. She had not consumed the golden berry. After all, she was only 18, the most beautiful age. If she were 10 years younger, would she become an 8-year-old? Lilith was even more puzzled. After Jiang Tao emerged, he noticed that there were still large areas of strawberries left to harvest. He waved his hand, summoning 5 puppets. Here, these are for you to handle. He urged them to act quickly, or else the ogre would come knocking, and it would be time for a feast. Sister Mi, stop admiring your unparalleled beauty for now, or you'll end up being captured by the ogre as a captive bride. Yang Mi, returning to her youthful days, made a face and huffed. From now on, don't call me sister, it makes me feel old. Just call me Mimi. No matter what they called her, they needed to hurry and clean up. Jiang Tao turned around helplessly and went back to rummage through the treasures in the thatched hut. Ant legs are also meat, right? Super large shovel, 1 super large pickaxe, 1 first order spirit crystal, 1 first order spirit crystal, 1 second order spirit crystal, 1 not bad. There were some gains. The 5 puppets were not like Mimi and her friends eating and playing. With their full effort, they quickly cleaned out the entire strawberry field. Get in the car, I estimate the ogre will be back soon. Jiang Tao at the muddy road's edge wiped the mud off his shoe soles and looked up at the messy strawberry field. Yeah, it's better to leave first. Yang Mi and Sisi felt like naughty children, disliking how much mud was on their shoes. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yang Mi complained as she took off her little white shoes while looking for new ones in the stone house. Suddenly, she noticed a strange glance from Jiang Tao in the driver's seat. Wait a minute, were you thinking something inappropriate just now, eh? Yang Mi's vision darkened as she recalled that inexplicable joke. No, absolutely not. Mimi, hurry and put your shoes on, or you'll dirty the car. Jiang Tao reminded her with a serious expression. Yang Mi was filled with dark lines, her mind racing. Why didn't you mind last night? Oh well, let's just wash them off. Sisi, sitting in the back, opened the car door and took off her sneakers. After taking off her little white socks, she threw them on the ground. Then she had the puppets pour a bucket of water to wash her delicate white fingers. At that moment, countless viewers were licking their screen. Suddenly, JK saw her brother's gaze turn towards the rearview mirror, and her face turned slightly red. She hurriedly put on a new pair of white socks and changed into women's canvas shoes. Suddenly, JK saw her brother's gaze turn towards the rearview mirror, and her face turned slightly red. She hurriedly put on a new pair of white socks. Hey, don't forget about me. Leah hurriedly flew into the car, as she did not want to become a slave to the ogre. With everyone gathered, Jiang Tao looked towards the cave ahead. Ahead, an ogre was digging fertilizer, preparing to fertilize its own land, expected to finish in 20 minutes and head home. Jiang Tao felt a chill. They could not proceed further. He looked back. Behind the chaotic graveyard, the rejuvenated mother-son ghost tree is chasing after you. Well, an ogre in front and a tree behind, huh? In such a situation, a refuge pass would be useful. Fortunately, there are still 4 to the left, a regular room, a resting hall with free tea to rejuvenate the spirit. To the right, a difficult room, a dark cave hiding an invisible. It guards a bronze treasure chest waiting for prey to take the bait. Above, in the stalactite cave, you might collect some special spiritual water and stone materials. Below, a gas-filled cave that can only be traversed with protective gear, hiding a black iron treasure chest. Dig to the right, dig faster, goblin. After reading this, Jiang Tao quickly gave the order. Upon hearing the command, the goblin picked up a pickaxe and began digging diligently. Soil 1, soil 1. 3 minutes later, the light membrane appeared. Knowing the night demon's danger, Jiang Tao did not let the goblin risk its life, but recalled it to the shelter. Then he turned on the headlights of the big, with a sudden press of the accelerator. Bye-bye. Boom. The big G charged into the dark cave ahead. 17 minutes later, a green ogre shouldering a folded human corpse and carrying 2 buckets of fertilizer returned to the strawberry field. Upon seeing the disheveled field, it initially failed to react, then let out a roar. Who is it? There were some remnants on the soil. The green-faced ogre turned red with anger, rushing towards the strawberry building, which was empty. The ogre's vision darkened, nearly making it collapse. Thieves! I will kill you all. No, I will tear you apart. I will take every bone and boil it into soup. He turned to look at the thatched hut. His few tools were gone. The ogre roared, waving its arms in the field, angrily tearing apart the human corpse it had just hunted for lunch. Yes, these are human footprints. After venting, the ogre's nostrils flared as it crouched down to discover tire tracks and shoe prints on the muddy path, finally sniffing 2 pairs of shoes. They must be with that human. The red-eyed ogre panted, realizing why it had encountered so many humans recently. It carefully observed the wheel direction, picked up a fierce bone hammer made of white bones, and fiercely chased after them. A few minutes ago, in the 42nd room dark cave, the massive headlights of the Big G illuminated the front of the cave. The group saw a bronze treasure chest quietly sitting on the ground. A dark figure flashed in the bright light, then quickly vanished into the darkness. Before Jiang Tao and Yang Mi could speak, a strange cry came from behind. In the next second, the rear door was suddenly flung open. Gaga! Isn't this my favorite venue? Lilith unfurled her demonic wings from her back, her eyes glowing red as she soared in the night sky, excitedly brandishing the enchanting whip from her waist. With a few cracking sounds, she struck the air, creating explosive sounds. Little night demon, come here, and let your sister whip you a few times. Don't worry, sister is very gentle, I won't kill you in one hit. Is she a sadist? Yang Mi in the passenger seat asked quietly. She shouldn't be, maybe she's just been suppressed for too long. Jiang Tao speculated, looking at Lilith's displayed power doubling. Don't play too excessively, we need to head to the next room. He cautioned with slight concern. Lilith cheerfully agreed, turning her head to chase the night demon within the cave. The night demon was bewildered, having been waiting on its territory to ambush unsuspecting prey, not knowing how it had provoked this lady. The night demon screamed as it was whipped, repeatedly spinning like a top. Speed through. The 50th level room. The chest is for you. In the Big G car, Jiang Tao handed the bronze treasure chest to Demimi. Demimi placed the box of strawberries she was eating on the dashboard, wiped her hands, and murmured, "Today is such a lucky day, I'm sure I can get something good." As she opened the chest. System notifications: 2nd tier spirit crystal 3, taunt scroll 1. What a strange name. Demimi passed the scroll to Jiang Tao, and he focused his gaze. Taunt scroll special item marks a living being as a public enemy, inducing nearby beings to attack. If the timing is right, it might yield unexpected effects. Jiang Tao tucked the scroll away, and then walked toward the location of the night demon. The pitch-black environment did not affect him. When his third eye opened, he could see even the few ants on the ground clearly. The night demon was completely black, resembling a gigantic humanoid bat, with a fierce appearance, green face, and sharp fangs. However, it lay on the ground like a dead bat. Lilith in the air seemed to want to play more. Jiang Tao squatted down to gather. System notification: Night Demon blood 500, Night Demon meat 1000, Night Demon hide 1, 2nd tier spirit crystal 1. Jiang Tao glanced at it. The night demon's meat was slightly toxic, and the description noted it was rather tough, not very palatable. The night demon blood was even more toxic, but was a precious material for invisibility potions. However, it required relevant blueprints and advanced alchemy skills. The most precious of all was the night demon hide. Rare material, if there are relevant blueprints and auxiliary materials applied, can create the legendary equipment, invisibility cloak. If used in conjunction with invisibility potions, it would be seamless. What a pity there are none. Jiang Tao regretfully collected all these materials and raised his head to observe the next room. The dark cave was not large, and the passage needed to be dug by hand. Ahead is a graveyard, difficulty level hard. Spectral soldiers may pass through. Perhaps you can find some useful offerings from there which would greatly aid in nurturing souls. The rear is unremarkable, containing only some simple supplies. To the left is where you came from. It's best not to look back, as the giant troll will seek revenge if it discovers its treasures have been destroyed. To the right is a lava lake. You need to wade through it. And if you're lucky, you might find a bronze treasure chest inside. Above you will enter an ordinary stone tower where some fruits can be found. Below is a swamp, or perhaps you can catch some frogs to eat. Gnome warrior, dig ahead. After reading, Jiang Tao decided to go to the graveyard to further strengthen his soul. Ever since he saw the guidebook, he intended to push all aspects to the limit. After all, his third eye restrained souls, and the enchantment in the sanctuary required the nourishment of bones. Huff huff. The gnome warrior dug vigorously. Demimi, Shinsisi, and Lilith, 3 beautiful women, sat in the car, enjoying the air conditioning and eating strawberries, feeling as if they were on vacation. Even Luya poked her head out holding a large strawberry and started munching on it. The viewers noticed this and opened another browser with strange expressions. In the Giant Rock live broadcast room, the battle was intense. Teammates were shouting, and Giant Rock Xianglin, bare-chested, raised his giant axe and shouted in front of the camera, "Brothers, we have the misfortune of encountering an elite violent bear. It seems today will be another bloody battle. Everyone lend me your strength." The first live broadcast room of the Ross Kingdom. The barbarian king struggled with all his might to tame a giant wolf. Top players like Alexander and Catherine were risking their lives, quite unlike Jiang Tao and his companions, who were so relaxed. Room 43A, the graveyard. As expected, the environment here was dark, and as living beings entered, the soil heaved. Skeleton warriors emerged from the ground. The dead are resurrecting. Demimi in the passenger seat tightened her seatbelt. Cece leaned forward from the back silly and said, "Actually, our strength is stronger than theirs. It's just that we've never seen them and are a bit scared of the undead." Lilith had no idea what they were afraid of. Leah, on the other hand, burrowed into Demimi's arms as she inherently disliked undead creatures. "All right, close the doors and windows, and everyone buckle up." Jiang Tao pressed the accelerator, activating ruthless crash mode. "All right, master." Rumble. Then the big G transformed into a merciless bulldozer. "Aren't you a skeleton warrior? He'll smash your bones." Jiang Tao even frugally took some of the dried bones home as they could serve as firewood at night. When encountering some troublesome skeleton generals, a flying ace dagger shot out from the front of the car, turning into a flash of lightning, accurately striking the skeleton's head, disrupting the soul's fire. The soul power provided by the skeletons greatly satisfied Jiang Tao. The graveyard had more spirit crystals and natural energy cores than other rooms, allowing him to replenish his energy reserves well. Of course, the big G was also a gas guzzler, costing 3 first-tier spirit crystals just in the graveyard. The most precious was the longevity peach used as an offering, which Jiang Tao consumed on the spot, causing his psychic power to surge again. "Let's go, this place has been thoroughly looted." After quickly clearing the battlefield, Jiang Tao restarted the car. With their luxury vehicle, their progress through the next few rooms was 3 to 4 times faster than other competitors. Basically, the most time-consuming part was opening up new passages. What Jiang Tao didn't know was that behind them an enraged troll was tracking their wheel tracks through After several close encounters, the troll's anger level kept rising. Safely passing through rooms 43, 44, 45, 46, and reaching room 49, they unknowingly arrived at the afternoon. After a day of eating strawberries, Yang Mi felt her skin had become rosy. She had never thought that survival games could be so simple. Throughout the journey, she sat in the car enjoying the breeze, occasionally listening to the captain's instructions and opening chests. On this day, Jiang Tao purposefully sought rooms that could hone his physical and spiritual strength. When they reached the 50th room, Jiang Tao felt better. As a level room, the area here exceeded that of the previous small volcano supermarket, etc. Room 50. As the big G burst in, the group felt as though they had entered a fairy tale world. Compared to the other dark rooms, this place was vast and fair-reaching, with rainbow-colored clouds floating in the sky. Colorful mushrooms grew on the ground, some small like ordinary mushrooms, while others were as large as canopies, and there were even gigantic mushrooms resembling towering trees. Looking into the distance, they discovered dozens of mushroom houses of various colors. Please note, you as the first to arrive at the important level of the 50th room mushroom forest. Next, you will encounter a brand new civilization. Be mindful of your choices, as they will bring different directions to the future of the civilization. As soon as they entered, Jiang Tao and his companions heard a solemn reminder. After all, having passed half the rooms, this must be. Jiang Tao cautiously stayed in the car. Fortunately, he had accelerated all the way and arrived first. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast room also saw the highlighted notification. Look, Jiang Tao and Demimi have arrived in a fairy tale world. Aside from Goblin civilization, there's a new civilization. Since the death of Rikuchuan, no one has touched a-level tasks, no, not even B-level tasks. Only Alexander has completed a C-level task. Now is there finally a clue to a large task? In an instant, the number of viewers surged. However, before Jiang Tao and the others could make sense of the situation, a clanging sound came from outside the car. What monster is attacking us? Demimi cautiously hid in the car and did not get out. Let me take a look. Jiang Tao glanced out the window, but saw no enemies. Just as he was puzzled, his third eye slowly opened. The in-car central screen's camera activated. Master, please be aware. The vehicle has been attacked by enemies. The group looked at the large screen and saw that the car was surrounded by small people wearing mushroom hats only about 30 centimeters tall, who had popped up from who knows where. They were poking at the car with green spears made from unknown plant roots, especially focusing on the 4 wheels. Bastards, they're back. Quick, drive them away. The Tauran bandits of Latane Cliff, extraordinary mushrooms. No wonder they went unnoticed at first. They were simply too diminutive. Within Jiang Tao's third eye, information about these little creatures materialized. Mushroom men, a fantastical species flourishing in forests and caves. They inhabit numerous chambers, possess modest strength, shun conflict, and cherish peace. They are gifted in cultivation and domestic affairs. They are known for their exquisite flavor, with even a small slice enhancing soups immensely, which has led many powerful clans to plunder them. So they are a bunch of little mushrooms. The group breathed a sigh of relief. The system within the G issued a warning: attention. Continued attacks will soon cause the tires to burst. At that moment, a sudden pop was heard outside the vehicle. The mushroom minions danced excitedly. One mushroom man crowned with a red mushroom cap shouted as he brandished a tree stem spear, "We have succeeded. The monster's weakness is that protruding little bump. We stab it and hold firm." The G reminded. Tire pressure is plummeting rapidly. Please inflate quickly. Jiang Tao was puzzled. She stifled a laugh. These little fellows are deflating our tires. Jiang Tao angrily honked the horn. Beep beep. Several deafening piercing sounds erupted, startling the mushroom minions, who scattered in all directions. The monster is angry. Oh, everyone hide for now. The red-capped mushroom man, apparently the captain, ordered a retreat. If the G doesn't show its strength, do you think him a mere Zayati? Jiang Tao was about to open the car door to teach these mushrooms a lesson. Loya emerged hastily from Demimi's chest, flying before Jiang Tao with claws extended, urgently forbidding, "Please do not harm them. Mushroom men are usually amicable. Something must have gone wrong today." Bang! Jiang Tao opened the car door. Seeing this, Demimi and Shun Shishi curiously stepped out as well. They truly saw no threat from these little creatures. "Mushroom men, their taste is quite delightful," Lilith murmured as she took flight. When a few humans emerged from the monster, dozens of mushroom soldiers exchanged glances, brandishing tree stem spears, hesitant to act rashly. The red-capped mushroom man stepped forward and pointed his spear at Jiang Tao and the others, demanding, "Are you the great villain sent from Latang Cliff? Planning to kidnap us again?" Latang Cliff, a name both familiar and strange. Despite their aggressive stance, their short stature and round faces made Jiang Tao and company find them more endearingly naive than frightening. Fearing a conflict, Liao flew between the two groups and hastily explained, "We are an adventuring party passing through from below, not villains from Latang Cliff. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding." The little fairies seemed to have a good relationship with the mushroom men. After some communication, the mushroom men realized they had mistaken their identity. The black creature was not a monster, but a special tool. The red-capped mushroom man, named Nuachi, scratched his mushroom top shyly. "We accidentally harmed your tool. To express our apology, you are welcome to rest in our village tonight while we repair your tool." Demimi gazed at the colorful mushroom houses nearby with delight. Shun Shishi retreated behind the group, quietly messaging Jiang Tao, "Brother, are they dangerous? Could this be a trap to lure us?" JK remained vigilant despite their appearance, as she herself was adept at discerning hidden threats. The girl's wariness impressed Jiang Tao, who fixed his gaze on the mushroom men. Bubbles of information appeared. A group of peace-loving mushroom men who, to protect their home and companions, have taken up arms in nervous anxiety, harboring no ill intentions. Their affection level 0. Nuoki's attributes shone more brightly, prompting Jiang Tao to open his status panel to examine. Name: Nuachi. Race: Mushroom Man. Profession: the Mushroom Village's premier warrior. Level: Grade E, top-tier elite monster. Skills: Master of Farming Earth Escape Technique, listening to nature's voice. Venom: the strongest racial skill capable of threatening the lives of extraordinary beings. Affection level 0. Description: as the village's strongest warrior, he failed to protect his companions. His childhood friend Guguzi was abducted by Tauren bandits, filling him with regret and causing his temper to grow irritable. Polite behavior may yield unexpected rewards. Guguzi, Tauren. Jiang Tao's expression darkened. Despite Nwoki's status as the strongest in the village, his expertise was not in combat, which explained why the Tauren bullied them. There is no immediate danger. Let's first enter the village. Ooh, I sense the scent of a mission. Jiang Tao responded within the group. Shishi exhaled. Following Nuachi and the mushroom men, the party traversed vibrant mushroom fields to reach the mushroom village. Along the way, mushrooms occasionally popped up from the fields and paths, curiously observing the strangers. No wonder Daji was mysteriously besieged. It was because they emerged from the ground. By the way, Daji was at the rear of the group, being pushed by a dozen or so mushroom men preparing to be repaired in the village. Such adorable little fellows. A dreamy village. Mushroom men are far cuter than goblins. It seems no conflict has occurred. Doesn't Jiang Tao the Great wish to destroy them? The audience was engrossed in the group's adventure, as this was their second encounter with an alien civilization. The recent tragedy at Rizawa Gangban remained vivid in their minds. Upon arrival, an elderly mushroom man with a black and white mushroom cap, white eyebrows, and beard, holding a wooden staff, led a group to greet them. "It has been long since humans last visited our village. I am Old Xianggu, the village chief of Mushroom Village, and I welcome you." With that, he tapped his staff. Beneath Jiang Tao, Shen Shishi and Yang Mi's feet, vibrant and beautiful mushrooms sprouted. This appeared to be a form of welcome ceremony. Jiang Tao's third eye attempted to examine its attributes. Name: Old Xianggu. Race: Mushroom Man. Profession: Village Chief of Mushroom Village. Level: Grade D, Extraordinary Mushroom. Skills: Master of Life, Earth, Traversal. Affection level 0. Description: as the oldest mushroom man in the village, he has lived for over a century, possessing extensive adventure experience and insight into judging character. However, he has grown too old and is no longer adept at combat. His strength has declined considerably. A kind reminder: show respect for elders and care for the young. Your scrutiny has been noticed by the village chief. Startled by old Xianggu's warm gaze, Jiang Tao was mildly shaken. He had not expected an extraordinary mushroom in the village. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting rashly at the outset. Next, the group was invited by Old Xianggu into a mushroom house. Two beauties sat on springy mushroom stools, finding it all quite novel. In truth, everything inside was crafted from natural wood, exuding charm and childlike wonder. Upon hearing the matter's origin, Old Xianggu, to express apology, dispatched several elder mushrooms to repair the Shun Shishi curiously inquired, "You not only cultivate crops, but also repair equipment?" Old Xianggu laughed heartily. Occasionally dwarves pass by here, and some young mushrooms in the village have learned a bit from them. By early morning, the vehicle will be restored, perhaps even enhanced. Initially, they mistook it for a monster due to heightened tension and fear. Nuachi, standing behind the village chief, brandished his slender spear. We simply dislike fighting, but that does not mean we lack strength. Lilith in the air wore a peculiar expression. Jiang Tao straightforwardly stated, "It seems the village is facing trouble. How can we assist you?" Upon hearing this, old Xianggu sighed and Nuachi grew indignant. A group of Tauren bandits stormed into the village a few days ago, wreaking havoc on the farmlands and stealing. They even abducted my daughter Guguzi, which is why Nuachi and the others mistook you. Even Demimi realized the quest had been triggered. A solemn voice echoed simultaneously in the ears of all three. Attention players. You have triggered Rank B, Quest Rescue the Mush. This quest spans multiple chambers and will unlock subsequent missions, culminating in your final destination, the colossal Helltier Chamber, known as Thundercliff. You will face a formidable rival civilization, the Minotaur Dominion. Choose wisely whether to accept this undertaking. Note: acceptance grants official recognition from Mushroom Village, signifying successful clearance of Chamber No. 50. Should you decline, your rapport with the Mushroom folk will diminish, and at dawn tomorrow you must depart. Cici and Yangmi both turned their gaze toward Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao paused in quiet contemplation. Even the transcendent Mushroom and Norchi, leading dozens of seasoned Mushroom warriors, could not withstand the Minotaur marauders. Their strength was thus unimaginably formidable. Moreover, the journey demands traversing numerous chambers to enter the enemy's sovereign domain, Thundercliff Peak itself. This Rank B quest is merely the overture. Its scope will inevitably expand. Who knows? By its conclusion, it may escalate into a full-scale incursion akin to the Neon Invasion, the Minotaurs descending upon Jiuzhou. At that very moment, 4 billion viewers witnessed the quest notification simultaneously. The livestream chat erupted instantly. The familiar trajectory. Rikawa Kashaka began precisely this way, chasing a single trivial goblin, and ended with the terrifying Goblin Hive Matriarch. Minotaurs, far more powerful than goblins. Can Senior Jiang Tao truly endure? To everyone's exasperation, the clock struck exactly 6:00 p.m. Before Jiang Tao could render his decision, a crimson banner swept across the livestream screen. Thank you for watching today's gameplay broadcast. This session concludes now. Please tune in again tomorrow at 6:00 m. Note: National Fortune feedback and death penalties remain active post-broadcast. With a sharp snap, the screen plunged into darkness. Viewers erupted in curses. Wait, just 2 more minutes. Yet before outrage fully swelled, the official task force convened an emergency strategy meeting. Then, after a long silence, a thunderous proclamation resounded across the heavens. Grand Tower announcement: congratulations to Xia players Jiang Tao, Shen and Yang Mi on achieving the first clearance of Chamber No. 50. Mushroom Grow. Over half the game's roadmap has now been charted. May all players strive onward to breach Chamber No. 100 and return home to our mother world. Individual rewards have been distributed to the 3 adventurers. National Fortune feedback: rejoice. Xia's mushroom harvest surges. Mushroom cultivation across Xia's territory yields triple output, and the probability of spirit-infused mushrooms emerging increases significantly. The sudden announcement, and its bizarre boon, left crisis management team members fresh from work and sorting files deeply perplexed. How did they clear it so swiftly? Watching Jiang Tao stream, thousands of foreign analysts concluded he accepted the commission. Behind closed doors, they calculated whether this portended calamity or salvation. Regardless, we prepare for the worst, deploy satellite surveillance nationwide, and initiate Level 1 defense readiness, ready at any moment to confront the Minotaur civilization's arrival. Such was the directive issued from the highest council. Across Xia, tension tightened that very night. Meanwhile, countless players who heard the announcement murmured in awe at Jiang Tao's astonishing speed. In chat groups, speculation flared: Chamber No. 50 doesn't seem so difficult after all. Indeed, speed decides everything. Whoever arrives first secures the first completion reward. One player boldly declared he would be the first to clear Chamber No. 100, pursuing velocity above all. Top-tier players ranked in the top 10 scoffed openly. That path led only to certain death. Within Mushroom Village's fungal dwellings, Jiang Tao accepted the quest. Greater peril yields greater reward. And as we advance, adversaries grow stronger. Accepting now multiplies our spoils. Cici and Yangmi nodded firmly, lending unwavering support. The moment the quest was accepted, Elder Shiga's demeanor softened markedly. Even Norchi, standing behind him, displayed a floating numeral 30 favor. Trust radiated from his gaze toward the trio. Since these 3 valiant souls pledged to rescue my daughter, I wish you safe passage and fortune on your journey. Elder Shiga raised his wooden staff and gently tapped each of them once. PFFT, PFFT. Instantly, a tiny, uniquely colored mushroom sprouted atop Jiang Tao's, Shen Cici's, and Yang Mi's heads. Jiang Tao's was violet, Shen Cici's rose-pink streaked with black, Yang Mi's blazed a vivid crimson. Congratulations! You have acquired the innate talent Rainbow Mushroom. So this was the personal National Fortune feedback. Jiang Tao noticed Elder Shiga's visage visibly wither after casting the spell. He opened his talent interface. Rainbow Mushroom, upon activation, draws vital essence from the earth and invokes blessings from nearby mushrooms. restoring both corporeal and spiritual wounds and offering extraordinary resistance against poison. Brother, if I possessed this talent before I wouldn't have suffered so. Shin Sisi smiled faintly and reached up to touch her petite pink cap, finding it strangely as her fingers brushed at the tiny pink mushroom retracted seamlessly into her scalp. An active healing ability, rare and invaluable, Yang Mi remarked, equally delighted by the boon. Village Elder, I'll help you steady yourself. Norchi stepped forward to support Elder Shiga. Suddenly Lilith descended, demanding, Old Shiga, I want one too. I'm rescuing your daughter too. Why do I get nothing? At her words, Luya fluttered down, trailing a shimmering afterimage. Wielding her delicate floral mallet, she carved bold arcs through the air and declared with winsome charm, though Luya delights in aiding others and cherishes our friendship with the mushroom folk, fairness remains fair. A pixie stands no lower than any human. Hearing the succubus and pixie's appeals, Elder Shiga sighed wryly. Ladies, this talent simply does not suit either of you. After protracted negotiation, Luya received an exquisite new mushroom ensemble, measuring just 20 centimeters in length, transforming her into a miniature myconid. Yet Jiang Tao nearly spat. This ensemble proved a peerless bronze-tier artifact, albeit labeled microscale. Still, its attributes were exceptional, granting enhanced mobility and defense. Lilith, meanwhile, received a radiant prismatic mushroom hat. At the sight, Norchi's expression darkened with sorrow. Name Dreamweaver Cap. Tier Unique Equipment, Biological Origin. Effect Beauty 5, Luck 5, Charisma 50, Resistance to Mental Damage 50. Description: a singular headpiece left behind after the mushroomling's metamorphosis, imbued with a fragment of her rarest abilities. Brave ones, tomorrow Norchi shall guide you to Thundercliff Peak. It is a perilous road, but I implore you bring back my poor daughter. Gazing upon the cap, Elder Shiga's white beard trembled in sorrow. Jiang Tao suddenly recalled something and asked curiously, Elder Shiga, when you said you hadn't seen humans in ages, what sort of humans did you encounter before? He blinked. Hadn't millions of players crossed over just 5 days ago? These couldn't be other players, unless time flowed differently across chambers within the Rubik Tower. Yet daily leaderboards contradicted such a possibility. At this question, Sisi and Yang Mi leaned in, equally intrigued. Elder Shiga regarded Jiang Tao as if he were a common cabbage. Are humans not commonplace in the Mother Goddess's world? Mother God world. The term was heard for the first time. As Jiang Tao inquired, the old mushroom explained that they currently lived in a vast space composed of numerous small spaces. This space was referred to by them as the Mother God world. Including their mushroom clan, it was a significant civilization thriving across many small spaces. Humans outnumbered the mushroom people, and from time to time new humans would mysteriously appear. The more they listened, the more mystifying it became for Jiang Tao and his companions. Shun Sisi said in the team channel, it seems that the Mother God world mentioned by the village chief refers to the cube mansion we are in. Yang Mi replied, I wonder how the other humans are, and if we can communicate with them. Let's talk about this later. Right now Jiang Tao just wants to rescue Mushroom Child, and then go home. You all should rest well tonight. If you need anything, feel free to communicate with me. After that, the weary old mushroom was assisted into the house, and Jiang Tao and his companions were taken by Noki to a 3-story mushroom house. Are we staying here tonight? With a new sleeping environment, Sisi and Mimi felt quite curious. If you want to sleep in different houses, I can arrange that too. Noki nodded earnestly, and after agreeing to rescue Mushroom Child, he was very friendly. That won't be necessary. Jiang Tao shook his head, feeling it was safer to stay together. He asked curiously, are there any monsters that might intrude at night? He remembered that the mother and child in spirit tree had been relentlessly hunting them, particularly enjoying night attacks. Noki waved his hand. You can rest easy. At night the mushroom forest will hide and the monsters won't be able to find you. Finally, we can have a good night's sleep. Upon hearing this, Shinsisi couldn't help but open a fuzzy bedroom. Seeing the small pink mushroom blanket that formed the bed, she awkwardly realized she could only fit her own feet in. Noki scratched his head. You can sleep 5 beds together. No need, I have my own mattress. Jiang Tao pretended to take out a corner of his hazeting mattress, which could also massage and provide rest. Right, Sister Mimi? Jiang Tao winked at the older Mimi, eager to see the difference between the younger Mimi and the older one. The older Mimi seemed oblivious to his hint, and was smiling while discussing with Shinsisi how to arrange the beds at night. At that moment, Lilith, wearing a colorful mushroom hat, complained, Alright, it's not even time to sleep yet. When you get here, what delicious food is there? Take us out for a stroll. Shinsisi and Yang Mi's eyes lit up instantly. Yeah, it's rare to be here. Yang Mi recalled a variety show she had participated in where they visited various villages and attractions, but it didn't feel like this. If you don't mind, you can try. Seeing this, Noki led a group of people out, heading to a square in the village. Night fell. In the mushroom forest, the towering golden needle mushrooms emitted a soft glow, illuminating the village like street lamps. Among the variously shaped mushroom houses, it looked like neon lights, colorful and vibrant. One by one, the little mushroom people were either at home or gathered in the square drinking delicious mushroom soup. Do you eat mushrooms too? Jiang Tao asked with a strange expression. Of course, come and try it, it tastes great. Noki didn't find it strange at all. He picked up a wooden bowl and filled it for a few people. In the square, other mushroom people curiously gathered around them. After confirming it wasn't poisonous, Jiang Tao cautiously took a sip, finding it very delicious, finishing it in just 3 sips. I've never had mushroom soup this good before. Yang Mi also drank quickly. Seeing this, Noki called over several mushroom soldiers who moved a large black pot used for celebrations, refilling it with more soup. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied with just mushroom soup, Jiang Tao picked several large earth fruits from the shelter. Here, you treat us, and you can also try the fruits from my home. Looking at the earth fruit, which was larger than his face, Noki curiously took one. Brother Chi, see if it's good. Generally, mushroom people did not like to eat regular food, including all kinds of meat. However, the aroma of the earth fruit was so enticing that several mushroom people became restless, eager to ask for some, yet also afraid of the humans. Here, it grows just like that. Cece picked several earth fruits to share with the mushroom people. I want one. This one is mine. The mushroom people began to scramble for them, and after taking a bite they grimaced. It's dry and tastes a bit like chewing on wood. I'm full. After one bite I can go 3 days without drinking soup. Not fun at all. After the novelty wore off, the little mushroom people scampered away in droves, leaving behind bitten remnants of earth fruits resemble. Seeing this, Mimi and Cece both laughed. The older Mimi found it amusing to tease the little mushroom people, taking out a basket of fresh strawberries, which the mushroom people liked, rushing over to snatch them, their mouths turning red in a comical manner. By the large black pot, Jiang Tao had eaten over 20 bowls of mushroom soup and earth fruits before finally feeling full. After several baskets of strawberries were taken by the little mushrooms, it took a while to reach a novel piece room, and Mimi and Cece began exploring the mushroom village again. You all remembered to come back early. When Jiang Tao returned to rest, he thought the two were just casually wandering. Soon after, the two returned to the 3-story mushroom house. Closing the door, Cece secretly told him, I heard that there is a red mushroom in the village that can make you grow bigger, and its effects are quite miraculous. Do you think we should look for it? Mimi chimed in. I heard from 2 little mushrooms that the village chief has a green mushroom that he treasures like a jewel. Jiang Tao retorted, Are you sure it's not a poisonous mushroom? Oh, don't mind what kind of mushroom it is. It seems that there are plenty of good things here. Hearing him change the subject, Yang Mi shot him an annoyed glance. As long as we can complete the task, we can obtain all of these. Jiang Tao advised the two to rest early. Lilith, you sleep on the 2nd floor with Cece tonight. But I want to stay with the master on the 1st floor. In the face of Lilith's sorrowful plea, Jiang Tao remained resolute. I'm going to wash up and sleep. Shin Cece cleverly ran upstairs. I'll take a shower too. Seeing the situation not in her favor, the older Mimi tried to escape, but Jiang Tao quickly caught her by the small hand, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. With a gentle push backward, both of them fell onto the hazeting mattress with a plop. What are you doing? Held in the embrace of the annoying man, the older Mimi struggled a bit and then shot him a glare. Do you not get tired of acting like this all day, eh? If it weren't for the fact that my health has improved recently, you would definitely make me sick. Embracing the moon, Jiang Tao chuckled, playfully biting her delicate ear, and said, Mimi, today you look 10 years younger and even more beautiful. I first met you in the realm of immortals. You look great, just like a fairy descending to the mortal world. So are you saying I didn't look good before? The older Mimi shot him a glare, but mentioning returning to her youth brought a hint of curiosity to her heart. Seeing her heart stirred with a click, the colorful neon lights of the mushroom house turned off automatically, fragrant and enticing. On the 2nd floor, arranging the 5 small beds together, Shin Cece took a small pink blanket and covered her belly button, feeling a strong sense of security as she closed her eyes. She felt like Snow White at that moment. Meanwhile, Lilith was getting more energetic as night fell sneaking down the stairs. Puff! Outside the mushroom forest, in a pitch-black cave, the ground was turned over and a ghost tree filled with ominous energy was violently destroying everything around it. It circled around the rooms near the mushroom forest, clearly feeling nearby, yet it couldn't find them. Oh, whoa! If I catch those little thieves, I will tear them to pieces. Coincidentally, there were several rooms not far from the mother and childine spirit. The giant troll, holding a bone-crushing hammer, sniffed the wheel prints on the ground, and in a fit of rage discovered that the scent of the thieves had disappeared. The next day, on the 6th day of the game, Jiang Tao was awakened by the notification sound from the game. Good morning to the remaining 4800 players of a brand new day. Only 4 days left until we return home. Yesterday, a total of 300 players unfortunately got eliminated. It seems that everyone has had bad luck. The popularity leaderboard has been updated, and the top 100 player squads can collect their rewards. A total of 500 players have evolved into E-class new humans, so let's keep striving to become the first extraordinary human for a significant reward. In the North American first team, a curious teammate asked, Lauda, you have evolved to E-class for 2 days, now don't you resemble the extraordinary already? Giant Stone Xianglin proudly flexed his biceps and said, although I want to say that the distance isn't far, I still need to accumulate. In truth, he sighed within. Compared to the extraordinary boss he encountered before, the gap was like a chasm. I wonder how Jiang from the Great Xia is. Giant Stone Xianglin was curious. In the North American region, the 2nd in popularity and 10th on the overall leaderboard was the Catherine sisters, with their blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and beauty, dressed in jeans that revealed their long snow-white legs. Not to mention anything else, just their charming looks have attracted a large number of old SPs. Sister, let's set off early today. Catherine's younger sister was studying a piece of parchment. They had obtained an item yesterday, and both felt it was interesting, deciding to dig deeper, likely triggering a quest. Jiang from Great Xia is really impressive. Oh, let's go pick up a quest too. After casually eating a little, the two sisters shouldered their backpacks and continued onward with their iron picks. In Mushroom Village, a knocking sound came from outside the three-story mushroom house, and the honest voice of Noki rang out, "You all hurry up and get up, take advantage of the daylight to set off early." On the high-sting mattress, the hard-working Mimi opened her sleepy eyes, saw the stinky man lying next to her, and recalled what happened not long ago, kicking him without hesitation. "You beast, get up already." Jiang Tao's robust body remained unmoved. However, he decided to act obediently since he had received some benefits. He rolled off the bed and quickly dressed with a grin. One must admit there is indeed a different charm between a young girl and a wife. One word: smooth. Suddenly there was a squirming in the blanket, and a pair of devilish horns poked out. It's already bright outside. Seeing her, Jiang Tao felt a surge of anger. "Lilith, get up right now." The live stream was about to start. If the audience saw this scene, wouldn't it ruin my reputation for life? After some commotion, the second floor Cici also came down. Outside the door, Noki was waiting anxiously. Jiang Tao and the others first followed Noki to check on the big G that had been repaired overnight. When they saw it, they almost couldn't recognize it. Its color had transformed from pitch black to a kaleidoscope of colors, flamboyant and flashy. Yet the few beautiful women happily got in the car to test it. Jiang Tao covered his face. "Isn't this restoration a bit excessive?" A confident mushroom creature in charge of repairs waved a wrench. "Don't worry, the color can change. We coated it with a special paint, and it will definitely look better than before." "Really?" Jiang Tao, skeptical, placed his hand on the car door. He saw the color in that area rapidly change to a soil-like yellow similar to skin. It seemed the change was indeed significant. Jiang Tao sat down and clicked on the central control screen to check. Name: Luxury Big G. Rarity: Bronze level. Category: Vehicle. Skills: Automatic Air Conditioning, Adaptive Cruise Control, Ruthless Collision, Silent Mimicry Mode. After the mushroom's modifications, the vehicle operates at the lowest decibel approaching silence and can mimic the skin of the body based on the surrounding environment. Mushroom tires: after piercing the tires, the mushrooms felt guilty and replaced them with their special material. In the future, no need for inflation, able to withstand E-class attacks without damage. All-terrain adaptability: after the mushroom's modifications, it can traverse mountains and water, climbing and sliding with extreme durability. Who would have thought the mushroom people had such good craftsmanship? Why couldn't we recognize the vehicle before? In response to his doubts, Noki explained a few elders in the village have traveled abroad and learned repair skills. The young mushroom people naturally don't understand. So that's how it is. Subsequently, Jiang Tao stored the vehicle and clicked to claim yesterday's reward. Luck was on their side as they obtained 3 second-tier spirit crystals. Afterward, they had a meal of mushroom soup prepared for everyone by the mushroom people, and Jiang Tao and the others naturally took out some meat to gnaw on. Cici wanted to share with the mushroom people, but the little ones hurriedly dodged. "We don't like to eat meat. Do you have yesterday's strawberries?" "Here." Cici, beautiful in heart and appearance, took out a few boxes of strawberries to gift them. Once everything was ready, the village chief, Elder Mushroom, led dozens of mushroom people to see them off at the village entrance. "Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely bring back the mushrooms." Noki, carrying a white mushroom backpack, assured his companions. "I hope you all can return safely." Elder Mushroom cast a blessing spell for everyone. Then Noki took out a map. Jiang Tao curiously asked, "Isn't the room supposed to move at any time? Can we rely on it to find the mushrooms?" Noki looked at the 2 blinking points on the map and explained, "Thunderclap Cliff, like Mushroom Village, has a fixed position. At most we can take a detour along the way. Moreover, this map also records the location of the mushrooms." After hearing this, Jiang Tao nodded, and the group followed Noki to a passage. Jiang Tao habitually looked up ahead. In the damaged cave, an enraged mother-and-child ghost tree is resting, replenishing last night's consumption. If you enter now, it would be like delivering. When Noki put away the map and confidently took out a small iron pick to prepare to dig the passage, Jiang Tao shouted loudly, "Wait!" Clang! Noki's small hand holding the small iron pick got stuck in the air, and his little mushroom hat tilted. "What's wrong?" Jiang Tao wiped away a cold sweat. "Let's take another passage. There's something bad up ahead." Unexpectedly, the mother-and-child ghost tree was lying in wait ahead. "Alright, but it means we'll have to take a longer route." Although concerned about the safety of the mushrooms, Noki still trusted his companion's words. Leading the group through the fields, Noki arrived at the entrance of another passage. Just as it was about to dig the first scoop, Jiang Tao loudly stopped him. "Wait, we can't dig here either." "What now?" Noki looked at Jiang Tao speechlessly. Cici, Mimi, and even Lilith, who were eating strawberries, were all looking at him. A drop of cold sweat fell from Jiang Tao's forehead. Behind, a furious giant ogre is sleeping soundly. He was busy all night and hasn't found the few thieves who stole the golden berry grass, and his anger is rising. Warm reminder, if you don't want to become a meat pie, it's best not to go over. This is an E-class giant ogre. What a morning full of surprises. Mimi stuffed a strawberry into her mouth and muttered. Jiang Tao pointed at the strawberry basket in her hand, saying, "You reap what you sow. The owner of those strawberries is waiting to settle the score with us up ahead." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi and the others paused. The strawberry basket that Luya was holding trembled in shock, and the strawberries fell back into the basket. Leah doesn't want to be caught by the ogre and become a slave. The little one had heard of her companion's tragic experiences since childhood. Then we can only take a detour. Helpless Noki continued to lead everyone and found a third passage. Just as it was about to lift its pick to dig, it suddenly stopped and looked at Jiang Tao. Human, is it safe this time? Jiang Tao focused and looked ahead. In front was a chaotic room ravaged by monster trees. The 3 decayed, evil wolves that were originally there had been beaten to dead wolves. If you go in now, you can easily obtain 3 spirit crystals and a bronze treasure chest. Helpless Noki continued to lead everyone and found a third passage. Just as it was about to lift its pick to dig, it suddenly stopped. Naturally, he summoned the goblin warrior to dig together. With one swing of the goblin warrior's pick, the efficiency was several times that of Noki. Seeing this, Noki didn't stop, but continued digging while chatting with the others. I encountered them before. They even tried to rob me, but I drove them off. They are indeed relatives of the goblins. Although the dwarves have a bad temper, they treat us well. A few repair masters in the village learned from them. So that's how it is. As they spoke, the passage was already dug open, and Noki, bold for its size, was the first to pass through the light membrane. We will go too. Jiang Tao waved to his 2 teammates. I hope we can come back next time. Mimi reluctantly glanced back at the dreamy mushroom village and walked in with Cece. The 51st room. The ground seemed to have been plowed, a scene of devastation with ravines everywhere. Even if there were traps earlier, they had been completely destroyed. What happened here? Noki cautiously observed the surroundings with a long spear made from tree stems, fearing any lurking monsters. Especially upon seeing several wolf corpses lying in the ravine, he became even more tense, and the little red mushroom cap began to emit vapor. In this state, Shin Cece looked at the terrain, finding it somewhat familiar. She exchanged glances with me, Jia, realizing that the mother and child Inhun tree from last night was causing trouble here. There are no traps left here. Let's gather any remaining supplies and continue on our way. Since learning that they were being pursued by 2 BOSSES, Jiang Tao felt a sense of urgency. He could no longer afford to leisurely wander. He stepped forward to gather from the 3 decaying wolf corpses. While there were no complete materials, the spirit crystals remained. After all, it was essentially free. Gain tattered wolf skin 20, rotten wolf meat 200, poisonous wolf fangs 50, second-tier spirit crystal 3, wolf poison. From the description, these decaying wolves carried potent toxins, and the 3 of them together were quite formidable. Unfortunately, they ran into a frenzy of high-leveled class creatures, which led to their demise. Brother, give me those wolf fangs, or I can synthesize some poison arrows. Noticing that the wolf meat and skins were inedible, Cece spoke up, asking Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao naturally obliged. He shook a few bottles of deadly poison and inquired, do you want the wolf poison? It carries many viruses, including... Shun Cece shivered, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. No, it looks so disgusting. If you don't want it, then give it to me. To Jiang Tao's surprise, Noki reached out to ask for it. What do you want this for? Jiang Tao curiously handed it to Noki. This wolf poison could only threaten elite creatures. It was ineffective against extraordinary beings, making it quite useless for him. Noki took the potion and poured it directly onto her red mushroom cap. The red mushroom cap seemed to breathe, absorbing all the wolf poison. Noki's little face turned rosy for a moment, but there were no other unusual symptoms. Let's stockpile some for now. When we reach Thunderclap Cliff, we'll show those minotaurs what's what. Noki clenched her little pink fist. Xiao Tao, come quickly, there's a chest here. On the other side of the room, Mimi, accompanied by Lilith, made a new discovery. Surprisingly, Noki couldn't see the existence of the treasure chest. Naturally, it was Mimi who opened the chest. Good luck. Congratulations, you found Monster Repellent Spray 1, second-tier Spirit Crystal 2, Golden Fertilizer 1. Jiang Tao curiously glanced at the 2 new items. Monster Repellent Spray 5 uses, spray on yourself to reduce your presence, making monsters. Golden Fertilizer, sprinkle under plants to double yields. A effect lasts for 3 uses. You can take this spray, and we'll use the fertilizer on the golden berry grass later. After arranging everything, Jiang Tao led the group onward. To avoid the 2 BOSSES, they had to take a longer route. After several warnings, Noki noticed Jiang Tao's extraordinary talent and began to follow him closely, agreeing with everything he said. As Jiang Tao navigated the challenges, a significant event occurred outside. The Goblin Mother nest on Sakura Island was completely destroyed. The Goblin King, which had cast a shadow over the islanders, was too strong to be captured, leading to the use of missile strikes instead. The biggest gain was the Flesh Room, symbolizing a new race and civilization. Inside the room, many witnesses experienced a shocking scene. Many previously deceased human corpses were devoured by the Flesh Room, giving birth to new humans. Experts analyzed the heart of this room is the Goblin Queen. If we thoroughly research the heart of the nest, our human civilization's biotechnology will surely see a major breakthrough. The Grand Leader, who closely monitored this matter along with the forces he represented, they regarded this as an opportunity to surpass the Great Xia and took it very seriously. What should we do about that suspected goblin sword, Saint Nichuan? The Prime Minister subtly proposed to collaborate on research. On the surface, the Grand Leader smiled amiably, but in reality, he had the locals doing some cleanup and sanitation work. Research involving core secrets was entirely completed by Americans, which angered the leaders and civilians of the island nation. We suffer the consequences, but you reap all the benefits. The people of Sakura Island always believed they were one of the strongest nations on Blue Star, with a glorious history of sweeping Asia. Now, after such a long period of upheaval, how could they resign themselves to being bystanders dressing up for the White Eagle Federation, continually being treated as dogs? Thus, the cabinet began using the barrage feature to call on in-game players from the island nation to unite, stockpile resources, and gather items for a few top players. To their surprise, it actually worked. After all, most ordinary players just wanted to survive and return home. With promises from the country of significant rewards upon their return, they gifted the resources they obtained to top players for a mere price of 1 wood and 1 dirt. With such resource accumulation, the initial player Yamada Hiroshi was pushed to become the new top player. With external and internal efforts, his popularity soared, and he was already starting to challenge the top 10. Among the various items, the one that intrigued the cabinet the most was an extremely rare scroll, Fate Theft, an extremely rare item. After use, it can steal a biological player's talent. Note the target must lose their ability to act. The weaker the mental strength, the higher the success rate. This item was classified as the highest level secret and was not revealed in the stream. It also went unnoticed by the observers of the White Eagle Federation and was reported directly to the Prime Minister. Upon learning of it, the Prime Minister paid special attention and held a small yet critical meeting with several key members of the cabinet. The meeting's discussions remain unknown. However, afterward the cabinet formed a large team specifically to analyze the strength and data of Jiang. Particularly, they collected data on Jiang Tao and created a 3D model. The leaders were especially interested in the number 1 talent on the internet, the so-called Eye of All-Knowing. Some were happy while others were worried. A few days ago, there was a huge uproar over the severing of diplomatic ties with Great Xia and calls for the Lithuanian military to mobilize. As time passed, anxiety grew. Not only did they seek assistance from Europe, but they also entered a state of level 1 combat readiness. This was due to the game indicating remaining players 23. At this rate, they feared they wouldn't survive the coming days. Oh my, are we about to witness the great national annihilation crisis of Rule 5? Many onlookers were both shocked and frightened. It's all Great Xia's fault. It's all Jiang Tao's mistake. Many netizens from Lithuania began to curse. If it weren't for Jiang Tao killing the strongest team, would they be in such dire straits? Many citizens had already caught wind of the situation and were attempting to flee the country. Meanwhile, neighboring countries were also tightening their national defense in anticipation of disaster. The people of Lithuania were in a state of panic like ants on a hot pan. Driving the Big G through some simple challenges, they easily crushed them. Upon reaching the 55th room, they found themselves in a complex and ever-changing rainforest. Not only were there traps like vines, but also a 7-meter-long forest python. The group finally got out of the car. Don't be fooled by Nuachi's small size, as the village's foremost warrior, its burrowing technique was exceptionally powerful. Coupled with its exquisite poison skills, it fought back fiercely against the forest python. It would occasionally dart out from a corner, executing a sudden thrust to ambush the python's body. The forest python was thoroughly annoyed by the little mushroom man every time it tried to open its mouth and unleash a powerful attack. In the distance, the right eye of the big Mimi glowed with the Medusa's eye. In an instant, the forest python was petrified. With great skill, she shot several wind arrows, swiftly piercing through its vital point. With a loud bang, Yangmi curiously practiced with her desert eagle, blasting the python's body into numerous gaping holes. Minutes later, the forest python lay dead. Jiang Tao did not intervene throughout, observing his teammates battling monsters as he analyzed in his heart. After practical fighting Mimi, and she can also kill elite monsters without taking damage. Even if we encounter other strong teams, we won't be weaker than other players. After all, they were with him. We need to move quickly. Nightfall will come soon. After killing the forest python Nua, she extracted venom from its 2 fangs, anxiously waving its tree branch spear. To avoid trolls and shadow demons, the group took a detour through several rooms. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Jiang Tao stepped forward to gather materials. Obtained exquisite python skin 1, forest python, meat 5,000, detoxifying snake, gall 1, a refreshing eye drops 2 bottles. The eye drops were good for the eyes, so Jiang Tao distributed them to Shishi and Mimi, giving each 1 bottle. The python skin was a long strip suitable for crafting leather armor or cloaks, but they lacked the relevant blueprints. Thinking this, Jiang Tao recalled that there was a precious night demon skin hidden in the warehouse, but unfortunately, he lacked the skill to use it. After traveling all afternoon, let's have the doll cook some snake meat. Mimi and the others found an open area to prepare their lunch. Jiang Tao instinctively looked around. In this rainforest where the crisis has been lifted, if searched carefully, some sweet and edible plants can be gathered. To the left is a graveyard. If you continue in that direction, you will get further away from Thunder Cliff and encounter mother and child shadow trees. To the right is a nightmare-level troll's kitchen. A troll from afar lamented to its companion about its tragic experience of being robbed. 2 trolls were casually boiling a pot of fresh human bone soup. Friendly reminder, if you go over now, you can help that poor player collect their corpse. Above is a common dungeon, which poses no danger and contains few resources. Below is still a swamp, and it's raining heavily. You can collect more rainwater if you go over. Ahead is a nightmare-level Minotaur's front camp. A mining dwarf master happened to be here clashing with 3 Minotaur guards engaged in a fierce battle and soon to be defeated. Minotaur camp. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tao's spirits lifted, and he quickly called to his companions, "It seems we can't enjoy." "What's wrong?" Shishi asked curiously. "Ahead is the territory of the Minotaurs." Jiang Tao briefly explained the situation, and Nua, Chi naturally agreed, with raised hands. Seeing this, Shishi and Mimi said no more, and the group got back on their feet. The passages in the rainforest were quite concealed. Some required digging underground while others were obscured by vines revealing a large tree hole as soon as they were cleared away. After preparations, Jiang Tao called the group to get in the car. Fortunately, Nua Chi's size was not large, and they could all fit together. Boom. The engine roared, powered by spiritual energy, charging into the tree hole. The 56th room, the Minotaur camp. This was a campsite set up in the forest. 3 Minotaurs in armor wielding giant axes and blades were patrolling, as usual, felling trees. Little did they know that a dwarf master was running headlong into them. Just in time. The mine behind needs slaves to dig. Old man, your skills should be quite good, right? One Minotaur guard immediately attempted to capture the dwarf and take him back as a slave. Rude scoundrel. The dwarf master sensed danger and tried to flee, but was surrounded by the other 2 Minotaur guards from behind. They approached with ill intentions, ready to secure him. The dwarf master had roamed far and wide, and was not easy to provoke. He brandished his hammer and engaged the 3 in battle. However, after all, bare fists could not match 4 hands. Under the exquisite assault of the 3 Minotaurs, the dwarf was heavily exhausted, panting heavily. "This is bad. I'm really going to be sent to the mine to work the forge." Just as the dwarf master thought the situation was dire, he suddenly heard an increasingly loud rumble from behind. "What's going on?" As the dwarf master was puzzled, he found a Minotaur guard with a changed expression, shouting, "Quick, get out of the way." Without thinking of his companions, he hurriedly fled. The other 2 Minotaurs, facing away from the incoming threat, were about to turn around when a black monster charged straight at them. With a crash, it sent both Minotaurs soaring into the sky. "Sorry, I didn't see you." Jiang Tao opened the car window and glanced at the 2 Minotaurs flying in the air. Dazed state. If hit 2 more times, they will lose the ability to act. Who are these humans? The surviving Minotaur guard was both shocked and furious as he stomped his hose, his horns, glowing nostrils flaring, just about to launch the strongest charge. A beam of purple light shot from within the car. The Minotaur guard, at the peak of his momentum, was caught in motion as Jiang Tao turned the big G around, cutting past the Minotaur guard. With a press of the accelerator, he sped up, crashing into the 3rd Minotaur guard, sending him flying as if playing golf. Oh. The Minotaur guard, struck by the impact, had his petrification lifted, letting out a scream. The 3 of them became stuck in midair. Jiang Tao continued driving the big G, crashing into each one like playing baseball. After several collisions, 2 Minotaur guards were killed. 1 Minotaur guard with lighter injuries fell into a dazed state and was captured by Lilith as a second slave. What a marvelous creation. The rescued dwarf master immediately recognized the technical prowess of the big G. He didn't know whether the newcomers were friend or foe until Jiang Tao and the others stopped the car and got out. Only then did he realize it was a peculiar combination of 3 humans, a dream demon, and a little mushroom man. "This is the first time I've seen a dwarf." Jiang Tao stepped forward to greet him and attempted to discern his attributes. Name: Bailing race, dwarf, level top tier, elite monster, E-class skills, gold seeking technique. Bailing is experienced and can discover rare gold mines by examining the earth's veins. Power boost: as a dwarf, they are naturally strong. Master blacksmith, having forged from a young age, he is adept at various equipment, and as a standout, Bailing possesses extraordinary forging skills. Favorability: 20. Your intrusion rescued him, but he remains a bit wary. The bubble above the dwarf's head caught Jiang Tao's attention. A dwarf master who loves drinking fine food and travel. If you raise his favorability to 50, there might be unexpected rewards. "Where are you from?" Balin asked in a naive tone. Hearing the question, Noki stepped out from behind and scrutinized the dwarf for a while before uncertainly calling out, "Master Balin, or is it Master Ali?" Upon hearing this, the dwarf master's lush beard twitched. "Of course, it's the extraordinarily wise Master Balin. Little one, have you heard my name?" Noki nodded enthusiastically. "Grandpa Biao from the village once met you, and you taught him some forging techniques. Grandpa Biao always praises your unparalleled skills." Noki walked in front of the large G vehicle, patting its ever-changing body as he boasted, "This vehicle was modified using your techniques by Grandpa Biao." "Really? Haha, no wonder it looks a bit familiar." The dwarf loved hearing flattering words as he walked in front of the vehicle, examining its craftsmanship. He indeed found a bit of his own shadow reflected in it. Completely forgetting he had once guided the mushroom people, it did not affect Balin's pride. Upon receiving initial recognition, he let down his guard, increasing his favorability by 10. Looking at the numbers rising above the dwarf master's head, Jiang Tao had a peculiar expression. However, with Noki as a communication bridge, many things became easier to discuss. Through their conversation, Jiang Tao learned that he was traveling in search of rare ores and had inadvertently been entangled by the Minotaur guards. Upon hearing that they were heading to the renowned Thunder Cliff, Balin's eyes flickered slightly. "Then I'd better go find some ores first." Recalling the hint about preferences, Jiang Tao spoke up, "Master Balin, it's getting late. Let's finish lunch before discussing further." The dwarf took out a hard flatbread from his backpack. This dry food is baked with fierce flames, can last for months without spoiling, and after eating one you won't be hungry for a day. Would you like to try it? Shin Sisi looked on with curiosity. Dry flatbread. She shook her head vigorously while Yang Mi took out a camping blanket that had been laid out in the rainforest, smiling as she said, "Master, why don't you try our food instead?" Yang Mi seemed to sense that Jiang Tao had ulterior motives and warmly entertained the dwarf. Coupled with her charming smile, numbers of one sprang up over Balan's head. For lunch they casually had a bit to eat. Jiang Tao first took out freshly slaughtered snake meat and randomly stewed it using spiritual wood as fuel. Then Sisi added some spices like Sichuan pepper and bay leaves obtained from the supermarket. The dwarf master's eyes turned red watching this. "You're using precious spiritual. Wait, isn't this seasoning more valuable than gold? Stop right there. Use less." Faced with the dwarf master's advice, the JK girl explained lightly, "Master, don't worry, we have several boxes of it. The snake meat needs to be cooked for a while. Let's start with some cold dishes." Demimi smiled as she took a cube from Jiang Tao's hands, releasing a shelter and bringing out a stack of side dishes from the warehouse. There was 5-spice beef, a platter of marinated delicacies, and fried peanuts, and edamame, the perfect snacks to accompany drinks. Jiang Tao tasted a bit of these, but the two girls didn't like them. However, these side dishes left the dwarf master dumbfounded. On the contrary, he showed no interest in dishes like salmon sashimi or Boston lobster. Naturally, good dishes required good wine. Jiang Tao took out bottles of craft beer from the temperature-controlled warehouse, smiling as he said, "Master, try our wheat juice." This isn't appropriate." The dwarf master swallowed hard as he declined. Crack. Jiang Tao popped the cap off a beer bottle right then and there, handing it to the master as it fizzed with. Meeting his fate, come and drink. Despite the abundance of food around him, Balan still managed to hold back. But the fragrant aroma of the beer was truly irresistible. He lifted a bottle of chilled beer and gulped down more than half in one go. His beard was soaked, and his murky eyes instantly sparkled. "What a peculiar juice, so cool and refreshing, but it's too light." After saying that, he gulped down the rest, feeling invigorated. "Light." Jiang Tao's eyes twinkled. He then took out a bottle of Maodai, which was also scarce in supermarkets. But to extract skills from the dwarf, this was naturally a worthy expense. Jiang Tao opened it and poured a glass for the dwarf. The dwarf sniffed the aroma and felt it was decent, but shook his head as he tasted it, saying, "Still not strong enough." "What do you want then?" Sisi suddenly leaned closer and whispered in Jiang Tao's ear, "Brother, I remember bringing a box of 72-degree erguotu, which is much cheaper than Maotai. Let's have the master try it." "That makes sense." The sweet scent of the girl wafted over, causing Jiang Tao to feel a tickling sensation in his ear. Sisi noticed her face flushed slightly as she stepped back to prepare the snake meat soup. When Jiang Tao brought out a box of erguotu and opened a bottle for the dwarf master, the rich alcoholic smell instantly caught his attention. "What treasure is this?" "It's a specialty from my hometown." Jiang Tao politely poured a glass for the dwarf master. The dwarf master couldn't wait to take a sip, then shakily finished the glass in one go. "Good. Delicious. I, Balan, have traveled through hundreds of realms and have never tasted such good wine." With food and wine, coupled with the steaming spice-filled snake meat. During one lunch, Balan drank a full 12 bottles of erguotu. His beard turned red. He steamed with excitement, his eyes red and neck thick as he patted his chest, saying, "Isn't it just Thundercliff? Let's fight those minotaurs. Save the little mushroom." System notification: Dwarf Master Balan has joined the team. Jiang Tao and Sisi exchanged glances, both secretly smiling. "You can't bite the hand that feeds you." Another notification appeared: the sumptuous feast, especially the strong liquor, is very much to Balan's taste. Favorability has reached 80, achieving intimacy. The drunken dwarf master swayed as he stood up, picking up the hammer beside the camping blanket, boldly declaring, "You humans' food is truly delicious. Having eaten your food, let me help you forge some equipment. Hidden rewards have arrived." Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly took out the ace-throwing knife and the mother-son spear. "Master, take a look. These two pieces of equipment are just one step away from leveling up." "What exactly is missing?" Although Balan appeared a bit drunk, his spirits were high and his strength attribute had even increased. He took the two pieces of equipment, examined them hastily, and came to a conclusion: this spear has too many impurities. Hammer it a few more times and add a bit of proportionate mithril and mountain copper, and it can turn into silver grade. The power then would be 100 times what it is now. This throwing knife is the same. The dwarf master added, "However, mithril and mountain copper are hard to find, so refining them isn't easy either." "Master, I have mithril." Jiang Tao smiled, spreading his hands, revealing a stack of freshly forged, shiny mithril in his palms. This was naturally the result of the efforts of the goblin strongman 007. The dwarf master was slightly taken aback, saying, "Then I'll need some mountain copper, as well as a furnace with good firepower to help you upgrade these two pieces of equipment." Shin Sisi raised her hand. "We have a furnace." Noki, who was munching on strawberries, jumped out to say, "On our way to Thundercliff, we'll have to pass through the Minotaur's mine. There must be mountain copper there." Since we have to go anyway, the group took a brief rest at the camp before preparing to set off again, adhering to the principle of, since we're here, we might as well. Jiang Tao collected the bodies of the two Tauren. Acquired 2 second-tier spirit crystals, 5,000 premium beef, 2 tendons, 2 mountain opening axes, bronze grade 2 elite bull horns, and 2 bull gallstones. It must be said that the Tauren are treasures in themselves with a drop rate significantly higher than that of other monsters. Especially the tendons, which can be used to craft bows and crossbows, are quite rare. Currently on the platform, someone has offered 4 spirit crystals to buy 1. Besides these, there are also plenty of supplies at the Tauren's camp. Premium lumber 1,000, brass 200, silver 100, gold 100, mithril 5, first-tier spirit crystal. When Jiang Tao finished collecting the last piece of wood in the camp and was about to go out, his gaze fell upon the leather camp adorned with strange totems, and a new prompt popped up. No way, three-eyed guy, how could you forget the most valuable loot? Jiang Tao attempted to observe the camp itself. Besides being dismantled for materials, could it have another use? Name Tauren's forward camp category residence description can be dismantled for materials, can also be integrated into a shelter, increasing area by 10 and sturdiness by 20. I can't believe it can enhance the shelter. Jiang Tao exclaimed in amazement. If other players encountered something similar, they would surely dismantle it, just as he initially thought. Despite being a mere 10 increase, when the total is large, the boost is substantial. Jiang Tao took out the cube and chose to merge it on the spot. As the forward camp transformed into streams of light, they surged into the cube. The courtyard at the entrance of the stone house expanded slightly, and more leather decorations appeared on the doors and windows. Then let's continue on our way. After packing everything up, Jiang Tao waved to the others. Brother, doesn't the dwarf master want to wake up for a drink? She said in a worried whisper. Little did they know the dwarf master had keen ears. He ambled over, swinging his large iron hammer with excitement, saying, "Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm still in good spirits. If I encounter those despicable Tauren again, I will surely smash them flat." Jiang Tao looked up and saw drunken state, strength 30, spirit 30, rationality 30. Well, he's entered a special. It's fine, let's go. Jiang Tao got back in the vehicle, and Noki jumped into the back seat excitedly. With more members in the group, the vehicle was getting cramped, so the dwarf master chose to sit on the roof. In front, a group of plump little lambs was grazing while a fierce grayed wolf lurked in the grass, waiting for the right moment to strike. Behind in a burrow, a ferocious bear was sleeping soundly. If you were fast enough, you might be able to launch a sneak attack before it woke up. To the left, 3 players from Italy were exploring. If they went over now, they would run into them. To the right, 2 trolls were engaged in a life-and-death harmony. Driving through would surely anger them. Above in the toxic mist area, there is a bronze treasure chest. Perhaps you could test the vehicle's sealing capabilities. Below in the trap room, there are machine guns firing and giant rocks chasing. There are no enemies, but there is a bronze treasure chest. I hate traps. We'll skip that one at the bottom. Italy. I didn't expect to run into players again, considering the unpleasant experience last time. Jiang Tao decided to skip this one. The trolls to the right are a bit interesting. They must be the same 2 from noon, right? After some thought, Jiang Tao decided to focus on the Tauren. Pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. So he drove forward. The passageway of the camp seemed to have been modified by the Tauren, consisting of several large doors. Even the ground was extremely flat and wide, resembling a rural dirt road. According to Noki, the Tauren also transported supplies by cart. This actually saves us some trouble. Jiang Tao opened the wooden door, and as Big G passed through the light curtain, he accelerated without blinking an eye, speeding up even more. Another familiar scene. On the green grassland, a group of little lambs was happily grazing, with the leading sheep occasionally looking around. The lead sheep was very alert, but it didn't notice that a large gray wolf was stealthily crawling over from the other side. Just as the wolf thought the timing was right and was about to pounce. Boom. A strange rumble sounded, startling the little lambs into fleeing in all directions. What dared to snatch food from its mouth? Just as the wolf was frustrated, the sound grew closer, and then it felt a pain in its backside and spun around. Also, I ended up flying into the air. Below inside the vehicle, a sweet and innocent female voice rang out. Brother, why did you send the monster flying again? If this keeps up, I'm afraid the hood won't hold up. Jiang Tao laughed heartily. Don't worry, it's been reinforced by Mushroom Master, and besides, isn't Master Baron here too? Of course. The dwarf master, sitting on the roof, shouted loudly. Bang, bang, bang. After the gray wolf was knocked out, a familiar set of corpse collection methods followed. Yang Mi and she didn't rush either. They chased after the little lambs. According to the description, their meat is tender and rich in energy, making them a rare delicacy. Isn't there too much meat lately? After some consideration, Jiang Tao put some of the previously acquired defective meat on the market. As the time to return home drew closer, everyone's desire for gold also increased. Spirit crystals began circulating in the market, and Jiang Tao set the conditions as elite creature meat needs mithril spirit crystals, blueprints, etc. When players rested, they would habitually open the trading platform. Those with surplus would naturally buy it to improve their meals. After closing the trading platform, several little lambs were also captured by Shishi and the others. Don't kill them, yet I lock them in the courtyard for fresh lamb meat later. Jiang Tao swept across the grassland with his third eye and unexpectedly discovered a special resource, grass, the favorite food of herbivores. He approached and collected several rolls of the best grass. Then he found the passageway and had to lift the grass cover before digging. Torn, let's go. For this laborious task, Jiang Tao summoned the towering guards. He swapped his giant axe for a large iron pickaxe. The tall Torn, driven by Lilith, began to dig vigorously with hearts in their eyes. Their speed was 4 to 5 times that of the goblin laborers. Meanwhile, the goblin laborers were assigned to the shelter refining mithril in the forge. Brother, where did we get such large tools? When she saw the Tauren digging out the passage in just a minute, she asked a soul-searching question. Jiang Tao chuckled, glancing at the pursuing troll in a certain direction. They came from the strawberry garden. Let's hurry, after passing through a few more rooms we'll reach the... Noki in the vehicle urged with the map in hand. Subsequently, Jiang Tao got back in the car, checked the light curtain ahead, confirmed there was no danger, and summoned the Tauren back to the shelter to continue on. In the next rooms 57, 58, and 59, they did not encounter any major dangers, and even opened 2 treasure chests. The ones to be most cautious of were undoubtedly the trolls that had been chasing them, and the mother-childine soul tree. With Jiang Tao's prompt talent, whenever the 2 bosses approached, he always managed to reach the next room a step ahead. The enraged trolls were helpless, and what made them even angrier was that they discovered many strawberry stems along the way. Thus, while chasing and running, Shishi, Lilith, and Demi Mi sang songs as they ate strawberries, and before they knew it, they reached room number 60. Noki squeezed in the back compartment, held the map, and pointed eagerly at the location marked with gold. We've arrived at the 60th critical chamber. Ahead lies a large-scale nightmare-tier dungeon currently occupied by 20 minotaurs, elite monsters ranked E class. Among them, the Minotaur Strong Shield, a massive warrior, stands as a top-tier elite. Boss General Minotaur clad in supreme bronze-grade armor, a quasi-transcendent being. Jiang Tao recoiled instinctively at first sight. 20 Minotaurs. Has the difficulty exceeded the intended scope? Is this still merely a Class B mission? And yet this is not even the final destination. It is unimaginable how formidable the Thundercliff stronghold must be. In an instant, Jiang Tao's mind raced through countless possibilities. No wonder Nichikawa Kosaka met his grisly end, and doomed his homeland along with him. Even my current strength cannot breach this gate. Thundercliff must harbor transcendent minotaurs. Coupled with legions of minotaur sentinels, conventional assault would be utterly futile, let alone rescuing that little mushroom. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart grew. Brother, what's wrong? Two bosses were hunting them. If they failed to secure shelter before nightfall, the ghost tree would surely come calling. This looks precarious. Let's pause for now. Jiang Tao frowned and instructed everyone to rest briefly before the chamber entrance. As time passed, the interface updated accordingly. It turned out 2 Minotaur squads were conducting a handover. 1 detachment was preparing to depart for patrols across several outer camps. Could it be the same ones we encountered earlier? Jiang Tao waited patiently. The 2 squads exchanged lengthy, tedious banter, until 10 minutes later Minotaurs began departing one by one. When Jiang Tao re-examined the luminous interface, the minefield's configuration had drastically changed. As an essential armory for the Minotaur tribe, General Minotaur commands 9 elite Minotaur warriors here. Should you attempt entry, beware their devastating synchronized technique, the Savage Charge. Jiang Tao had first-hand witnessed the Minotaur's raw might. His gaze lingered on the Savage Charge, and a new prompt appeared. Savage Charge, a racial ability of Minotaurs. By channeling all energy into their horns while bracing with both hooves, they generate an invincible aura ahead, shattering enemies upon him. When executed in unison, its power multiplies exponentially. A coordinated charge by even a small cohort poses lethal danger, even to transcendent beings. Even halved in number, they remained an unprecedented threat. Jiang Tao tapped the vehicle's hull and smiled wryly. It seems a frontal assault is out of the question. They'd be overrun instead. He first ushered everyone out, then briefed the group on the minefield's layout, and convened a strategy session to confront the 10 remaining Minotaurs. Meanwhile, spectators elsewhere grew restless. Brother, nightfall approaches. The live stream will soon end. Please indulge our curiosity and enter Chamber 60. Are they devising a dungeon-clearing strategy? After all, Jiang Tao possesses the #1 talent, the myriad phenomena eye. He must have already gleaned intelligence about the next chamber and is now marshaling his forces. By now, talents of nearly all top 100 contenders have been thoroughly cataloged, including those of Shen Sisi and Yang Mi. Behind the scenes, Omeng's studio meticulously logged every detail. The Sakura Island team, directly overseen by the cabinet, was analyzing and documenting with even greater rigor. The Prime Minister had already inquired twice today. The task force reported currently Jiang Tao's team remains at Chamber 59. The nearest rival, the Stone Giant Squad, is at Chamber 55. Counselor Yamada, hindered early on, now occupies Chamber 45. Yet thanks to vigorous promotion and intensive cultivation by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, viewership has surged past 400 million. Projections indicate he'll surpass the Catherine sisters tomorrow, claiming 10th place in popularity. The Prime Minister nodded approvingly. What is the comparative strength between Yamada's squad and Jiang Tao's? Is victory remotely possible? Well, the task force replied cautiously, based on current intelligence, the probability of victory is virtually nil, approximately 0.1%. However, since both teams operate at the same tier, strategic ambushes, superior gear, and rare artifacts could significantly elevate their odds. Having heard the analysis, the Prime Minister remained impassive, merely commending their diligence and instructing continued observation. Meanwhile, the Great Xia livestream captivated millions. The team had finalized their plan, with Chief Strategist Shin Sisi at the helm. Truly a genius JK Beauty, whose intellect soared to its zenith. Her scheme was brilliant. Brother, didn't you say a detachment of Minotaurs just departed? Then we have one Minotaur of our own. Let him infiltrate first, then Lilith, seizing the opportunity, shall beguile several more Minotaurs to sow chaos within their ranks. Their greatest threat will thus dissolve. Lilith hesitated slightly. By your grace, my cultivation has advanced considerably. With this mushroom cap and nocturnal enhancement, I can charm no more than 2 Minotaurs at most. Norchi, the most invested in the mission, asked curiously. I can engage 2, or even 3, possibly 5, at peak capacity. But if I expend my artifact now, retrieving Guguzi from Thundercliff may become impossible. Seeing his confident expression, the others sensed he was. So it appears the legendary mushroom, Shin Sisi investigated, is indeed carried by Norchi. Jiang Tao reflected. Based on prior performance, Norchi could realistically hold only 1 Minotaur at bay. The dwarf master rumbled deeply. I can handle but 1. Shin Sisi added, I can manage 2. Yang Mi spoke softly. I believe I can also contend with 1. 3 remained unaccounted for, including the strongest General Minotaur. At that moment, Jiang Tao stepped forward. The rest are mine to deal with. Yang Mi voiced quiet concern. Don't overextend yourself. We could simply abandon this mission. After all, we're less than 4 days from home. Sisi opened her mouth to speak, then fell silent. Gazing at Norchi's hopeful, anxious eyes, how could Jiang Tao crush such fragile hope? He declared confidently, rest assured. If General Minotaur falls, all else becomes manageable. Don't forget Lilith's 3 charmed Minotaurs turn from foes to allies. Gaining 3, while removing 3, means their fighting strength plummets by 6. Above Norchi's head floated a numeric prompt: Affinity 20. Your courage profoundly impresses him. The plan solidified. They rehearsed it once more. Sisi and Mi then coated their weapons with poison. At dusk, 1755, Jiang Tao verified the minefield status remained unchanged, then signaled Lilith with a glance. Lilith nodded solemnly. Facing 10 formidable Minotaurs, she dared not afford a single misstep. Crack! Her succubus whip snapped sharply in midair. Thereupon the Minotaur guard, whose pupils shimmered with pink hearts, was summoned. Jiang Tao refitted him with a colossal axe. We'll go in first. Wait 3 minutes before following. Just as Jiang Tao prepared to conceal himself beneath the Minotaur's leather hauberk, his gaze inadvertently swept across the creature's enormous snout. In a prompt materialized, foolish human. You nearly overlooked something vital. Minotaurs possess extraordinary olfactory acuity. Your scent, and Lilith's sultry aura, will be detected instantly. Scent. He nearly neglected this critical factor. Hesitating, another interface bloomed. Before him, your prior victories have clouded your judgment. Reawaken your supreme intellect. A gentle reminder: salvation lies within. A crimson arrow pointed directly toward Yang Mi's petite head. Noticing Jiang Tao's stare, Yang Mi's brow furrowed with a giant question mark. Ah yes, you have the monster-repelling spray. Jiang Tao suddenly recalled. Mimi, quickly spray it on me, and on Lilith. Oh, this? Yang Mi rummaged in her pack and retrieved the spray, dispensing 2 bursts over Jiang Tao and Lilith. She and Shin Sisi detected no change in odor, but the dwarf master and Norchi rubbed their noses. That human stench has vanished entirely. So effectively, Yang Mi, intrigued, reached to spray herself, only to be gently stopped by Jiang Tao. Only 3 uses remain. We'll save them for later. I'll follow your lead. Yang Mi tucked the spray away obediently. A flicker of pride gleamed in her peach-shaped eyes. She'd been the one to acquire this artifact. Jiang Tao then remembered his seldom-worn bearhide kasaya, which conferred nocturnal invisibility. He draped it over his back and slipped into concealment behind the Minotaur. As twilight deepened, Lilith's attributes intensified. Her form dissolved into a spectral essence, vanishing seamlessly into the gathering night, scentless and invisible. Brother, take care. If things go awry, retreat here immediately. Shin Sisi urged anxiously. This foe was unlike any they'd faced before. Xiao Tao, you must return. I'm waiting to go home with you. Yang Mi's peach-shaped eyes held unspoken urgency. She abandoned pretense entirely, laying bare her feelings to Sisi, who of course had long. Don't worry, I never gamble without odds. As the Minotaur guard approached the luminous threshold, Jiang Tao prepared to slip through, when Norchi, gritting his teeth, leapt forward and thrust a sapphire-blue mushroom into his hands. Here, it's yours. A legendary mushroom. Jiang Tao's heart leapt with delight as he accepted it eagerly. Thank you. He examined it closely. It fit snugly in his palm, its cap oddly shaped like a miniature azure turtle shell. Acquired rare artifact: azure turtle mushroom. The blue turtle mushroom, magical mushroom series. After consumption, one can transform into a blue turtle, gaining 1 to all attributes and tripling movement speed. Mastering racial skills: turtle shell, gliding, flying turtle, invincible fire wheel. The mushroom man indeed had many treasures hidden. No wonder he was confident in dealing with 5 minotaurs. After carefully storing the blue turtle mushroom, Jiang Tao bid farewell to the others and passed through the light membrane. Over 4 billion viewers saw the situation at level 60 before it closed. In the dim twilight, clusters of bonfires illuminated a filthy mine. The ground was uneven, and a gaunt goblin strained to push a fully loaded minecart. They weakly shuttled back and forth between the mine and the smelting furnace. Hurry up already. By the roadside, several minotaurs standing 3 to 4 meters tall and wearing silver leather armor wielded long whips over 4 meters in length, clearly better equipped than the minotaur guards. Upon discovering the goblin slaves working slowly, they lashed out without hesitation. How strong are the minotaurs? Several times stronger than other monsters. Often a single lash would leave the goblins bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Clang clang. Near the smelting furnaces, several captured dwarves shackled and with vacant expressions hammered away at the ores. Some viewers took screenshots sharpied, ones noticing there were at least 10 super minotaurs. One of them stood a towering 5 to 6 meters tall, clad in heavy armor, with a pair of golden crescent-horned beasts that made anyone gasp in fear. Stationed at the mine was a minotaur shield warrior, holding a 5-meter thick shield, muscles like small hills. But this BOSS, it must be him. A viewer zoomed in on a camp where a handsome minotaur in golden armor and a red cloak was seated. Suddenly the wooden door beside him creaked open. Hearing the noise, a minotaur turned alertly. Upon realizing it was a fellow comrade, he slightly lowered his guard and dispersed. Based on your gear, aren't you supposed to be a guard stationed at the camp? How did you end up here? The largest minotaur in the entire area approached, wielding a double-edged axe. As he passed, even the muddy path trembled. The minotaur guard nervously shouted, "Where is the general? I need to see the general." There was an ambush at the camp, and I'm the only one who escaped. His loud voice quickly attracted the minotaur general. Bring him over. The minotaur general awaited inside. The large minotaur, after sniffing and finding no foul odor, proceeded. He and another minotaur warrior brought the guard before the general. Assassination. How did Jiang Tao hide behind the minotaur without being discovered? Just as the viewers were nervously watching this scene, eager to witness a spectacular battle, there was a sudden click, and the live stream abruptly went dark. Red subtitles streamed across. Thank you to all viewers for watching. Please maintain a healthy schedule. Remember to tune in tomorrow morning at 6. Damn, let me watch for 10 more. With so many minotaurs, Jiang Tao probably can't hold on. He won't repeat the fate of little Sakura, will he? The viewers cursed, and the observers lamented not being able to collect more data. Viewers in the Great Xia were tense, hoping not to wake up to ominous news. Jiang Tao had not noticed that the live stream had ended. He was fully focused on lurking behind the minotaurs. The monster-repelling spray, plus the bearskin robe, minimized his presence. Coupled with the already dim night, many shadows flickered under the bonfire's light. The passing minotaurs only gave the guard a cursory glance before returning their attention to the goblin slaves. Upon reaching the camp surrounded by large minotaurs and minotaur warriors, the guard approached the general. Which camp are you from? The minotaur general looked up, his enormous eyes fixed on the guard, suddenly frowning. What's wrong with your eyes? As soon as he finished speaking, the minotaur guard shot out a beam of white light from his waist, striking towards the general's eye with lightning. Enemy attack. The minotaur general, surprisingly instinctively experienced, dodged just in time. The flying knife did not pierce his eye, but embedded itself in the side of his eye, instantly causing a burst of blood. The flying knife, like a vampire, continuously absorbed blood, and the damage rapidly escalated, instantly staining one of the general's eyes red. Furious, he reached for the double-edged giant axe beside him. Unexpectedly, the flying knife ignited in flames, causing him to scream in agony, and his vision began to blur. Thunder punishment. At that moment, Jiang Tao rose violently, and a third eye shot out a beam of lightning, directly striking the other eye of the minotaur. Now the minotaur general, with blurred vision, could not hold on. His eyeball exploded instantly, and his head was pierced by the lightning. Surprisingly, despite suffering a fatal injury, the minotaur general still had the strength to rise, and even tried to pull out the double-edged axe to fight. Fly for me. The words came out swiftly. At some point, a pink figure materialized in the camp. Lilith used her whip to strike the double-edged axe, pulling it away with great force. Now, without a weapon, the minotaur general pounded his chest with both hands. Despicable scoundrel. His golden-horned horns began to glow. Quick dodge. Jiang Tao was alarmed. The life force of this quasi-supernatural creature was indeed formidable. The minotaur general's head was ignited by thunder and fire, seemingly on the brink of death, yet he could still launch a deadly attack. At that moment, the large minotaurs on either side finally reacted, furiously swinging their giant axes toward the minotaur guard. The guard was unable to dodge and was decapitated by a single blow. Lilith attempted to use charm magic to control him, but it only caused the large minotaur's head to shake and its movements to slow. She saw the minotaur general starting to rampage, causing chaos. Jiang Tao spread his wings of freedom and soared into the air. You deal with the other minotaurs, he'll handle this one. All right, master, be careful. Lilith knew that dealing with top-tier elite monsters was a bit overwhelming, so she quickly transformed into a spirit and vanished. The enraged large minotaur let out a furious roar. As the enemy attempted to flee, he could not stop them. Is it you, human? The large minotaur fixed his gaze on Jiang Tao, exchanging glances with a companion, hooves stomping and horns glowing. Savage charge. X2. A terrifying energy shield appeared before the horns. Jiang Tao was not the least bit flustered. He deliberately laughed loudly. That's right, it's me. Die, 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 die. The dying minotaur general was unable to find his direction. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's voice, he snorted angrily, eyes reddening, and with a thunderous crash charged toward the source of the sound. The force was so fierce and the speed so terrifying that it created a shockwave, leaving behind a series of horrific afterimages. General. Seeing him charge towards himself, the large minotaur hurriedly tried to stop, but it was already too late. Jiang Tao ignited the spark, empowering his wings of freedom with lightning, and vanished in a flash. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as the three minotaurs collided, toppling the camp. The large minotaur screamed as its horn broke, sent flying into the sky. The other slightly weaker minotaur warrior fared worse. Not only did both horns break, but the minotaur's head fell limp, collapsing on the spot, frothing at the mouth, and died instantly. Huff huff. The victorious minotaur general charged over 100 meters, carving out 2 deep trenches before finally stopping his momentum. With a crash, the minotaur general who delivered the strike fell to the ground begrudgingly, with blue thunderfire still burning on his head. Fortunately, I resolved this quickly. Indeed, it's formidable. Jiang Tao felt relieved. This was a big boss on par with the Ghost Mother Tree, and he was currently at the same level. If he were to be besieged by so many minotaurs, it would not be a joke. Enemy attack. Though it seemed long, it had only been about 2 to 3 minutes. After the camp was dismantled, the minotaur's strong shield led the remaining 7 minotaurs rushing in from all directions. Clap. In the night sky, Lilith appeared, swinging her enchanting whip to charm 2 minotaurs. Battle formation charge. The minotaur's strong shield with bloodshot eyes commanded everyone to charge together. Facing this heathen would leave even supernatural beings severely wounded or dead. Jiang Tao tossed the blue turtle mushroom into his mouth. I transformed. As the mushroom was consumed, Jiang Tao instantly transformed into a blue turtle, his body surging with an endless flow of power, causing all his attributes to double. With 3 times the movement speed, he became a streak of blue lightning. At this moment, Jiang Tao was the extraordinary turtle. The strongest minotaur, wielding a 5-meter sturdy shield, led several minotaurs into a charge. A barrier as solid as an iron wall surged forward like a tidal wave. This race's innate ability allowed them to create barriers, significantly restricting the enemy's movement speed. But at this moment, Jiang Tao withdrew into his shell. With a gentle twist in the air, he flew out like a yo-yo, evading this deadly attack. Subsequently, he traced a graceful arc in the air. The sound of bang 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 echoed as he struck several minotaurs, severely injuring them and throwing their formation into chaos. Additionally, 2 minotaurs were incited by Lilith to swing their axes at their own kin, causing the minotaurs to descend into utter confusion. Not only was the combined technique no longer usable, but the barbaric charge also feared injuring their own. Damn humans. The minotaur roared, nostrils flaring as he stomped the ground, releasing a wave of stunning sound. However, neither Jiang Tao nor Lilith were affected as they soared in the air. Take my indomitable whirlwind attack. The blue turtle streaked across like a meteor, accurately striking the minotaur's head and inflicting severe injury. At this moment, another top-tier creature, a large minotaur, rushed over from a distance to provide support. Quick dodge. Let's take this chance to escape. As both sides clashed, the goblin slaves in the mine scattered in all directions. A few dwarves attempted to join the fight with their hammers, but were hindered by their shackles, forced to first remove them. Just then, a wooden door creaked open. 3 minutes were up. Norky was the first to rush out. Despite being the smallest, his presence was the mightiest. Ducking underground, he pierced a minotaur's foot with a spear made from tree stems, which was also highly toxic. Bang bang bang. Yangmi took cover behind a barrier and fired with a desert eagle. Simultaneously, her right eye's Medusa's gaze petrified the minotaur, turning it into a target as the blue turtle formed by Jiang Tao crushed its head, sending it crashing to the ground. Nearby, Shinsisi also crouched down, firing a wind crossbow, her speed and range surpassing those of Yangmi. In the chaotic battlefield, a minotaur attempted to charge at them, while the dwarf master rushed forward to join the fray. Minutes later, minotaurs fell one by one. Jiang Tao did not kill the severely injured large minotaur, but instead had Lilith ensnare it. 2 of the earlier minotaurs had perished together with the enemy, making it a critical moment to replenish their combat power. The strength and size of the large minotaur were far greater than ordinary monsters. As the battle concluded with a snap, the mushroom effect vanished, and Jiang Tao reverted to his original form, giving a thumbs up. Norky, your village's mushrooms are truly remarkable. Of course, Norky proudly stood atop a fallen minotaur, raising the tree stem high. Only one last step remains to rescue the mushroom child. Seeing all the minotaurs down, the mine was in disarray, and only then did Shinsisi and Yangmi emerge from their hiding place. That was terrifying, but fortunately it was without peril. Yangmi's heart raced as her jade-like hand pressed against her chest. Looks like we are superheroes too. Tonight's haul is quite substantial. Shinsisi smiled as she stowed her alchemical wind crossbow. Just the 9 minotaurs alone yielded a wealth of rare materials like beef and tendons, not to mention the precious ores collected from the mine. Only I wondered why I couldn't find you. Turns out you were captured as a slave. The dwarf master was astonished to see an old friend by the furnace, a name even Norky had heard of, with skills rivaling those of Baron. A total of 4 dwarf craftsmen and 24 goblins were captured by the minotaurs. Master Oli represented them in expressing gratitude to Jiang Tao. Brave human, it's a pity we have nothing to repay you with. Looking at the pile of mithril by the furnace, Jiang Tao smiled as he took out the mother-and-child spider spear, waving it. Not far away, the ace-throwing knife embedded in the head of the minotaur general flew back. During the earlier battle, 2 of my pieces were damaged. I would appreciate it if the masters could help me repair them. The 4 dwarf masters nodded repeatedly. Certainly, we have all the materials here. Master Oli marveled as he took the pig spear. Just one more step, and it can evolve into a silver artifact. I'll help you add some mountain copper to it. Old ghost, let me handle this. Master Baron, eager to repay Jiang Tao with fine wine, picked up a hammer and joined the forging. Several dwarves hurried to repay their debt, also asking Jiang Tao to remove the slightly damaged bearskin robe for repair. I have plenty of fur here. Jiang Tao thought quickly. He promptly took out the cowhide and donkey-headed wolf hides he had obtained earlier. That's enough. If we add some more materials, we can craft a sturdy leather armor for you and your 2 teammates. The dwarves began working enthusiastically with their hammers. The 24 goblins gathered firewood and pushed the mine carts, bringing out all the gold and silver they had laboriously collected during this time. Shin-Sisi, curious about the dwarves' forging techniques, stayed by the furnace to learn. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao led Yang Mi and Lilith to tally their spoils. The rewards from Room 60 were richer than any previous ones. Collecting the 9 minotaurs yielded exquisite beef, top-notch beef, dropped by the minotaur general 2nd-tier spirit crystals, 8 near 3rd-tier spirit crystals, 1 bronze giant axes, 8 a complete set of top-notch bronze armor, tendons, 9 near silver giant axes, 1 near silver giant shields, 1. Additionally, rare potions were extracted from the minotaur general. Strengthening potion. When rubbed on the body, it grants the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, refining the physique and promoting secondary development of the body. Besides that, there are the small mountains of ores in the mine. Silver 100, gold 0, bronze 100, mithril 0, mountain copper 200. The enormous haul needed to be transformed into combat power. Master Baron suggested that the Big G needed a complete overhaul. This was a major project requiring a significant amount of gold, mithril, and mountain copper. To show his gratitude, Jiang Tao brought out several boxes of strong liquor and several platters of cooked delicacies to reward the 5 hard-working dwarf masters. He also made a promise to the 24 goblins. Tonight, help the dwarf masters well, and tomorrow everyone will be free. Jiang Tao even released the initial goblin powerhouse. Follow us all the way, even if you have no merit, you have worked hard. From now on you can go with them. The goblin powerhouse was bewildered. In the mine, it was a scene of bustling activity. The roaring bonfire illuminated the area brightly, and Yang Mi reminded with slight concern, at night, that ghost tree won't come back, will it? Don't worry, this is the Minotaur's territory. See this bonfire? It has the effect of warding off monsters at night. Norky pointed to the bonfire surrounding the mine, explaining. To ensure safety, Jiang Tao looked towards several doorways around. Behind the front door are 2 ogres who have ended their harmonious life. They were tired and intended to rest, but ran into a few minotaurs, leading to a fierce battle. In the back room, the mother and child ghost tree wreaked havoc on the terrain, stirring up a minotaur camp, initiating an assault by the minotaurs with expectations of the mother and child ghost tree achieving a complete victory. To the left, in a residential area of the minotaurs, 5 minotaurs were soundly asleep. To the right, in a minotaur training ground, you might find some training. Unbeknownst to them, they had already ventured deep into the minotaur's territory. With no turning back, they vowed not to retreat until they reached Thunder Cliff. Reflecting on the fierce battle earlier, a cloud of worry darkened Yang Mi's brow. Xiao Tao, this mission seems too difficult. There are probably dozens if not hundreds of minotaurs at Thunder Cliff. No matter how strong you are, you can only handle 1 or 2 bosses at most. They are tall and powerful. Even their sheer numbers could overwhelm us. His gaze passed through the wooden door, seemingly catching sight of the rampant ghost tree behind them. Jiang Tao's eyes were deep with thought. Don't worry, I have a plan. Besides, we underestimate Nuachi. He has some secret items up his sleeve. No matter what'll listen to you. We'll be home in 3 days. Big Mimi rested her heavy heart against Jiang Tao's shoulder. At that moment, a cheerful voice came from behind. Brother, look. I've raised Master Balan's favorability to 100. He's going to teach me forging skills. Big Mimi quickly pulled her head back, and Jiang Tao turned around, saying, That's great news, that matches your skills perfectly. Suddenly, he recalled the silver technique. He inquired, Can we learn their upgrading silver technique? That seems a bit difficult. Among the 5 dwarven masters, only Balan and Master Oli might know it. Shin-Sisi scratched her little face. Jiang Tao led Yang Mi back to the forge where the 5 dwarf masters were busily hammering. They had several crates of nearly finished liquor at their feet. The more they drank, the better their spirits. Balan reluctantly picked up half a bottle of white liquor and took a sip. Seeing this, Jiang Tao was inspired. He retrieved 3 crates of life water from the warehouse and called out, "Masters, you've worked hard. These 3 crates of liquor are for you to drink tonight." Upon seeing more liquor, the dwarves paused their hammers, feeling a bit embarrassed. "We've already drunk several crates. Why are you bringing more?" Jiang Tao pulled Shin Sisi closer. "My sister wants to learn more skills from the masters." Of course, Balin readily agreed. While they generously shared common techniques, they hesitated about the precious silver forging technique. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Tao couldn't help but smile secretly. Drink up, drink up. With 96 alcohol content, I doubt you won't enjoy it." Watching the dwarves curiously twist open the liquor bottles, they became intoxicated by the rich aroma. Shin Sisi leaned closer and whispered, "Brother, do you think they will get drunk?" "Don't worry, their constitution is strong enough." Jiang Tao winked at her. Soon the dwarves who had drunk a few sips of life water became noticeably excited. Not only did their hammering become more vigorous, but they also chattered non-stop. Favorability 5, favorability 10. As a series of numbers appeared above the dwarven masters, the slightly tipsy Balin and Master Oli helped Jiang Tao upgrade his equipment while explaining techniques to Sisi. Learning. Transitioning into a craftsman. Sisi is becoming more capable by the day, Big Mimi sighed looking at the studying girl. Afterward, Jiang Tao quickly prepared dinner with her and resolved it in haste. After dinner they rested. Big Mimi went to her room to wash up and sleep. Jiang Tao sat on a rock and opened the chat channel to take a look. Recently, the survival rate had increased significantly. "Haha, I triggered a clever quest today, but thinking about going back in 3 days, I didn't dare to accept it. I've only cleared a handful of rooms with just a bottle of water and a piece of bread left. I can tough it out for 3 days. You guys are wasting your opportunities. I've evolved to top tier level. Superhuman. When I go back, you'll definitely be a national hero. Extra. Is anyone selling gold? The prices for blueprints and spirit crystals are really good." Perhaps because they were close to returning, the gloomy atmosphere of the past few days had completely vanished, and many ordinary players began to chime in. Many of them were collecting gold, clearly planning to make some profit upon returning. Thinking of this, Jiang Tao listed a considerable amount of gold. Since he had just earned a decent sum, it was better to exchange it for other resources. Gold x 100 exchange for resources: 1 spirit crystal, 10 mountain copper, 10 secret silver, or other items. With a large quantity listed at once, Jiang Tao's entries flooded the first few pages of the trading platform. Wow, as Jiang Tao hit the gold mine. 666, oh what a wealthy boss. The ones who had been clamoring to buy gold were now placing orders without hesitation. Transaction successful: 1 Styre spirit crystal, 1 transaction successful, mountain copper 10. Hearing the notifications around him, Jiang Tao couldn't help but smile. Many players thought of cashing out and leaving, but Jiang Tao had a hunch that the first wave of the game wouldn't end here. Speaking of which, there's still a lot of gold left to mine. With a sigh of regret, Jiang Tao unconsciously walked toward the mine. The ground was uneven from the goblins digging, with occasional glimmers of silver and gold flashing in the muddy ore. Several goblins were still using iron picks to continue mining some ores to send to the dwarves for refining. Upon seeing Jiang Tao approach, they all lowered their heads in submission. Jiang Tao nodded at them. When his gaze fell on a robust goblin, a prompt suddenly appeared above its head. The most capable goblin in the mine has an extraordinary sensitivity to gold. If favorability reaches 50 points, there might be an unexpected current favorability 20. Grateful for your rescue. Is this a hidden quest? Jiang Tao's expression was peculiar. Had he not come to the mine, he would have overlooked this deed. What's your name? Jiang Tao called the goblin over, and it answered clumsily. Molin, thank you for saving me, hero. You must be tired after a day of digging. Jiang Tao took out a steak, saying, here, have this for dinner. Upon catching the familiar and powerful aroma of the steak, Molin trembled slightly, hands shaking, unable to accept it. Is this the meat of the Minotaur, Captain? What's wrong? Is it not enough? Jiang Tao laughed and took out 2 more steaks taken from the Minotaur. These 2 are for you. Eat them as rations tomorrow. I wouldn't dare. Molin excitedly accepted the 3 steaks, trembling with both fear and excitement. He never expected that as a slave he would be able to eat the flesh of a general. Other nearby goblins looked over enviously, further inflating his vanity. Favorability 10, favorability 10, favorability 10. Seeing the numbers appearing above the goblin's head, Jiang Tao thought to himself, does 1 steak equal to 10 favorability? After receiving the steaks, Molin seemed to recall something. By the way, hero, if you want to mine gold here, I know a place with a lot of gold. Here it comes. Jiang Tao's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly asked, oh, where is it? Take me to see. Guided by Molin, Jiang Tao traversed a winding mine path and found a hidden corner cave underground. The glimmers of gold shining from the soil walls revealed the high gold content of this place. I accidentally dug this out once before. Molin continued to chatter about the information, but Jiang Tao's gaze had already fallen upon the cave. Luck is on my side. Found a rare gold essence. Mining it could replenish the homeland. This treasure was hidden underground. Jiang Tao recalled what had been mentioned at the game's start. Players could gain rare resources in the game that could repay. However, so far aside from discovering a spiritual spring, no other player had managed to achieve this. Clearly, it would be up to him to complete it first. Mining the gold essence would not be easy. First, he needed to find the exact location, then collect it vigorously without damaging a single shred. For Jiang Tao, who had hints, it was just slightly tedious. With Mulin's help, Jiang Tao took an iron pick and gently struck the surrounding gold fragments down. After more than 10 minutes, he spotted a flowing golden dragon hidden deep underground. When he placed his hand upon it, a voice of reminder sounded, "Congratulations, you have collected golden essence. Luck 10. At the same time, a more resonant system sound echoed in all players' ears. Building announcement. Congratulations to Jiang Tao for successfully excavating the treasure golden essence. National fortune feedback is 100-fold. A large gold mine will emerge within the territory of the Great Xia. Civility tip: players should not only focus on searching for quests while exploring rooms, but also look for resources underground. Without surprise, the chat channel began to flood with messages. I knew it. Jiang Tao just listed so much gold, he must have found a gold mine. Oh my, did I miss out on the silver essence? Earlier at that mining area there was a lot of silver, but I thought it wasn't worth much in reality, so I gathered a bit and left. The one who feels the most regret here is undoubtedly Yushan. He had encountered the mining site long ago, only to realize too late what he had missed. The long-lost Xiao Ma Gu congratulated, haha. It seems that whether in the building or on Blue Star gold is precious. Just relying on this gold mine will ensure your wealth for a lifetime. Other countries' chat platforms were similarly blown up with discussions. As top players like the Barbarian King and Alexander were among the top 10, they felt an added pressure. Currently, only the Great Xia, White Eagle Federation, and Tianzhu countries are receiving feedback, and their backing nations are among the 5 permanent members. The National Barrage also encourages them to achieve milestone accomplishments, but surviving is already commendable. It must be his talent activating again. Yamada Hiroshi, the first person of Sakura, was roasting a rabbit with a katana, cursing. Recently, the island has been cultivating him with the nation's full strength, adding to Yamada's ambitions. While players discussed with sighs, the people of the Great Xia prayed for no bad news tonight, yet they were ecstatic. Without a doubt, the Tauren were defeated. The mine belongs to Jiang Tao now. Quick, find out where the gold mine is. Gold is more than just a metal, it is valuable in many technological fields. Experts even assert that its value will only increase in the new era. Not long after, the Central Plains garrison discovered a newly altered landscape. When the elders in the meeting received the news, they all burst into laughter at the high gold content and abundant reserves of the mine, surpassing the previous world's #1 mine. Elder Lin laughed and said, "We previously strengthened our defenses thinking it might be necessary, but unexpectedly, he gave us another surprise. It seems that the welcoming ceremony upon our return will have to change again." An elder joked, "Where there is joy, there is sorrow. Don't worry. Our genetic technology will surpass the genetic cultivation of the Great Xia." In recent days, the older members of the Brotherhood have become much younger. Progress has also been made on the research of the Mother Empress, leading to personnel originally in charge of the Goblin Sword Master being reassigned. However, what no one expected was that shortly after, another new announcement rang out. Building announcement. Congratulations to Elizabeth for excavating a spiritual spring. National fortune feedback. Within the territories of Great Britain, a spiritual lake will emerge. Drinking from it has a chance to awaken the bloodline of a wizard. In a room resembling an elven forest, a blonde beauty holding a sword stood by the lake, and upon hearing the reminder couldn't help but smile. As soon as this news broke, it instantly ignited excitement across European countries. In the East, there is genetic guidance technique. In the West, there is wizard bloodline. Indeed, an old superpower, though fallen, still has deep roots. Netizens in Britain were grinning from ear to ear, with some taking to the streets searching for the spiritual lake, hoping to drink from the spiritual water and become wizards. The army was deployed. The whole country was in an uproar, with people from all directions celebrating in the streets. The aging king watched this scene and sighed, "Mother, if you had only delayed your departure for 2 more years, I probably would never have been able to ascend to the throne in my lifetime." However, at this moment, the ones feeling the worst were not others, but the century-old rivals Gaul and Ross. As one of the 5 permanent members, they have fallen behind. Even the supreme leader of Ross personally summoned the relevant personnel. According to experts from various countries, as time goes by, the elimination rate of players has noticeably decreased, and as their strength increases, the feedback received is also greater. In the upcoming days, there should be a wave of explosive feedback from various countries. Commander, I think we should focus more on the impending crisis of national extinction that neighboring Lithuania is facing. The advisor cautiously reminded. Now all of Blue Star knows that their players are down to less than 20. At the Tauren mining site, after washing up, Yangmi, with wet hair, encountered Jiang Tao, just returning. She exclaimed, "You found a treasure here." Jiang Tao proudly held up the flowing golden dragon. After all, with such high difficulty, there must be milestone achievements for clearing Thunder Cliff. Then tonight, Big Mimi, dressed in a white bathrobe, bit her red lip, her peach blossom eyes seemingly able to spark electricity. "You should rest first. There's a big battle tomorrow, and tonight I need to watch the dwarves forge equipment and keep Xiaoxi company." After saying this, Jiang Tao took the golden essence towards the furnace. Big Mimi stomped her foot in annoyance and huffed back to her room to rest. "Dare to go to other women. Next time I'll make you regret it." She picked up the air conditioner remote and set the room temperature to 24 degrees, secretly grumbling. In the furnace room, upon seeing the treasure in Jiang Tao's hand, Ba Lin gasped in amazement. This is an essential material for forging golden artifacts. Its value is 100 or even 1,000 times that of mithril. Just adding a little during the forging process can greatly enhance the success rate and quality. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Tao realized its significance, and after receiving confirmation he smiled, and said, "Then let's extract a little for use on 2 weapons. Brother'll help you." Shun Shishi changed into fire-resistant clothing and picked up a hammer to assist. Perhaps due to their compatible talents, she grasped the forging profession intuitively and quickly became proficient. The JK beauty, under the guidance of the dwarf master, was sweating profusely while hammering. It was a truly fantastical and wonderful scene. Jiang Tao sat nearby, applying the powerful body-quenching potion on himself. This was the lifelong essence of the Tauren general. Coupled with Jiang Tao's talent of 1 pig's strength, it resulted in a double enhancement. Unknowingly, he had already broken through that barrier. The next day, the 7th day of the game. Only 2 days left until the return. After a day of cultivation, Jiang Tao suddenly opened his third eye, and the abundant vital energy condensed into a bolt of lightning. Congratulations, your physique has broken through to the extraordinary level. Flesh produces thunderbolts. Please strive further to transform your soul and energy, evolving into a true extraordinary being. Talent: 1 pig's strength, 9 bulls, and 2 tigers' strength merged into power of the 4 symbols beyond. Jiang Tao clicked to see power of the 4 symbols beyond, 9 bulls, and 2 tigers' strength x2. You can support 2 large elephants with 1 hand. Feeling the surging power within him, he raised his arm to flex his biceps. Above his muscles, a white bubble frame appeared. Strong gorilla talent bloodline. Your strength is already greater than some extraordinary beings. Of course, one must not be complacent. There is still a slight gap to reach high-level D rank. Jiang Tao extended his palm, crackling with purple electricity. This was the electric light generated spontaneously by his body, signifying that his path to the extraordinary had become clear. Extraordinary power, lightning, coupled with the terrifying foundation he had accumulated earlier. Soon, with just a little time and opportunity, he would be able to fully transform the energy within him. Brother, you're awake. At that moment, a dusty-faced, beautiful girl emerged from the blanket beside the furnace. Shin Sisi casually brushed off the dust from her head and wiped a few specks off her delicate nose, handing Jiang Tao the dazzling silver-glimmering mother and son spider spear and the ace flying knife. Look quickly, thanks to the blessings of several masters, it has evolved. You've worked hard. With the task complete, Jiang Tao excitedly stepped forward to take the weapons. He glanced at the weapons as if he had evolved to the extraordinary himself. The weapons had reached the silver level, and there were significant changes. Both weapons not only doubled their previous effects, but also gained a unique extraordinary ability each. Extraordinary Sharp. It injures upon contact and pierces through a large hole. Extraordinary Acceleration. In the world of martial arts, speed is unbeatable. Speed, 5 times capable of slicing through any being below the extraordinary level, and defense. Specializing in breaking through defenses with pinpoint precision, transcending the extraordinary barrier. After the upgrade, we have a better chance today. Jiang Tao held the silver spear tightly, reluctant to part with it, and waved to store the ace flying knife back at his waist. Besides these 2 items, Master Baron had also given Jiang Tao a surprise. 3 pieces of silver-grade leather armor, made from hides infused with a certain amount of mithril mountain copper and gold essence, all possessing the same extraordinary characteristic, resilient release. Jiang Tao tested it. Bronze weapons could not pierce it, including the bullets from the Desert Eagle. It seems I need to thank the dwarf master properly. Jiang Tao eagerly donned a piece of leather armor, and Shin Sisi smiled, saying, "Brother, I successfully changed jobs, as long as I have materials I can forge equipment from now on." Really? Jiang Tao focused his gaze on her job section, which now had an additional entry: silver blacksmith, possessing notable skills capable of forging silver weapons. It seemed that after a night of study, Shin Sisi had absorbed the craftsmanship of 5 dwarf masters. Another big surprise was that the Big G had been further upgraded by the dwarves. The vehicle was transformed into an off-road type, taking into account Jiang Tao's love for driving recklessly in the different terrains. Proposed by Shin Sisi, the chassis was raised significantly. Additionally, many collected cow horns were combined by Sisi into 2 sharp, protruding horns, which the dwarves fused onto the hood of the vehicle. It was no longer just the Big G, but a truly formidable Big Bull vehicle. Top-tier bronze level. Even the Kwasa 3rd-level spirit crystal dropped by General Bull yesterday was used on it. Just as the 2 were happily discussing the new vehicle's performance, on the outskirts of the mine, a red sun slowly rose. So far, the few of them had no idea why every room was illuminated. It was 6:00 a.m. sharp, and the familiar game notification sound rang out again. Good morning to all players. A total of 2400 players were eliminated yesterday. The elimination rate during the night is decreasing. It seems everyone has adapted to the rules. The popularity leaderboard has been updated. The top 100 players can collect yesterday's rewards. Lastly, I wish all players a safe journey home. As long as we complete this task, we can return home soon. Shin Sisi could almost see the excitement in the chat channel as everyone celebrated. By the way, what is today's reward? Jiang Tao opened the panel and saw a red exclamation mark bouncing. Click to claim. Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, the Eternal Lighter. No matter whether in the extreme cold of -200 degrees on the surface of the sun or underwater, it never fails to ignite, always able to produce a flame. What a strange item. Jiang Tao took out the unremarkable lighter, clicking it open with a snap, and a blue flame shot out. Shin Sisi joked, maybe we will need it when we reach the snow room. Do you want it? Jiang Tao offered it, but Shin Sisi shook her head and did not take it. What are you all chatting about? At that moment, Yang Mi, who had been awakened by the earlier reminder, yawned as she walked out of the stone house. Today's tasks were heavy. The three simply killed a fresh fat sheep, pairing it with strawberries and earth fruits, and had a hearty breakfast. To reward the 24 goblins for their hard work last night, in helping Jiang Tao manufacture a considerable amount of mithril and mountain copper, Jiang Tao rewarded each of them with a salty fish and a piece of beef, and the grateful goblins expressed their thanks repeatedly. As the goblin warrior who had followed them the longest, Shin Sisi, also gifted it a bag of marinated snacks and wolf meat. You are free now. Jiang Tao smiled as he said this. To the three heroes, I wish you a smooth journey ahead. Amidst countless thanks, the goblins took their gifts and pushed open different wooden doors, heading to other rooms. The last to leave was the goblin warrior, who turned back 3 times, seemingly having thoughts of continuing to follow them, but was gently rejected by Sisi. The live broadcast had just started, and due to Jiang Tao's bountiful harvest last night, the number of viewers had surged to over 4 billion in a short time. Some viewers witnessing this scene lamented, those are 25 monsters. Not to mention their forging skills. Just as Trilander meat shields for each level, they are incredibly valuable. Why did they let them go? Even gifting them. European and American viewers exclaimed, such a waste, such a waste. According to their logic, shouldn't they be captured and enslaved until death? Next, seeing Jiang Tao politely presenting a case of fine wine to each of the dwarf masters, they shook their heads repeatedly, unable to understand. So courteous. That is what we should do. The dwarf masters said they felt embarrassed, but their noses turned red with excitement. They could refuse other things, but not. Meeting is a fateful encounter. When we meet again, let's continue to drink and be merry. Seeing the 10 goodwill floating above the dwarves' heads, Jiang Tao lifted several cases of fine. You must come to visit our tribe in the future. Master Baron fulfilled his promise to Jiang Tao and also taught Shin Sisi his top secret techniques. He and Master Oli led the dwarves out the door, embarking on their journey home. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling mine was left with only Jiang Tao, Shin Sisi, and Yang Mi. We should hurry up and set off. Mushroom is still waiting for me. A green stem shot out, urging the three to continue on their way. Alright, I will first assess the situation. Collecting his emotions, Jiang Tao focused on the wooden doors. Ahead lies a challenge-level cow camp, with 4 minotaur guards wandering about. If we take this route, we will need to circle around one room to approach. The wooden door behind leads to a junkyard where a mass of resentful entities is gathered, lacking any physical form. They curl up in the garbage mountain, sleeping. If anyone approaches, they will be awakened. The left wooden door leads to a common cave containing only some simple supplies, with a few dwarves on the way, which leads to a dwarf tribe. Perhaps you can take a rest there and forge some equipment. The right side is a large forest, more suitable for goblins and gremlins to live. Look, there are several goblins weaving through right now. Above, a mother and son ghost tree is resting, with several minotaur corpses under its roots, absorbing their energy. It is not recommended to approach. You cannot defeat it. Below, the nightmare swamp hides a silver treasure chest, but the danger lies in a top-tier elite monster, the great crocodile, lurking in the swamp. It is cunning and cruel. It will not appear until prey steps into the swamp. After a one-hit kill, it will immediately retreat back into the swamp. Even the minotaurs often suffer losses here. Taking this route may not provoke more minotaurs. Silver treasure chest. Jiang Tao's gaze fell upon these words, something he had never seen before. The 2 directions ahead were actually acceptable if there were no better options. He also spotted goblins and dwarves. The ghostly tree above was indeed, as its name suggested, with spirits lingering. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tao made his decision. Let's go through the lower gate. The others naturally had no objections as they opened the passageway below. Jiang Tao, feeling uneasy, asked Shishi, by the way, can the big ox cart navigate through swamp terrain? Before the girl could respond, No Chi interjected, of course. It uses our mushroom tires. Not only can it traverse swamps, but it can even run on water. Only when he saw Shishi nod did Jiang Tao feel reassured. He pushed the door open, passing through the light membrane. What lay before the 4 was a swamp bubbling with gases, with dead branches and unknown bones floating above. Even though they were mentally prepared, the 2 beauties nearly succumbed. Damimi dropped the prepared wooden planks, standing atop them with Shishi. Jiang Tao unfurled his wings of freedom, floating in midair. After his body evolved, the vast physical strength required for the wings of freedom was no longer it. The mushroom people had a trick for the swamp. Xiao Nochi's feet became smooth, allowing him to walk on it, as if on solid ground, moving with ease. Cheating, you still have it easy. Seeing Jiang Tao so comfortable, me couldn't help but comment. Alright, if you want to fly, you can too. Jiang Tao waved his hand, lightly summoning Lilith. Master, it's been a long time, I missed you. As a pink glow appeared, Lilith joyfully embraced Jiang Tao, her arms wrapping around his neck. Jiang Tao rolled his eyes. Wasn't it just last night? He then waved his hand again, and with a loud crash, a horned beast crashed heavily onto the swamp, but astonishingly, it did not sink. Wait, is this still the same vehicle from yesterday? Viewers watching the livestream couldn't help but comment. It must have been processed by the dwarves last night. No wonder Jiang Tao is so generous in rewarding them. Do you think this vehicle can smash other luxury cars in a real competition? Not just the viewers, even Yang Mi was a bit dumbfounded. How did it change to this? She still preferred the previous appearance, but Jiang Tao was infatuated with the big ox cart. You all go in first, there's a big crocodile lurking here. As the others got on the vehicle, Jiang Tao scanned the seemingly calm swamp searching for the silver treasure chest location. An unremarkable swamp, perhaps digging through the mud, could yield some bones. A pile of muck. Gathering of decayed leaves. After a glance, he surprisingly found no trace of the top-tier crocodile. Was the hiding technique that impressive? Jiang Tao opened his mouth, the mutton smell from breakfast wafting out. No rabbit, no eagle, right? A flash of white light accompanied. A large fat sheep was summoned from the courtyard. The unfamiliar environment terrified the fat sheep, causing its hooves to sink slightly into the swamp. The fat sheep hurriedly pulled itself up, mud clinging to it, and ran in another direction. Ba ba ba. Unable to find its companions, the fat sheep ran chaotically through the swamp, leaving hoofprints behind. Coupled with its bleeding, it became particularly conspicuous in the swamp. Soon a new prompt appeared in Jiang Tao's view. A large crocodile sleeping in the swamp has been awakened, not expecting a fat sheep to fall from the sky. Excitement. Approaching rapidly. Its camouflage technique was so strong that Jiang Tao only noticed with the prompt that gray deadwood was actually the crocodile's head. He saw the deadwood swiftly chase after the fleeing fat sheep. Bang! At the moment, the 7 or 8 meter long swamp crocodile lunged at the fat sheep. A silver flash cut through the air. The crocodile's gaping mouth fell to the ground just half a meter away from the fat sheep with a loud thud. A mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the order. Only at that moment did the fat sheep panic and bleat, continuing to flee. Come back, you got scared, it'll give you some extra grass to eat. Jiang Tao satisfactorily retracted his ace flying knife, as it indeed did not disappoint him. After recovering the frightened fat sheep, he began to examine the crocodile that had been swiftly defeated. So sturdy, this layer of skin feels smooth and tough bullets can't penetrate it. Yang Mi curiously walked down, with she touching the crocodile's skin with her palm. The two compared the difference with the leather of their own cowhide outfit, saying each had its merits. Gathering. Jiang Tao pressed his hand against the crocodile's body. The massive crocodile body instantly transformed into materials. System prompt: obtain crocodile meat 3000, original crocodile skin 1, crocodile teeth 30, top tier, second grade spirit crystal 1. The most precious was naturally that skin. However, the greatest treasure in this room was not it. After a search, Jiang Tao found the initial location where the crocodile appeared, finally spotting the silver chest. Dig down 5 meters here, and you will find what you seek. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely miss it. Jiang Tao summoned a large minotaur. The 6-meter-tall minotaur could only have the swamp submerged to its knees. It began digging through the mud. A silver light sparkled under the sunlight. Look, it's a silver treasure chest. Aside from the system rewards, it's the first time I've seen anyone find one. Some astonished viewers sent bullet comments. The minotaur unearthed the silver treasure chest, holding it in its hand, and according to Lilith's instructions, handed it over to Yang Mi. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, let me touch a good treasure. Demimi, having granted herself some good luck, excitedly opened the chest. Lucky explosion. Obtain fierce crocodile battle boots, blueprint 1, a 3rd grade spirit crystal 1, mithril 100. 3rd grade spirit crystal. Looking at the cube inside the chest that was 2 to 3 times larger than the 2nd grade spirit crystal, Jiang Tao was taken aback. He couldn't help but pick it up to examine it, feeling the high energy contained within. If directly activated for absorption, it would cause a super explosion. Are we left with only the guardian spirit for our fortress materials? Jiang Tao cautiously stored the 3rd grade spirit crystal, while she picked up another blueprint, praising. Our Mimi's sister is indeed impressed. That's right. Hearing the praise, Mimi couldn't help but smile. Jiang Tao also glanced at the blueprint. Fierce crocodile battle boots blueprint. Silver equipment required materials: exquisite crocodile skin, 1 must contain extraordinary power, mithril, 10 mountain copper 10. She just in time to test your crafting skills. However, upon seeing the complete crocodile skin Jiang Tao had just taken out, she actually shook. Brother, regarding the main material, I'm afraid the quality won't meet the requirements. After all, while that large crocodile was powerful, it hadn't reached an extraordinary realm. As Jiang Tao felt regret, an idea struck him. She tries synthesizing this complete crocodile skin repeatedly. The material needed for the boots isn't much. Let's see if the final crocodile skin can meet the then I'll give it a try. She looked somewhat uncertain. Jiang Tao then laid the complete crocodile skin on top of the big ox cart. She sat on top, her hands hovering over the crocodile skin. Synthesize. In an instant, the complete crocodile skin shrank to half its size, and the texture became even tougher. Synthesize again. It seemed that as the girl learned the forging technique, she utilized her synthesis talent, more skillfully reducing her physical After 5 more syntheses, only a small piece remained that could barely make boots. Concentrated crocodile skin. Through extraordinary craftsmanship fusion, it has reached extraordinary standards. Brother, we did it. Shun Shishi turned back surprised. Your craftsmanship is impressive, so give it a try. Jiang Tao took out the secret silver and mountain copper one by one. Shishi, not resting, immediately began crafting. As the three materials transformed into white light and fused together, a pair of black shoes resembling the streamlined design of crocodiles emerged. Name Fierce Crocodile Battle Shoes. Level Silver. Effect Silent Steps on water. Movement speed increased by 3 times. Fierce Crocodile Enhancement activates skill, allowing the wearer to summon a fierce crocodile shadow for 3 minutes, increasing speed tenfold and enabling levitation. Duration 3 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Description: a pair of passable silver shoes. If better materials are used, there is a chance to create top-tier battle shoes. Shishi will take this one for now. Once we deal with Thundercliff, we'll find something better for you next time. Jiang Tao did not feign modesty and directly swapped out the shoes from the original box. Brother, your strength is greater, so you can protect us better. Shun Shishi nodded cheerfully. After breaking down the silver treasure chest into silver, there wasn't much left of value in the marsh. Jiang Tao's gaze found the teleportation portal in this place, many of which required digging through mud to reveal. Fortunately, the minotaurs were present, using their brute strength to clear the way. Jiang Tao's eyes also displayed reminders. Ahead, 2 trolls just finished eating beef and are being chased by a group of minotaurs. If you go now, it will be a 3-way chaotic battle. Perhaps if you wait a bit longer, you can see which side emerges victorious. Behind a room occupied by a ghost tree, a spawn sent out by the mother and child in soul tree. If you enter and kill the ghost tree, in just a few minutes the mother and child in soul tree will erupt from the ground. Above is the Minotaur guard station with 3 minotaurs and an evil giant eye they have captured and raised. To reach Thundercliff, you must pass through this room. Below, a filthy room with no guarding monsters, but the environment itself is the greatest enemy. If you can withstand the stench, you might find a bronze treasure chest. The left leads to the enchanted forest, which goes against the direction of Thundercliff. On the right, a goblin merchant is resting. If you act friendly and have something it is interested in, you might be able to purchase a batch of goods. Once again, familiar danger lurked ahead and behind. It seems trolls are always a nuisance wherever they go. However, from the hints, it's clear that the 2 trolls are at a significant disadvantage against the Een Soul tree. The right side seems intriguing, a mysterious merchant. Unfortunately, this time I can only miss out. Jiang Tao looked up, needing to go to the Minotaur guard station. What kind of monster is that giant eye? As he fixed his gaze on the light membrane, more information appeared. Evil Giant Eye, infamous among the Evil Eye clan. After being captured and modified by minotaurs, it has become even more brutal and cold. It stands in the center of the room, observing the 6 passageways 24 hours a day. No matter who opens it, they will be discovered immediately and struck down by its evil eye beam. Or it can use its powerful mental force to capture enemies as slaves. This has always worked. Weakness: afraid of intense light. If its pupil is injured, its combat power will drop significantly. You thick-browed Bijid Minotaur, I didn't expect you to also employ sneak attacks. The teleportation portal is actually under 24-hour surveillance. An extremely dangerous monster. If an unfamiliar person encounters it, they would easily be killed at first sight. Jiang Tao patted the hard hood of the vehicle. Afraid of light, huh? Let me give you something big. Shishi, is the car's high beam still working? Jiang Tao asked in return. Yes, it has been upgraded with a semi-3rd level core. Considering our night travel, the light can be adjusted to match that of the blazing sun. Shun Shishi answered confidently. Great. Then you get in the car first. Passing through the upper passage is not easy. The large minotaur must lift the vehicle before they can pass through the light membrane. Before they cross, Jiang Tao instructed. You 2 put on sunglasses. Nochi, close your eyes. What could be up there? Although the big honey didn't understand, she cooperatively put on the sunglasses she got from the supermarket, as did Shishi. Nochi was simpler, just curling up behind the seat. With everything ready, Jiang Tao turned on the high beams and set the power to the maximum. He stepped on the gas and charged into the light membrane. At the same time, the large minotaur was also retracted. Room 62. Minotaur guard. 3 minotaurs wearing heavy helmets were sitting on rocks, lazily chatting. I heard some camps were destroyed in the past few days. The boss has ordered us to strengthen our defenses. One minotaur grumbled. It seems some trolls without eyes wandered into the wrong room. Another minotaur wielding an axe cursed. We usually just eat goblins. How dare they covet our things? When we find them, we'll have a troll hot pot. I've also heard about a ghost tree. The boss takes it very seriously. The 3rd minotaur discussed. The 3 of them were guarding this place without any pressure. In the room stood a terrifying giant eye, over a meter tall, inlaid with secret silver. The giant eye's gaze was cruel and emotionless, its pupils constantly rotating, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a wooden door opened. The creaking sound instantly caught the giant eye's attention, and it eagerly looked towards the door. However, as the door opened, 2 beams of bright, white light burst forth, dazzling. A moment of blindness. Without its strongest skill, the giant eye became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Amidst the bright light, a silver flying knife shot straight towards the giant eye. A scream echoed as the giant eye was pierced and blinded. It was only then that the 3 minotaurs regained their senses. Before they could react, the large bull cart came crashing. The Minotaurs never imagined that after a lifetime of crashing into enemies one day, they would be the ones to be crushed, and it would be by their own horns. The large bull cart screeched to a halt, smoke rising as Jiang Tao stepped out casually. All right, you can take off your sunglasses, it's time to collect the spoil. The two beautiful women got out of the car, curiously, only to be startled by the terrifying giant eye at first glance. The viewer's sanity points plummeted. Collecting the Minotaurs yielded the usual beef tendons and horns, but treasures from the giant eye were rare. Total gains: eye technique, strengthening potion 3, evil, eye 1, a soul, strengthening potion 1. The three of them knew exactly what to do. The eye technique potions would naturally be split among them. The evil eye materials were quite rare, so they decided to keep them safe for now. The soul potion belonged entirely to Jiang Tao. After tidying up, Jiang Tao looked at the pile of firewood on the ground. Before heading to the next room, he picked up some spiritual wood and lit it with the reward light. The blue ghost fire burned, illuminating the puzzled expression on Big Honey's face. Xiao Tao, are you hungry already? This wood can drive away spirits at night, so we should use it sparingly. Jiang Tao shook his head. Let's go to the next room. Big Honey was confused while the JK in the back blinked her big eyes. As expected, the subsequent rooms 63, E64, and 65 were all related to the Minotaurs. Despite Jiang Tao's efforts to keep a low profile, his strength did not allow it. With so many territories taken down, how could the Minotaur chief not notice? Meanwhile, a pair of trolls gnawing on beefsteaks were also fleeing from a large group of pursuing Minotaurs. With so many territories taken down, how could the Minotaur chief not notice? Meanwhile, a pair of trolls gnawing on beefsteaks were also fleeing from a large group of pursuing. In their escape, the trolls spotted familiar strawberry stems, adhering to their philosophy of not letting thieves enjoy life while they themselves are suffering. The two trolls weaved their way towards the direction of the strawberry stems. They soon realized that the number of Minotaurs they encountered was increasing and their strength was growing stronger. The mother and child Een Soul tree, which had been lying in wait underground, merely sent out its offspring to defend as usual. After several nights without finding the burning human, he was starting to give up. Just then a familiar whiff of smoke wafted over. Infuriated, the mother and child Een Soul tree uprooted its roots and extended towards the source of the smoke. Provocation. This was an outright provocation. It had evolved for 100 years, and when had it ever suffered such humiliation? Meanwhile, the old chief who was supposed to preside over the next Minotaur chief ceremony at Thunder Cliff received intelligence of enemies approaching from all directions. Thunderclap Cliff, a renowned stronghold among more than 100 surrounding chambers, its influence extending far across the land. Lush grasslands stretch endlessly, a sacred haven for the Minotaur tribe. The wind parts the tall grass, revealing grazing cattle and sheep. Occasionally captured goblin and dwarf slaves are glimpsed. At regular intervals stand massive leather tents patrolled by Minotaur warriors brandishing double axes and heavy shields, evidence of formidable defenses. Most striking of all is the dark violet hill rising highest above the plain, where scores of Minotaurs surge forth in fierce motion. Their fluttering war banners proclaim the sacred tournament to crown the next tribal chieftain. An elder Minotaur chieftain 5 meters tall, with snow-white horns and clouded eyes, surveys the new generation of warriors. By tribal decree, the horn wrestling contest begins. He who claims first place shall inherit the chieftainship, and as prize, the sole right to consume this mushroom. Eat her, and ascend to become a transcendent Minotaur. With a sweep of his silver greataxe, the elder chieftain points toward a 7-colored mushroom being bound to a totem pole. Wah! Don't eat me, I'll get you. My father will hunt you down. Guguzi, tightly bound in ropes, weeps tearfully. Her tears shimmer with iridescent hues, where they fall upon Thunderclap Cliff. Vibrant little mushrooms bloom visibly before the eye. Hearing the threat, the elder chieftain bursts into booming laughter. If that ancient mushroom himself walks straight into my cauldron, I won't refuse the broth. At this spectacle, the gathered Minotaurs roar with savage delight, saliva dripping freely from their gaping mouths. Upon closer inspection, 3 wooden posts flank Guguzi, each bearing a human sacrifice. Guguzi, if only I'd known how potent you were, I'd have taken a bite earlier. Maybe I'd have ascended and saved us all. Zhou Zhen, cornered and desperate, forces a grim jest. Beside him, Wan Yuan and Wei Ye turned ashen-faced, paralyzed by dread. They were merely ordinary players who had traversed a dozen chambers, never imagining such misfortune, capture, and consignment as ritual offerings. Huff huff. A Minotaur guard strides toward Zhou Zhen, unties his bonds, and drags him onto the arena stage. Wait, what are you doing? Zhou Zhen pales, recalling nearby human skulls stripped clean to the bone. Spare me. My hide's thick, my flesh tough. Not tasty at all. Eat the mushroom instead. As he is forced to kneel, Zhou Zhen thrashes wildly, but his strength is no match for the Minotaur's brute might. Before Wan Yuan's and Wei Ye's horrified gaze, a Minotaur swings his axe, thwack, severing Zhou Zhen's head. Triumphantly, he lifts the skull aloft to cheer his comrades. Ruer. The rite is complete. Now begin the wrestling. The slain player's corpse is dragged away, leaving behind a long crimson trail across the arena. Zhou Zhen's body is to be flayed and boiled into stew. Zhou decapitated. Wan Yuan trembles violently at the sight. and collapses unconscious. Weiya's legs grow damp. Ooh, she wets herself outright. Next, could it be me? Guguzi, the primary offering, composes herself, singing softly, offering prayers for these fleeting human acquaintances. Such visceral carnage drives the already sparse audience to click away, as bold red subtitles scroll past Zhouxuan's grieving family members watching the livestream collapse on the spot. Even after witnessing others' sorrow, terror still coils cold within the heart. Viewers reflect solemnly. This may be a game, but death here bears real weight. Only 2 streams remain live, viewers dwindling to near nothingness. Among them are several acquaintances of Wan Yuan and Weiya. Thunderclap Cliff. Several Minotaur guards rush to report urgently to the elder chieftain. 2 ogres. A ghostwood tree. Humans too. What nonsense. The right comes first to take a few elite warriors and guard all 4 gateways. Anyone, tribesman or not, who enters without prior announcement loses his head. The chieftain's voice booms like thunder. Thunderclap Cliff possesses only 4 portals, all under Minotaur control, each and layered with deadly traps. Besides, over 200 warriors stand ready. Who dares intrude? Clutching his silver greytax, the chieftain has slain transcendent beings. Leads a dozen elite Minotaurs stationed before each of the 4 iron gates. Axes poised to cleave open any unwelcome door. Father, Arno, I fear I'll never see you again. Guguzi's 7-hued cap droops wilted beneath encircling peril. Apu. In chamber 68, Norchi sneezes mid-rest. Allergic to spores. Lilith teases. Norchi's mushroom cap shivers. I feel it. Guguzi is in mortal danger. If we delay, it'll be too late. Jiang Tao sits atop a boulder, calming him. Don't rush. You know Thunderclap Cliff's perils well. And some things require time to unfold. Xiao Tao, do you mean the ghostwood tree and the ogres? Yang Mi, having just finished another basket of strawberries and tossing aside the stems, deduces his intent, recalling his odd habit of burning spirit wood upon entering each chamber. Yes, rigid adherence to convention won't suffice. Only his unique talent can accomplish this task. Jiang Tao fixes his gaze upon chamber 69. The next trial will decide life or death. Extreme hazard ahead. Nightmare tier. Thunderclap Cliff Guardians. 10 Minotaur warriors. Pass through to reach the next chamber. Thunderclap Cliff. Left path identical. Stronger defenses. 12 Minotaur warriors, including a Minotaur shaman. Right path also guarded, but only 8 Minotaur sentinels. Linger there 10 minutes, and you'll witness the Strawberry Grove's master fleeing a whole rear path. Low threat. The return route. Your final chance to withdraw and abandon the quest. But heed this: a ghostwood vine has already burrowed underground and will surface imminently. Ascend now, if you dare. The strongest guard awaits. 15 Minotaur warriors, 1 shaman, 1 general. Note, all 4 Thunderclap Cliff guard posts converge upon a single destination. Press forward and you enter the colossal hell chamber. Thunderclap. Predictably, after deliberate provocation, both ogres and the twin-soul ghostwood tree pursue them. Had Jiang Tao's party lingered 10 minutes longer in this chamber, 3 bosses would have converged for a merciless assault. Which guard post to choose? Jiang Tao deliberates briefly, then decides. Take the right path. Its lower difficulty affords greater tactical flexibility. Wait. Just as Jiang Tao summons a colossal minotaur to advance toward chamber 69, Norchi leaps forward. We are about to reach the most dangerous place. I am deeply touched by your bravery in rescuing Guguzi. Before anyone could respond, Nuachi spread his arms wide and produced 3 small mushrooms, 1 blue, 1 red. The 3 of them curiously picked them up to examine. Transparent mushroom. After consumption, you will have 5 minutes of invisibility, during which all characteristics, including body odor, will vanish, and even the evil eye cannot perceive you. Bomb mushroom. Once consumed, whether in close combat or ranged attacks, it will unleash explosive effects, incredibly powerful, lasting for 5 minutes. Giant mushroom. After consumption, your size and strength will double for 5 minutes. A magical mushroom series. Compared to the previous blue turtle mushroom, these 3 are even more outrageous. What's even better is that there are no side effects. No wonder you are confident in rescuing Guguzi. Damimi squatted down with a smile, massaging its red mushroom cap. It seems that to save your little girlfriend, you brought out all your hidden stocks. However, you've given us all the props. Oh, what about yourself? Don't be fooled by Nuachi's small stature. He seriously pushed away Damimi's hand. He took out a colorful mushroom and casually said, oh, I can use any mushroom. Damimi, Shishi, and Jiang Tao looked over with curiosity. Invincible mushroom. Once consumed, you will have 5 minutes of invincibility, and unless faced with a Class C perfect creature, you cannot be pierced. Jiang Tao, Damimi, Shishi, you really are not modest with yourself. It seems that the rumors Shishi and I heard in the village were not baseless. Did the village chief bring that precious green mushroom? Jiang Tao speculated. Brother, I might be more suited for the bomb mushroom. Shishi picked one up. Then I'll take the transparent mushroom to provide support from the side. Damimi picked up the second one, twirling a desert eagle in her hand. Naturally, Jiang Tao took the last giant mushroom, which was also the most suitable for him. What a pity there's none for me. Lilith flew around regretfully. All right, you already have the prettiest hat. Let's summon the Minotaur. Without delay, the large Minotaur opened up the passage to the right. Same old routine, it goes first. Room 69, Thunderclap Cliff Guard. As Jiang Tao and the others entered Room 68, fell silent. A few minutes later, a vine slithered out from one of the passages, searching like a venomous snake. Once it detected the direction the enemy vanished, the main tree root crawled from other rooms to continue the pursuit. At the guard post of Thunderclap Cliff, the 8 minotaurs on duty froze upon seeing the large minotaur. How did you get here? Shouldn't you be at the mine? The leading minotaur captain noticed something was off with its armor. But the next moment, a silver flash wind, arrows and bullets shot out from behind the large minotaur. 3 minotaurs were killed on the spot. Enemy attack. The minotaur captain panicked and sounded the alarm. Unexpectedly, the large minotaur swung its massive silver axe, decapitating. Among the 4 remaining minotaurs, some charged forward, while one frantically opened the iron door, preparing to escape back to report to the main camp. At some point, a pink light had appeared in front of the iron door, and Lilith giggled as she waved her whip. Don't leave yet, the fun is just beginning. She seduced the fleeing minotaur, trapping it in place and blocking its only escape route. In the following minutes, the 4 minotaurs became lambs to the slaughter, easily surrounded and annihilated. At this crucial moment, Jiang Tao didn't waste any time and immediately began gathering resources. Obtained beef 40 tendons, 8 tier 2 spirit crystals 8. It must be said that minotaurs are treasures in their entirety. The beef stored in the warehouse is enough to feed 10 people for a year. After resolving the battle, they rested in place, waiting for Jiang Tao's instructions. He looked toward the back of several passages. At the previous location, the mother and childine spirit tree has arrived and is expected to reach this place in 8 minutes. In the right passage, 2 ogres that just escaped the pursuit of the minotaurs are observing the portal, searching for your traces, expected to arrive here in 5 minutes. High energy ahead. Please pay attention to safety. Thunderclap Cliff. The Minotaur tribe is stationed with a total of 205 Minotaur warriors. Among them, the Minotaur chief is a seasoned extraordinary being not comparable to the old mushroom. Fierce in battle, when enraged it can contend with high-tiered level beings, but after all it is old and has reduced stamina, lacking endurance. In addition, there are 2 quasi-extraordinary Minotaur generals and 20 top elite monsters. They are holding a wrestling competition on Thunderclap Cliff, and the winner will become the new chief. Mission objective: Guguzi is tied to the top of the cliff. In addition, there are 2 unfortunate players being used as sacrificial offerings, and already 22 players have been hunted down by this group of Minotaurs. Recently strengthened defenses. Anyone daring to pass through the passage will face a hatchet. Jiang Tao stared intently at the iron door ahead, making the appearing prompts even more numerous. Fortunately, we didn't rush, and the Minotaurs have become smarter recently. Seeing there was still time, Jiang Tao took out a few boxes of strawberries and handed them to Shimimi, Lilith, and Nuachi. Here, a great battle is coming soon. Let's replenish our energy. With his beloved girl on the opposite side, uncertain of her fate, Nua, she had no mood to eat strawberries and anxiously said, "Are we not going over?" "No rush, let the bullets fly for a while." Jiang Tao popped a strawberry into his mouth. He opened his palm. Rest for 5 minutes. As the great decisive battle approached, the number of viewers in the live stream soared. Are they resting before the battle? The next room must be Thunderclap Cliff. Ooh, I wonder how many Minotaurs are there to rescue the little mushroom. Let's not fail the mission. That would be like what happened on Sakura Island. The Thunderclap Cliff will descend upon Great Xia. 45 billion viewers were discussing. The netizens of Great Xia were anxious, while the people of Sakura Island were gloating. In reality, the Great Xia officials had activated level 1 combat readiness. In the worst-case scenario, heavy weaponry would be mobilized for bombing, ensuring that they do not repeat the losses of the island nation. Sakura Island, a mysterious task force. The cabinet ordered carefully observe this battle, analyze every move of Jiang Tao's team, and assess their combat ability. The task force from the Oming and Beiying federations also took it very seriously. Many viewers did not realize that Thunderclap Cliff was already being live-streamed. Only a handful of viewers were watching the unlucky rounds of Wan Yuan and Wei Ya. No one noticed. After all, Minotaurs are not considered rare monsters in live streams. However, what all the viewers did not expect was that Jiang Tao and the others did not enter the passage. The iron door to their right suddenly opened with a creak. An ugly green creature crawled out, followed by a second green figure. It was a tall ogre wielding a bone-crushing mace, accompanied by a slightly smaller female ogre wrapped in animal skin. The ogre immediately caught the familiar scent of strawberries, its anger already at its peak. Upon seeing the 3 humans sitting in front of the iron door, casually eating strawberries, its murky eyes widened in surprise. Finally, it reacted with wild, "Humans, damn thieves, they'll tear you apart alive." The hulking ogre ground his teeth with ravenous hate and swung a bone-splintering spiked maul at Jiang Tao and his companions. The female ogre was not as powerful as her mate, a near-supernatural behemoth. Having heard her companions' complaints the whole way and understood the cause, she raised her bone hammer and charged to slaughter as well. Clang! At that moment, Lilithai summoned a towering minotaur. Its strength was vast. It hefted a silver great axe and met the female ogre blow for blow. The 2 monsters were nearly evenly matched, and with its heavy gear, the summoned minotaur even held the advantage. Meanwhile, the Strawberry Lord was set upon by Jiang Tao and the others in a fierce pincer. He and Lilisai served as meat shields to draw enemy fire, while Cece and Mimi acted as support at their flanks. Nuachi slipped beneath the earth and became a silent assassin. All three wore thick, bullhide cuirasses that greatly bolstered their defenses, so they were not cowed by the ogre's residual blows. Enraged and thwarted, the giant ogre grew more furious whenever he fixed his gaze on the airborne Jiang Tao and tried to hammer him down. Poisoned crossbow bolts whistled from afar, explosive fire orbs detonated nearby, and even the soles of his feet were repeatedly pricked. The ogre possessed terrible strength with no outlet for it, suffocated by frustration. The two forces at the gate had reached a stalemate, leaving the watching crowd bewildered. "Brother, you're supposed to be on a mission. What are you doing?" one spectator asked. "Where did these two ogres come from, and why are they so formidable?" A smug island viewer enjoying the spectacle jeered, "Fight them. Keep provoking the enemy." Others shouted provocations and crude wishes about minotaurs descending upon Dacia. Ever since goblins fell upon Inghua Island, and the locals were hunted like prey, the tragic fate of the islanders and the government's impotence that ultimately dressed the Beiying Federation in victory, many islanders' hearts had grown twisted. At the sight of the chaos, even international task forces could not help but smirk. "Strange. Jiang Tao squad is strong, they ought to clear this. Why does it feel like they're stalling?" Researchers murmured. Daxia's crisis response team disagreed. A minute passed, then 2, then 3. Time dwindled like sand through an hourglass. Drawn in by the fierce skirmish, the audience failed to notice a massive serpentine tree root thick as a python crawling out of a nearby passage. At first its movement was as gentle as misty rain, then sensing the presence of Jiang Tao's trio, the root trembled and countless vines began to surge forth. Struggling with the ogre, Jiang Tao felt the vertical crease between his brows pulse. He snapped his eyes open and spotted the furtive, ghostly root lurking in a shadowed corner. Excited mother and child Insol tree, "At last I have found you." A cold announcer intoned. The main body is rapidly traversing space and is expected to fully arrive on the battlefield in 1 minute. Run. This is a super boss you cannot handle at present. It was a high-tiered level foe, the linchpin of this entire plan. The moment had come. Jiang Tao tapped his crockwar battle boots and his speed sword. At the same time, his boar pike crackled with electrical light as he thrust it into the ogre's shoulder, forcing the beast back, its muscles stunned by the shock. "Wind tight pull." Jiang Tao barked the signal. Lilisai, already prepared, produced the soul-strengthening vial birthed from the evil eye and downed it at a single breath. The 7-colored mushroom cap on her head began to glow. Lilisai, her attributes spiking, moved like a wraith, and in a flash appeared before the struggling female ogre. With a soft slap, the enchantment whip lashed across her. Jiang Tao's third eye darted toward the scene anxiously. The female ogre's muddied eyes fought back, then a prompt rose above her head. Judgment succeeded. "Charmed. Open the gate." Almost at once, Mimi and Cece cooperated to heave open the iron door leading to Latane Cliff. The charmed female ogre, weapon in hand and staggering, stumbled inside. At the same moment, Big Mimi swallowed a translucent mushroom and vanished on the spot. Shin Cece consumed an explosive mushroom. "Mushroom child, I'm here to save you," she cried. Nuachi bit into an invincible mushroom and transformed into a golden mushroom man. Jiang Tao unleashed the full speed of his boots and led the group rushing into the light barrier. Before leaving, he still raised the boar pike, its crackle of electricity splitting the air. 2 forks of lightning shot out, one toward the ogre and the other toward the infiltrating Insol tree root. "Ha! Come chase me then." It was more insult than harm. The theft of his comrade and the enraged pursuit had bluttered in the ogre's eyes. He roared like a mad thing and charged in blind fury. Boom boom. He strode into the light barrier. The mother and child Insol tree, 30 seconds slower to arrive, had likewise been provoked by thunder and flame. Old grievances and new wounds combined, like a nest of serpents slithering forth, and it followed in bursting toward Latane Cliff. Only then did the audience begin to understand. Everything had unfolded within mere minutes. What the hell happened? Viewers cried. The ogre went to Latane Cliff with them. It looks like a lure, but what is that colossal tree chasing them? For many, this was the first time they had ever seen a boss so enormous and so menacing. The stream erupted, comments cascaded like tidal waves. Viewers beheld the mother and child Insol tree for the first time. Every movement of that towering horror sent sand and stones flying, a sight that left everyone frozen in dread. But what shocked people most was that both the ogre and the great ghost tree were pursuing Jiang Tao together, both barreling toward Latane Cliff at almost the same instant. If this were mere coincidence, it's absurdly unlikely, a researcher muttered. Remembering how Jiang Tao's party had deliberately lingered, as if waiting for something, the answer began to coalesce. "It's absolutely his innate gift," declared an analyst at the secret studio on Inghua Island. The project lead sucked in a breath, eyes flashing with envy and a sliver of ambition. "Yes, no wonder he's the top talent among millions of players. Daxia's repeated national fortunes were amplified because of it. If we could harness that power, how could we not overtake the Beiying Federation and become no. one in Asia, perhaps the world?" The official, familiar with cabinet intent, grew visibly excited. "Quick, switch to the Latane Cliff feed." This was the cry echoing through the 50+ million viewers. On the screen, the female ogre who had entered first was cleft by a gargantuan axe that fell from the sky, though she twisted her head at the last instant. A chunk of shoulder and an arm were severed, green ichor gushing as she screamed. The male ogre, eyes rimmed in red, stamped forward. He paid no heed to the dozens of minotaurs around him. A lover's rage drove him. A spiked hammer slammed into the head of a charging minotaur general with a sickening crack. Like a melon split, the creature's skull burst, killing him instantly as he toppled. On the prairie, hundreds of minotaur warriors who had been watching turned with alarm to discover a bizarre intrusion. 2 humans and 2 rampaging ogres had broken through. Ogres! How dare they trespass on our land? Not far off, a surviving minotaur general, seeing his comrades grisly, and snorted through his ringed nose and raised his battle axe to charge. Brothers, teach these invaders a lesson. Don't delay the ascension of the new chieftain. Hundreds of horned cattle charged. At the blast of a horn, minotaurs poured from the dense encampments, surging from all directions with coiled momentum. A wall of force several meters thick compounded from every angle, enclosed and encircling them, and sealing the passage like a vice, constraining. If anyone were slammed into that barrier, even a transcendent boss would be annihilated. Compared with the towering ogres, Jiang Tao and Shen Sisi seemed diminutive within the encirclement, and Nuachi below ground was scarcely noticeable. Room 70, Latang Cliff. When Jiang Tao's trio set foot on the prairie, they heard a thunderous prompt followed by an announcement that echoed in every player's ear. Hundreds of millions of viewers saw a scarlet banner sweep across the stream. Brank mission objective: mushroom, child atop Latang Cliff. Rescue countdown 10. Arrive at Latang Cliff to activate the subsequent mission. The system declared. NX announcement: congratulations to Daxia players Jiang Tao, Shen Sisi, and Yang Mi for activating the rank mission, annihilate Latang Cliff. This mission concerns an entire people's civilization. Success will grant a tremendous national fortune, boon, and favor from the heavens. Failure will greatly diminish fate, and a Minotaur civilization may descend upon the Blue Star and Daxia's lands. Days later, players once more heard of a civilization-level super mission. In that instant, no matter where they were within the tower, every player's heart skipped a beat. What should we do, brother? Shen Sisi frantically looked at Jiang Tao, feeling trapped in the 100-layer energy shield. She never expected to fall into a desperate situation upon arrival. At this moment, it was too late to abandon the mission. Failure would implicate the entire civilization. Even invisibility cannot evade their area of impact. A voice of complaint from Yang Mi echoed in the air to Jiang Tao's right. Both Lilith and Jiang Tao's flying abilities were hindered by the atmospheric pressure, rendering them unable to escape. Even the 2 giants howled, raising their hammers, sensing that something dire was about to happen. This was the combined attack technique of the Minotaurs, a race that relied on it to dominate the world. If anyone could survive in this chaotic scene, it would be Norki, who had consumed the invincible mushroom and could burrow underground. He focused all his energy on a conspicuous dark purple cliff not far away. The mushroom is in danger. The mission countdown had already begun, and a new chieftain had emerged at Thunder Cliff. In a critical moment, Jiang Tao dug into the ground with his spear, channeling energy to create a hollow space, ushering Sisi, Mi, and others inside. This was only a temporary solution, as they would ultimately be crushed by the Minotaurs. Yet the audience saw Jiang Tao's face devoid of panic as he instead extended his finger. The third eye on his forehead gazed towards the iron door from which they had come. 3, 2, 1. Boom. As the Minotaurs charged, the iron door was blown open. Hundreds of robust roots shot out like dragons. The bark of the roots acted like radar, precisely capturing the surrounding solidified terror barrier. Rumble. Just seconds late, the mother and child soul tree, which had just descended, was stunned by the sight of 100 furious Minotaurs charging at it. Crash. In the next moment, the mother and child soul tree's trunk expanded, and the hundreds of heads hanging from its branches opened their pale eyes, screaming in distorted agony. With a splatter, a dense dark mist erupted from the soul tree, countering the energy shield and causing chaos in the area. Soul Domain. A high-leveled class ultimate move. In the mist, wails of ghosts echoed and vengeful spirits lingered. The 100 Minotaurs, driven by inertia, crashed into the unstable mother and child soul tree. Even with the strength of the century-old ghost tree, it couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Branches flew and roots snapped. The ghost tree shook, roaring fiercely as roots and vines ensnared the horns and legs of the Minotaurs, flinging them into the... Some used them as weapons to strike other Minotaurs. Some roots even plunged into the chests of Minotaurs, sucking blood. In an instant, one robust Minotaur was drained to jerky. Sizzle. In the soul domain, blood leaves flew like darts, attacking in all directions indiscriminately. Blood leaves rain. The giants fared slightly better, clad in animal skins, staying to one side. 99% of the damage was absorbed by the charging Minotaurs. The mist spread, disorienting the Minotaurs, greatly affecting their combined attack technique. Regroup. Prepare for the second wave of charge. In the chaos, the Minotaur general attempted to reorganize. However, the Minotaurs, influenced by the domain, collided with each other. Coupled with the deliberate obstruction from the mother and child soul tree, the general could only gather a small batch of Minotaurs. Having just suffered a major setback, the mother and child soul tree would not let them execute their plans easily. The roots trembled, and several new ghost trees were birthed from the dried minotaurs. They were offshoots, each wrapping around a minotaur fighting separately. One bloodroot struck at the general like a venomous snake, but was swiftly cut down by the general's axe. Dealing with over 100 minotaurs posed considerable pressure on the mother and child soul tree. I smash, smash, smash. The enraged giant, accompanied by his companions, fell into chaos. He couldn't figure out where he was, or what he originally intended to do. With his already muddled brain suffering too much impact in a short time, and under the influence of the soul domain, his sanity plummeted, unable to see clearly, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Now the giant's mind had only one thought: kill, kill, kill. He swung the broken bone hammer at the minotaurs, causing severe injuries, and when it struck the branches, the soul tree trembled. As one of the two extraordinary beings in the scene, the giant possessed immense destructive power. Brother, what should we do now? In the depths of the mist, Cece's slender body was tightly held in Jiang Tao's embrace, his right arm still holding the transparent Mimi. As for Lilith, she had already transformed into a spirit. Nearby, a flash of golden light from the wall revealed Norki transformed into a golden mushroom man, holding a tree stalk spear, anxiously saying, "Hurry, I've dug a hole. We should go this way." He aimed to save his childhood friend during the 5 minutes of invincibility. Alright, let's be quick. Jiang Tao led Cece and Mimi through the underground tunnel that Norki had dug, swiftly approaching Thundercliff. Along the way, little Norki would also face difficulties. Wait, the direction is a bit confusing. He'll peek out to see which way Thundercliff is. Just as he was about to stick his head out, Jiang Tao raised his hand to stop him. No need to waste time. Oh, just dig this way. The third eye flickered, revealing a large hint. Turn slightly left and go straight to reach the foot. With Jiang Tao's guidance, Norki moved much faster than expected, reaching Thundercliff. The rumbling tremors from above attested to the fierce battle. Boom. The invincible Norki crashed into a dark purple rock, surprisingly pleased. We've reached the foot of the mountain. Cece asked, can we dig up to the top of the mountain? Directly burrowing underneath the mushroom would be more convenient. Norki tapped the dark purple rock with his tree stalk spear, shaking his head. This is a super thunderstone, several times harder than refined gold. It can't be dug through at all. Then let's go up. Jiang Tao thrust his spear into the soil above. Mission countdown 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Mushroom countdown 2 minutes and 30 seconds. On the surface at the top of Thundercliff. Then I announced the new chieftain is Blood Skull. As the old chieftain declared the birth of the new leader, strange noises from the foot of the mountain instantly attracted the attention of dozens of minotaurs present. Chieftain, it's bad. 2 giants and a high-level ghost tree are invading the prairie. A minotaur captain hurriedly reported. Though the old chieftain's eyes were muddled, he could still see the mist that was continuously spreading. Dare to invade our homeland. The entire minotaur tribe was furious. Chieftain, it'll take the warriors to quell the disturbance. Blood Skull was a fierce minotaur standing 6 meters tall, with blood-red horns. Like Jiang Tao, his horns had already transformed to the extraordinary level, just a bit more of an opportunity to evolve. Entering a berserk state, he could contend with extraordinary monsters. No need to just eat this mushroom. The old chieftain pointed at the mushroom tied to the totem pole. Then he picked up the war horn and began to blow it. Enemy invasion. Minotaur chieftain uses war roar effect. All minotaurs morale 30, all attributes 20. As the horn sounded, minotaurs from various camps on the prairie all emerged, panting, rushing towards the mist. The strongest were naturally the dozens of most powerful minotaurs on Thundercliff. They wore heavy armor crafted by dwarven slaves and helmets mixed with mithril, led by a minotaur warrior who had just been eliminated by Blood Skull charging down the mountain. The old chieftain intended to take action himself, but the tribal warriors would not allow their leader to take risks. Fan Yuan and Wei Ya, tied to the columns on either side, exchanged glances. Are we saved? They looked towards the mushroom, noticing the small mushroom cap trembling slightly. No. Haha, it is your honor for the little mushroom to be eaten by me. Blood Skull stomped towards the 3, reaching out to grab the mushroom on the totem pole. Suddenly a silver light pierced through Blood Skull's outstretched palm. Hua! Blood Skull roared, covering the hollow in his palm. Most of the Tauren had just descended the mountain to besiege the ghost tree. Only a handful of 8 remained on the mountain, but the old chieftain was here. The dagger that pierced the Blood Skull's palm was an unassuming flying knife. After piercing him, the silver flying knife continued its momentum, flying towards the totem pillar, skillfully twisting several times to cut the ropes binding the mushroom. From the foot of the mountain, 2 humans and a golden mushroom man flew quickly. Mushroom, I'm here to save you. Nuo Chi, feeling invincible, transformed into golden light and charged towards the mountain peak. Where did this mushroom come from? The remaining Tauren were all elites. One of them, quick-eyed and quick-handed, reached for Nuo Chi, but he grabbed a finger, and with a forceful twist, he was thrown over the shoulder. It seems to also come from the mushroom village, throwing itself into the net. The Tauren chieftain picked up a huge shield and swatted at Nuo Chi like swatting a fly. Unexpectedly, the small opponent was surprisingly tough, and with a crack the shield was pierced. What kind of item did you use? The experienced Tauren chieftain ordered several Tauren to surround Nuo Chi, not planning to kill him directly, but deliberately using the shield and other objects to obstruct. They aimed to waste time. Bloodskull, just eat the mushroom, leave the rest to me. The Tauren chieftain's old eyes were fixed on the two humans. The girl was hiding behind a rock shooting crossbow bolts. The bolts flew at an extremely fast speed, and the Tauren hadn't reacted before they were hit. Bang bang bang. As the arrows struck, they caused a massive explosion, injuring several Tauren severely. The entire Thunder Cliff was made of thunderstones, exceptionally solid. Those rocks could not be broken by the Tauren, making it very troublesome to counterattack her. Someone is ambushing the base. A few Tauren rushing not far away turned back to find out, and immediately turned around to return for support. Shin relied on the shooting speed of the wind crossbow and the explosive power to suppress the returning Tauren. Moreover, the two enraged trolls and the powerful Mother-Sun Ghost Tree made it impossible for over 100 Tauren to provide reinforcements. Wan Yuan and Wei Ye, who originally thought they were waiting for death, were overjoyed. Is that Jiang Tao, eh? Haha, I didn't expect him to be here too. Wei Ye, who was tied up, shouted into the void, can you all see me? Yes, we can see you. Billions of viewers were speechless watching the grand battle, wondering where these two little players came from. Only the friends and family of the two had strange expressions. So the ones robbing them are the same group of Tauren. Thinking of their sons and daughters being watched by over 5 billion viewers worldwide, both sets of parents involuntarily puffed out their chests. No matter what identities they appeared in the live broadcast. Little humans, it's just eggs hitting stones. The Tauren chieftain's gaze shifted to Jiang Tao and Shin, and with a stomp of his hose, he began to gather energy, planning to kill both with one strike. Jiang Tao no longer hid and took out the last giant mushroom. What effect does it have? The viewers watched nervously, unaware of the details. Transform Titan Giant. Nobody expected Jiang Tao to have the strongest hidden talent, Titan's Bone. Its effect allowed transformation into an 8-meter tall Titan. All attributes 2 times, strength 6 times. Duration of 5 minutes. Boom. An over 8-meter tall giant descended upon Thunder Cliff, making the 5-meter tall Tauren chieftain and Bloodskull look like dwarfs. At this moment, the benefits of high-level equipment were evident. His upper body was covered in an intact cowhide armor, and the fierce crocodile battle boots remained unscathed, while the bronze quality pants were slightly torn. So it was the giant mushroom. Just as the viewers grabbed popcorn ready to watch a giant battle, they were shocked to find Jiang Tao's height was still increasing. The giant mushroom's effect was to double the size and strength with the same duration of 5 minutes. Completely overlapping. Jiang Tao transformed into a 16-meter giant, almost looking down on the 8 Tauren present. Mushroom power doubled. That means he currently had 12 times his original strength. At this moment, Jiang Tao just wanted to write the word invincible on his face. Not to mention the enemies or the audience, even Shin and Nuo Qi, who were prepared, were startled. When did my mushroom become so powerful? Nuo Qi, entangled by several Tauren, was stunned. Even Bloodskull, who was capturing the mushrooms, turned around in confusion. Meanwhile, the Tauren chieftain's charge had begun. He charged straight at the 16-meter Jiang Tao. The once terrifying aura now felt like a gentle breeze as Jiang Tao lifted his right leg. Fierce crocodile boost. The battle boots manifested a ferocious image of a large crocodile, and Jiang Tao kicked towards the Tauren chieftain. It was as if he were kicking a soccer ball, sending the opponent soaring into the sky. Bang bang bang. The Tauren chieftain soared through the clouds, crashing into the ceiling of Thunder Cliff before finally falling down. The old chieftain fell onto the hard Thunder Cliff, spitting blood. Chieftain. Seeing this, Bloodskull disregarded the mushroom and rushed over, gathering the remaining Tauren to charge at Jiang Tao. I kick. Previously, the Tauren bullied the weak, but now Jiang Tao kicked each Tauren into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. They were not as strong as the chieftain and instantly died, splattered like ground beef. In the blink of an eye, only the Tauren chieftain and Bloodskull remained on Thunder Cliff. The death of his kin made the Tauren chieftain rise in fury, his eyes blood red as he looked up at Jiang Tao. He glanced at the distance where many dead Tauren were entangled by the ghost tree. In a state of rage, strength enhanced. Why don't you go eat mushrooms? The Tauren chieftain shouted in frustration. Bloodskull looked back at the empty totem pillar. In the chaos, just now the mushroom had disappeared without a trace. Where is she? Even 60 billion viewers hadn't seen how she vanished. Since Jiang Tao transformed, the viewer count had exploded by tens of millions. The other top players on the leaderboard were left dumbfounded. What had Jiang Tao done? Meanwhile, Jiang Tao's explosive power and destructive force made all humanity tremble. The game has only been 7 or 8 days and a person can evolve to this level. Such strength. At this moment, many national agencies had their Dao hearts shattered. The previously calculated character models were all overturned and redone. Is this a deity descending? How did his height and combat power change so drastically? What does our previously collected massive? The researchers were dumbfounded. Dude, when did you become so powerful? It's the mushroom. It must be the effect of the mushroom. The leader of the mysterious group, Sakura, said decisively. This Tauren has a similar aura to mine. It's about to evolve. The Tauren chieftain's words reminded Jiang Tao his third eye, which had grown several times larger, suddenly opened. A bolt of lightning simultaneously struck the Tauren chieftain and Bloodskull. Bloodskull let out a scream. This boss, with an evolution level similar to Jiang Tao, was pierced through the body. Important parts like the brain turned to char by the thunder fire. He was instantly killed and fell to the ground. The enraged Tauren chieftain relied on the energy gathered from his horns, pulling this lightning bolt and rolling away in time to dodge this fatal blow. The tragic death of Bloodskull drove him mad with rage. Who? The Tauren chieftain glanced at the distant battlefield. The grassland was turned upside down with ditches everywhere. Over 100 Tauren had suffered heavy casualties, and both trolls had fallen. The terrifying ghost tree's branches were withered, its trunk scarred, and it too was heavily injured. The tribe is destroyed. The Tauren chieftain with bloodshot eyes felt despair as he saw the giant kick towards him again. Anger, frustration, and humiliation surged in his mind, making him want to destroy the enemy at all costs. So he charged towards the peak, the highest totem pillar. Since we are dead, you won't live either. With a loud bang, the Tauren chieftain crashed into the totem pillar, blood staining it, and erasing the totem to reveal the original material. It was actually a metal pillar. As blood stained the pillar, a fierce wind arose, dark clouds roared in the sky, the weather changed abruptly, and the entire grassland dimmed. Nuachi shouted with a pale face, "Not good, this is heavenly thunder essence. We need to get down the mountain." In a corner, Yang Mi, whose invisibility had just faded, brought the mushroom, and felt the terrifying energy, her face turning deathly pale. A man and a woman tied to the pillar screamed. Boom. The sky thundered, and the Tauren chieftain unleashed a vengeful blow with all his energy, striking at lightning speed. Jiang Tao looked up with his third eye. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a vat descended from the sky. Terrifying. Run away. The warning bubbles had enlarged several times, with a few red exclamation marks particularly eye-catching. Familiar with lightning, Jiang Tao only had time to blow a fierce wind, sending Nuachi, Shin Sisi, Yang Mi, and even the viewers saw two wooden pillars flying in the raging wind. Boom. In the next moment, the blazing lightning struck down, and the entire thunder cliff exploded. The live broadcast was chaotic, with electric snakes dancing wildly, incredibly intense. The blinding light made all viewers close their eyes. Is he dead? I told you this mission wasn't simple. Look, an accident has occurred. But the Minotaurs are nearly all slain. Surely the Class A mission counts as complete. The larger the form, the greater the destructive power. Jiang Tao sailed smoothly through every trial, until now he's fallen into a pit. After the blinding radiance faded, viewers whose vision had just returned erupted in fervent commentary across livestream chat. The preceding spectacle had been utterly staggering. That celestial lightning strike rivaled the explosive force of a high-yield TNT detonation. Beyond the livestream, trending topics such as Jiang Tao's giant transformation and Class A civilization mission surged to the top 2 spots across major social media platforms within minutes. Thanks to the unprecedented reach of global media, Jiang Tao's livestream attracted a staggering 7 billion concurrent viewers. Something extraordinary has definitely happened on Jiang's side. The viewer count is plummeting sharply, declared Zhu Shichong Lin with unshakable certainty, watching the numbers collapse. Top 10 and top 100 streams alike suffered catastrophic attrition, siphoned entirely by the one stream's gravitational pull. Honestly, deep down, I sincerely hope he completes the mission, said Alexander in the first Gaul livestream, speaking to his teammates. Otherwise, if even the world's top player suffers crushing defeat, it would deal a devastating blow to every player's confidence. Who then would dare accept another Class A mission? Thundercliff. The terrifying energy dissipated, and few survivors scattered across the terrain, bruised and battered, frantically turned their gaze toward Thundercliff. Brother, Xiao Tao, Shi's eyes swept across the cliff, where scorched grass revealed its true nature, a smooth, dark purple. The entire mountain was forged from thunderstone, and crafted over eons through relentless refinement and celestial forging. The lightning vanished at the summit, drawing the gaze of Shun, Yang Mi, and all 7 billion viewers worldwide. Atop the charred peak, Na Youth emerged slowly from the colossal crater, his body wreathed in shimmering arcs of lightning like a thunder god descended upon Earth. He raised a hand gently, and the thunder core essence atop the peak, having fused mysteriously with his spider spear, transformed into a bolt of pure lightning and flew obediently into his palm. A voice resonated, crystal clear, awe-inspiring, echoing not only within every human mind, but also ringing distinctly inside the ears of over 400,000 players gathered in the skyscraper. Civilization announcement. Congratulations. Humanity has birthed its first transcendent being, Jiang Tao of Daxia. This is a small step for an individual, but a giant leap for civilization. Personal player reward, exclusive talent evolution, third eye, national fortune feedback. All citizens of Daxia receive a 5-year lifespan extension. Gene guidance technique ascends in rank, D-class transcendence unlocked. A city shall rise where Jiang Tao was born. Its statue formed spontaneously. Newborns within this city exhibit heightened intellect, and the probability of thunder-affiliated prodigies emerging increases markedly. Unlike previous game notifications, this proclamation rang with unmistakable clarity, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind as to its profound significance. A transcendent human has emerged, What changes does this entail? And does he command a primal energy? Can he soar through skies or vanish into earth? One thing is certain, his lifespan has increased dramatically. Ladies and gentlemen, let us consider instead the challenges Jiang Tao's return poses to modern civil order. Given the colossal strength he displayed earlier, and now further amplified by his breakthrough, I believe even an elite reinforced battalion armed with heavy artillery might fail to halt him. Add flight capability, and his legendary top-ranked divine talent. Nonetheless we unleash supersonic missiles in relentless cost-ignoring barges, he cannot be killed. He wields lightning. Good heavens, he'd be regarded as divine in any prior age. And I still envy the people of Daxiao most. Their 5 extra years of life are priceless beyond any currency. I wish I'd moved to Jianqing long ago. And curious observers wondered what had transpired in Jiang Tao's hometown. And one by one satellites pivoted toward it. Jianqing, a previously obscure Tier 18 city, had become a pilgrimage site following the emergence of the world's #1 influencer. And today its central square was dominated by a towering humanoid statue, rising abruptly from the ground, displacing nearby tourists. In recalling the voice echoing in their minds, all instantly grasped the source of this miracle. They looked up to behold a 16-meter colossus carved from an unknown dark purple stone, its features unmistakably those of Jiang Tao, familiar to every citizen of Jianqing. Local authorities swiftly dispatched personnel to manage the crowds. Not only then did the crisis response team exhale deeply in collective relief. And, thank heavens, it didn't fail. All regional combat readiness orders are hereby rescinded, announced senior elders via telephone. In watching the surging tide of public sentiment online, Elder Lin smiled. It seems his prestige among the people has truly transcended mortal bounds. At that moment, a secretary stepped forward with urgent news. The Eurasian Alliance and the White Eagle Federation's supreme leader have sent congratulatory messages. Nan requested permission for their pregnant daughter to reside in Jianqing for a time. Elder Lin chuckled. Weren't they vehemently condemning us just days ago? How swiftly friendship blooms. The secretary replied. Their tone was remarkably cordial, speaking earnestly of shared destiny, civilizational unity, and other lofty grandiose concepts. The sight of the usually imperious White Eagle supreme leader adopting such humility sent several elders into unrestrained laughter. Why couldn't it have been our own Zhu Shichanglin? Likewise, watching the stream, the supreme leader sighed wistfully. The 5-year lifespan extension and expanded evolutionary potential were coveted by all. Moreover, he had just received an expert report. Within mere days, players had already demonstrated such devastating power. And upon returning, they would inevitably form a new superclass towering above ordinary humanity. That too explained why the Illuminati behind him acted with such urgency. In this new era, whoever commands power, whoever is a player, shall rule humanity. Damn it, how did he succeed? Jiang Tao's triumph cast Nichikawa Kishaku in an even more absurd light. Japanese leadership collectively shattered, while the clandestine task force deemed their plan increasingly futile. Yet moments later, the team leader received fresh orders. Continue surveillance. Formulate new strategies. And the more formidable his talent, the higher his value. Brother, you startled me. Inside Thundercliff's chamber, Shi and Yangmi, overjoyed to find Jiang Tao unharmed, rushed back up the slope. But barely had they ascended when crackling arcs leapt forth, charring their hair into stiff smoking spikes. We're relieved you're safe, sir. Norchi and Gaguzi offered heartfelt gratitude. Let's talk later. We still have unfinished business. Jiang Tao stepped once, and launched himself skyward from the cliff's edge. His freedom wings had been destroyed in the lightning strike, yet thanks to his evolution, flight was now innate. The most striking change, however, was the newly formed vertical purple mark upon his back. The grassland lay in utter ruin. Of the 200 minotaurs, most were slain or gravely wounded. Only 1 or 2 remained groaning in agony, and the 2 ogres had perished alongside them. Across the scarred earth, the iron gate stood slightly ajar, not battered branch straining to escape. You pursued us relentlessly. Now you think to simply walk away. Jiang Tao sneered, and hurled his ace dagger. Where before it had been barely visible to the naked eye, now it cleaved the heavens like a bolt of lightning. ZZT. It severed the root cleanly. Among the dried beef strips, the mother and child Inhun tree, its roots badly mangled, sensed peril and accelerated it. Severely wounded high-rank D-class boss, having absorbed the blood and souls of 200 robust minotaurs in this battle, it stands a chance of ascending to elite D-class status after secluded cultivation. Your affinity with it has decreased by 100. Indeed, Jiang Tao's karmic entanglement with this entity ran deep. They had hunted each other relentlessly for nights on end. Now, with opportunity finally at hand, how could he possibly let it slip away? Guiding his ace dagger with surgical precision, as though performing the art of butchery, he methodically severed each of the tree's primary roots. Not immobilized, he raised his blade to pierce its heartwood, then paused as if struck by sudden inspiration. Instead, he retrieved previously gathered ox tendons, bound the creature tightly, and cast it back into the sanctuary. Brother, what are you doing? Shin asked in confusion as she ran over. Why not kill the big boss that has been chasing us all this time? Rest assured I have my own purposes. A mysterious smile appeared on Jiang Tao's face. It seems we can sleep soundly tonight. By the way, we still have unfinished tasks. Jiang Tao's gaze fell upon the remaining bull-headed men who still had some breath left. Cici and Mimi understood immediately. Bang bang bang. The sound of the Desert Eagle's gun echoed across the grassland. Congratulations on completing the level mission. Rescue the Mushroom Child. Claim your mission rewards from Nuachi. Congratulations, Captain Jiang Tao performed exceptionally, killing both the new and old bull-headed chieftains, obtaining a hidden reward profession, bull-headed chieftain. Hearing the final reminder left Jiang Tao a bit dazed. There's this reward too. Soon after, a game notification sounded. Official announcement. Congratulations to the players Jiang Tao, Shin Cici, and Yang Mi for cooperating to complete the level mission, greatly contributing to human civilization. The ancient ruins that were once buried by history have been revived, now enhanced with a special effect ancient civilization bonus. Outside the live stream, netizens from various countries discussing the 5-year lifespan extension of Daxiao were caught off guard by the new blow. Double output. Daxia's newborns will surge this year. This effect should also include the spiritual fruit trees, right? I from the great cold underworld shall cultivate food. Many officials were more interested in the subsequent rewards as the global satellite observed. The lands of Daxiao trembled. The ancient cities and academies that once disappeared in the long river of history have re-emerged. The radiance of civilization they emitted was still so striking even in the evening, stirring the souls of those who beheld it. Contributions to civilization. For some unknown reason, researchers from various regions studying the National Fortune game pondered these words repeatedly. Especially when recalling the recent goblin invasion, it became even more intriguing. Jiang Tao also contemplated for a moment, but was soon attracted by the 3 golden treasure chests that fell from the sky. Gold. First time seeing it. Cici exclaimed in delight as she rushed forward to catch it. Previously, finding a silver treasure chest made her happy for a day, but gold was something she could hardly imagine. Let's collect them together, or we'll need to trouble Mimi later. Jiang Tao stored the golden treasure chest while Yang Mi nodded naturally. She glanced at the messy grassland, and then looked up at the slowly setting sun. Blue star time, 1740. Yang Mi reminded, it's almost dark, let's quickly gather these spoils. We won't have to worry about beef anymore. The 3 exchanged joyful glances and laughed. Nuachi and Mushroom Child, as a couple reunited after a long time, were not too interested in this, and sat on Thunder Cliff whispering sweet nothings. The 3 of them were busy collecting the treasures of the bull-headed tribe. Not only did they summon Lilith to help, but even the little one Luya flew out to join the fun. System notification collected beef jerky, 1 beef, tendons, 200 second-tier spirit crystals, 200, cowhide, 200 cow bones. There were too many materials related to beef. Due to the excess resources, Jiang Tao didn't want to mix them up with the previous warehouse. He simply released the obsidian house and began to construct a second temperature-controlled warehouse. He had all the materials needed: 2,000 wood, iron blocks, silver, gold, and pure water. Once struggling with only 2 second-tier spirit crystals this time, he gained 200. Soon beside the first temperature-controlled warehouse, a second, identical one rose from the ground. To distinguish it, Jiang Tao deliberately hung the words Bull Fortress on it. Naturally, the series of bull products would be stored inside. Apart from these basic resources, the greatest harvest was 2 third-tier spirit crystals obtained from the Strawberry Giant and the Bull-Headed Chieftain. It is somewhat regrettable that many treasures of the Bull-Headed Chieftain were destroyed by lightning. Only the silver battle axe remained, containing mithril and mountain copper, which is several times more valuable than ordinary silver items. The quality of the giant's bone-crushing hammer was somewhat inferior and mixed with some special materials. Additionally, there were 5 quasi third-tier spirit crystals. The harvest was joyous, and the 3 of them ran around the grassland without feeling tired. The audience watched with glee. What no one noticed was the faint cries for help coming from 2 wooden pillars that were slanted into the ground in the corner. By 6 p.m., Jiang Tao and the others still hadn't finished, and the game's reminder sound rang out. The audience could only reluctantly exit the live stream. Jiang Tao has soared to the sky. Who can other players catch up? Only 2 days left until the game ends, right? The important milestone to clear 100 rooms will likely be seized by the Daxiao people. Although the live stream ended, discussions about Jiang Tao and the others continued online both domestically and internationally. It was not until 6:30 p.m. that the 3 of them finally, looking at the storeroom full of bull horns and cowhide, Shin Cici smiled gently. With the blueprints in the future, we can manufacture equipment. I'm afraid you'll be too busy then. Jiang Tao closed the door of Bull Fortress with a bang. Then he waved at Nuachi and Mushroom Child on the cliff. All right, you can come down now. Only then did Nuachi bring Mushroom Child down. As they entered the obsidian house, the first sight that greeted them was the rows of ghost trees planted in the outer courtyard. Mushroom Child hid behind Nuachi in fear, her colorful mushroom cap trembling in fright, especially upon seeing the corner where the mother and child Inhun tree was tied up. The mushroom cap fluttered even more tightly, grasping Nwoki's small hand. Nuachi forced himself to calm down and comforted, "Don't worry, it's fine." Although a bit scared in his heart, he didn't show fear in front of his companions. After seeing Jiang Tao and the others clearly Mushroom Child politely begged, "Thank you for rescuing me. Since I promised I will definitely do it." Her voice was soft and adorable, and Mimi approached to squat down unable to resist stroking her colorful mushroom cap. "Sister Me, I also want to rub." Seeing this, Cece's eyes sparkled as she rushed forward to shake hands with Mushroom Child. No girl could resist such a cute and cartoonish creature. "Hee hee, if you really want to thank us, then give me another hat." At this moment Lilith flew down tugging at her colorful mushroom cap and letting out a devilish grin. Upon hearing this, Mushroom Child's plump pink face showed distress that is the hat left after my evolution. Ew, I can't make it normally. Seeing the little mushroom person tugging at her little hand with a difficult expression, Jiang Tao laughed heartily. "Alright, you don't need to take it seriously," as she loves to joke. Mushroom Child breathed a sigh of relief, releasing a puff of colorful mist. Nuachi stepped forward and took out an emerald green mushroom from his pocket. "Sister Me, I also want to rub." Seeing this, Cece's eyes sparkled as she rushed forward to shake hands with Mushroom Child. No girl could resist such a Jiang Tao exchanged glances with Cece and Mimi, understanding in their hearts. This was the treasure of the village that was passed down in Mushroom Village. "Then I won't be polite." Jiang Tao stepped forward to take it, feeling a wave of comfort as some damaged cells that had suffered from the lightning strike. The three of them focused their eyes. Revival Mushroom, a highly precious revival item that when consumed grants an extra life and grows a personal mushroom. Plant the personal mushroom in a safe area. When the main body dies, it will be revived at the location where the personal mushroom was planted. A second life. Moreover, one can choose the revival location. The value of this village treasure naturally goes without saying. Jiang Tao held it oddly, feeling it somewhat warm, and pondered, there is only one reward. How should the three of us divide it? Brother, it's definitely yours. If it weren't for you dealing with those two minotaurs, Sister Me, and I wouldn't have completed the task. Cece blinked her clear eyes. Mimi also nodded. Exactly, don't be modest. Since it was like this, Jiang Tao no longer declined, he consumed it on the spot. As he ate the revival mushroom, a purple personal mushroom sprouted from his head. Jiang Tao thought for a moment and temporarily placed it inside the stone house. He would transplant it later when he found a better place. Ahem. At that moment, Mimi suddenly coughed up blood. Jiang Tao was slightly startled and looked closely. He saw that both she and Cece had shown signs of change. After a fierce battle exhausting their mental energy, they suffered considerable injuries from the aftermath of the fight. Cece rubbed her soft abdomen beneath her tough leather armor, relieved. "Fortunately, I have this. I just realized that during the previous battle a sharp fragment had pierced me here. If it weren't for this, I would have been severely injured if not dead." Today, having experienced so much, Jiang Tao also wanted to heal his wounds. He handed 2 healing treasure chests to the 2 women. "Rest well tonight. With this and the mushroom talent taught by the old mushroom, it should be fine." The 2 women accepted the white medicine boxes, and for dinner, they simply had some beef jerky to fill their stomachs. "I'll rest next door and return home tomorrow." After politely thanking the 3, Guguzi threw down a mushroom next door to the obsidian house. The mushroom rapidly expanded, transforming into a mushroom house like that in the village. Just as Guguzi was about to bid farewell and return to rest, he suddenly turned around and reminded, "By the way, there were 2 others who were tied up with me earlier. During the lightning strike, I saw them being carried away with a wooden pillar. They should still be alive. There are 2 more players." Jiang Tao was greatly surprised as he led Cece and Mimi out the door. The sky had completely darkened, and the ghostly winds of the plains, filled with hundreds of lost souls, seemed somewhat terrifying. The 3 listened carefully, and indeed faintly heard weak cries for help coming from a corner. Fortunately, all 3 possessed night vision abilities, and after Lilith led the way, Jiang Tao spotted 2 broken wooden pillars slanted into the ground after searching the plains for about 10 minutes. A man and a woman were tied to them, covered in dirt and grime. "You 2 are quite lucky." Lilith cracked the whip a few times and untied the ropes binding them. Feng Yuan and Wei Ye fell down with a sense of relief, their weak hands supporting the ground. Feng Yuan coughed violently a few times, finally regaining his composure as he gasped, "One of our companions was already killed by the minotaurs. If you had come a bit later, we would have gone down to accompany him too." Wei Ye, a somewhat attractive girl, looked at the 3 with embarrassment. "Thank you. Could you please give us some water and food? We haven't eaten all day." Cece, sympathizing with their plight, hurried home to fetch a box of mineral water and some bread to give to the 2. Feng Yuan and Wei Ye gulped down a bottle and then devoured several pieces of bread before finally regaining their composure. "Speaking of which, we are all players from the Great Xia. I didn't expect to encounter you." Wei Ye looked enviously at the elegantly dressed and still beautiful Mimi. She then fixed her gaze on the leading Jiang Tao, secretly pondering, is he really the #1 player in the world? Looking at the night sky, Wei Ye weakly said, "It's dark. I wonder if there will be a night raid tonight. Is that beautiful shelter your house? Can we stay there for the night?" Yes. Having found a straw to grasp at for survival, Feng Yuan did not want to face the threat of being kidnapped again. He nodded repeatedly, stealing glances at the beautiful girl who was handing him the water. "If I team up with them, not only do I have a tall guy in front, but also big stars and beautiful girl teammates." Feng Yuan chuckled to himself. Unbeknownst to him, his inner thoughts were fully visible to Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao maintained a blank expression. Hearing their request, Demimi slightly furrowed her brows. That is their private residence, painstakingly upgraded. How could they allow strangers to stay casually? Moreover, it was on the first floor with limited space for privacy. Shin Sisi remained silent. Jiang Tao calmly said, "You have your own shelter. There won't be monsters in Thundercliff at night. Rescuing you and providing water and food is already—" Jiang Tao, having no close ties with the two, did not wish to interfere further. "Let's go, we should return to heal our wounds." Jiang Tao greeted Sisi, and Mimi turning to head back. Demimi quickly followed. The flying Lilith made a face at the two. "Be careful, you two." Shin Sisi waved goodbye to the two and got up to leave. Wei, sensing that she looked younger and easier to deceive, hurriedly showed weakness. "We've been tied up for a day and are very weak. Little sister, as someone from the same place, could you persuade Jiang Handsome to let us rest for a night? If we can stay the night, at least we won't have to worry about food and drink. If we play our cards right, we can likely become teammates, and we won't have to worry about meals and injuries for the next 2 days." The two had a good plan. However, Shin Sisi merely scoffed at them. "I'm still injured myself." With that, she ignored them and hurried back inside. Leaving the two in the wind, Wei angrily said, "What's wrong with them? We just needed a little help. What about being the #1 player in the country? So cold-blooded." Fang Yuan felt the same way. Yet a chilling wind blew, causing the two to shiver. They dared not delay, holding onto the box of mineral water and food that Shin Sisi had given them. Near the obsidian house, they set up their small shelter. Back in the safe wooden house, Fang Yuan couldn't help but open the chat channel. There was a heated discussion about how strong the extraordinary humans were and what Jiang Tao's team had done today. Fang Yuan clicked the camera function on his panel, taking a screenshot to flaunt, "Haha, I didn't expect to encounter Jiang Tao and Demimi after all the twists and turns. Look, that is their shelter, as expected of the #1 in the world. It's luxurious and grand." Everyone was very curious about Jiang Tao completing the 11 task, and someone quickly inquired, "How did you get to Thundercliff? Did you take on a task too? Aren't the Minotaurs weaker in combat?" Someone asked the crucial question, "How did Jiang Tao break through the extraordinary? How did you get to Thundercliff? Did you take on a task too? Aren't the Minotaurs weaker in combat?" Someone asked the crucial question, "How did Jiang Tao break through the Everyone initially praised him for a while, but upon realizing he had nothing of value to share, they quickly dispersed. Wei, watching from the side, felt like laughing and muttered, "Is there any way to join their team?" Inside the obsidian house, the ghostly tree swayed, and the central ghost mother tree seemed to sense the presence of the Insol tree, gently moving in its direction. "Is this the one that has been bothering us all night?" Demimi stood in front of the tightly bound Insol tree, raising her little pink fist in displeasure and striking the tree. The enraged Insol tree shook violently, causing Mimi to hurriedly hide behind Jiang Tao. So unskilled, yet so playful, Jiang Tao glanced at her and, "Why keep him here? If he recovers, our home will be destroyed." Demimi pouted, secretly tugging at his waist. But she found Jiang Tao's skin tougher than cowhide. The method that had never failed before was rendered useless. Rest assured, he will atone for his previous crime. Jiang Tao took out the Nature Fortress blueprint. Due to the disturbances caused by the Insol tree, he had consumed many precious spirit crystals and spirit wood every night. Shin Sisi pointed in astonishment at the suddenly trembling Insol tree. "Brother, do you mean to?" "Exactly." Jiang Tao clicked to use the blueprint, muttering, "I intended to build a fortress to fend you off, but since you've thrown yourself into the net, come join our family." Materials selected. Stone, wood, silver, and gold are all complete. As for the Tier 3 energy core and nature guardian spirit. Jiang Tao grinned at the trembling Insol tree. "Of course, all of it will be provided by you." The powerless Insol tree shook helplessly. Though the sounds of ghostly wails echoed from within the tree, it did not change the fact that it was being transformed into countless specks of light. Meanwhile, the sturdy obsidian house and surrounding black walls were enveloped in a white light. In the darkness, it appeared strikingly conspicuous, quickly catching the attention of the nearby mushroom house and wooden house. Expanding the house, Nuachi glanced at it with Guguzi before returning indoors. "You're upgrading such a wonderful shelter." Fang Yuan and Wei, who had rushed out of the wooden house, widened their eyes. Fang Yuan couldn't help but take a pic. "Quick, come look. Jiang Tao is upgrading the shelter again." Indeed, the chat group instantly buzzed with excitement. Everyone watched as the stone, in its place, intertwining roots, emerged a luxurious 3-story European-style fortress covered in ancient vines and green leaves, protected by a green wall, rose majestically. What drew everyone's attention was a massive black tree guarding the fortress. Surrounding it were several smaller trees. "I thought my large shelter was the best. Oh, what is this? Is this the final stage? Why are there so many trees?" Ruoyu Yushan and other top players bubbled with curiosity. Brother Pony speculated, "Each person likely gets different blueprints. We shouldn't underestimate ourselves. If we have enough time, we can upgrade to something like this too. Besides, we can return in a couple of days. The old house in Blue Star is the real comfort." Hearing this, Minnie felt relieved. Indeed, no matter how well it upgrades now, it will be useless once we return. However, Brother Pony on the other side lamented, "It seems he has gained a lot from the." A male teammate asked, "Should we continue digging along that clue?" After some exploration, they had also triggered a task. But they had been hesitant all along. Brother Pony's eyes were deep in thought. Remembering his beautiful wife and concubines at home along with his vast fortune and giant conglomerate, he finally sighed. He lacked that reckless spirit of risking it all. Congratulations on successfully upgrading to the Super Shelter Spirit Fortress. It seems that the materials used are different, leading to different focuses. Seeing the dramatically changed house, Mimi and Cece both looked up in surprise. The two beauties strolled around the brand new and spacious courtyard. A little creature poked its head from the earth fruit tree by the spring. A bit scared, it flew onto Yang Mi. How did the yard become so large? Leah doesn't even recognize it. Yang Mi gently stroked the little fairy, comforting her. Don't worry, it's still your home. The house's area was several times larger than before. That ghost tree, especially the Een-Sol tree, was about the same height as the three-story fortress. The three couldn't help but click on the shelter panel to check the details. Name Spirit Fortress Level Super Shelter Effect. Extraordinary defense, can withstand extraordinary level attacks, but please note that energy consumption is significant and requires Tier 3 Spirit Crystals. Intimidation, the pressure emitted by the fortress can deter monsters below extraordinary level, preventing them from attacking. Spirit Trees combine Fog Barrier, 2 Ghost Trees, and Subtrees. They are a part of the fortress capable of automatically monitoring enemies and integrating attack and defense. Limited by terrain, the further away from the fortress, the weaker the attack. I can rest easy at night now. After teasing the Een-Sol tree, finding it had calmed down, Yang Mi took Cece back into the house to study. Lilith had already been flying around the house. With the initial construction of the house, the previous furniture was no longer usable. The two beauties were very interested in moving new furniture from the warehouse to redo the bedding. Until Jiang Tao urged, you two are injured, you should rest early. Okay, we'll take our time. Cece happily carried a bundle of velvet up the spiral staircase. Brother, I'll sleep on the second floor, there are 4 rooms up there. Remember to turn on the air conditioning, don't skimp on energy. Jiang Tao reminded her to rest well, but inwardly, he was taken aback. This shabby house uses Tier 3 Spirit Crystals. How many do I have? It seems if I don't work hard, I won't be able to afford a villa. Cece, how about I sleep with you tonight? Lilith also hugged a bundle of blankets, happily flying behind her. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, disregarding her injuries and exhaustion, busied herself in the master bedroom on the first floor for a long time. Until Jiang Tao urged her to go inside, saying, what are you busy with? He saw a naturally elegant ancient wooden bed that seemed to be one with the room covered with silk. Yang Mi stretched lazily, showcasing her graceful figure. She ran her slender fingers through her black hair and winked at Jiang Tao. You look much more pleasing after your evolution, and you smell so good. Shall we celebrate tonight? Looking at the body is unwell on the bow ties panel, Jiang Tao felt both moved and amused. Alright, you're also a bit injured. Get a good rest tonight, don't hesitate to use the healing box, it's meant to be used. Jiang Tao was puzzled as to why Mimi suddenly became sentimental. He stepped forward, gently embraced the beauty, and kissed her. In his arms, smelling the enticing masculine scent, Yang Mi looked up at the even more handsome man, her peach blossom eyes reddening, nervously asking, we're going back soon, or should we announce our relationship? She bit her red lips. Rest assured, I have no feelings for Lu Kai anymore, we've been separated for years. Jiang Tao glanced aside. Alright, don't think too much, we are still in the game. He chuckled, I don't think the game will end so soon, the current relationship is quite good. We're being watched by billions, and every move we make will be magnified. Hearing the man's response, Mimi rolled her eyes. This scumbag pulls up his pants and denies everything. Alright, I'm going to wash up and sleep, you should rest early too. Yang Mi, who didn't get a reply, showed a hint of regret in her eyes. After giving a goodnight kiss, she went upstairs to rest, her footsteps echoing on the spiral staircase. Soon laughter and cheerful voices of Cece, Lilith, and Mimi came from the second floor. Jiang Tao listened for a moment, realizing that a faint voice like a mosquito's could be heard in the mix. Finally alone, he comfortably turned on the air conditioning, setting it to a pleasant 24 degrees, and switched the shelter mode to sleep. The lights dimmed, branches outside swayed, providing a strong sense of security. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling the energy within his body. Zizizi. A ring of deep purple arcs surrounded him, causing him to levitate above the bed. Pop. A purple mushroom sprouted atop. The mushroom absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, healing his weary body. The colorful mushroom, gifted by the old mushroom, had a gentle and calming effect, subtly healing one's hidden. At the same time, on the second floor, 2 beautiful women, having had their fun, each had a black and pink mushroom sprouting from their heads, healing themselves. Mimi and Shishi, not having as high a realm as Jiang Tao, were much slower in their recovery. So they opened the healing treasure chest again, using items to assist. Luya will blow on you guys. The little fairy with a kind heart flew to the mushrooms above the 2 women's heads, puffing her cheeks and blowing with all her might. The 2 women intended to laugh, but unexpectedly found it to have some effect. This flesh and blood body is such a hassle. Lilith, who had not yet had enough fun, lay lazily on the 3rd wooden bed, becoming more spirited as the night went on. With her snow-white legs crossed, revealing 2 sharp tiger fangs, she joked, how about I transform you 2 into dream demon bodies? Then you could become ethereal, which would be very convenient. You wouldn't even have your monthly bleeding anymore. You have that ability. Hearing this, Shishi opened her eyes in surprise, but thought for a moment and shook her head. Mom and Dad definitely wouldn't want me to change bodies. Yang Mi revealed a look of great interest in her eyes. They'll look for you again. On the first floor in the master bedroom, Jiang Tao was multitasking healing while opening his personal panel. Advancing to the extraordinary level, the changes were immense. Player Jiang Tao level newly entered drank extraordinary age 19 years rooms cleared 70 class Minotaur chieftain equipment, shining electric spear top tier silver weapon extraordinary trait lightning, can transform into lightning form shooting, and splitting into electricity attack speed extremely fast, has doubled in power since binding with the master Jiang Tao. Current status wealth slightly fatigued body has sustained injuries from combat currently healing. Currently accumulating energy to advance to a higher extraordinary level. Extraordinary power lightning traits attack enhancement speed enhancement talent eye of thunder punishment. Evolved from the third eye can leverage the power of heaven and earth during thunderstorms or electrically charged environments. Its power will increase exponentially. Especially effective against the bizarre and ghostly beings. Class skill Bull King's charge speed increases sharply, creating an air shield in front directly colliding with enemies. Note better effects with a high-quality helmet. War Tread A Stomp creates a shockwave. The greater the strength and size, the stronger the skill. Fury Bloodlust requires a state of fury, summons ancestral spirits to empower oneself, temporarily doubling attributes, but slightly reducing mental value. Soul of the Minotaur A class skill generated by the influence of civilization. Targets females who already have partners. Automatically emits special hormones to attract the opposite sex. If successfully courted, class power doubles, and evolutionary assistance doubles. Current enhancement 10. After reading the last skill, Jiang Tao was filled with questions. So this is what a Minotaur is? He was utterly speechless. Remembering Mi's unexpected embrace earlier, he deeply suspected it was the effect of the Minotaur's soul. Jiang Tao sniffed at himself, but couldn't detect any special scent. Moreover, activating it had already progressed to 10. What kind of situation was that? That night, Jiang Tao spent in deep cultivation. On the 8th day, the 3 sleeping individuals were awakened by the daily reminder sound. Good morning, players. Yesterday, 3-0 players unfortunately exited the game. Currently, 4-0 players remain. Only 2 days left until return. Players, please continue exploring. Don't waste the opportunity. Special commendation for the first extraordinary human born yesterday. Let's cheer for civilization players from all countries. Keep up the effort. Just a friendly reminder, currently, only 10 players from Lithuania remain. If you don't work hard, it will be dire. The leaderboard has been updated. The top 100 players can collect rewards. Civilization tip: the difficulty of the game on the last day doubles, and rewards triple. Yesterday's casualty rate was significantly higher than the day before. But as the return date approached, everyone felt a surge of excitement. The top 10 rankings have been updated. How did Yamada Hiroshi from Sakura Island get to 8th place? Did he encounter some fortuitous event? Is the situation for Lithuania's players this dangerous? Players from various countries chewed over every word. They remembered the game rules clearly. A total elimination of one country would be quite serious. The 2 teams of Lithuanian players, just getting out of bed, turned pale. Are we left with only ourselves and another team? Where are the others? Quick, save them. A Lithuanian white player roared. He had only just evolved to the top rank, relying mainly on survival tactics, and had only explored 21 rooms. But what he didn't know was that the other team was even more outrageous. They had found a room of simple difficulty, and with just a few cookies had survived. Bro, I don't care how you perform right now, just be careful, explore at least 1 guaranteed room a day, and that will be enough. As the live stream began, the Lithuanian audience felt like the sky was falling. Some even broke down in tears, then started cursing. It's all the fault of the Dachau people for shattering their hopes. The audience in Europe and America looked on, wanting to laugh, yet fearing they would be next. In truth, they were very curious about what that Slang national extermination punishment was. The European audience could sit back and watch conducting experiments. But the Lithuanian leader could not remain idle. Activate the national bullet screen. He personally commended the 2 teams for their brave efforts and reminded them to explore carefully. Behind them stood not only 100 friends and family, but also tens of millions across the nation. He emphasized that based on the information collected so far, players should avoid staying in one room for too long and should walk around to reduce danger. Listening to this, the pressure on the 2 teams intensified. Some were happy, some were worried. Yamada Hiroshi, who was receiving the top 10 reward for the first time, laughed heartily as he clicked to claim his prize. Congratulations, your luck is good. You have received a special item, National Fortune status. He caught a falling scroll with both hands stunned. National Fortune status: sign your name along with another National Fortune player, and you will definitely encounter them in the next room. The victor takes all. The winner will obtain everything from the loser, including the vast fortune of the nation, as well as inherit their National Fortune feedback rewards, cleared room counts, and evolution levels. Combat item. After reading the effect of the National Fortune scroll, Yamada Hiroshi's heart pounded violently. A bold and perilous idea flashed through his mind. Because the nation had invested its early resources in Nichikawa Gohan, he had failed to clear several rooms. With the pivotal milestone, clearing 100 rooms, slipping beyond reach, the game now granted him a second chance. Especially the ability to seize the opponent's National Fortune and amplify it. This revelation sent shockwaves through him. who after all was unaware that Xia's national fortune amplification ranked first globally. Through this, Xia's national fortune flourished, transforming it into a superpower, so formidable that even the White Eagle Federation, once deemed invincible in his eyes, chose retreat and temporary yet with but a single signature, the name of that man. Upon the scroll, he and Sakura Island could claim it all. Recalling the fate theft artifact nestled in his backpack, Yamada Hiroshi gripped the scroll with trembling hands, a tremor soon noticed by his Sakura Island task force. What's wrong? Yamada Hiroshi was now the nation's most prized asset. The covert team dared not delay, immediately activating the live commentary function to contact him. Soon after a series of discreet exchanges, the team learned of the National Fortune Scroll's miraculous effects, and were instantly shaken to their core. The team leader dared not take it lightly. He locked the office door and urgently summoned the cabinet. Minutes later, the cabinet issued Secret Directive No. 1, full intelligence lockdown on both the National Fortune Scroll and the Fate Theft artifact. From that moment onward, team members were forbidden to leave the office building. Eating, sleeping, and even relieving themselves were to occur within its walls. Their mobile phones were confiscated to be returned only after 3 days. An emergency, small-scale, but profoundly consequential, meeting convened at Sakura Island's highest echelon. Attendees included the Prime Minister, the Crisis Management Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the National Fortune Strategy Minister, the head of the Special Task Force against Xia, and the Emperor's Secretary. A Ancient Millennium opportunity has arrived. Victory will grant us all of Xia's accumulated national fortune amplification. Yet should we lose our already weakened national fortune, will suffer further devastation, and be stripped away entirely. A minister wiped sweat from his brow. Since Nichikawa Gohan's failure, not only had goblins manifested in reality, but minor earthquakes had surged in frequency. They all knew this was the consequence of waning national fortune. Alan, we've already hit rock bottom. Any path forward leads upward. Do you wish to relive the humiliation of our treasures being snatched away by the White Eagles? The foreign minister's words evoked vivid memories among those present. The goblin sword sank the brood nest, and the goblin king, all seized by White Eagle operatives under brutal circumstances. They bore the cost, the White Eagles reaped the rewards. More critically, in this unprecedented epical shift, they had fallen behind from the very outset. At this rate, liberation from White Eagle, and even Xia's dominance seemed unlikely for an entire century. Recalling the glorious achievements of their ancestors a century prior, every attendee wept. In the end, they reached a consensus victory would catapult Sakura civilization to humanity's pinnacle, and emancipation from the White Eagles would follow. As for defeat, they tried not to dwell on it. After all, things could scarcely grow worse. Could they possibly sink lower than Lithuania or Estonia? After heated deliberation, the Prime Minister delivered the final verdict: let the people endure hardship. I shall shoulder the infamy. Now the question remained how to defeat Jiang Tao's team, especially after the recent Thundercliff battle where he transformed into a 16-meter giant, an image seared into global consciousness. Intelligence confirms it was the growth mushroom he consumed, a mission-specific item responsible for his extraordinary power. Outside such quests, have you ever seen him transform? The Crisis Minister pulled up Jiang Tao's complete combat footage and drew his conclusion. Nods followed. Then the National Fortune Strategy Minister enumerated Xia's post-amplification prosperity and contrasted it with Sakura Island players' current resources and artifacts. Can a nation lose to one man? They would win. That was the unspoken conviction shared by all present. Shortly thereafter, the top-secret Yamato completion plan was formally approved. Long live the Emperor. Led by the Secretary, the assembly rose en masse, raised their hands high, and shouted with fervent exultation, concluding the meeting. A single thread tugged, and the entire world trembled. Sakura Island mobilized its full national might to aid Yamada Hiroshi, and secretly deployed artifacts to reform his squad of 5-member elite unit assembled from the island's most gifted and highest-level players, the premier Yamato team. Such extraordinary measures inevitably drew external attention, especially from the White Eagle Federation. To the outside world, the cabinet issued this official statement: to bolster our national fortune in these final hours, and redress the grave error committed by Nichikawa, we have consolidated all available resources to forge a world-class elite squad. Public discussion subsided, quickly eclipsed by other headlines. Meanwhile, inside the Rubik Tower, Jiang Tao tapped to claim yesterday's reward. Yesterday's viewership shattered records. Congratulations. You have received the legacy artifact, the Grand Grimoire of Magic. What is this? Jiang Tao stared in astonishment at the heavy antique tome in his hands, its cover etched with intricate arcane sigils. Today feels different from before. Shin Sisi and Yang Mi descended from the second floor and witnessed the scene. Together the three opened the book, whereupon cascades of complex magical runes shimmered into existence. Lilith muttered, I don't care for this energy. The Grand Grimoire of Magic, a priceless compendium of arcane lore. Mastery enables class transcendence into a mage, teaching foundational meditation techniques and minor spells, progressing steadily to grand magics and ultimately transcendence into the sublime. Class transcendence. The book's rarity needed no elaboration. It could elevate even a novice to formidable combat prowess in moments. I'm already a Minotaur chieftain. My path is that of a frontline tank warrior. Jiang Tao mused. CC possesses infinite synthesis, blacksmithing, and archery. Adding another class would overwhelm her. After thorough discussion, the trio decided to gift the Grand Grimoire of Magic to Yangmi. She accepted without hesitation. They were, after all, long-standing comrades. Learn. As she activated the tome, it dissolved into countless luminous runes that streamed into her mind. Upon successful class transcendence, Yangmi, eyes alight with excitement, summoned the grimoire anew, turned to its first page, and murmured incantations. Minor. She extended a slender pale finger, and there a soft, radiant glow bloomed. He's rather lovely, she chuckled, then happily cast several more minor spells. Her naturally high spiritual affinity made her adept almost instantly. Only when Jiang Tao produced 3 golden treasure chests did she reluctantly set aside the grimoire. Rolling up her sleeves, she grinned. My luck's been stellar since dawn. Today's bound to yield something extraordinary. She opened the first golden chest. A dazzling golden radiance erupted. Congratulations. You have obtained the will-bending battle trousers golden tier equipment. Inside lay a pair of supple trousers woven from golden threads, shimmering with an ethereal jade-green luster. Sister Me truly excels. Jiang Tao's eyes lit up at the sight. He stepped forward eagerly to examine it closely. Yesterday's first transformation had shredded his original battle trousers, leaving him deeply embarrassed. He currently wore a far inferior pair, black iron grade. A cascade of magnificent stats materialized before his eyes. Name: Lucky Battle Pants. Grade Golden. Effect: size is adjustable. Made from special materials, the waist can expand up to 100 meters and can be folded down to the size of a piece of toilet paper. Indestructible, capable of withstanding any Class C attack without damage unless it is Class B or above. Guardian of Descendants. Even in the face of an unavoidable crisis, it will concentrate all its power to protect your vital core. 10-meter teleportation. After use, teleport within 10 meters. Please note the essence of the skill is to utilize the magical effects of the battle pants and cannot traverse certain barriers such as enchantments or light membranes. The pants have both obvious advantages and disadvantages, and Jiang Tao is not shy about it. He took off the original pants on the spot and happily changed into the new one. She's eyes little face turned slightly red. Although she had seen what should and shouldn't be seen while sleeping at night. She glanced shyly towards the side during the day. Yangmi revealed a mature demeanor, asking kindly, "Does it fit well?" She instinctively stepped forward, wanting to help him adjust and measure the pant length. But thinking about being live-streamed, her movements froze and her feet were rooted in place. Lu Xiao, who was watching the live stream, noticed this small action and felt both angry and annoyed. However, in the past 2 days, leaders have personally come to inquire about him. Even several big names from the media industry called to express their concern, and there were invitations for several major projects. Lu Xiao's thoughts have shifted from the initial, leave early to avoid the whole country laughing at me for wearing a green hat, to of course I choose to forgive her. He had secretly planned for his return in a few days. How to warmly welcome her and perform a display of deep affection in front of the whole country. In front of the camera, Lu Xiao saw Jiang Tao patting his thigh, satisfied, signaling his wife to come forward and feel the fabric. The two laughed joyfully, making his brow twitch. Unable to endure it any longer, he moved the mouse to the right and clicked X. The first item brought such a surprise, and Yangmi happily opened the second golden treasure chest. As the golden light dissipated, a golden egg appeared before the three. Yangmi excitedly picked it up, and mysterious patterns unexpectedly shimmered on the golden egg. Lilith, quickly look your companion. Lilith flew down, glanced at the golden egg, and stuck out her tongue. Not every egg can hatch a beautiful and kind Lilith. Lilith is unique, there is only one. After seeing its description, Jiang Tao nodded. Indeed, it is not. Class of pet egg, blood hatching, lucky to hatch a spirit pet with class of potential. That's quite good too. Yangmi cherished the golden egg, wishing to get closer and rub her face against it. Shun Shishi giggled as she handed the third box to her. Sister Me, could you please open mine? Thus Yangmi reluctantly put down the golden egg, and in Shi's eyes expectant gaze, she opened the, to everyone's surprise. The golden light faded, revealing a simple piece of parchment lying quietly inside. Just this. Yangmi picked it up in disbelief and examined it. The parchment was densely covered with drawings of individual rooms seemingly connected together, forming a winding path like a snake. The final destination was marked with a dragon's head. Mysterious treasure map. Navigate through numerous rooms to reach a mysterious dragon's lair. Difficulty unknown. The only clarity is that it is related to dragons, promising significant rewards if conquered. Benefit the homeland, may the nation prosper. Jiang Tao took the parchment from Yangmi's hand and examined it carefully, smiling as he said, "It seems we have a new goal now. Produced in gold, it must be a fine product." Shun Shishi pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "What's this? Brother has new pants, sister Me has a pet egg, and I have nothing." Yangmi hurriedly held the golden egg and pulled the girl. "Why don't you drop some blood?" After all, the 3 boxes didn't specify whose they were. Shishi smiled brightly. "Sister, I was just teasing you. You have better luck, so you should hatch it. Once hatched, it will be our shared pet." Yangmi placed the golden egg on the stone table in the courtyard, enduring the intense pain, and gently pierced her fingertip with a dagger. Bright red droplets of blood fell. As they landed on the golden egg, the shell instantly cracked. A little creature with lush gray-white fur golden patterns on its abdomen and forelegs emerged. It curiously observed the new world, and then lowered its head to eat the eggshell fragments. After growing visibly to the size of a normal husky, it suddenly shrank back down to the size of a kitten and bounced towards Yangmi. Yangmi caught it in surprise, cradling it in her arms to pet. The spirited and adorable little creature nestled in her arms, making cute noises. Such a cute little brain axe. Shenxi's eyes sparkled with delight. She wanted to go forward and pet its fur, but was startled back by a fierce growl from the little brain axe. Cute, a little meatball wanting to rub it. This was flooding the comments with someone stating, "Boss Wong, after the little fairy, there's another hit pet, hurry, and make merchandise, I want it." Boss Wong had just made a fortune not long ago with Bubula, and unexpectedly, he actually popped up. Clenched fist emoji, just waiting for their return to sign the exclusive authorization agreement. Wait, are you sure this is a brain axe? It doesn't look like it. An expert pointed out a blind spot. In the live stream, Jiang Tao had already grabbed a tuft of golden fur from the little creature's neck, laughing as he said, "Sister me, this is not a tiger." The little creature showed off its claws in protest, but due to its small size it looked even cuter. Only then did Yangmi notice the prompt. "Congratulations. Due to your profound fortune you have hatched a unique auspicious beast pet, Bishia Pai Xiao." When she clicked to view the pet's attributes, she immediately screamed, grabbing Jiang Tao's arm. "Look, it's both adorable and powerful. Let me see, it can't be stronger than Lilith, right?" Jiang Tao handed the squirming little creature back to Yangmi and focused on reading. Name Bishia Pai Xiao. Level E. Skill Bishia Townhouse, can sense potential dangers and issue warnings in advance. With it there is no possibility of being ambushed. In its sanctuary all effects are increased by 1x, and it reduces invaders' spiritual value by 20. Nemesis of negativity doubles attack power against enemies related to dark attributes. Fortune boost being recognized by Pai Xiao means you are a person of great fortune. In matters related to box openings, probability magic and luck is doubled. It really is a pet tailor-made for you. After reading, Jiang Tao couldn't help but marvel at Yangmi's profound fortune. The little creature not only had formidable combat power, but could also grow larger, transforming into a mount. Jiang Tao had been worried that Yangmi was weak in close combat. With it the enemies would surely face calamity. It seemed that the Pai Xiao had stirred Yangmi from her beautiful dream. Her chest rose and fell as she rubbed her sleepy eyes and emerged still unaware of what was happening. A golden claw swiped over, scaring the little fairy, who squealed and flew behind Yangmi's black hair to hide. It seemed the days of being the little creature's exclusive pet were over. "I don't like this creature's aura." Lilith was also not fond of it flying further away. "It's okay, we're good." She high-fived Lilith. The last small surprise was that the box itself was made of precious materials as Jiang Tao collected it. Refined gold 20. Refined gold 20. Refined gold 20. Alright, finish breakfast quickly. After everything ended, Jiang Tao urged, holding the treasure map. 2 little mushrooms are still waiting for us outside. In the morning, a simple beef hot pot was prepared with 5 puppets slicing the meat and boiling it. Soon the spicy aroma wafted outside the house. Outside, Fang Yuan was excitedly holding a piece of donglai bread, laughing as he nibbled on it in the live stream. The number of 50 million made him laugh uncontrollably. The two knew well the reason for the surge in viewership. Thus, during the live broadcast, they specifically aimed at that grand fortress. "Brothers, it's almost time for a meal again. Look, that's Jiang Tao's new house, just upgraded yesterday. It must have been after defeating the Tauren that he gathered it." When the aroma came wafting over, his nostrils twitched, and the bread in his hand no longer seemed appealing. "So fragrant, it seems they are also having breakfast. Is it beef or hot pot?" The audience could see it more clearly than he could. Jiang Tao and his companions were gathered around the bubbling hot pot with Lilith and a small Pai Xiao at their feet. They were huddled around the steaming hot pot, each holding a bowl of scallion and garlic dipping sauce. They were enthusiastically picking up slices of well-marbled beef and shoving them into their mouths, relishing every bite. Hot, spicy, delightful. Jiang Tao gave it an extremely high rating. The high-quality beef was incredibly satisfying, but it was a pity that the 2 new chiefs had been struck down by lightning, otherwise it would have been even more delicious. Delicious. I didn't expect the Tauren's greatest contribution would be after their death. This was Lilith's first time eating hot pot, and her small lips turned bright red from the spice. Meowed. Watching their masters eat happily, the small Pai Xiao was anxiously pacing around, tugging at Yangmi's pant leg with difficulty. Alright, here you go, open your mouth and catch it." Yangmi laughed as she picked up several rolls of beef, about to toss them down. The small Pai Xiao was so anxious it seemed ready to speak, patting her thigh with its golden claws and pointing at the dipping sauce bowl in her hand. "Do you also love spicy food?" Yangmi, amused yet helpless, dipped it and tossed it into the excited little Pai Xiao's mouth. It caught it, and as soon as it entered, the little Pai Xiao's nose flared happily, spinning in circles under the table. It howled twice more, demanding more. As everyone knows, the higher the level, the more they eat, and the better the quality. Jiang Tao, possessing a special bloodline, had consumed a lot yesterday, and was now eating freely. 2 big bowls were about to be devoured. With Yang Mi, Shin, Cece, Lilith, and the small pie show, all four of them were gluttons competing for food. The five puppets wielding kitchen knives couldn't keep up with their ravenous eating. Their hearty eating style made the vast audience in front of the screen green with envy. They each had 2 big bowls of rice. Not to mention Fong Yuan and Wei Yi next door, who were eating bread, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Breakfast had consumed a full 200 pounds of premium beef, not to mention the same weight of other side dishes. The group continued to eat and digest until they heard a knock on the door outside. Reluctantly opening the door, they were greeted by Nuachi and Guguzi, who had packed their mushroom bags. At each person's heart, he saw a cluster of red, some large, some small. According to the records and the Kyer finding methods he had studied, chi and blood tended to gather at the heart. Nuachi waved a twig. The village chief must be waiting anxiously in the village. I want to take her back early. Shin Cece worriedly said. Do you need us to escort you back? Isn't it quite a distance from here to Mushroom Village? After all, having traveled through various dangers, they were aware of the journey. You have already done so much for us. How could we trouble you further? Nuachi proudly produced a white mushroom, shaking it. This is a homecoming mushroom, but once consumed it will take you back to Mushroom Village. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao felt relieved. That's great. Throughout their journey, the group had formed a deep friendship with the brave Nuachi. Since they didn't enjoy meat, Shin Cece generously offered them a few baskets of strawberries. Yang Mi picked dozens of large earth fruits and stuffed them into their mushroom backpack. Jiang Tao thought for a moment and gifted them a batch of golden fertilizer that would double their yield. Thank you so much. We can't carry any more. Nuachi rubbed their mushroom cap. Then I wish you all a safe journey, he said, already taking Guguzi's small hand and eating the homecoming mushroom. Instantly, the 2 mushroom figures quickly vanished. This time you must protect your girlfriend well. Yang Mi waved and shouted toward. Okay, Nwoki's voice echoed in the air. In this parting, who knows if they would meet again in this life. Jiang Tao retracted his gaze. Then let's set off too. He put away the spirit fortress and released the big ox cart. There was nothing worth lingering over at Thunderclap Cliff. Thunderclap Cliff itself was an enormous thunderstone formed after countless hammerings. Unfortunately, neither Jiang Tao nor Shin Cece could collect it. Jiang Tao could only sigh at his misfortune, then thought to himself, having taken the heavenly thunder marrow to forge his life weapon, what more could he wish? At this moment, seeing them get in the car and prepare to depart, Wei Yi hurriedly ran out shouting. Jiang handsome me, Jia, there's only 2 days left until we can go. How about we team up together? I know my strength is lacking, but I can still help with scouting, carrying bags, and cooking. Fong Yuan quickly packed up the shelter and rushed over panting. Right, a big boss needs a little follower too. Jiang Tao shook his head as he stepped on the gas. The place we are heading is more dangerous. You'll not only slow us down, but also be more likely to lose your lives. Saying this, he looked around. The simple room ahead is an abandoned camp of the Tauren. The difficult room behind is a lumber yard where 5 wolfmen are patrolling. You might find some rare wood there. To the left is a gravel desert hiding several poisonous lizards and a bronze treasure chest, perhaps yielding a few drops. To the right is a lake where you can collect some lake water to store. If you have fishing nets or utensils, perhaps you can have fish meat for lunch. The Thunderclap Cliff had been transformed by the Tauren with only a few passages left. Jiang Tao took out the treasure map and glanced at it. The lumber yard was relatively close. He then turned the steering wheel, adjusted the direction, and began to accelerate. Big boss, wait for me. Fong Yuan and Wei Yi hurriedly chased after them, but 2 legs could not compare to 4 wheels. Bang! They only saw a large bag falling from the car. Upon opening it, it turned out to be several pounds of beef. This is enough for you to eat for 10 days. Take care of yourselves. The 2 wanted to continue chasing, but soon the shadow of the big ox cart disappeared into the vast grassland. The howling wind brought back unpleasant memories. Forget it. With this we can live comfortably for the next few days. Fong Yuan resignedly put away the beef. They had a kind of fear of the grassland and quickly found a passage to leave. Before they left, Wei Yi looked regretfully at the declining numbers on the panel. 50 million, 1,000,500, and finally down to 200. She lamented, if only we could ride the wave of popularity longer with the me once we go back, would be stars too. Alright, surviving is victory, but it's better than ending up like Zhou Zhan. Fong Yuan pushed the door and passed through the light membrane, and the 2 entered the next room. The audience's gaze faded along with the player's departure, disappearing into the Thunderclap Cliff. Whoosh! The raging wind still swept through this super room, blowing away the remnants of the grassland. The dark purple cliff, stripped of its facade, was once again covered by grass sprouted from the seeds carried by the wind. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck the peak of Thunderclap Cliff. A piece of thunderstone, after being tempered, had its shell stripped away, gradually becoming thinner and longer, transforming into new heavenly thunder marrow. No one knows how long it has been. The iron door had rotted. With a creak, a small-sized orc scout resembling a rat pushed open the iron door with a mix of fear and curiosity, observing the grassland. After a period of recovery, this place was lush with green grass and abundant resources. The orc scout excitedly returned to report. Not long after, a small orc tribe settled here, relying on the resources from Thunderclap Cliff. The tribe grew strong and prosperous, spreading its influence throughout the surrounding area. Orc children ran and played on the grassland. At this moment, who would still know that a prosperous Tauren tribe once lived here? Only the occasional excavated cow bones would testify to what once happened. In the following 2 days, it seemed that the competitors from various countries had reached a peak. Alexander from Gaul and the barbarian king from Ross both completed an enhancement of their national fortunes. This made the Europeans and Americans stand tall. Of course, Jiang Tao's team also received a significant reward in the crucial 90th level, which was complete immunity to a certain deadly disease. The globally popular stone giant ranked second also completed a level mission, increasing the probability of superhuman emergence in the White Eagle Federation. One point of concern for global audiences was that during this time, aside from Jiang Tao evolving into a level extra, neither of his 2 female teammates, nor the highly talented stone giant nor Queen Elizabeth of Britain managed to evolve. They remained stuck at the top of level. According to experts' analysis, besides having sufficient energy accumulation, there was certainly a lack of something particularly critical. Everyday videos of Jiang Tao's team were scrutinized by billions of viewers. Soon someone discovered that Jiang Tao handed a special book to Shin Sisi and Yang Mi for them to review. The 2 beauties treated it with great caution, and after reading they felt that casting magic was even smoother. Someone dug out the book's initial source, exclaiming that was obtained by Jiang Tao from a supermarket self-service machine. Soon after, he will evolve into an extraordinary being. It definitely contains the key to breakthrough. In an instant, many people's hearts were stirred. Including some European countries that had been at odds with Daxiao, they privately communicated with them, hoping to borrow the book for a look, not just for their own competitors. As players were about to return, they also wanted to seek benefits for themselves. As the first and currently only extraordinary human in all of humanity. Even more so, Jiang Tao, known online as the player with the greatest talent, was invaluable. Despite their animosity towards the rise of Daxiao, even the leaders of the White Eagle Federation had publicly praised Jiang Tao's team's outstanding performance, but then shifted their tone. If only he were not so cold-blooded and warlike, it would be even better. As you know, uncontrolled power will be a disaster. Naturally, everyone understood whom he was subtly pointing at. The hidden leaders of the Freemasons have always attached the highest importance to the intelligence regarding Jiang Tao. Worldwide, Jiang Tao has a very high reputation, and even Yang Mi has been dubbed the goddess of luck by fans. The JK Beauty is the goddess of wind and craftsmen. Of course, there was one country that has been quite hostile, especially during today's live stream. Their mentality exploded. How are all the surviving players doing? Today marks the 10th day of the game. Congratulations to all the babies for being able to go home. The first batch of National Fortune players will be teleported back to the planet promptly at 5 p.m. today. The system will select among the remaining 3 players those who can become official players and participate in the second round of survival games based on the number of levels cleared in the game. For the current 3 trial players, if you want to make a final push, today is the best and last opportunity. A friendly reminder, today's exploration rooms have double the difficulty, but rewards are tripled. Many players woke up early today. They listened attentively to what might be their last game announcement. So we are still trial players. Goodbye. I have only cleared 11 rooms. Being alive is already a blessing from the Buddha. I dare not think more. What major national affairs? Leave that to Jiang Tao and the stone giant to handle. Many people sighed. There were 1 million selected, and in just 10 days 7 players have perished. In reality, does that mean 70 million people are unfortunate companions in death? Upon reflecting on the cold numbers which represent individuals, their hearts trembled. It was hard to imagine what the blue star would look like upon their return. A few ambitious players felt anxious about clearing fewer levels, thinking of giving it their all today. Returning to reality, I am just a debtor and a failure. It is the game that has given me a second life. Rather than this, I would prefer to become an official player and participate in the second wave. Who knows, I might obtain a rare treasure and become the second. The announcements continued, and the next notification made many viewers' hearts tremble. Last night, the final player from Lithuania unfortunately lost their life in their sleep to a monster. Currently, all players from Lithuania have been eliminated. The game rules are now in effect. An level national extinction crisis has descended upon Lithuania. Players, do not give up easily. Think of your friends and family behind you, as well as your homeland. So I wish all players a happy final day of play. I'll remember the first to clear 100 rooms will receive a grand prize. Next up is yesterday's final popularity ranking announcement. Basically, it was about the same. The top 3 were dominated by Jiang Tao the Stone Giant and Saint Hirogan D. A top player ranked 7th unfortunately perished yesterday. This enabled the Yamada team from Sakura Island to suddenly leap to 6th place. In the 90th room, the verdant forest, a few people woke up early. Jiang Tao clicked to claim today's reward. Luck smiled upon the top player. You have received a hidden reward vehicle upgrade core. A beam of golden light descended from the sky. Jiang Tao curiously reached out to catch it, and upon picking it up, he found it was a golden emblem resembling the sun. Is this the hidden reward? What is its use? Yang Mi stretched, and yawned. She had worked hard all night. She leaned over to take a look. Integrating it into the vehicle allows for upgrades to a higher level by selecting materials. So this is for our big bull car. Jiang Tao held the emblem and walked towards the big bull car parked in the corner of the courtyard. After several days of travel, the motorcycle wheels were severely worn and the body was The countless scars on the bullhorns proclaimed its battle achievements. Even so, it still exuded a mighty presence. As he approached, the golden emblem stirred. As soon as Jiang Tao released it, the sun emblem instantly imprinted itself on the front of the vehicle. The system reminded, please select materials and the driving core. Please note the materials you select will determine the direction of the vehicle's upgrade. Of course, we need to choose the best. The operation panel appeared, and Jiang Tao called the two women over to help him select. The large silver war axe previously used by the Minotaur chief was too bulky, so Jiang Tao had a more manageable shining electric spear, which had been gathering dust in the warehouse, and he naturally selected it now. It should be noted that it contains several times the mithril and mountain copper of the same level. Additionally, there was the troll's bone-crushing hammer, which though not as good as the war axe also had excellent materials. Shin Cece pinched her chin, seemingly contemplating why it was a hidden reward. She spoke, brother, I think we should enhance the defense. That's true. There's a warehouse full of cowhide that's just sitting around doing nothing. Jiang Tao clicked the quantity until he reached 100. He could not select more. They selected all the sturdy materials from the warehouse that were not in use, including rare materials like cow tendons and cow horns to the max. They only stopped when the panel popped up a warning that the materials were sufficient. Next, please select the final energy core. It is well known that the engine is the most important part of a vehicle. Jiang Tao confidently clicked on 3 third-tier cores, which represented a significant expenditure for him. But everything is worth it. Once all selections were completed, he clicked to upgrade. A golden light enveloped the massive vehicle, and the vast materials within the bull fortress rapidly vanished. Boom. A vehicle weighing hundreds of tons with tires over 5 meters in diameter appeared, resembling a divine bull in a prone position. At the front of the vehicle, a golden sun emblem was encrusted. On either side, there were gilded bull horns extending 8 meters long. As the colossal object descended, the three of them were momentarily stunned. Where did this guy come from? I didn't expect such a large vehicle. Upon hearing the commotion, Lilith flitted around the giant, exclaiming, "Woo-woo, it crushed my little saplings." Luoya flew under the tire, feeling heartbroken. Congratulations. You have upgraded to a large vehicle. Land Cruiser, name not finalized yet. No way is it really this big. Jiang Tao's eyes widened. Is this still the same vehicle? He clicked to check the new vehicle data. Name Land Cruiser, grade large silver tier, category vehicle, skills automatic air conditioning, adaptive cruise, control, silent mimicry mode, super bull tires composed of layers of cowhide, resilient, absorbs damage, can only be damaged by at least crayed golden equipment attacks. Tricore drive powered by 3 third-tier spirit crystals with formidable power akin to a top-tier extraordinary strength monster, reaching a maximum speed of 1,000 kilometers. All-terrain adaptability, can traverse marshes, walk on water, can do everything except fly. Bull King charge. The golden horns at the front of the vehicle are fused with 100 bull horns and rare materials combined with powerful propulsion. With each charge, it unleashes an extraordinary attack, creating a force field ahead that blocks left and right, preventing enemies from escaping. War Axe Strike. The vehicle conceals a super war axe with a 3-meter thick panel fused with massive amounts of secret silver and mountain copper. Attack range extends 5 meters from the front, delivering an incredibly powerful blow. Introduction. A massive vehicle that has undergone multiple modifications, now vastly different from its original form. However, please note that the price of its powerful energy consumption is substantial, requiring third-tier spirit crystals. After reading, the three were even more bewildered. Overbearing. Impressive. But consumes a lot. Jiang Tao felt a pang of bitterness. Why does it require third-tier energy? Just, the landlord has no surplus grain. Haha, the inside is so soft, and the space has expanded so much that it can comfortably seat a dozen people. Yangmi walked up the front ladder of the vehicle, opened the heavy door, and curiously observed everything inside. The Paishio, following closely behind her, hopped onto the vehicle as well. The vehicle was entirely wrapped in soft cowhide. Coupled with the cool breeze from the air conditioning, comfort and safety were maximized. The group still remembered that not long ago, when the team was slightly larger, the dwarves had to sit on the roof of the vehicle. That situation would never happen again. Everyone get on board, let's make quick work of it today. I want to see if the monsters at double difficulty can withstand my Titan. Jiang Tao excitedly flew into the driver's seat, calling everyone to board. He then picked up the treasure map to take a look. Let's go. The front is a must-pass area. Oh, everyone hold on tight. Amidst the charming voices of the beauties in the vehicle, the massive truck, named Solar Heavy Truck by Jiang Tao, charged into the 91st room. Is this yesterday's reward? The top of the leaderboard is impressive. The audience marveled at the domineering appearance of the Titan truck, only to be instantly drawn to another. Breaking news tsunami. A super tsunami from the Baltic Sea has landed in Lithuania. The latest footage from satellites shows that I am currently in the neighboring country. Everyone can see that those coastal cities have already been engulfed by the tsunami. Whoosh! In the midst of the storm, a female reporter clad in a raincoat, holding onto a telephone pole, shouted excitedly in front of the camera. Ever since the number of players in Lithuania dropped to 10, their team had been stationed in the best position, waiting. They truly captured the unseen of lifetimes. In fact, days ago, dozens of satellites had already focused on this small country. Leaders from various nations and ordinary civilians alike. when they saw that towering tsunami over 100 meters high mixed with sand and debris engulfing Lithuania. Everyone gasped in shock. Is this the level national extinction crisis? Many researchers scrambled to record data. Many people from Lithuania had escaped the country in the past few days, but many others remained at home, clinging to a false sense of security. At this moment, they faced impending doom. Not only was the colossal tsunami engulfing cities, but the torrential rain and fierce winds, the dark apocalyptic scene shocked the already mentally prepared leaders of Europe and America. Help! You promised to let us attack the Great Xia and provide aid. Under the apocalypse, the leader of Lithuania bombarded the phones of leaders from various countries. They had all secretly made promises if a natural disaster occurred or if Great Xia attacked, they would provide money and manpower. But at this moment, they were merely saying, all right, coming soon in preparation. Behind the scenes, they calculated the destruction caused by the disaster and its impact on their own countries. In summary, they only provided support beyond material assistance. They seemed to treat Lithuania as a valuable testing ground. In front of the camera, the leader of Lithuania lamented and called the leader of the White Eagle, only to be told he is also in a difficult position preparing to face the impending disaster. With no options left, the leader of Lithuania called the Great Xia the last country he was reluctant to ask for help despite having been attacked just an hour prior requesting assistance. However, due to their previous demands, the hotline for contact had been cut off, and in the end, they had to rely on the Kingdom of Tauros to relay the message. In response, Great Xia stated that the distance was too far and they were unable to assist. They could, however, help coordinate refugee shelter. In the face of this level tsunami, the United Nations held an emergency meeting where the 5 permanent members passed a plan to allow the people of Lithuania to seek refuge in neighboring countries. The disaster continued. Several large cities were submerged, and the plight of humanity under the natural disaster sent shivers down everyone's spine. At such a critical moment, the importance of food became even more pronounced. With increasing yields, the fertile land of Great Xia became highly sought after globally. The impact of this level natural disaster continued. Countries truly realized how important it was for one person to bear the fate of a nation. After today, Lithuania will cease to exist. This conclusion was drawn after computer analysis showed that the tsunami and heavy rain would engulf its territory. Experts reached this conclusion and submitted it to the supreme leaders. The leaders fell silent. So the national extinction crisis is literally that. Lithuania has become the first country eliminated in the National Fate game. Who will be next? Us. Everyone felt a sense of dread. The only consolation is that after today the game will end. But from the news broadcast, it seems this is just the beginning. If they don't want to be eliminated or destroyed, they must continue the game. The impact of this disaster is immense, and the cabinet of Sakura Island felt their hearts racing upon watching the live broadcast. It was still that small secret meeting. If the nation's fortune declines, we will truly face national annihilation. We are an island nation prone to earthquakes and tsunamis. If the nation's fortune continues to wane, the consequences will be unimaginable. A radical minister retorted, his expression grim. Baka, at this point, do you still wish to regret? Everything is already prepared. Can't you see that the world is shrouded in fear? Even that Grand Commander is afraid, while only the Great Xia nation remains carefree. They have gained the strongest start, gene evolution, a doubling of food supply, and flourishing culture. They are very likely to become the leaders of human. Now, as long as we win this gamble, the aspirations of our ancestors for a greater East Asia, even conquering the world, will be realized. Indeed, if we win, the benefits will be tremendous. Moreover, at this point, everything is prepared. How could we simply give up? Furthermore, based on recent observations, Jiang Tao's team is tackling a super room, and the expected rewards surpass even Thundercliff. As long as we win, it's a threefold gain. The millennium fortune of Great Xia will be seized by them. The Prime Minister concluded, then let's proceed. Today is destined to be a day etched in human history. But no one anticipated that the curtain would be raised by the third brother. Great Xia announcement. Congratulations to the Tenju contestant Saint Hirogan Emperor for fasting for 10 days and nights, breaking human limits, and achieving a new milestone. Personal reward, exclusive profession ascetic. National fortune feedback. All citizens of Tenzu, in addition to their hunger resistance talent, have gained a second talent, eating dirt. Stomach mutation allows consumption of soil in extreme conditions to sustain life. The world was once again shocked. How many surprises will you give us, third brother? That 99 of the audience was from Tenzu's third live broadcast room, clicked on by viewers. They found that the emaciated old man still maintained the same meditative posture under the tree, just as he had days ago. He even seemed more spirited. However, regarding this talent, the crowd wore strange expressions and fell silent. Within, as expected, it was yet another grand feast. The previous Tindui celebration had not ended, seamlessly continuing on. Some even started live streaming demonstrations of eating dirt. However, some were too reckless, choosing hard soil textures, and collapsed on the spot during the live stream. In an instant, the already overcrowded hospital became even more frightened. The officials hurriedly stated, eat dirt bit by bit, choose fine, soft, and clean soil. Faced with online mockery questioning the utility of the dirt-eating ability, Tenju netizens cheerfully edited and uploaded videos of the recent disaster in Lithuania to YouTube. Entitled it, When you reach a dead end, you will understand the usefulness of two divine talents. Civilization Battle Royale. In the end, we will emerge victorious. This maneuver was akin to pouring salt on the wounds of the surviving Lithuanians. So this is how it feels. But they have lost their country. Tenju has truly become the third power in the world. The White Eagle Federation and Europe are closing ranks, and no one is willing to lend them a hand. Even Jiang Tao in the building is feeling the pressure. Wei Qinggan Emperor even achieved this level of accomplishment. He drove the solar heavy truck, expressing deep admiration. Suddenly the vehicle experienced a slight tremor. Then it continued to drive calmly forward. The vehicle's system alerted, you have just run over 3 Knoll corpses. Jiang Tao rolled down the window and looked back. He saw 3 piles of flesh lying on the muddy road, some of which shimmered with golden light. Sorry, I thought it was a speed bump. The indicator in his view said they still contained gold and trace amounts of fine gold. He adhered to the principle that even an ant's leg is meat. Jiang Tao got out of the car, suppressing his nausea, and collected system alert, obtained gold 200, fine gold 30, second stage core 3, an unnameable Knoll flesh 300. Considering the poor appearance of the flesh, Jiang Tao discarded it again. After getting back in the car, Jiang Tao looked at the treasure map and scanned the surrounding passages. The teleportation portal to the 92nd room also required excavation. The upper path leads to a narrow cave which poses little danger, but is also quite barren. The lower path leads to a challenging room occupied by a group of man-eating flowers with doubled rewards and 2 bronze treasure chests hidden. Ahead is a nightmare-level gold mine, where a group of gnolls are mining gold, extracting precious fine gold. The leader is a dragon-blooded gnoll, an extraordinary level sorcerer. If we go in now, let's be a bit quieter. There's a chance we won't be detected and can enter the next room. The back room is hot, growing special flame fruits, which when consumed can awaken fire-type superpowers. A fire lizard is sleeping soundly under a tree. To the left is a nightmare-level trap room. As long as you dodge the lasers, acid, and ground spikes, you can find a silver treasure chest at the end. To the right is barren. It's the last day, and they won't leave you anything good, only 2 bottles of mineral water as consolation prizes. The treasure map depicts a dragon-shaped vein. These gnolls must be digging along it. Jiang Tao pointed ahead. Lilith, sitting in the back seat, snapped her fingers. With a loud boom, a large minotaur wielding an iron pickaxe was summoned. He skillfully began to dig according to the instructions. What would take an ordinary person over 20 minutes, the minotaur completed in just a few swings, revealing the light. After collecting the large minotaur, Jiang Tao stepped on the gas and charged in. Low profile. Not a chance. A somewhat dim cave. Dozens of gnolls wearing helmets and wielding iron picks were mining the gold mine before them. Occasionally they would unearth some gnoll gold and excitedly hand it to a gnoll guard beside them. On the other side was a camp. Several tall, armored gnoll captains stood nearby. Serving in the middle of the camp was the only one sitting by the campfire eating roasted meat. A dragon-blooded gnoll standing nearly 2 meters tall, whose head vaguely resembled a dragon's and exuded a slight dragon's might. He ripped the roasted meat apart and asked indistinctly, "How much fine gold have we mined today?" A gnoll captain hurriedly replied, "Only a small bag." The dragon-blooded gnoll snorted, nostrils flaring, "Slower than yesterday. Are they slacking off? Lash them again. Oh, once we finish here, we'll head straight to the next place. The dragon's hoard must not fall into others' hands." The gnoll captain replied nervously, "Understood," just as the gnoll guards were about to crack their whips. The miners suddenly noticed that the ground beneath them was trembling slightly. Boom! An eerie, never-before-heard roar echoed from the mining area, as if some ancient giant beast was swiftly approaching from underground. Suddenly, 2 eyes like suns appeared. Golden light flickered as a bizarre-looking 10-meter-long golden bull burst from the ground, charging fiercely towards the gnolls. A monster is coming. The gnolls dropped their helmets and armor, scrambling out of the cave. How could a mere dog-headed creature outrun an 8-wheeled titan weighing 1,000 tons? Jiang Tao turned on the headlights, illuminating the ground, as if 2 suns were rising. With a press of the accelerator, the 3 engines roared to life. The vehicle thundered towards the dog-headed creatures. Some of the guards attempted to stab at the tires with their long spears, only to be flung back. Due to the height of the tires, Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shin Sisi sat atop, unable to see the exact details below. They merely felt the vehicle jolt slightly. However, looking back, they could see a trail of meaty mush, prompting Shin Sisi to exclaim, "Brother, we're heading back soon. You won't get used to driving in the city at high speeds, will you?" "It's fine, I won't drive into the city anyway." Jiang Tao waved his hands, dramatically releasing the steering wheel. On the ground, several dog-headed captains heard the commotion and stepped out of the camp. They widened their eyes at the sight. Where did this beast come from? Don't they know this is our territory? They had always thought that the heavy-duty truck was a ferocious creature. Jiang Tao remained silent, simply pressing down on the accelerator. The 2 8-meter-long horns on the front of the truck skewered the dog-headed creatures in clusters. The captain, sensing danger, screamed in terror. This was a tribal technique akin to a barbaric charge, rumored to be infused with faint dragon blood from the dog-headed creatures, their roars laced with a hint of draconic might. When used collectively, it could often disturb the enemy. However, the soundproofing of the heavy-duty truck was exceptionally strong, absorbing it all. The dog-headed guards who failed to dodge were impaled by the horns. The dragon-blooded dog-headed creature witnessing this had its eyes turn red with damn monsters. It unleashed a pair of grotesque wings that somewhat resembled those of a pterosaur. It quickly took to the skies attempting to evade. Damn monsters. It unleashed a pair of grotesque wings that somewhat resembled those of a pterosaur. It quickly took to the skies attempting to evade. The urgent notification that popped up in his vision made him reconsider his probing strategy. A dog-headed creature that has gained a fortuitous encounter high attack, high speed, low health adept at aerial maneuvers creating distance. Friendly reminder: this is currently the best attacking distance. It is quickly moving out of your attack range. Jiang Tao clicked the ultimate skill button with a strange expression. Battle Axe. The central control screen projected a 360-degree holographic image locking onto the airborne dragon-blooded dog-headed creature. The onboard system announced target locked. Boom. Following that, a silver pattern lit up on the ceiling of the heavy-duty truck. The audience saw a massive 3-meter-wide cleaver rise from the front of the truck and crash down with a The dragon-blooded dog-headed creature, taken by surprise, was chanting a spell while trying to flee, but was hindered by the pressure from the descending giant axe. It could only watch helplessly as the giant axe approached. In a panic, the dragon-blooded dog-headed creature cast 3 layers of magical shields before it. Crash. The battle axe, carrying immense power, cleaved through the magical shields one by one. Then with a resounding thud, it smashed the dragon-blooded dog-headed creature into the ground. Thud. Oh no, the boss is dead. Run. Witnessing this, the already timid dog-headed creatures scattered in all directions, some even fleeing through a teleportation portal. Their speed was so fast that Jiang Tao couldn't even chase after them. Creak. The car door opened, and Jiang Tao stood on the side steps, nodding in satisfaction at the rows of dog-headed creatures strung up. Clearing the level is what matters. After all, finishing quickly today was crucial, especially with the unknown difficulty of the dragon tomb ahead. They couldn't waste time on these minor creatures. Having the trucks certainly makes things faster, but it also means fewer opportunities for us to show off. The others jumped down from the vehicle, curiously examining the soil glimmering with golden flecks. Yang Mi had initially wanted to duel with the dog-headed creatures, but they were far too brutal. If this were on Blue Star, it would definitely be the top gold mine. The soil here has a gold content, Jiang Tao observed. He shook his head regretfully and summoned 5 puppets. Let's seize the time and start collecting. As they cleaned up the battlefield, the chimes rang continuously. Second-tier spirit, crystal 1 dog, meat 100, black dog skin, 1 black dog set 1. Jiang Tao began to collect from the dragon-blooded dog-headed creature. Total gains: pterosaur wings 1, thin dragon blood 1, third-tier spirit, crystal 1, extraordinary dog, meat 1000. I didn't expect to actually collect a drop from it. The greatest gain was, of course, the dragon wings. Jiang Tao waved his hand gently, and the drop of crimson blood floated into his palm. Thin dragon blood. Although not very potent, it is enough to facilitate a transformation. If used by a being below extraordinary level, there's a chance of evolving into a dragon-type extraordinary being, but a greater chance of exploding to death. If made into a potion, it might allow for a stable evolution. Pterosaur wings. The dog-headed lord poured a significant portion of its heart and soul into gathering materials to create this special equipment. Extraordinary trait, flight acceleration. After the previous wings of freedom were destroyed, Jiang Tao had been using extraordinary power to fly for the past few days. Now he donned the pterosaur wings directly. With a flourish, they unfolded, and he waved them a few times with remarkable agility. Infusing them with lightning power made them crackle with energy. Flying felt like a flash of lightning. He broke the sound barrier at takeoff. This dog meat should be very nourishing, perfect for winter. It's a pity we're heading back soon, otherwise I'd love to try a dog meat hot pot. After finishing the collection, Yang Mi and Shin Sisi discussed how to cook it. Let's continue to the next room. As Jiang Tao called everyone to get back in the vehicle, he was astonished to discover that the heavy-duty truck had already consumed a third of a spirit crystal's energy after the earlier charge. That's quite a lot of consumption. Jiang Tao exclaimed, spreading his hands as he spoke to the others. Let's walk for now. Oh, if we encounter something troublesome, we'll drive then. If it were just normal driving, it shouldn't consume this much. Oh, we used skills earlier. Looking at the central control screen, Shin Sisi, since we're headed back anyway, we might as well enjoy ourselves a bit more. Who knows when we'll be able to come back again. Yang Mi winked at the two. According to the treasure map, the next destination was the Dragon Tomb entrance. Jiang Tao turned his gaze toward the teleportation portal dug out by the dog-headed creatures. Ahead lies a lake. Entering it, you can fish a group of plump fish. The leading fish king is a top elite monster with delicious flesh, a rare delicacy. Behind is the route you came from. You surely wouldn't want to go back, right? To the left is a hilly area where a stone giant is snoring inside. You can ambush it without waking it up. To the right is a nightmare-level dragon tomb entrance leading to a mysterious room. It is occupied by a group of small flying dragons totaling 8, capable of flying, breathing fire, and quite cunning. Unless you deal with them from the start, they will continue to harass you. Above is an ordinary room where you can rest a bit. It can be considered as clearing a location. Below is a magic restricting space. If you accidentally fall, and you will temporarily lose your strength, as if a normal person were challenging a trap.